About 5,000 years ago, humanity once fell into a dark age when it stood on the brink of being erased from the world. At that moment, four legendary heroes appeared, rising to oppose Erebos, the source of all evil, in order to save the world that stood at the edge of destruction. However, in truth, beside them, there was another figure who played the decisive role in ending the darkness. That was the primordial hero named Kill. When the brutal battle reached its end, those four heroes had already fallen. Only Kill remained, standing firmly on the battlefield, carrying the souls of his four comrades and the burning fury in his heart as he confronted the Lord Erebos directly. In that final battle that determined fate, thanks to the final sacrifice of the wise king in exchange for the dragon heart, Kill ultimately managed to drive Erebos back, ending the darkness and bringing peace to all humanity. As time passed, that story gradually became a legend told to every child from the moment they were born. In a warm family, a boy named Leo had just been born, and from the moment he lay in his small cradle, he had already heard the story about the heroes who defeated Erebos, repeated countless times. Yet no one knew that inside Leo's body resided the reincarnated soul of the very hero Kill. What angered Kill the most was that even though he personally finished Erebos, in the legends passed down today, his name had completely vanished from history, while the four heroes were still praised. More than 5 millennia had passed since the era of the first heroes, and the present world had stepped into a new era called the Age of Heroes. Many things had changed, especially the fact that humans had begun to possess supernatural powers. Therefore, many hero training academies were established, among them the Royal Academy of Dai Lan, which this year had been chosen to host the Lumen entrance examination. The teacher standing on the podium looked extremely excited, hoping that someone in the class would have enough potential to pass the Lumen exam and become a future hero. But while he was passionately speaking about that ideal, loud snoring suddenly echoed from the back of the classroom and broke his focus. In the end, the young teacher could not hold back and shouted loudly, "Focus, Leo. It seems you have already mastered everything, so my lecture makes you sleepy. Then answer this question." Yes, the dozing teenager was Leo, the one who carried Kill's soul. He was now 15 years old and came from the prestigious Bob family. Yet inside that youthful body was a seasoned soul long accustomed to the world. And now the teacher was asking him a question. The question was what ritual humans had to perform 5,000 years ago to be recognized as heroes. Leo lazily stood up, stretching his body while letting out a long yawn. If someone accomplishes a great feat, then people will naturally worship him. The off-topic answer left the teacher holding his head with a sigh. Can anyone else answer? That moment, the red-haired boy sitting beside Leo raised his hand to speak. In ancient times, humans had no way to directly receive recognition from the gods. Therefore, they had to rely on sacred rituals to select heroes. A typical ritual was the blood rite. Teacher. Excellent. The teacher finally showed a satisfied smile and repeatedly praised that student. This was understandable because he was Gullivan of the Chutton family, the kingdom's leading magic prodigy and the teacher's greatest hope for the upcoming Lumen exam. Leo could not be bothered with Gullivan's provocative gaze. He looked at the magic history book in his hand and sneered inwardly. In the past, meeting gods was easier than eating cake, yet now they talk about rituals. Even after the battle with Erebos ended, the gods themselves bestowed miracles to commemorate the great heroes. Yet current history only mentions the 4 great heroes, while the one who truly ended the battle, Kill inside Leo's body, had been erased from all records as if he had never existed. That fact had weighed on his mind ever since the day he was reborn until now. When break time arrived, the whole class immediately became noisy and lively. Students crowded around the windows because of the appearance of the Estinger family. Teacher announced that all students had to go to the hall to attend an urgent meeting related to this event. As soon as the announcement ended, Leo also stood up, seeing that Gullivan mocked him. Are you going there to attract the Stinger family's attention? Why would they care about someone like you? I am going home, Leo replied coldly. Like you, I have no interest in those matters. After speaking, Leo walked past Gullivan, leaving him standing there angrily. I am not interested either. I only want to see Celia Jinger Stinger as a rival. Sure, do as you like. Leo returned to the family mansion. Although he appeared lazy at school, he was actually far from careless in this life. The moment he stepped home, Leo immediately began training. Honestly speaking, his current body was even better than the body from his previous life. Therefore, he had no intention of wasting this potential. As Leo left the training room holding a wooden sword, he suddenly heard the sound of air being torn beside his ear, along with a familiar voice. What are you thinking about? Leo turned around and saw his mother swinging a sword at him. With extremely fast reflexes, he used his sword to block it, and then stepped back to maintain a safe distance. Did you suddenly attack me? We have not sparred in a long time. Lady Jaina Bob calmly replied, even though she had just swung a real sword toward her son. Mediocre talent cannot pass the Lumen exam. This will be your final test, Leo. As soon as she finished speaking, Leo's mother rushed forward again with a sharp sword. Even though she was a woman, Leo was only a teenager, so the difference in strength was not small. Yet Lady Jaina Bob seemed not to have used her full strength, and was even planning to increase it. Leo struggled to withstand his mother's attacks, and secretly wondered whether in the past she had picked him up from a garbage pile. Mother, is the way you show love to me a bit too forceful? Even though Leo grumbled like that, in truth he had already blocked a dangerous strike from his mother in time. That only made her even more excited, and she continued launching attacks without pause. The speed of her strikes surged, while the power behind them was at least twice stronger than before. But at that very moment, Lady Jaina Bob suddenly realized she had struck far too hard. If Leo had not dodged in time, she might have accidentally killed her own son. Yet that 15-year-old boy still twisted his body and avoided the dangerous slash. Losing balance after the attack, Leo's mother stumbled forward and the sword in her hand slipped away. When she regained her composure, she already saw the blade of her son's sword resting against her neck. "Are you all right, mother?" Cold sweat began forming on Lady Jaina Bob's forehead, not from fear but from astonishment. She knew her son had talent, but had never imagined his potential was this great. "Leo, do you truly want to take the Lumen exam?" She stood up and asked, while he was breathing heavily after the spar. The Lumen they mentioned was one of the most prestigious hero academies in the world. Yet reputation was not the reason he was determined to enter it. The reason was that among the academies of the four races, the place that preserved the most records of heroes, Lumen was the location most likely to contain traces of the forgotten hero kill. He wanted to enter it to investigate why history had erased his name. Of course, he replied firmly. Lady Jaina Bob said nothing more, and only informed him that the delegation of the Stinger family visiting the Royal Academy of Dailan would be staying at the Bob family mansion. The two families were not particularly close, so she actually did not wish to host them, but she hoped James, the deputy head of the Stinger family, would teach him the family's aura technique. That way he could become stronger and pass the Lumen exam next year. Being cared for by his parents felt warm. However, he did not say that he already had the ability to take the Lumen exam this very year. Not long after that, the carriage of the Stinger family stopped before the gate. First person to step down was the young swordsmanship prodigy of the family, Celia Jinger Stinger, the same age as Leo. She looked displeased when her uncle insisted on staying here instead of renting a hotel. She wanted to spend all her time preparing for the Lumen exam, rather than visiting a small family. "Celia, are you not curious about Leo? They say he pays absolutely no attention to our family." Seeing his niece looking bored, James Ben started a conversation. "If he is a potential swordsman but still cannot use aura, then there is nothing noteworthy about him," Celia replied. "I think otherwise." Until they stepped into the great hall and met the masters of the castle, the couple Jaina Bob. Celia still carried an annoyed expression on her face, but the moment she clearly saw the appearance of Lady Jaina Bob, she immediately froze with her mouth open and understood why James had insisted on staying here. That woman had black hair and red eyes exactly like the Stinger family. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Celia." Jaina Bob extended her hand confidently. "Hurry and greet her, Celia," James reminded. "This is Jaina Bob, your aunt." After the greetings, James and Jaina Bob entered a private room to talk. He complained that the students of the Dailan Academy had rushed to watch them, which made everything chaotic. Only Leo had returned home. That was no different from hurting the pride of the Stinger family. "Forgive me if my son seemed disrespectful." Jaina Bob laughed. She knew her younger brother was not truly blaming Leo. The boy only cared about training. James lifted his teacup and took a sip, at the same time listening to the sound of wooden swords clashing outside in the yard. After a few seconds of thought, he asked what kind of child Leo was. "Do you truly believe he is qualified to inherit the flame of the Stinger family?" Jaina Bob's smile deepened. She naturally believed it, not because Leo was her son, but because he truly deserved it. In Jaina Bob's eyes, her son was a rare genius. Hearing his sister speak with such certainty, James also began to grow curious about this nephew. However, to confirm it, he still wanted to personally test Leo's ability. At this moment, Leo was still sitting in the training room, regulating his energy. At last, he succeeded in creating a vessel capable of storing energy. Previously, Leo had not learned aura because at the moment, one receives that source of power. The body will transform to completely adapt to aura. At that point, the ability to accumulate mana and soul energy would disappear. If in his previous life he had fully controlled his true essence, and that power, then the disaster would not have occurred. Therefore, in this life, Leo was determined to control it perfectly. "You are Leo." Jaina Bob right. Voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to look. It was Celia Jinger, but because he did not care about the Stinger family, he still did not know she was his cousin. Before he could reply, she continued speaking. "It seems your foundation is quite good. I will personally guide your swordsmanship." She did this because she wanted to make a good impression on Jaina Bob. "Who are you?" he asked. Celia seemed to be waiting for that question and proudly introduced her identity. The eldest young lady of the Stinger family, the one known as the Sword Princess, thanks to her outstanding sword talent despite her young age. Stood up and politely thanked Celia for offering to teach him swordsmanship, but he frankly said he did not want to learn from someone with weaker skills than himself. Those words immediately struck Celia's pride. "You mean you are stronger than me? If we fought until the final breath, then perhaps you would win because I still cannot use aura. If it is purely swordsmanship, then the result would be completely different." He replied in a calm voice without any arrogance. That very composure only made Celia even more furious. He turned around and happened to see the rack full of wooden swords behind her. She casually pulled out two and tossed one to Leo. "Since you are so confident in your swordsmanship, then spar with me." Celia Jinger decided to teach this younger cousin a lesson, so he would understand how harsh reality truly was. Of course, she had never once thought she could lose. Therefore, she set a condition that if she won then, Leo would serve as her attendant for the entire week she stayed here. If Leo won then, Celia Jinger would accept serving him for the same period of time. This agreement made the two competitive youths feel extremely excited. He immediately picked up the wooden sword and without hesitation became the one to strike first. When facing Leo's opening strike, Celia Jinger suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Although she managed to block it, she had to admit Leo's speed was truly formidable. However, in battle, speed alone was not enough. Celia Jinger prepared to counterattack. Unexpectedly, he moved even faster, closing the distance and delivering another strike. This time the force was far greater, causing his cousin to be shocked with fear. Leo's eyes flashed coldly. From the very first exchanges, Celia Jinger had already fallen into a clear disadvantage. She had only launched 2 attacks, yet she was already struggling to hold on. By the third strike, Celia Jinger had no choice but to activate aura to form protective armor around her head. He immediately stopped and said, "Did we not agree this would only be a pure sword spar?" Celia Jinger awkwardly explained that activating aura had only been an instinctive reflex. In truth, he did not mind much, because he was certain he would still be the victor. He paused briefly, then removed the bracelet on his wrist and tossed it onto the ground. When Celia Jinger realized it was a magical gravity bracelet, he had already rushed forward again. His wooden sword directly shattered the mana armor surrounding her body. Celia Jinger cried out in alarm. In her life, she had never encountered anyone wielding a sword as violently as this younger cousin. When he stepped out of the training room, he happened to meet his mother walking with James. Jaina Bob called him over and told him to greet the man. He immediately obeyed politely. James looked at him with eyes that seemed to shine with interest. "I am James Stinger. You probably know I am your uncle. It is a pleasure to meet you." Reached out and shook James's hand politely, then ended the brief greeting. At that moment, Jaina Bob suddenly remembered something and asked if he had met Celia Jinger. Hearing that, he suddenly looked awkward, and his gaze briefly shifted behind him. Jaina and James also looked in that direction and saw Celia Jinger being supported outside by 2 attendants. One person immediately ran over and reported everything that had just happened. James's gaze toward Leo had now changed. A child who had not used aura yet defeated Celia Jinger was certainly not ordinary. "Defeat Celia Jinger, you must possess astonishing ability." James sincerely praised him and then asked what the two of them had wagered. "The loser must serve the winner as an attendant. Seems Celia Jinger Stinger will have to serve as my maid for the next week," he replied confidently. At that moment, James's eyes darkened. He said keeping promises was important, but Celia Jinger was the eldest young lady of the Stinger family among the most powerful in the kingdom, so she could not become anyone's maid. He also tried to persuade Leo by promising to give him another reward of equal value. But before James could clearly state the reward, he had already said 3 words bluntly: "I refuse." This surprised him greatly, and he continued, "This is an agreement between me and Celia Jinger Stinger. As long as she still bears the Stinger name, she must keep her promise. Even if my replacement reward is teaching you the Stinger family's aura breathing method." James asked again. He believed mentioning this secret art would make Leo agree immediately. Unexpectedly, he still refused. He said he believed a method used to exchange for his niece's honor was not worth learning. Those words sounded truly arrogant, even though Leo was James's nephew. That caused James to lose face. His expression turned cold. "Leo, just now you said you would treat the direct heir of the Stinger family as a maid. It also said the Stinger family's aura breathing method is worthless. Is that correct?" "Yes," he answered without hesitation. After that, he immediately explained, that he had no intention of insulting the Stinger family. But if that secret method were used as the reward for his victory over Celia Jinger, then he would gladly accept it, because James using it to erase Celia Jinger's defeat was no different from treating that loss as a mere accident. Even if Celia Jinger had fought with all her strength, I would still win, he stated calmly. James suddenly understood Leo had not been rude, but had only opposed the way he underestimated the boy's talent. His anger immediately vanished. Instead, he liked this child even more and thought he was truly extraordinary. It was just a pity Leo was not the direct heir of the Stinger family. Thinking that, James immediately called 2 attendants and ordered them to take Celia Jinger to the maid quarters. The 2 soldiers under his command were extremely shocked by the order, but no one dared to oppose it. James warmly patted his shoulder and said, "From now on, during occasions that are not too formal, you can just call me Uncle." "Yes, Uncle," he replied more comfortably instead of calling him Lord James as before, and he understood that he had been acknowledged. After Leo left, James turned back to continue speaking with Jaina. At first, she only wanted him to come here to teach Leo the Stinger family's aura breathing method, but after personally witnessing the talent and composure of this 15-year-old boy, James believed it would be best for him to return and persuade the family head, his older brother, to agree to teach Leo the Phoenix Breath. Next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window of Leo's room, Celia Jinger reluctantly entered wearing a maid outfit. "I am Celia Jinger, the maid who will serve you for the next week, young Master Leo. This outfit clearly does not suit a noble young lady, but a loss is a loss." "That outfit suits you quite well. I did not expect someone with such a noble bearing like you would match such a simple maid outfit." Leo's blunt compliment made Celia Jinger both embarrassed and irritated. "I already know I am beautiful, but if you keep saying that then," she trembled with anger. "Oh, sorry, I did not mean to make you upset. Simply remembered a few old friends of mine. They worship beauty greatly," he replied calmly. In truth, he was recalling the 4 comrades from his previous life. Among them, Duna was the one most obsessed with beauty. He always said eternal beauty was the most perfect thing. Meanwhile, Lysanas and Luna were both rare beauties, so beautiful that Duna once begged them to become nude models for him. The result was that he was beaten by the 2 of them many times. Celia Jinger had no idea what Leo was remembering. She only noticed the thing he was holding. At first, she thought it was some secret training manual, but it turned out to be just a storybook titled The Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia Jinger felt slightly disappointed because she had stopped reading this type of story since she was 5 years old. She walked closer to Leo's bookshelf, discovered that most of the books there were related to the primordial hero kill. When she stood on her toes to take one, she heard Leo speak. "Among the recorded achievements of the heroes, there are many deeds whose true performer is difficult to determine. I believe most of them probably belong to kill." Celia Jinger immediately laughed with disdain and retorted that man was only a fraud who tried to steal the achievements of the true heroes. Those words were no different from slapping Leo across the face. In truth, most people today thought the same, so it was not strange for Celia Jinger to believe it. He decided not to argue further. He only asked Celia Jinger to prepare breakfast because training time was approaching. Hearing the word training, Celia Jinger's eyes lit up. She immediately asked to train with Leo to discover the secret of his strength. He looked at her with suspicion. "My training is quite intense. Can you keep up?" His tone was completely normal. Yet Celia Jinger felt the words carried clear contempt. She was the sword princess. Why did this younger cousin keep belittling her? Therefore, after breakfast, Celia Jinger stubbornly followed Leo to the training room. And indeed, he had not been joking. The intensity of Leo's training nearly made Celia Jinger lose consciousness. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, he remained calm as if he had not used even a third of his strength. When endurance reaches its limit, reflexes slow and gaps appear between movements. At that moment, the weakness behind you becomes exposed, just like earlier. Is training in such a self-torturing way really useful? Celia Jinger asked while breathing heavily. "Perhaps young people today are too weak," he replied in the tone of an old man. Yet what he said was correct. Compared to the past, aura techniques today had developed far more. Because aura can strengthen physical ability, many people no longer focus on training their bodies. These things he could not say. Who would believe that inside a teenage body was a hero from 5,000 years ago? As for Celia Jinger, a typical young person, being called weak ignited her pride. Even though her entire body trembled from exhaustion, she still used her sword to stand up. "Do not look down on me," Celia Jinger shouted, "you hateful white-haired boy." She rushed forward to attack Leo, but the result was no better. Because she was exhausted, her attacks became clumsy. Her sword had not even touched Leo before he knocked it away. Even Celia Jinger lost balance and fell backward. Consecutive defeats severely wounded the pride of the sword princess. Leo was not a bad person. When he saw she wanted to know why she lost, he was willing to explain. He handed Celia Jinger a bracelet similar to the one he wore, but smaller. Yet when she picked it up, she felt as if lifting a stone weighing hundreds of pounds and immediately collapsed to the ground. It was a magical gravity bracelet. Leo explained, then smiled mischievously. Starting tomorrow, wear it during training. If you want greater strength, then carry something heavy like that. He had always trained this way. Yet Celia Jinger still wondered whether he was deliberately tormenting her. Even so, the next morning she still wore the bracelet and reluctantly ran after Leo during training. James stood at a distance, silently observing the two children. He suddenly realized this experience might actually benefit his little princess. Before going to Lumen, having her pride stepped on once would help her understand that many stronger people exist in the world. Leo, James called out loudly. Seeing him, Leo immediately approached respectfully. James told him he wanted to request permission from the family head for Leo to learn the Phoenix Breath. That was the origin of the Stinger family's aura techniques. He had heard that only those acknowledged by the family could inherit this technique. Therefore, learning it would certainly bring benefit and no harm. Celia Jinger, though exhausted, still listened carefully. When she heard this, she jumped up, saying father would not agree easily. James understood that as well, so he set a condition for Leo. He must pass the Lumen entrance examination this year. Hearing that, Celia Jinger immediately cried out in shock, because the exam was extremely harsh while Leo still could not use aura. Allowing him to participate would be extremely dangerous, but in his previous life, Leo had already faced countless dangers. Therefore, he agreed immediately without hesitation. James smiled with satisfaction because everything had gone exactly as he predicted. He decided to take the entrance examination this very year instead of waiting until next year as Jaina had planned. After saying that, he immediately returned to running training with the magical bracelet. Celia Jinger hurried after him because she did not want to be left far behind by her younger cousin. Celia Jinger's miserable week of training passed. Finally, the day of the Lumen entrance examination arrived. As mentioned before, the examination venue was the Royal Academy of Dai Lan, where he was currently studying. The moment Celia Jinger appeared, the academy immediately became lively. Many students regarded meeting the Sword Princess as a rare honor. At the same time, they began whispering when they saw an unknown person like Leo always walking beside her. Are you worried, young master? Seeing him occasionally, Celia Jinger mocked him. He immediately replied that a week had already passed, so she should correct the way she addressed him. Clearly, serving as a maid for a week had become a habit. The two were about to argue as usual when someone suddenly called Celia Jinger's name loudly. They both turned their heads and recognized that person as Gullivan. He was surprised to see Leo, someone who still could not use aura, appearing here. But when he looked at Celia Jinger, his attitude immediately changed. Celia Jinger, it has been a long time. How have you been recently? Last week he still said he only regarded her as a rival, but now he pretended to be friendly. However, both Celia and Leo ignored him. This made Gullivan extremely embarrassed, but he still tried to stay and introduce himself. I am Gullivan. The last time you came to the school, we already met. Everyone calls me the greatest magical genius of Dai Lan. Hearing him boast, Celia Jinger immediately became impatient. She cut him off, saying, sorry, but I do not remember who you are. After saying that, she pulled Leo's hand and walked away, leaving Gullivan standing there humiliated. But before they could go far, Celia Jinger heard another voice calling her name. This time it was truly someone familiar. It was the siblings Llewellyn from the legal Lin family. Abad, 16 years old, and Chelsea, 14 years old. Long time no see, Celia Jinger. Although Abad spoke in a friendly tone, Celia Jinger looked at them with caution. On the other hand, had no idea who these two people were, until Celia Jinger explained that they were descendants of a heroic bloodline from the Lord Rain Empire. If they also join the exam, then we absolutely cannot lose to them. Leo, we cannot let the Stinger family lose to the Llewellyn family, Celia Jinger said firmly. He immediately corrected that he belonged to the Bob family. At that moment, the two siblings from the Llewellyn family had already approached. Out of courtesy, Celia Jinger had to greet them. Long time no see, Abad Llewellyn. As expected, Abad immediately asked who Leo was. Celia reluctantly introduced him as the son of the Bob family, a noble family of Dai Lan. But in Abad's eyes, Leo was only an ordinary person not worth noticing. The arrogant attitude was no different from a declaration of challenge toward the two of them. The highest position will certainly belong to me, Celia Jinger. Come, Chelsea. After speaking, Abad led his younger sister away. Celia Jinger stared after him with anger. Abad was famous for his arrogance. She swore she would crush him in this examination. Long after the students began to gather, when Anbai Zeron's Zuman a professor of Zoom Academy, appeared. Judging by Andy's youthful appearance, yet already being a professor, proved that his strength was formidable. Indeed, the appearance of Anbai made even Celia Jinger look up with admiration. Only Leo still did not know who the person before him was. "You truly do not know?" Celia Jinger asked in surprise. "He is a hero recorded in the hero register." He let out a soft sound of realization. So Professor Andy is one of the heroes of the current era. He observed the other person more carefully. He discovered that from the man's left eye a very powerful source of mana was radiating. Anbai arrived to announce the examination rules. The trials would include duels and monster extermination, with each participant taking turns. This had been the traditional method for many years. Suddenly, that whimsical professor felt such a method was too boring. He did not say much, and directly burned the paper containing the rules. He took out a magical book called the Hero Register, Anbai's World. When the book was opened, a massive magic formation immediately appeared in the Great Hall. "I dislike inefficient things, so we will combine everything and finish it in a single attempt." He had once heard the teacher mention this Hero Register. It was not merely a book recording history. Its true value lay in its ability to recreate the worlds of heroes. Within it were experiences and memories of heroes from distant times. Moreover, when someone conquered the world inside the book, they could also inherit the power of those heroes. In other words, this book functioned like a hero training system. When he opened his eyes, he had already been transported into a wild forest within the hero world. Andy's voice echoed above everyone saying, "This is the wild forest. The only goal is survival. You may cooperate or eliminate each other, I do not care. Do anything to survive. If you want to give up, then break the sphere in your hand to return." While the students looked around in confusion, searching for the source of the voice, he calmly observed the forest. The scenery here was recreated with incredible realism, which reminded him of the forest of the Elven tribe before it was polluted by the witch queen Silatna. "What is that? How frightening. I want to go back." In the nearby bushes, a rustling sound suddenly appeared, causing several students to panic. "It is only an illusion. So weak," another student said with disdain. He said nothing, but inwardly denied it. This was not an illusion. Even though this world was created from memories, everything happening inside it was real. Traps within the forest could easily take a life at any moment. Just as he thought that the first danger appeared, but it came from another student. If he had reacted a little slower, that green arrow would have pierced through him. He looked toward the direction where the arrow came from and saw a striking, luxurious dress. "We have met before, right? I am very pleased to eliminate someone from the Stinger family." It took him a few seconds to recognize that face. It was Chelsea, the younger sister of the Lee Wellen family. Despite her young age, her aggressiveness and arrogance were no less than her brother. "Belonged to the Bob family," Leo replied calmly. It seemed that today he had already had to explain his identity far too many times. "But earlier you were still with Celia Jinger," Chelsea shouted in frustration. In the palm of the girl's hand, a mass of blue mana gathered. Immediately afterward, a gigantic scythe was summoned before her. Clearly, this was wind magic. Leo had never encountered this kind of magic in his past memories. It seemed that over the past 5,000 years, humanity had created quite a few new things. Even so, the fundamental principles seemed unchanged. Facing the 14-year-old girl preparing to launch a magical attack, Leo simply drew his sword calmly. Chelsea burst out laughing loudly. It was unclear whether she was mocking Leo or ridiculing herself for not being frightening enough. "I am standing right in front of you, and you are still this calm." Leo was not sure, but he clearly sensed that his composure had irritated the girl. Chelsea gripped the handle of the wind scythe tightly. She raised it high above her head and began to spin it slightly to build momentum. After that, the girl hurled it forward straight at Leo. The speed and inertia turned the wind scythe into a weapon just like a guillotine. Yet Leo remained extremely calm. He simply used the slender sword in his hand to strike the scythe aside. Throughout the entire process, Chelsea could not sense the slightest trace of aura. This made the girl begin to suspect whether Leo possessed a special kind of aura that was difficult to detect. That attack just now was too simple. Leo sighed softly. Instead of continuing to fight, why do we not cooperate? In this area, the longer someone survives, the higher the score. With a wizard physically weak like you, it would be better to at least pass one test. Leo made the proposal very sincerely, but the response was only Chelsea's mocking laughter. "What a pity for you, because I am a battle wizard." It seemed the concept of wizards nowadays had changed. In the past, they only stood behind to support with power, but now there were even wizards who directly charged into battle. "Say my attack was too simple. Did you hear it wrong? What I meant is that for wind magic, that move was too crude. Compared to the potential of this element, it is still far too weak." Even though the opponent was about to explode with anger from being provoked, Leo still answered calmly like a senior from 5,000 years ago teaching a 14-year-old girl. But to Chelsea, those words sounded like lecturing. Are you trying to instruct me? I am the direct descendant of the Lee Wellen family. Then let me crush you with these simple attacks. Chelsea swung her staff violently while summoning a barrage of wind scythes and wind arrows that shot forward relentlessly. When the girl looked closely, Leo was no longer standing in his original position. This made Chelsea begin to panic. She could not sense any mana at all, which meant Leo had just moved purely with physical strength. If so, how terrifying must his speed be? By the time Chelsea managed to see Leo, he was already right in front of her, only an arm's length away, and preparing to throw a punch. With such speed and distance, Chelsea had absolutely no way to dodge. Immediately afterward, the birds in the corner of the forest scattered in panic because of Leo's shocking punch, along with Chelsea's thunderous scream. Now should I politely ask you to cooperate once more? At this moment, the magic screen used for live broadcast was finally activated, so the judges outside could observe the situation. Leo had used incredible speed to knock down an opponent who was not weak at all. After that punch, Chelsea's internal organs felt nearly overturned. Leo casually tied her to a nearby dead tree. Then he calmly sat down to start a fire with a somewhat frightening smile. Not long after, Chelsea woke up because she felt heat beneath her feet. She panicked when she discovered Leo was deliberately lighting a fire right beside her. He also intended to use this situation to force Chelsea into cooperation. But Leo did not expect that this girl was far more stubborn than he had imagined. Chelsea, her older brother, was always number one, and she did not need to form an alliance with anyone. Chelsea tried to summon a wind scythe to cut the ropes, but discovered she could not use magic at all. It turned out Leo had used the mana sealing skill on her. In truth, his own mana was not abundant, so this state could not last long. Before his mana ran out, Leo had to make this girl submit. The fire Leo built grew larger and larger, while Chelsea remained tightly bound, unable to escape, so she became increasingly frightened. In the end, the girl had no choice but to accept Leo's proposal of cooperation. But Leo was still cautious enough to demand that the other side swear upon the honor of her family. Chelsea was forced to the point of tears, but her life was still more important, so in the end she said, "I swear in the name of the Lee Wellen family that I will cooperate with you." Leo revealed a satisfied smile. Children in any era were easy to persuade like this. He immediately loosened the ropes. Chelsea immediately collapsed, but Leo caught her in time, otherwise she would certainly have dropped straight onto the ground. "Welcome to becoming my teammate, mage of the Lee Welling family." Not only Leo and Chelsea. In this wild forest, many other battles between students were also taking place. Judges continued to watch them attentively through the magic broadcast screens. However, it seemed that no one had truly caught the judges' attention yet, because in their view, choosing to fight from the very first stage was an extremely unwise action. As expected, Celia Jinger became the most watched person, because she was one of the two contestants directly acting together with a badly Wellen. Even though they did not like each other, instead of fighting, they chose to hunt monsters together. The live screen then switched to Leopold. Unlike Celia Jinger, he had never been highly evaluated before. Some judges even thought his techniques looked rather childish. However, thanks to Chelsea's cooperation, he still had a chance to obtain enough points. In the judges' eyes, he did not possess overwhelming strength or status like Celia Jinger or Abad. But up to this point, Leopold was gradually becoming a surprising unknown variable. Chelsea might still be young, but her strength was extremely fierce. Although very unhappy about cooperating with Leo, because she had sworn upon her family honor, the girls still fought with full effort. Chelsea constantly grumbled that she should have partnered with a knight instead. Moreover, along the way, the girl remained curious about the type of aura Leo used. After half a day traveling together, Chelsea finally could not hold back and asked, "What kind of aura do you use? I cannot sense any mana at all." Leo calmly replied that he did not know how to use aura. "What are you saying? How can you do that without aura?" Leo simply shrugged and said that the basic foundation was the most important thing. "For example, your wind magic. What do you think its core foundation is?" Leo asked slowly. But at that moment, Chelsea, who had been staring fixedly at Leo, suddenly changed her expression. He immediately summoned a wind arrow and shot it straight into the bushes on the left. It turned out that while the two were talking, a monster had tried to launch a stealth attack. After dealing with it, Chelsea returned to her usual arrogant expression and replied to Leo, "Daring to discuss wind magic in front of someone from the Lee Wellen family. You are truly too arrogant." Leo paid absolutely no attention to that disdainful attitude and calmly pointed out the girl's mistakes. At the same time, he walked toward the corpse of the monster Chelsea had just killed. There, Leo discovered a layer of powder around the corpse that emitted a very strange smell. In that moment, Leo seemed to understand the true condition required to pass this test. Right then, his keen intuition warned him that danger was approaching. A reflex, Leo immediately grabbed Chelsea and rolled to the side. That movement allowed both of them to avoid an explosion powerful enough to take their lives. It almost hit. First, we need to take down Chelsea Llewellyn. That guy is not worth worrying about. Familiar voice sounded nearby, along with footsteps approaching. It was Gullivan and his group of companions. Leo had never expected this fool to become any smarter, but since he had foolishly come here today, Leo had no problem teaching them a lesson. And immediately one of Gullivan's companions took a full punch from Leo and collapsed. It was only a punch of pure muscle strength, yet the opponent still could not dodge. That scene made Gullivan and the others freeze. "Watch my back for me, Chelsea," Leo instructed. For some reason, after witnessing those extremely cool actions, Chelsea suddenly felt that Leo did not seem so unpleasant after all. He quickly regained her composure and summoned the wind scythe to assist, while Leo placed his hand on the sword hilt ready to deal with any fool who rushed forward. With Leo's combat experience from 5,000 years ago, anyone could tell who would win between him and Gullivan. Before long, the red-haired man turned and fled at full speed. He hoped to find another team to join. While running, Gullivan accidentally passed by Celia Jinger and Abad. Recognizing him, Celia immediately pulled Abad, intending to go another direction. The sight before them made both of them astonished. Leo and Chelsea were still standing safely, while the surroundings looked like a battlefield with monster corpses and students lying everywhere. The moment she saw her brother, Chelsea immediately ran over and hugged him to say that she was safe. Meanwhile, Celia looked at Leo suspiciously and asked why he was with that girl. "I proposed cooperation," Leo replied. "Impossible." That stubborn girl actually agreed. "I persuaded her." Leo revealed his familiar dangerous smile. Celia did not know what he had done, but after a week of contact, she understood that Leo's so-called persuasion certainly did not rely only on words. "All right, stop standing here talking," Leo said while walking over to the students who had been knocked down and pulling them up. That action made Chelsea extremely surprised because she could not understand why Leo was helping them. But Leo was not the type to do good deeds during a competition. He had simply realized early that they should not fight each other. Instead, everyone should work together to deal with the trial world created by Anbai. Because within this forest a mutation was clearly occurring. The proof was the monster corpses lying everywhere. Each one was thin and shriveled, as if it had been starved for many days. Moreover, since entering the forest, they had encountered very few monsters. This showed that a higher-level creature had appeared and was hunting the others. The other three people all felt that this analysis was very reasonable. They had also heard that the first feat of the hero Anbai was defeating a high-level monster. Therefore, Leo's hypothesis was very likely correct. Just as they reached this point in their discussion, a ferocious roar suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. That terrifying sound caused the students to freeze instantly. If Leo's guess was correct then, that high-level monster had finally appeared. Meanwhile, the foolish Gullivan had completely failed to notice the danger. He continued wandering alone through the forest searching for teammates with the goal of making Leo fail. In the dim darkness, Gullivan suddenly tripped over something. When he looked closely, he fell backward in shock because it was a human corpse. Gullivan trembled as he sat on the ground, gripping his staff tightly. Immediately afterward, both his staff and his hair were dripped on by an extremely filthy, sticky liquid. Gullivan instantly felt that something was terribly wrong. When he calmed himself and looked around, he saw a horrifying sight. Behind him stood a gigantic monster, and the liquid on his head was the saliva of that monster. Time continued to pass. The number of students who failed and were eliminated from the trial kept increasing. It had now exceeded 500 people. They all bragged about how many opponents they had defeated in the forest. But in Professor Andy's eyes, they were all losers. Seeing the situation was not promising, another supervisor quietly told Andy that even if the overall quality was low, he should still choose 100 people like the other areas. But at this moment, only around 50 students remained in the test, and Andy still maintained his stand. Even if no one met his standards, he was willing to fail them all. Principal Alien knew this personality well, but still assigned this task to Andy, so he became even more determined to maintain strictness. Because in his view, a true hero only appears when the situation is harsh. The selection absolutely cannot be careless. All this time, Andy's gaze had been fixed on Leo. He guessed that Leo had already realized the existence of the mutated monster within the forest. But recognizing its existence was one matter. Defeating it was an entirely different matter. Therefore, Andy was extremely eager to see how Leo would perform next. At this moment in the wild forest, Leo had already led the group he had gathered to actively search for that monster. The companions of Gullivan did not look very pleased. Even so, they felt it was still better than being left behind as prey for monsters, so they could only reluctantly follow. Before they had run far, Celia Jinger, who was leading, suddenly stopped and drew her sword. "Something is ahead. Prepare for battle." The tip of her sword emitted a blazing red light that illuminated a corner of the dark forest. Thanks to that light, everyone could clearly see that Gullivan was being held tightly in the monster's mouth. Abad anxiously raised his staff, intending to release wind magic, but was immediately stopped by Leo. "If you attack now, Gullivan will die," Leo shouted loudly. "Wake up, Gullivan. Quickly crush the crystal sphere in your hand." That shout startled Gullivan awake and reminded him how to escape. He used all his strength to crush the sphere he was holding. A dazzling yellow light burst forth, and Gullivan instantly disappeared. Abad seized the moment of the monster's distraction and launched an attack. Magical talent of the Llewellyn siblings was truly impressive, but it was still not enough. That gigantic spider had mutated and was far stronger than ordinary monsters. At this moment, Leo also realized its identity. It was Tarantula, the monster known as the Spider Princess. Another student, seeing this, rushed forward, impatiently intending to fight Tarantula in close combat. Before his weapon could even touch it, he was struck away by a spider leg. The male student was slammed violently into a tree behind him, and it was unclear whether he was still alive. Celia Jinger, as the strongest member of the group, also immediately prepared to act. At the tip of her sword, a point of light gathered once more. Celia aimed the sword directly at the spider and released a terrifying surge of energy. She believed that a single strike like this would be enough to finish it. After the attack, Tarantula still stood there almost unharmed, with only a slight scratch. "Impossible," Celia Jinger murmured in shock. The offensive power of a knight and a mage was as different as heaven and earth. Even in this critical situation, Abad, still, did not forget to throw a teasing remark at Celia. After that, he rushed forward, swinging his staff, to create a powerful whirlwind. Abad's power was so fierce, it nearly swept his own teammates away. Sharp winds like blades surrounded the spider. If it were an ordinary monster, it would likely have been cut into many pieces. Yet Tarantula was still completely unharmed. It even struck back and counterattacked Abad. Elsie saw this and panicked, immediately casting magic to save her brother. But Abad still had a deep gash torn across his right arm by a spider leg. Despite the pain, he still tried to remain calm in front of his sister. Keeping his life was already fortunate. Exactly as this monster, its regenerative ability is terrifying. The remaining students began to panic. If even Celia and the Llewellyn siblings could not handle it, then what hope did they have? It is the daughter of Silatna, the queen of Tartarus, a monster that once belonged to the army of Erebos that flattened the fairy forest. Leo spoke to explain, but as soon as his words ended, everyone's expressions changed, including Celia and the two wind mages. At this moment, Leo became even more certain that the magic power in Andy's left eye he sensed earlier was the power of the fairy spirit king. Tarantula once ruled this cursed wild forest. It destroyed the forest of the fairy race, and even devoured the right hand of the fairy spirit king during their battle. Leo had once thought that 5,000 years ago Luna had already killed Tarantula. It seemed the fairy spirit king's hand in its stomach had saved it from death. More precisely, the ring on that hand, the endless life force from the ring of life, allowed it to recover. "If this monster is the key to the test, then I will destroy it," Abad declared despite his injury. "Who gave you that right?" Celia Jinger immediately retorted, and so the two of them almost simultaneously rushed forward to attack Tarantula. The strength of these two youths was already among the very best of their generation. But even as they coordinated their attacks, the spider kept regenerating its wounds as if it had never been struck. "It is useless," Leo spoke. "It will continue to recover until both of you run out of mana. If you say that, then you must have already thought of a way, right?" Celia immediately asked. "The two of you must cooperate with each other." But as soon as he heard that Abad refused because he wanted to claim the highest score, naturally, Celia also did not want to cooperate with him. "Stop being childish. If you cannot defeat the monster of the hero's world, then everyone will fail." Being scolded by Leo as childish, both Abad and Celia were stunned. But they also understood he was not wrong. In this situation, if they did not cooperate, then everyone would fail. The problem was they needed time to prepare an attack strong enough to kill it. Aside from Celia and Abad, no one else had the ability to hold Tarantula long enough for that. It was only Abad's thought. In reality, there was someone here who could do it. That person was Leo, and he had already volunteered to hold the monster back. "What, are you crazy? You do not even know how to use aura," Celia said with concern. "I know, therefore I can only hold it for at most 5 minutes. If Leo could use aura, Tarantula would have already been dealt with by him long ago." Abad was still extremely worried, fearing that the single decisive attack would fail. In contrast, Leo appeared extremely confident. He did not consider that bad possibility at all, because since ancient times, wind and fire had always been two elements that harmonized and supported each other very well. Therefore, when Abad's wind combined with Celia Jinger's fire, the attack would certainly erupt with tremendous power. After calming the spirits of the two of them, Leo casually picked up a weapon lying on the ground and stepped forward. Standing before Tarantula, he suddenly recalled old memories of brutal battles. The battle blood within him surged, and Leo charged forward on his own. "Long time no see." monster of Tartarus. 5,000 years ago sounded distant, but that memory remained clear in Leo's mind. When Tarantulia destroyed the fairy forest and was defeated by Luna, Leo had also been there, and once saved a young spirit boy. Now he stood before this monster once again. Unfortunately, his current body could not use aura, so he was heavily limited. "Chelsea," Leo shouted loudly, making the girl, who had been standing absent-mindedly, startled. "Use wind magic to push the weapons around toward me." Around Chelsea at that moment, there were many scattered weapons from other students, but she still did not understand what Leo intended to do. Moreover, Leo was continuously jumping and dodging Tarantulia's attacks from side to side. Because he moved too fast, Chelsea feared that if she controlled the weapons at the wrong moment, Leo might be injured, so she still hesitated. "I will catch them, do not worry, do it now," Leo urged. With no other choice, Chelsea had to follow. Hearing the sound of metal rushing through the air, Leo guessed she was sending a curved blade along with a mid-length sword. His sharp senses, Leo calculated the perfect timing. Then he leapt high into the air and caught both weapons. When he landed, he immediately seized the initiative. The two weapons in his hands greatly increased Leo's combat power. He unleashed relentless waves of attacks, till the mid-length sword shattered into pieces. Leo shouted again. This time Chelsea understood him better. She immediately used wind to send more weapons toward Leo. Leo swung his arms, attacking without pause. The sight of him fighting with everything he had made Chelsea unable to look away. Although the youth before her was only about the same age as she was, his combat bearing resembled a battle god, seasoned by countless wars. Celia, Jinger, and Abad also witnessed the scene. Only then did Abad feel ashamed of the words with which he had once belittled Leo. He clearly was not a nobody if he could fight so fiercely. This side, Leo fought more fiercely with each moment. A cut appeared across his face and blood flowed, but Leo did not feel pain, and instead became even more excited. If he could not even hold back this spider, then his old friends in the other world would certainly laugh at him. Thinking of them gave Leo renewed strength, and he continued swinging his weapons. He signaled Chelsea to send more weapons, but she said in panic that those had been the last ones. Leo's heart suddenly tightened. Without weapons, how could he fight Tarantulia barehanded? Fortunately, at that critical moment, Celia, Jinger, and Abad had also finished preparing. Celia's entire body blazed with energy, even though her arm trembled from tension. "Leo, I am ready. Move away quickly." Immediately afterwards, Celia released the decisive attack with all her strength, and even she did not expect its power to be so great. More precisely, Celia, Jinger unleashed a massive sea of flames that swallowed Tarantulia. No matter how strong its regenerative ability was, when surrounded by such fire, it could not regenerate in time. In the end, the gigantic spider was burned to ashes. The things inside its stomach also fell out. This marked that the first challenge in Andy's world had been broken. Celia, Jinger let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Fortunately, they had succeeded. What shocked her most was not her own attack, but that Leo had held that monster back for more than 5 minutes, even though he could not use aura. Celia, Jinger was about to open her mouth to praise Leo, when Chelsea shouted first with twice the volume, "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. You are exactly like a hero in stories." Chelsea's eyes and voice were filled with admiration, completely different from their first meeting. She even asked Leo to teach her close combat skills because she wanted to become a true battle maid. Hearing that, Celia, Jinger recalled the terrifying training memories in her family estate and laughed. "I hope you will experience Leo's training methods for at least 1 week." Chelsea looked confused while Celia did not explain further. Meanwhile, Leo walked over and picked up the ring of life lying on the ground. When his hand touched the ring, a spirit immediately appeared. Leo instantly recognized him as Prince Silith of the spirit race. Meeting an acquaintance from his past life stirred deep emotions within Leo. "Silith, do you still remember me? I am Kill." Silith did not answer, but revealed a radiant smile. He turned into a stream of light and merged into the ring of light. It seemed he had become the new fairy spirit king, and thanks to this treasure, Anbai possessed an eye overflowing with mana. The challenge within Anbai's world had been completely conquered by Leo's group. Therefore, they did not even need to crush the crystal sphere and were automatically teleported outside. But just as the countdown clock appeared, Leo suddenly heard a strange voice echo inside his mind. "Reward for the one who successfully breaks the challenge is the oath of the fairy spirit king." Leo widened his eyes in shock. Before he could understand what had happened, the vision before him turned completely white. All of them had been transported back to the Grand Hall, where the exam was held. It seemed the test in the western area had ended. Quite a distance, Principal Alien Badian of Lumen Academy also sensed it. While the other areas were still continuing their exams, clearly Andy's speed in eliminating candidates was truly terrifying. When the test ended, only 40 people met the standard and passed. That number gave the vice principal a headache, but Andy appeared very satisfied. With Andy as examiner, 40 was already a lot. In truth, he had thought only about 10 would pass. The assistant continued asking, "I guess Celia, Jinger, or Abad will take first place," who ended up winning. I heard it was very difficult to decide, but someone has been proposed as the freshman representative. Was it proposed by Professor Andy? That is surprising. Is it Celia Jinger Stinger or a Badly Wellen? Alien shook his head and said it was neither of them. The exam ended, most students cheered and called out the names of Celia Jinger and Abad because their final combined attack had been extremely spectacular. Only Andy focused on the white-haired, red-eyed youth with the long scar across his cheek, and he was the one who nominated Leo as this year's freshman representative of the night department. Alien had never met Leo nor heard the name Leo Bob, but someone highly praised by Andy could not be ordinary, so he became very curious about this student who had the potential to become a hero. After passing the exam, Leo leisurely returned home to begin treating his wounds. Soaking in hot water eased the pain across his body considerably. While relaxing, Leo thought about the voice he had heard before leaving Anbai's world. The voice had said that his reward was the oath of the fairy spirit king, and it seemed that only he had received that special reward. While Leo was still soaking in the bath, Lady Jaina Bob suddenly pushed the door open and entered with a serious expression. Leo guessed something must have happened. Indeed, she immediately asked, "Leo, do you know why I was expelled from the Stinger family?" The question stunned him. But before Leo could answer, she revealed the truth herself. Saving her comrades, Jaina Bob had lost the flame of the Stinger family and was erased from the family register. Even so, throughout all these years, she had never once regretted that decision. Today she told Leo this because she hoped he would use his strength and talent to protect justice. "Leo, congratulations on being accepted into Lumen Hero Academy." Seeing his mother smile, Leo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turned out that after the tense conversation, she only wanted to inform him of his admission. Not long after Leo set foot in the center of the world city Lumeria, and the magnificent Lumen Academy appeared right before his eyes. It could not be denied that this place was far more bustling and splendid than his hometown. Soon as Leo stepped through the teleportation gate, he saw a familiar person. James had come personally to receive him and congratulate him for being admitted to the academy. He said that over the past month, the Stinger family had been fiercely debating. The main topic was whether Leo had the right to inherit the Phoenix breath, because Jaina had left the Stinger family and Leo was her son. However, the elders were very impressed with Leo's performance in the exam, so the final result was quite positive. As James spoke, he tossed Leo an exquisite key and explained that it was a subspace key. Leo tried opening the key. He turned it exactly one circle. A small space immediately appeared before him, and inside there was only a single book. Leo opened the book, and a scorching flame suddenly burst out, making him startled. James instructed him to drop a little blood onto the middle page of the book. Instantly, ancient characters appeared, and Leo could read the contents. This was the secret technique of the Stinger family. Learning it was not easy, but James believed Leo could master it in a short time. "Leo, congratulations, you have officially become a member of the Stinger lineage." After parting with his uncle, Leo walked toward the central district of the city. Celia Jinger had arranged to meet him there, but before he could find her, Leo was bumped into by a girl wearing glasses. In her arms, she was carrying a tall stack of books that blocked her vision. The girl hurriedly apologized while gathering the books before quickly leaving, so quickly that she did not realize she had dropped her student card. Leo curiously picked it up to look. The card bore the name Chloe Miller. It turned out she was also a freshman of Lumen Academy. Leo temporarily put the card into his pocket and stepped into the largest shop on the street. As soon as he entered, he heard Celia Jinger's sharp voice. "Why are you late, Leo? Uniforms, textbooks, and a pile of other things still need to be bought." In her hands, she was carrying countless shopping bags. Indeed, the shopping style of a rich young lady was completely different from ordinary people. Leo hurriedly apologized for arriving late and explained that on the way he had happened to run into James. The moment Celia Jinger heard her uncle's name, her eyes lit up instantly. So the two of them had already made a decision. What was the final result? Leo did not answer directly and instead chose to show it through action. He gently raised his left hand and snapped his fingers with confidence. Immediately, Leo's body was covered in dazzling, blazing flames. Behind him, a pair of phoenix wings made of fire burst forth with overwhelming majesty. "My goodness, you can actually use it like that." Celia Jinger was so shocked that she dropped everything in her hands and fell backward. From the moment Leo met James until now, it had probably not even been 2 hours, while in the past, she needed 3 whole weeks to get used to this secret technique. Yet Leo could already use it so skillfully in such a short time. Since the time at the Bob Mansion, she already knew Leo was not an ordinary person, but reaching this level truly made him a monster. Only after a long while did Celia Jinger calm herself and continue shopping. The next day, the whole group went to the harbor to prepare for their journey to enroll. A gigantic ship was cutting through the waves as it slowly approached the dock. At that moment, a young man appeared and introduced himself as Inlandia. He was the professor responsible for the night class for new students. Compared with Professor Andy Lang too, This man looked somewhat rougher, but in terms of strictness, he was probably no less severe. Enlandia urged the new students to quickly board the ship to depart for Lumen Academy. On the ship, everyone could admire the beautiful scenery. They were also served delicious food, so the new students were extremely excited. Only Leo and Celia Jinger kept their usual indifferent expressions. But before long, Someone, Chinese letter, approached to start a conversation with them. That young man was named Thomas. He was a new student from the Mora Kingdom and an alchemist. His appearance was bright and his speech very lively. The moment he met them, he quickly stuffed business cards into their hands. Medicine or weapons, I sell everything. If during your time studying at the academy you need anything, just come find me. Celia Jinger still maintained her usual arrogant attitude. However, Leo found this person quite interesting, so he politely introduced himself. When Thomas heard that he came from the Delan Kingdom, his eyes widened in astonishment. Delan, so you passed the Western exam written by the devil teacher Andy. Truly impressive. Leo was not used to such excessive praise, so he only nodded and changed the topic. Does anyone feel the current situation is a little strange? Strange how? Thomas asked again. Leo felt that way because the ship was drifting along in an inexplicably peaceful manner. Being used to living on the battlefield, he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat wrong. But Celia Jinger only sighed and said this was simply a trip to pick up new students, nothing unusual. Exactly, before the opening day they surely would not treat students harshly. Thomas agreed, but the moment he finished speaking the ship suddenly shook violently. Even Celia Jinger staggered and nearly fell. Only Leo seemed to have expected it. He glanced to the side and saw a gigantic tentacle rising from the water. It slammed heavily against the hull right in front of them. A boy who was eating cake panicked and spat it out while shouting for help. Yet Professor Enlandia, the person the students were most hoping for at this moment, remained calm to the point of coldness. Rescue. You are all students of Lumen, candidates to become heroes. When danger appears, you should overcome it yourselves. Only then did Leo clearly see that the creature attacking the ship was a gigantic octopus. Leo reacted first by drawing his sword, after becoming housemates with the Jinger family. He also had a better impression of Celia Jinger, so he reminded her, "Calm down, Celia Jinger. Protect yourself first." She immediately retorted, but still had to busy herself resisting another tentacle. As expected, Leo's words were not unnecessary. When Celia Jinger cast fire magic, the monster instantly sprayed torrents of water, leaving her soaked from head to toe. That was the natural reflex of a kraken. When it encounters heat, it immediately sprays water to extinguish it. Just basic knowledge, young lady, Leo teased. Celia Jinger intended to argue back, but before she could speak, a miserable scream from another student cut her off. His leg had already been tightly wrapped by one of the octopus tentacles, and he was lifted into the air. Celia Jinger immediately forgot about arguing with Leo. The two of them rushed forward together to rescue their fellow student. Even though her whole body was drenched, she still fought fiercely. All of their actions fell into Thomas's eyes. He was shocked to the point of stiffness. Celia Jinger was already famous beforehand, and even ranked first in the entrance exam, so her decisive actions surprised no one. One who truly stunned Thomas was Leo. His momentum was even fiercer than Celia Jinger. While Thomas was still standing there with his mouth open, a frozen tentacle fell right beside him and nearly crushed him flat. He angrily jumped up and shouted, "Hey, be more careful." Leo looked toward the direction of that attack, realized it was the four-eyed girl he had met on the street yesterday, completely different from her earlier clumsy and awkward appearance. Now Chloe cast ice magic with incredible skill. Facing the giant octopus alone, she looked extremely cool. "If you cannot protect yourself, then move farther to the back," Chloe said coldly to Thomas. Clearly, this girl was quite sharp. Thomas sighed and muttered, "Strong people truly never pay attention to others being dragged into their battles." Just as he finished speaking, several more tentacles were cut off and fell down. This time, the culprits were the Lee Wellen siblings. It was also the first time Leo had seen them again since the exam. The moment Abad appeared, he immediately challenged Celia Jinger as usual, but she was already used to it and did not bother responding. Only the younger sister, Chelsea, looked at Leo with a meaningful gaze completely different from their first meeting. Unfortunately, Leo did not notice, because he was observing Professor Enlandia. In such chaotic circumstances, he still leisurely poured himself another glass of red wine. Enlandia said that in the lake leading to Lumen, there were not only krakens, but also countless other monsters. And this was the perfect opening for the welcoming feast for new students. The students struggled with the monsters, and Landia silently observed each person very carefully. As expected, those with the qualities of a captain quickly stood out, including Chenzier in the east, along with the opposing pair Celia Jinger and Abad Wellen in the west. Chloe Miller guarded the north, while Walden Thadden held the south, and Durin Moira stood at the center. The quality of this year's new students exceeded expectations and left Enlandia extremely satisfied. However, the person who caught his attention the most was not any of the names that had just been mentioned. Instead, it was that rather ordinary-looking boy, Leopold. His swordsmanship was clean with no unnecessary movements, and every step he took seemed to anticipate the monster's behavior. Leo had been mentioned by Andy in his recommendation, but only after witnessing it with his own eyes today did Inlandia understand why Andy valued him so highly. He began to look forward to seeing Leo again in the night class. When the ship finally docked, most of the students were nearly exhausted after the battle with the sea monster. Those weaker like Thomas were in even worse condition. Although he had not fought directly, he still had to use nearly all the spiritual potions he carried. Inlandia jumped down from the deck while saying that they would have to cross this lake many more times, so it was best to get used to it early. After that, he led the entire group of new students straight into the academy hall. The scale of Lumen Academy was far larger than Leo had originally imagined. Inlandia instructed the students to line up by region. Those with the highest scores would stand at the front. The enrollment ceremony was quite simple, with a speech from the headmaster Alien. Before becoming headmaster, he had been a famous sword master. Therefore, just a few stern words from Alien made the new students nervously swallow. If your dream is to become heroes, then be ready to wager your lives and break the limits of yourselves. If anyone cannot do that, at that moment, Alien suddenly slammed his fist down on the podium, and the podium instantly split in two. Then this place is not for you. After doing that, he himself realized he might have gone a little too far. But the professors of the academy were already used to this scene, so no one looked surprised. In truth, the longer they taught at Lumen, the more they felt the majestic image of Sword Master Alien gradually crumble with the years. After the headmaster's speech came the speech from the representative of the new students. This was the most anticipated moment. Those standing at the top silently competed with one another, while the students behind eagerly wanted to know which genius from the various regions would be chosen. Not only Celia Jinger or Abad, but all the other top students held their breath waiting for the result. Yet in the end, the name announced was Leopold. Even Leo himself had not expected to be chosen, which made everyone even more astonished. Leo instinctively looked toward Andy and saw him smiling in encouragement. At that moment, he immediately understood that this strict professor had been the one who recommended him. Under countless doubtful gazes from around him, Leo took the prepared speech and slowly stepped onto the podium. Celia Jinger and Abad aside, Leo could clearly feel the cold, sharp gazes of other top students from many regions. It seemed the academy had deliberately placed him in a position that would easily irritate those who believed they deserved it. After Leo finished reading the speech, the host professor continued with another question. Leo Brock, as the representative of this year's new students, what is your goal? Leo smiled confidently, even though he knew there were many eyes below staring at him, as if ready to spark. Behind the stage, several professors who had met Leo for the first time nodded in approval, because he spoke clearly and behaved very properly. But right after that, Leo spoke loudly. Greetings, I am the new student representative, Leo Brock. I know many people want this position. If anyone believes they deserve it, then come and take it, no matter who that person is. Those words were no different from a declaration of challenge that left all the students below stunned. Those who had already been displeased with him became even more furious. But Leo had always been straightforward. Once he dared to speak, he was not afraid to face anyone. After the ceremony ended, the new students were assigned to the academy dormitories. Starting tomorrow for 1 week, they would attend exploratory classes. During that time, students could try many different classes and then choose the 3 fields they liked most. Leo was assigned to room 302, located right next to Thomas's room. The boy looked extremely excited to live near the new student representative, while Leo felt a headache just thinking about it. The moment he stepped into the room, he dropped onto the bed and let out a long breath. After a day full of upheaval, he could finally relax. Leo recalled the speech he had given early. In truth, he had already determined his goal before coming here, but obviously he could not say it in front of the crowd, because Leo's true goal was to find the heroic record named Kill that belonged to himself. The academy dining hall students gathered densely preparing for dinner in a very noisy atmosphere. Thomas appeared with an excited expression and suggested, Leo, come eat with me. Leo picked up his spoon and agreed, sure. But right at that moment, someone shouted loudly, new student representative. Suddenly something flew over and splashed Thomas's bowl of soup everywhere. Seeing this, Leo asked who was it. The person walking over was Duran, the captain of the central region. He looked at Leo with an irritated expression and asked what he meant by the words yesterday. Leo calmly continued eating and replied that perhaps his speech yesterday sounded somewhat provocative. But if a stranger suddenly said such things, it was indeed easy to cause misunderstanding. Duran's eyes darkened with anger. Do you not know who I am? I am the captain of the central region. Thomas and Leo paid no attention to him and continued eating comfortably. That made Duran grind his teeth in fury. and the air around him seemed to spark with anger. While Leo was still cheerful, Durin's next action made him freeze. Durin lifted his leg and kicked the table in front of the two of them into the air. At that very moment, a spoon suddenly shot downward at incredible speed. Someone used the spoon to spear the pieces of food with lightning speed before they could fall to the ground. It was Leo. He was still holding the tray of food he had just taken. He saw the roasted meat pieces safely return to his tray. He finally let out a sigh of relief. In contrast, Durin stood there observing with eyes as sharp as blades. Leo laughed and said that wasting such precious food was something he could not accept. Durin gritted his teeth and declared with determination that he would drag Leo down from that position immediately. Inside, he was irritated because he could not accept that someone he considered weaker acted arrogantly. At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Durin's shoulder. The newcomer stepped between the two and draped an arm around each of them while muttering as if calculating something. He revealed a meaningful smile and said softly, "One is the captain of the central region, and the other is the representative of the first-year students." Both of them were startled and wondered when this professor had appeared. Enlandia's gaze suddenly turned cold. "On the first day at Lumen, and you are already causing trouble." His voice carried a threat that made both of them break into cold sweat. "It seems you are already prepared then." The exploration class of the night department, the atmosphere in the classroom was extremely quiet. Enlandia stood there silently, as if thinking about something. Brown-haired student spoke up to remind him, "Professor, it is almost time for class." The three of them, Thomas, Leo, and Celia Jinger, still stood there tired, wondering why Leo had not arrived. Suddenly a hand grasped the door handle. The door opened, and Durin and Leo walked in together with sweaty faces and rather miserable appearances. Celia Jinger immediately ran over and asked, "Leo, what happened?" He asked worriedly, "Did you two just fight?" Leo did not explain and only smiled with a shrug. Enlandia looked around and said, "Everyone is here now, so let us begin the class." He showed a friendly smile. "Greetings, new students. I am Enlandia, responsible for the night course of the first year." Durin still stared at Leo with a blazing gaze full of challenge. The people around observed the two of them and secretly thought a tense battle of wills seemed to have begun. Enlandia began the lecture. "There are 3 types of power that originate from mana." He continued explaining, "They are magic power, spiritual power, and aura. Among these 3, aura is the hardest to control. Does anyone know why?" Celia Jinger immediately answered, "Because aura loses the flexibility of mana during the process of transformation." Enlandia nodded and said correct. Further explained that magic power and spiritual power use mana in its natural state, while aura absorbs mana and processes it again to suit the body. After that, he continued to present another question to the entire class. A stream of energy surrounded Enlandia when he raised his hand and asked if anyone could explain how humans use the aura accumulated within their bodies. Celia Jinger thought seriously and said that was not the case. "It is only released when we use a portion of our strength." At that moment, Leo spoke, "We draw upon the power of aura by burning mana." Enlandia smiled, "Exactly. Then do you know what is the most important thing when burning mana?" Leo answered calmly, "It is force." Enlandia looked satisfied. "Very impressive, Leo. Brock, have you studied aura before?" Leo shook his head and said he had not. The corner of Enlandia's mouth lifted in surprise. It is rare to see someone who has never formally studied, yet understands the essence of aura. After that, he told the class to set aside theory for the moment and begin warming up their bodies. While speaking, he turned around, stepped into the air, making all the students stare with astonished eyes. Each step seemed to tread on air. This was the aura step. The principle is to focus aura into the feet. Then he landed on the ground, his whole body emitting a faint blue aura. Enlandia smiled confidently and said the potential applications of this technique were almost limitless. The clock in the classroom also struck the exact hour. The brown-haired student tried, jumping into the air, but his body trembled because he was not used to it. Soon after, the entire class began practicing aura together. A red surge of power burst beneath Celia Jinger's feet. She arrogantly told Leo that if you call me sister, then I will teach you. Leo turned his back and walked away, indifferently saying there was no need. The operating principle of aura was not very different. Meanwhile, Durin still wore an unpleasant expression. Enlandia quietly observed his every movement. He raised a hand to his chin as if pondering something, yet the familiar smile remained on his lips. Then he clapped his hands to draw attention and said, "You all know that a little chaos occurred this morning." Thomas leaned close to Chelsea and whispered, "What is the professor talking about?" He teased a few more words which annoyed her, and she asked back, "What do you mean? What exactly happened?" Enlandia called out, "Durin and Leo, come here." He tilted his head and asked Durin what had made him so angry. Durin turned away, saying he was not angry at all. Inlandia only smiled and said they would verify later. After that, he raised his voice to give an order to both of them. The Central Region Captain Duran Moira and the new student representative Leo Brock will duel to determine the class representative position. Inlandia clearly stated that, in this duel, the two of them were allowed to use aura without restriction. Duran looked quite surprised by this sudden decision. A moment later, Thomas picked up a board and cheerfully called for everyone to place bets. He began introducing. The first one is Duran, the genius of the Moira family and a descendant of a hero. Duran is the inheritor of the famous lightning aura power. And the second is Leo, the dark horse from the outskirts, a mysterious figure who overwhelmed the captains of many regions to become the new student representative. Discussions began to rise around them. If he is the new student representative, then he must show something. I saw that when talking with Celia Jinger, he could not even use Aura Step. Did you hear about yesterday? Not everyone can become the captain of the Central Region, but that new student representative has not proven anything yet. Landia stepped forward and announced the rules. Very simple. Whoever reaches the finish first wins. No matter the result, it must be accepted because that is the spirit of a knight. Take your positions, prepare. Celia Jinger watched the competition with worry, secretly thinking that honestly Leo would have a hard time winning. He looked at Duran with a serious face and thought that this man always exceeded everyone's expectations. The shout to begin rang out. The two immediately dashed forward. Duran glanced at Leo with a disdainful gaze and said, "I will finish first. New student represent." He accelerated until golden lightning flashed around his body. Behind him, Leo still followed closely, trying to concentrate to surpass him. Outside, the arena cheers and gasps continued to echo. Duran is truly impressive, but that new student representative. Under Leo's feet, faint traces of flames appeared. Two male students watching shook their heads and commented, "Unbelievable, he is too weak." The one beside replied, "That is right. That guy becoming representative must be a scam." Ignoring all the mockery, Chelsea cupped her hands and shouted loudly, "Leo, keep going." On the track, Duran increased his speed more and more. The lightning around him grew denser. Thomas stood outside watching with worry. Inside, he was secretly alarmed because Duran had already run half the distance. Leo seemed to notice something and lost focus, allowing Duran to pull far ahead. Leo twisted his body, trying to stop at high speed. The soles of his shoes scraped hard against the ground, creating smoke. Then he suddenly ran off course toward the wall, leaving the track. Celia Jinger shouted angrily, "What is that idiot doing?" The flames beneath Leo's feet flared even stronger. He stomped the ground to gain momentum. Leo leaped over the barrier with a powerful jump, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. From the higher position, the flames under Leo's feet burned even brighter. He quickly located Duran ahead. Leo drove force into his legs, cracking the ground, and launched himself into another leap. Hearing the loud explosion behind him, Duran turned his head to look down in shock. The figure shot forward like an arrow with astonishing speed. Leo laughed, replying to Duran's earlier contempt, saying, "I will finish first." Duran broke into sweat, seeing the speed far beyond normal, and exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Leo landed on the ground with powerful momentum. Duran slowly walked forward, staring at the youth, who had just taken his victory with disbelief. Leo turned back to look at Duran and revealed a challenging smile. The ground after their race was cracked open with smoke, dust, and broken stones scattered everywhere. The two who had mocked earlier now stood with mouths open, asking each other, "Did you see that?" The other stammered that this cannot be a joke. Murmurs spread everywhere. Duran was considered the fastest of the first year, yet he was defeated. But I heard Leo has not even learned Aura Step. Celia Jinger was stunned and protested that was not Aura Step but Phoenix Step. That man is truly terrifying. Thomas jumped in excitement, shouting, "Leo won." Chelsea clenched her fists, cheering, "Leo, you are amazing. He is truly astonishing." Behind the crowd, Inlandia stood with arms crossed, silently observing. He recalled that Duran had used the lightning aura ultimate technique to accelerate. Even though he expected it, the speed still surprised him. Inlandia then thought about Leo's movement. Although he started slower, Leo Brock used technique better by focusing flame aura into his legs, creating an extremely powerful aura step. Inlandia extended his hand in applause. A very good match. Duran, if it had been a long-distance race, the result might have been different. Duran's face was filled with anger from defeat. As he passed Leo, he deliberately bumped into him and coldly told him to move aside. Inlandia looked at the result with satisfaction. He believed that among this generation of students, perhaps a new hero was about to be born. Chelsea excitedly said, with shining eyes, "Leo, that move just now was amazing. I want to train with you too." Thomas pointed at himself with jealousy and asked Celia Jinger why she only paid attention to Leo and not him. She replied coldly, "Is it not obvious?" Hearing that answer, Thomas gave up, then turned to everyone and said, "Never mind, the class is over. Let us go drink coffee. Today it is my treat." Leo spoke to refuse, saying, "Sorry, but you all go ahead." The group immediately asked in surprise why. Leo turned and walked away. Thomas called after him, asking, "Where are you going?" Leo calmly replied that he wanted to listen to the summoning class. Thomas scratched his head in confusion, muttering why a night student would attend a summoning class. Celia Jinger sighed, saying she also did not understand what he was thinking. In another area of the academy, Leo walked beneath the trees, thinking there was still something he did not understand. Recalled that strange encounter and wondered why the Spirit King had granted him a contract as a reward. Rewards are usually tied to the power of the world of heroes. His reward was related to summoning, but Teacher Andy is a pure elemental mage, so he should have received magical ability instead. Beneath the trees, Leo looked toward the distant forest and thought that to form a contract with spirits he would have to go to the land of spirits. Right now, that was almost useless. Suddenly, a voice behind him asked, "So you also came to attend the summoning class?" Leo turned around, slightly surprised to see the captain of the Western region. A girl with black hair and black eyes greeted him, saying it was nice to meet you. Leo politely replied, "Pleased to meet you, Chensia." She smiled and said, "Just call me Zia." Zia thought for a moment and said, "I remember Leo is a student of the night department. I did not expect you to also be interested in summoning." Leo thought for a moment and replied that he was quite interested in the spiritual field. She happily smiled and said, "Then we will probably meet often in the future." Leo curiously asked which spirit she had already formed a contract with. Zia used her water ability. Water gathered and formed into a spirit. Then she asked Leo in return, "Could you show me your spirit?" Leo answered frankly that he had not yet formed a contract with any spirit. Zia looked surprised, then said, "If you need help later, come find me. I can give you some advice about summoning spirits." Chensia placed a hand on her chest and said, "I am 17 years old. Leo, you are 15, right? I saw you talking with Celia Jinger earlier." Hearing that, Leo suddenly remembered Chelsea and compared the two in his mind. 17 years old. She looks really young, even younger than Chelsea. Seeing Leo staring at her so intently, Chensia felt puzzled and looked back. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked, "You were thinking something improper just now, right?" Leo immediately turned his face away and denied it. Sunlight shone down, leaving half of her figure in shadow. Chensia smiled and said, "But Leo, your match with Duran impressed me a lot." Leo asked in surprise, "You watched it?" She recalled the moment Leo passed Duran and admitted that she had been extremely shocked. She lightly stepped 1 foot back. Chensia looked at Leo seriously and issued a challenge, saying, "Someday accept a duel with me." Leo showed interest and happily replied, "Of course." Hearing the answer she wanted, she immediately revealed a bright smile. At the exploration class of the summoning department, leaves drifted gently with the wind. The classroom area, several people were already waiting there. When Leo arrived, Eliza and Tai Din immediately turned their eyes toward him. Leo calmly looked back at them as a greeting in return. Chensia smiled warmly and greeted everyone. Looking around and seeing only a few people, Leo asked, "Is this all?" She explained that summoning is not a popular choice, and this is only an exploration class. Leo stepped closer and looked around, saying that makes sense, but he did not expect the class to be held in this place. In the sky, a gigantic creature suddenly appeared. Its wide wings created a strong wind, making the people below cover their heads or look up. The black drake landed before everyone. Murmurs spread everywhere, saying, "That is a black drake. Where did it come from?" Black Dragon walked forward and tapped a student's head with its snout, making him scream in fright and tell it to go away. The rider on its back spoke, calmly saying it only did that because it likes you, kid. Duga Marine held the chain and jumped down from the drake's back, then introduced herself. "Very pleased to meet you new students. I am Duga Marine." She looked at the students before her and added that she would be their summoning teacher for this academic year. Seeing the beautiful teacher suddenly appear, many male students blushed, thinking they also wanted to become her summoned beasts. The image of the new teacher reminded Leo of Buono. If his old acquaintance were here, he would surely be captivated by her beauty, different from Luna and Lysanas. Leo thought that if Buono were present, he would certainly lose control. Under the clear blue sky and golden sunlight, Duga Marine leaned against a tree gathering the students and said, "If you are here, then you must have some talent to become summoners, right?" The class answered yes together. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. Now we will move to the practice area." Duga Marine called out loudly, "Carlo." A 3-clawed foot stepped heavily onto the ground. A man stroked the feathers of a griffin and replied, "Over here." "I am Carlo, the assistant professor of the first-year summoning class." He instructed the students that everyone would fly in pairs, climb onto the griffin's back. Students said nervously, "This is the first time we have ridden a griffin." Hearing that, Duga Marine immediately became angry and asked, "Do you not want to learn my lesson?" She showed dissatisfaction with his fearful attitude and said, "If you feel you cannot do it, then go back." The drake was also affected by her emotions and spread its wings. It roared, making the surrounding air tremble. Most people were frightened by the scene. Only Leo remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Carlo quickly reassured the students and said, "Come on, everyone, quickly follow the professor." Another student tried to stroke a griffin and told the blue-haired girl that it was gentler than he thought. But right after that, the griffin bit his shirt and lifted him into the air, making him shout doubt put me down. That's where Chelsea came to Leo and asked, can I hold the griffin's reins? Leo calmly replied, if you like, then go ahead. The sea surface was calm like a mirror. Blue sky under the morning sunlight looked extremely brilliant. The students rode griffins flying over the sea. Everyone was extremely excited, chatting loudly saying, we did not expect to ride griffins. Someone exclaimed, this is truly Lumen Academy. Another said, switch places, I want to try too. Wait a moment. Valencia excitedly held the reins, saying, although she was a little nervous, the griffin was gentler than she thought. Leo reminded her she should still be careful, because griffins are hard for beginners to control. She asked in surprise, even though it seemed so friendly. Chensia reached out to touch the reins on the griffin's neck. Leo was about to explain, when he suddenly heard Duga Marine's whistle. The flying griffins immediately stopped. Their eyes widened and their claws stretched out sharply. The griffins began roaring out of control, making the students panic. Why are they not listening anymore? The students cried out, Professor, help us. This was also the answer to Chensia's question, because they only obeyed the professor until now. Duga Marine said coldly, do you think you can call yourselves students of Lumen when you cannot even control a griffin? Handle them yourselves. Chensia shouted, while still struggling with the out-of-control griffin. Leo gently pulled her into his arms from behind, one hand holding her waist and the other grasping the reins, then instructed that griffins have high pride, so the more force you use, the more they resist. Chensia blushed and asked Leo, what are you doing? Their hands touched beneath the reins and held tightly together. Leo leaned closer, making his breath brush the back of her neck, slightly ticklish, then said go. Chensia closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look ahead, while Leo calmly controlled the griffin. They flew past Duga Marine and assistant Professor Carlo. Duga Marine watched the scene, then smiled, saying, look at that, not bad at all. She turned to ask her colleague Carlo to verify the information. Carlo flipped through his notebook and replied that the freshman representative was indeed a candidate of the night department, according to what he knew. The answer made Marie begin to feel suspicious. Did he have his own griffin at home to ride it so skillfully? Carlo added that Leo did not come from any noble family qualified to own a griffin. It would be an innate talent. She smiled faintly as she made a guess. It seems we have just discovered a rough gem hiding in plain sight. On Summoning Island, the training ground for the summoner class, many students were lying on the sand crying out in exhaustion. Leo casually slipped his hands into his pockets and walked slowly while observing the surroundings. His gaze stopped on a strange yellow fruit hanging from a nearby branch. Leo bent down to pick it up and discovered a small feather stuck on the fruit's surface. Anzia curiously asked, what was wrong, young Master Leo? He simply brushed it off and replied softly that it was nothing important. Someone reminded everyone not to be distracted and to focus on the lesson. Leo casually handed the fruit to the griffin, and it showed great delight. Duga Marine suddenly announced new information that starting now, everyone would participate in a practical test. The whole class immediately became noisy because they did not expect an exam on the first day. A male student complained gloomily that they were still in the stage of getting familiar with the class. Duga Marine spoke sternly that compared with the other two departments, the path of a summoner was far more difficult. Was there anyone here who still did not understand that? A summoner merely being able to control mana was not enough. To sign contracts with spirits, you must truly understand and feel them. At the same time, if you want to command summoned creatures, the ability to tame them is an essential factor. That is why the number of heroes originating from summoners has always been fewer than the other two departments. However, the summoners who do become heroes usually achieve outstanding accomplishments. Did you not come here because you dream of becoming heroes like that? After the encouragement, the entire class answered in unison that it was true. Suddenly, the sound of someone's shoes scraping across the grass rang out. Alyssa stepped forward and directly asked what exactly the test would be. She was a famous summoner from the northern hero family Ho-Dan. Duga Marine began explaining that this island was called Summoning Island. Just like its name, many summoned creatures lived here. For a summoner, summoned creatures are their weapons. Therefore, today we will test your ability to tame them. She raised her hand and explained that the mission was very simple. Enter the forest on the island, tame a summoned creature, and bring it back. After successfully signing a contract, it will become your own summoned creature. After hearing that, all the students cheered excitedly. As expected, Lumen Academy always had unique testing methods. When everyone began to disperse to carry out the task, Alyssa approached Leo to greet him. She smiled and said hello to the freshman representative, which made him turn to look. She continued saying the rumor that he defeated Duran had spread everywhere. So I actually have the chance to meet you in the summoner class. Gordon and Just saw this scene and were both surprised and slightly cautious. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Leo suddenly turned away and left saying only that he had simply tried his best. Alyssa frowned in displeasure at that somewhat impolite attitude. Hugo Marine watched everything and smiled faintly. It seemed they would become the standout figures of this first year. Leo walked deeper into the forest. Some people were trying to tame a deer, while others hugged a small squirrel in their arms. Many students had already succeeded in taming creatures, so when they saw Leo, they began whispering, "Look, that is the freshman representative. He went too deep. Leave him. If he fails and receives a low grade, he will probably return to the night department." Did he think summoning was that easy? Leo completely ignored those whispers. When he reached a place with no one around, he finally stopped. Leo took out the feather he had just picked up and placed it on his palm. A ring of fire suddenly burst out around his body, and the energy spreading from it was powerful enough to raise goosebumps. The feather gradually turned black. Excitement rose in Leo's heart because his guess had been correct. Leo stood motionless before the scene unfolding before his eyes. On another island, the weather today was perfect for a picnic. Eggs were frying on the stove, while meat sizzled on the grill pan. Everything was arranged with tables and chairs, while the mother still asked worriedly if Leo would really be fine. The father placed food on the table, while teasing that it was only the first day of school reenact. Dida carried a glass of water to Jaina Bob and smiled, saying, "Were you already worrying so much?" She replied, how could she not worry? Meanwhile, Leo was facing a raging flame. The fire erupted stronger and stronger, forcing him to raise his hand to shield himself. The flame carried the breath of the past and of legends. Jaina Bob in the distance said there was nothing so serious about it. Leo looked at the fire and said this terrifying heat source is one of the three great summoned beings, the Phoenix. From within the sea of flames, a voice sounded saying the child of the Celia Ginger family is sensing Riene's flame. Leo asked in astonishment if it knew his mother. Laughter echoed along with the reply that his mother was indeed extraordinary. Blazing Phoenix gradually appeared. It said if Riene had a child, he would be about your age. Asking whether I know your mother. Of course I know, and I owe Gina a great debt. The creature before him was the Phoenix Farina, one of the rare legendary summoned creatures. It solemnly introduced itself, saying, "I am Farina, son of Riene." Leo immediately bowed to greet the Phoenix Farina. He introduced himself as Leo Brock and curiously asked what relationship it had with his mother. Farina replied immediately that Riene once saved the life of its previous summoner, Ellen Luna. Hearing that, Leo was extremely shocked because that name was the hero Ellen Luna. Farina recounted that long ago Ellen was conquering a dungeon at Siren. All her companions had fallen, and she was also about to lose her life. That critical moment, his mother appeared and saved her. But during that process, a regrettable event happened. Jaina Bob lost her radiance. Farina said regretfully that if not for that incident, Jaina would certainly have been among the heroes. Hearing this, Leo felt a faint sadness in his heart and silently called for his mother. Leo replied that his mother once said she had never regretted the choice she made that year. Hearing that, Farina burst into loud laughter and nodded in agreement. Yes, she truly was a knight like that. Leo curiously asked why it appeared at Lumen. Farina did not answer directly, but instead asked back that it could not say that. "But you are not a knight, so what are you doing on this island?" Leo honestly answered that he was studying summoning. Upon hearing that, Farina immediately exclaimed in shock, "What?" Its eyes immediately locked onto Leo, as if trying to see through him. When it realized that Kai's soul existed within Leo, it burst into excited laughter. Interesting. It truly was fate that brought us together, Leo Brock. Farina suddenly became excited and said at last it had the chance to repay its debt to his mother. Right after that, it asked Leo to hold out his hand, then placed a small flame into his palm. Within that flame appeared an egg, and it said this was its child. With a serious voice, it asked Leo that when one day he became a great summoner, he should sign a contract with this child. That would be great fortune for the chosen summoner. Leo suddenly asked whether it could be done right now. This question made Farina stunned and unable to understand. Before it could react, a beam of light suddenly burst forth. Flames surged up around Leo, forcing Farina to hurriedly stop him. While shouting that it was too early, he would lose his life stop. But everything was already too late, as Leo gradually fell into a hazy state, making Farina cry out in alarm that this was bad. Knowing it could not stop it, Farina only said that his courage to face the impossible reminded it of Jaina. It wished him good luck. A moment later, when Leo opened his eyes, realized he was floating in a strange space, and before him was the phoenix egg. Leo slowly reached out his hand and gently touched the eggshell. Immediately, a gigantic flame erupted and engulfed him. Terrifying heat made Leo cry out in pain, and he realized his body felt as if it were burning. This was the flame of the phoenix. The flames burned his body, but Leo's will was not extinguished. He thought about how the phoenix endured the burning pain every day to create its blazing power. From those flames in his mind, appeared the image of a legendary creature that was always reborn from ashes and existed eternally. Leo used his empathy to connect with that creature. I understand your pain, and I also accept it. The flames around Leo gradually calmed and became more gentle. The phoenix egg in his hand began to crack. Leo's eyes became resolute, as if an undying flame was burning within them. The egg now showed signs that it was about to hatch. Seeing this, Farina joyfully cried out that it succeeded. Leo also happily replied that he had done it. Farina smiled with satisfaction and praised that he truly was a genius Leo brought. It confirmed that, as the egg was about to open, he would certainly become the greatest summoner in the world. Leo, congratulations on successfully signing the contract. Small phoenix chick crawled out of the shell, and it was introduced as Fiora, the phoenix Fiora, one of the 3 mysterious summoned creatures. Farina transformed into human form, then happily handed Fiora to Leo, and said it entrusted its child to him. Looking at the tiny phoenix, Leo thought it looked no different from a chick. When Fiora let out a cry, Leo became even more certain that it truly looked like a chick. Time passed until noon at the class gathering point. Yogo was praising a student because his summoned beast looked very adorable. Then she turned to ask the assistant Carlo what time it was now. He replied that there were only 5 minutes left. As he was counting that 4 students had not returned, yet Duga Marine suddenly noticed something. A large bear suddenly ran over from the distance. Enzia, with a dirt-smeared face, peeked out from behind the bear and asked Professor it was not over yet, right? The cute bear raised its paw as if saying the bear returned early. Duga Marine recognized it as a little water bear and praised that taming it for a future night was truly impressive. Just then something suddenly shot across the air, making Chenzia raise his head to look up. Ondon landed, and Duga Marine immediately remarked that his summoned beast was the dark bird. Even famous summoning families found it difficult to tame. He said he had not yet signed a contract, but Duga Marine replied that was already more than enough. After that, Alyssa returned with her snake, making the entire class gasp in admiration. She proudly said she had signed a contract with it because her family had never had such a creature. Duga Marine also praised it as a Gorgon snake, truly outstanding. Carlo then announced that Professor Time was up. Duga Marine said just in time the last student had also returned. The final person to return was none other than Leo, slowly walking over. On top of his head, the little phoenix Fiora was perched. The other students saw Fiora and mocked. What was that? Did he tame a chicken? He must have given up and just brought something random back. Unlike them, Duga Marine was extremely shocked when she saw Fiora. Seeing the little bird hopping on Leo's head, she was astonished inside. That was a phoenix. The scene shifted to evening at Lumen Academy. Leo adjusted his clothes with seriousness. Then he politely knocked on the door. Inside came Duga Marine's voice saying, "Come in." With a meaningful smile, she said she heard he was looking for her. "Sit down." She continued saying, Leo, did he know this was the first time she had seen a phoenix chick? In fact, even she did not know that a phoenix existed on Summoning Island. Suddenly, she stepped closer to Leo with a strange expression and said a freshman signing a contract with a phoenix in the Academy's history that had never happened. Her sudden attitude made Leo a little frightened, so he stammered softly, "Professor," then said with a serious face that she clearly knew who he really was. Duga Marine's words left Leo momentarily confused, but immediately after that, she suddenly hugged him tightly and shouted joyfully that he truly was a rare summoning genius. Still hugging him tightly, she said she wanted to praise his achievement, but the matter of signing a contract with a phoenix should remain secret for now. She worried that if this news spread, it would bring countless troubles. After that, she placed her hand on Leo's shoulder and emphasized that when the exploration class period ended, with eyes full of expectation, she declared that Leo must choose summoning as his major because he had the potential to become a summoning hero, remembered for eternity. The next morning at Lumen Academy, a girl walked along the corridor while yawning repeatedly from sleepiness. Suddenly, a teasing voice called Chloe, making her startled as she turned around when she heard someone say her drool was showing. 2 male students approached and asked why she looked so tired. Chloe honestly replied that she stayed up late last night reading magic books. Suddenly, Leo spoke and asked, "You are Chloe Mueller, right?" Then he handed over the student card she had dropped and said, "Here." Seeing the card, Chloe finally remembered that she had dropped it yesterday when she bumped into Leo in the schoolyard. He quickly exclaimed and thanked him, saying, "So it was you. Thank you, freshman representative." When opening the door and stepping into the classroom, Chloe asked Leo if he was also planning to attend the magic class. Leo frankly said he was still in the exploration stage, so he wanted to listen to as many classes as possible. Hearing that, Chloe showed admiration because she herself only cared about magic, so she only attended these classes. Just then, Kathy leaned close to Leo and whispered that the ice girl was aiming for the top position in the magic department. He even casually told Chloe's name to Leo without realizing she had heard everything clearly. That person's name is Chloe Miller. The icy gaze from Chloe made him immediately realize the situation and attempt to slip away as the atmosphere suddenly turned freezing. While trying to change the subject, he stammered that maybe he should move to the back, and immediately, a large block of ice appeared in front of him, making him freeze in shock. Chloe stood up, then sternly demanded that he follow her to sit in the front row. Dragged him away while saying that since he seemed very interested in this class, she would help him. At this moment, he could only turn back to seek help from Leo. Suddenly, another girl called out Leo's name. The familiar voice made him slightly startled. When he turned around, Leo saw a bat and Chelsea happily waving in greeting. At that moment, he noticed something else. The classroom door suddenly opened, and a voice sounded welcoming them to the magic class. That man calmly walked into the classroom. Stepping onto the podium, he declared that he would teach magic to the class in the coming year. The female students saw his appearance and blushed while secretly praising how handsome he was. He clearly introduced himself that I am Lenhorst, the professor of the first-year magic department at Lumen Academy. After the introduction, Lenhorst calmly spoke a few words before beginning today's exploration lesson. Suddenly, he lightly snapped his fingers once. Before the astonished eyes of the whole class, numerous test papers flew through the room, and they landed one by one on the desks in front of each student. When the paper reached Leo, Lenhorst announced that they would take a magic theory test. This news made the whole class groan, because there was already a test on the first day. Without any softness, he said directly that students who did not meet the standard could not remain in his class. The whole class cried out in confusion. Ignoring the students' bewilderment, he calmly said that, as students of Lumen, this was only the basic standard. After finishing, submit it to my assistant, Anna. In the corner of the classroom, a girl raised her hand and loudly said, "Everyone please submit completed papers to me." She was Anna, the assistant professor of the first-year magic department. As for Leo, he looked at the test paper in complete confusion because he did not understand anything. Was this really modern magic theory? Why were the formulas so complicated? At this moment, the other students had already begun focusing on solving the questions. Lines of writing quickly filled the sheets of paper. Meanwhile, the hourglass quietly continued, letting grains of time fall. As time gradually passed toward the end of the test period, the whole class began chatting noisily. The test had seemed difficult, but it turned out not too complicated. But what was the answer to the last question? I managed to do almost all of it except that one. Leo looked back at his paper and listened to the surrounding conversations, his mind in turmoil. He had only answered one question correctly. When he handed the paper to Anna, he quietly sighed in disappointment. He should have studied more about modern magic before coming here. Meanwhile, Anna still received the paper with a bright smile and even encouraged him that he had done quite well. After submitting his paper, Leo walked out of the classroom and told himself that perhaps he should study magic on his own a bit more. Time passed until Lenhorst finished grading the tests. While returning the papers to the students, he said that after 600 years, magic seemed to have developed tremendously. Spells that once required deep human understanding now only needed the correct activation conditions to be memorized in order to be used. He continued to emphasize that this very progress had instead caused the overall level of mages to decline. Suddenly, he raised his hand high in front of the class. A strange surge of power immediately gathered in the palm of his hand. Sparkling light spread outward, accompanied by countless complex magical formulas revolving around it. Before the astonished eyes of the students, Lenhorst explained that this was the core of a type of magic he had personally created from beginning to end. After that, he said his wish was for them to become researchers who could create their own magic. He also stated frankly that this was precisely the reason for today's test. At this point, his voice turned stern. The first 49 questions were worth 1 point each, testing basic memorization ability. Final question alone was worth 51 points. It required analyzing the true origin of magic. He hoped someone would be capable of solving it. Hearing that, Chelsea suddenly realized why it had been the only question she could not solve. She looked toward Leo's seat and thought regretfully, had Leo already given up? She had wanted to attend the magic class together with him. How annoying. At that moment, Anna walked close to Lenhorst and whispered something. Her words left him stunned. "Professor, one student has solved question number 50. Immediately, Lenhorst burst into loud, excited laughter like a madman. While the entire class was still confused, he loudly asked, "Where are you? Among you there is someone who has achieved this for the first time in history." Extremely agitated, he called out, "The student who achieved a perfect score, please stand up. Who is it?" But Anna quickly explained that it was not a perfect score, Professor. Hearing that he still did not calm down, perhaps a few questions were missed because too much time was spent on the final one. "What a pity, but it is fine. Hurry and stand up." Seeing he still misunderstood Anna immediately denied it. That is not the case. Anna explained clearly, leaving Lenhorst speechless. He had only answered the final question correctly. After regaining his composure, he immediately asked for that student's name. Anna replied that it was Leo Brock. Once he called out loudly, "Student Leo Brock, please stand up." Everyone looked around but could not see him. Someone said it seemed he was no longer in the classroom. Chloe immediately asked where Leo had gone. Chelsea raised her hand and said Leo had left the classroom right after submitting his paper. This made Lenhorst exclaim in surprise, "What?" At the same time in the academy cafeteria, Celia Jinger laughed with amusement and asked, "So you left the class after solving only one question?" She teased Leo, a summoning class student who got only one question right in a magic class. "You realize what you did wrong now, right?" After laughing, she advised that if he had chosen the path of a knight, then he should focus on sword training. Leo calmly asked in return, "Then would you like to train physical strength with me?" The question made her flustered, and she could only stammer that well. Suddenly someone behind Leo spoke in a low voice. "So you study the knight discipline? You are Leo Brock, the one who made my class burst into laughter." Lenhorst, with a frightening expression, questioned him. "Why did you leave after answering only one question? Or was the test so easy that you did not bother finishing it?" Leo answered honestly, "Professor, there may be a misunderstanding. He thought he could not pass the test." Those words made him stunned and ask again, "What?" Leo explained that every question except the last was too difficult, so he could not solve them. But the final question he could solve. He added that he had learned magic from ancient books, so he did not understand modern magic. Meanwhile, Lenhorst was thinking, could it be that he... Suddenly, Lenhorst lifted Leo up like he was picking up a cat, leaving both Leo and Celia Jinger stunned. Then he put him down again, making Leo even more confused. His eyes shone like headlights as he said, "Follow me for a moment." After saying that, he immediately dragged Leo away somewhere. Only Celia Jinger remained standing there with a bewildered expression. Was that the magic theory professor of Lumen Academy? Truly a strange person. At that moment, Anna ran over, breathing heavily as she asked Miss Celia Jinger, "Have you seen Professor Len? Did anything strange happen?" Celia Jinger honestly said that a few minutes ago he had still been here, but suddenly grabbed Leo and dragged him away. Hearing that, Anna immediately ran off to find Lenhorst. While running, she thought, "Oh no, what is that madman planning to do this time?" In another room, a board controlled by magic automatically erased all the old content. After that, the chalk floated up and wrote a series of completely new problems. Lenhorst excitedly clapped the board and said, "Solve these problems, student Leo." Watching Leo concentrate on solving each spell, he thought to himself, if the last question was not luck, then inside that boy's head there must already be a complete magical system. While waiting, he muttered, full of expectation, "Show it to me. I want to see your true nature with my own eyes." Suddenly, Leo spoke seriously. "Professor, he has finished solving them." Looking at the answers covering the entire board, Lenhorst asked in astonishment, "Did you solve all these questions just by thinking in your head?" Leo nodded straightforwardly, "Yes, roughly like that." Lenhorst looked at him with a yearning gaze and said in a trembling voice, "Finally." At the same time, in the academy corridor, Andy was leisurely walking along the corridor filled with sunlight. Suddenly, Lenhorst rushed toward him from nowhere. What was surprising was that his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Seeing that expression, Andy could not understand what was wrong with him. He immediately turned around intending to leave, but had no chance. Lenhorst had already hugged his leg and said earnestly, "Professor Andy, thank you very much." Helpless at the sight, Andy used magic to separate him and said, "This is not the first time I have seen you do something strange, but today you have gone too far." Even after falling face down on the ground, Lenhorst still said excitedly, "He is a magic genius, Leo Jaina Bob. The student you recommended as the representative of the first-year class is a genius." Those words made Andy frown in confusion. Magic. Was that boy not following the path of a swordsman? The moment he heard that, Lenhorst immediately flew into a rage and shouted loudly, No matter what, Leo must become a mage. He cannot allow that talent of his to be wasted because of a few pieces of iron called swords. At that moment, Anna finally ran over in time. She hurriedly supported Lenhorst when he nearly collapsed to the ground while still shouting that turning him into a swordsman was an insult to magic. Seeing someone had come to take this trouble away, Andy calmly said, "Take him away." Anna held him back. Lenhorst cheerfully said, "Thank you, Anna." Anna tried to suppress her irritation and gently said that they needed to return to the classroom immediately. On the outside, she remained calm, but inside she was almost losing her mind. One day she would definitely deal with that madman. As soon as the two of them left, Andy saw Leo walking toward him. He looked at the boy and revealed a smile that was difficult to read. Leo simply stood there confused, completely unable to understand what was happening. After that, Andy leisurely walked away, thinking to himself that mages truly had never changed. They were still all madmen. A week passed, the classes temporarily came to an end. That moment, Leo was lying stretched out on the roof of Lumen Academy, reading a book while relaxing. When he finished reading the book, the origin hero was actually just a fraud. He closed the book. After that, he sat up and began thinking about something. Somewhere else in the corridor, loud running footsteps echoed, as if someone was being chased. Alien was sitting in his office, and when he heard the sound, he startled and looked up. Immediately afterward, he saw Lenhorst, Duga Marine, and Enlandia rushing into the room and shouting in unison, "This is truly unbelievable, Headmaster." One of them handed him the course registration board. "Please look at this." It read Leo Brock, first-year class, undefined, first semester, major swordsman, magic and summoning. Behind him, Lenhorst and Duga Marine were fiercely arguing that Leo must belong to their department. Another person awkwardly said that he should join the swordsman division. But the main problem was that this had never happened at the Hero Military Academy. A student must choose only one major. After hearing everything, Alien laughed and said that it reminded him of a hero from legend. The other three immediately exclaimed in surprise when they heard that. "What?" Alien slowly stood up and said that the fifth great hero was also called the origin hero. He added that this was the only person in history who had mastered every class. Meanwhile, at the stadium, Celia Jinger and Chelsea were dashing along the running track as if competing in speed. Seeing that, Thomas asked why they were still training even though it was the weekend. Leo calmly replied that Chelsea had asked him to train her. Thomas then asked why they were only running and not using weapons. Leo calmly answered that there was something more important than weapons. At that moment, Celia Jinger stopped and panted before speaking instead. That was physical strength. Chelsea also breathed heavily while explaining that for battle, mages, stamina was the core factor. That was why they ran. After saying that, she continued running again. After running until exhaustion, the two girls finally rested and received water from Leo. Chelsea smiled brightly and said that running on the weekend was wonderful. She missed this feeling and even wanted to run with Leo again. Hearing that, Celia Jinger coughed violently and spat out water while Leo asked in surprise if it was true. Seeing Celia react so strongly, Chelsea asked what was wrong with her. Leo clearly understood the reason, so he teased that he had planned to run with her anyway. Hearing that, Celia immediately became angry and declared that she would never run with him. At that moment, Thomas interrupted and asked what had happened between the two of them to make them so close. At first, he even thought they were dating. Celia Jinger sighed and explained that Leo was her cousin, the son of her maternal aunt. Those words startled Chelsea and Thomas. Chelsea asked again if she was Celia Jinger. Celia only replied vaguely that it was a family matter, so they should drop it. Suddenly, Leo stood up and suggested that they should do it for real. Chelsea immediately agreed with excitement. Seeing the situation turning bad, Thomas planned to slip away first and said that he would go stroll around the city of Lumeria. Celia Jinger also wanted to run after him, but Leo held her back so she could only shout, "Take me with you." Watching her being dragged away like that, Thomas helplessly sighed that he never encountered any proper nobles in his life. On the day of class assignment, the new students bustled toward the classrooms. Leo stepped into class 1-5. As soon as he entered, Thomas loudly called out, "Leo, over." Leo walked closer and asked if he already knew that he was in class 5. Thomas proudly said that there was no information he did not know. That moment, Leo saw Chelsea lying face down on the desk looking very tired. He asked if she was also in this class. Hearing his voice, she weakly greeted him. Seeing that Thomas asked what he had made her do during the weekend, Leo calmly said it was only basic training. Chelsea groaned that she would never do it again. Suddenly, two other students stepped forward and mocked them. "Oh, this is class 5, the class of failures. Who knows how many people will still remain here after the first semester? Poor new students." That moment, another person stepped forward and interrupted them. "Pitiful. In my eyes, you two are the truly pitiful ones." Hearing that voice, the two immediately turned around in shock. Harith, with a frightening appearance, coldly asked, "Do you disagree?" Harith said only one word, "Sit." He was Harith Edmund, the homeroom teacher of class 1-5 at Lumen Academy, nicknamed the Screaming Wall. The two students immediately obeyed and quickly sat down while replying yes. He casually sat on their backs and arrogantly said, "Nice to meet you, trash. This is the class for students with the lowest scores among the freshmen." His voice lowered as he asked if they had surely heard the rumors about him already. After that, he introduced himself and asked if anyone knew why the Screaming Wall chose to become the homeroom teacher of this class. Thomas timidly raised his hand and answered that it was to help them improve their scores. Harith immediately mocked that it was truly the answer of someone ranked last. Then he continued asking whether no one in this terrible class understood the mission of a Lumen student. That moment, Chelsea raised her hand and answered that the mission was to conquer the world of heroes through real combat missions. Harith immediately confirmed that the answer was correct, but coldly said he only saw faces that would die the moment they entered the world of heroes. It would be better to leave the academy early because the weak only burden their comrades and die first. At that point, he emphasized that this was exactly why he chose to take responsibility for Class 5. He also mentioned the origin of his nickname and why people called him the Screaming Wall. That moment, Harith noticed Leo sitting seriously below. He looked at him for a long time and thought to himself that this boy might survive. Suddenly, he ordered the entire class to change into training clothes and head to the training ground. The training field, he declared the beginning of the combat research lesson. Not long after, all the students of Class 5 had changed clothes and gathered at the field. A large umbrella suddenly opened in the middle of the field. At the same time, a folding chair was also placed there. Harith calmly sat down drinking water and said that this lesson was designed to correct the misguided thoughts students developed after entering Lu. He continued asking the class what would save their lives in real combat, where life could disappear at any moment. Female student answered that it was comrades always standing beside her to protect her. Her name was Nella Carvin from the Night Division with the special ability of healing light aura. Hearing that Harith sternly said it was not comrades, but their own abilities. Only by training their own skills beyond danger could they protect their comrades. But were they certain they could do that? As soon as he finished speaking, a hand immediately rose decisively, saying that she was confident Professor Harith. Hearing that he issued a challenge, then let him see her ability as a magic knight, create a fireball. He called her name precisely, Ileana. The girl confidently summoning the fireball was Ileana Ladine from the combat class of the Magic Knight system. Looking at the fireball in her hand, Harith coldly asked if that was all. He even mocked that with such a small fireball, he wondered whether it could kill an ant. Ileana still confidently said that if she added more mana, it would be different. The fireball in her hand immediately grew larger, and she proudly asked what the professor thought. Harith nodded and praised that she had not only created 2 fireballs, but also doubled their size. Quite impressive. Suddenly, he created a small creature and said, why not try attacking it with that wonderful fireball? A mischievous little spirit appeared from his summoning, darted swiftly in front of Ileana. The small creature reached out and touched her nose, then laughed teasingly. Annoyed by the teasing, Ileana immediately became angry. He threw the fireball toward it, but the spirit simply dodged lightly to the side. Harith immediately pointed out the mistake, that increasing the number of spells meant nothing if the target was not hit. What they lacked was the ability to use their skills effectively. He added while looking at the tired faces of the students that they had to hone their abilities and surpass their own limits. Had they already forgotten that? Then he revealed a meaningful smile and declared that the class would only end when Sinfly was caught. Use all your abilities, descendants of Lumen. Hearing those words, Leo silently agreed. Although harsh, the man was right. Therefore, he immediately tried to catch the spirit. He would try as well. Seeing Leo so eager, Harith muttered, let him see Leo Brock. Wondered whether the boy resembled that legendary hero. After a while, the students all tried to catch Harith's spirit, but none succeeded. Suddenly, an energetic figure rushed forward. That figure dashed forward with incredible speed. Leo accelerated in pursuit of the spirit, causing Harith to wonder whether this was the first person to possess complete abilities. Seeing Leo run so fast, Chelsea exclaimed in shock, how was he that fast? Celia, while panting, complained, how could anyone catch it? Ignoring everyone, Leo continued chasing the spirit. He pushed his speed to the limit. Suddenly, Leo leaped high into the air above the spirit. Then he plunged downward toward it, making the small creature startled and turn around. With quick reflexes, it hurriedly dodged aside. Seeing the spirit dodge to his side, Leo smiled with confidence. He stretched out his hand, preparing to grab it. Just as Leo's hand was about to touch the spirit, Duran suddenly appeared and grabbed his hand first. He stopped after capturing the spirit. While the spirit shouted to be released, Duran stared at Leo with a challenging look. At that moment, applause sounded. Sejun stepped forward, saying it seemed our Class 1 had to teach you a few things. He was Sejun, the homeroom teacher of Class 1-1 at Lumen Academy, with the special note, ranked second in the graduating class evaluation. Seeing him appear, Harith still calmly drank water and asked, so, you plan to teach the class in my place? The records of the two showed a clear difference. Harith Edmund, homeroom teacher of Class 1-5, nicknamed the Screaming Wall. In addition, Harith also had the special note, ranked first on the teacher graduation ranking. His indifferent attitude left Sejun at a loss for words. At that moment, Thomas spoke, saying this was truly a confrontation between the two pillars of Lumen Academy. Hearing that, Leo asked what pillars meant. Thomas explained that both had worked here for more than 20 years, and professors like Enlandia Duga Marine and Lenhorst had once been their students. Hearing that, Nella asked with interest if it was true, and how he knew so much. Thomas immediately bragged that he was very sensitive to information, making Chelsea feel like vomiting after hearing it. Returning to Sejun, he was mocking his old friend, saying he did not understand what Harith was plotting when he chose to teach this class of failures. He took out a ball from somewhere and said that sooner or later he would find out. With a self-satisfied smile, he proposed that a match should be held between Class 1 and Class 5. The game he suggested surprised Harith slightly. Why not try the traditional sport of Lumen called Asura? Hearing that, Harith suddenly jumped to his feet and said he truly was a genius. Excitedly said that learning from real combat experience was the best method. Meanwhile, someone else asked, in confusion, whether Class 1 would surely win. Suddenly, Harith lazily sat back down in his chair and calmly said to just continue teaching the class. That attitude drove Sejin crazy as he thought why he always lost to that man in the teacher graduation rankings. Even the students felt Professor Sejin looked rather pitiful. When Sejin was about to leave, he heard Harith loudly call out to Class 5. He announced that this was an opportunity for them to practice their skills. Class 5 would play Asura against Class 1. Hearing that, everyone immediately began murmuring. But he had not finished speaking yet. With a stern expression, he declared that if they lost, the entire class would be expelled. Hearing that threat, the students panicked and asked whether he was serious. This was only the first lesson, and Class 1 had 3 captains. Harith did not care and simply leaned back in his chair, saying that meant they had to try harder and surpass their limits. He looked at the worried students and slowly asked what they had to fear. His gaze stopped on Leo, radiating confidence, and he said when the rookie representative was already present in the class. After that, he asked Leo to choose 6 people to represent the class with him in Asura. Leo noticed that gaze and thought this was clearly a test. At the same time, he sensed the eyes of everyone around him and understood that Harith was not looking at him with malice. After only 1 week, many students had already lost their spirit at Lumen Academy, and that was not difficult to understand. Thinking of that, Leo became certain that Harith wanted him to lead Class 5. Those who had already given up had already lost. After that, Leo looked toward the field where Sejin was preparing the match and slowly said then. Leo with determined eyes looked toward the Asura field. This match must create a breakthrough to raise the morale of Class 5. The representatives of the 2 teams were announced. Class 1 consisted of Durant and Celia Jinger. Meanwhile, Class 5 would be Leo, Chelsea, and Ka. Seeing his teammates looking worried, Leo asked why everyone seemed so frightened. Chelsea said awkwardly that he probably had never heard about Asura because he came from the outskirts. Asura was the long-standing traditional combat sport of Lumen Academy. Hearing that, Leo still looked confused and asked was it not just a game with a ball. Ka immediately explained that it was not just a ball game, but also an extremely dangerous sport. Suddenly, a mocking voice called out to Chelsea, "Why do you look so nervous?" Celia Jinger from Class 1 laughed, disdainfully saying it seemed she had already accepted defeat. Chelsea angrily replied that she was not afraid and would not lose to someone from the Jinger family. Suddenly, a strong arm wrapped around her shoulders. Leo held her shoulder and calmly said, "Do not worry, our class will not lose." That moment, behind Celia appeared Chloe with an annoyed expression, saying, "Leo, you too." She would show him the result of the special training. Chloe, standing behind Celia with cold, determined eyes, said this time she would not lose Leo Brock. After a while, Sejin replaced the sleeping Harith as referee and asked the players of both classes to enter the field. From Class 5, Leo took the initiative and asked who would go onto the field with him. As soon as he finished speaking, someone boldly stepped onto the grass. Chelsea cracked her knuckles and firmly said she would show them her strength. Ileana also stepped forward, saying if necessary she would win by any means to prove her ability to the professor. After the 2 of them, Nella and Tai also volunteered to join. Leo then called the name of the one trying to secretly avoid it. "Thomas, you know the final position is yours, right?" When called, he panicked and asked why it had to be him. In the end, Thomas reluctantly followed. "Class 5 is ready, Professor." Sejin nodded and said, "Good, then begin." He raised his hand to catch the ball falling down. Then he used all his strength to throw the ball high into the air. At that moment, the entire field seemed to fall silent. Chelsea frowned and focused. Thomas stared with his mouth open as the ball flew upward. In contrast, Leo remained calm without the slightest worry. Tai looked somewhat tense with beads of sweat forming, while Ileana stood firm in a ready stance. Nella prepared similarly, and even the observing students felt nervous. Unlike Class 5 on the side of Class 1, Durant still maintained the same calm expression as Leo. Celia Jinger watched the ball carefully, waiting for the right moment, while Nip smiled with excitement. Chloe also stood there with cold eyes, determined to defeat Leo. When Sejin shouted, "Begin," breaking the tense atmosphere, the 2 leaders immediately rushed toward them. Because of his lower height, Leo lost the aerial contest to Durant when Durant touched the ball first. Durant controlled the ball and quickly landed on the ground. The referee declared that Class 1 gained possession. The moment Leo landed, He immediately said to the person beside him, Tai, explain the rules to me quickly. Tai from the summoning division quickly said the rules of Asura are simple. Pass the ball and send it into the goal without using hands. Team that scores 2 points first wins. Just as they were speaking, a shout rang out, prepare yourselves. Hands releasing the familiar yellow lightning, tightened, preparing to attack. Seeing that Ka was slightly startled, without hesitation, Durant threw a powerful punch, sending the ball flying like lightning toward Leo. Leo reacted quickly and leaped aside as the ball struck the spot where he had just stood. After the violent impact, the ball did not stop and continued flying straight toward the goal, leaving Ka stunned. Leo landed once again, then immediately turned his head to look toward his team goal. After that impressive score, the surrounding spectators burst into cheers and applause. Duran Mora was truly amazing. In contrast, the students of Class 5 only stood silently with despair clearly visible on their faces. Tai almost lost all hope and sadly said that perhaps Professor Harith truly intended to expel all of them. Leo seemed not to care about that and asked how to regain control of the ball. Tai calmed down and replied that there were 3 ways. He began explaining that when the ball went out of bounds, because of the opponent, their team would gain possession. Or when they caught the ball, just as he was about to say the final way, Nella suddenly shouted loudly, warning them to move aside. The warning made them immediately turn their heads toward the sound. The ball came crashing, violently striking someone directly and sending her flying away. Everyone panicked and shouted Ileana. The one who threw that ruthless strike was Celia Jinger. She laughed mockingly and said, why were they standing there in a daze? Looking at the chaos as everyone rushed toward Ileana, she only coldly reminded them to focus on the match. I supported the severely injured Ileana, then continued explaining that they could not directly attack opponents. What had just happened was the 3rd way, when a member was struck by the ball and eliminated. He looked at the ball rolling toward them and said the only way to attack the opponent was by using the ball itself. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand reached out to touch the ball and said thanks for the explanation. Theo picked up the ball glowing under the sunlight and said now it was their turn. Match statistics updated. Ileana Ladine has been eliminated. At that moment, at the observation area of the 2 teachers, Sejan thoughtfully remarked that fire attribute players often had a great advantage in Bastura. In his thoughts, the image of Celia Jinger appeared powerfully. Among the human families, the flames of the Jinger house were considered the most powerful. After that, he turned to Harith, who was yawning beside him, and said that even knowing his class had Celia Jinger, he still accepted this match. He did not know what he was planning, but his class would have difficulty winning. Hearing that, Sejan showed annoyance. Why could he not speak seriously like a normal person? Harith then called his name Sejan. Harith lowered his glasses and looked at the man beside him, then asked whether he still remembered his first student, that child of the Jinger family. Sejan recalled and answered of course he remembered. How could he forget? The Queen of Bastura. Hearing that answer, Harith smiled with satisfaction and said that the son of that queen was in Class 5. Hearing that, Sejan frowned slightly, showing surprise. The atmosphere around the field grew tense again. Turning to Class 5, the students began despairing and lamenting that they were finished. They had struggled so much to enter Lumen. But while they were still despairing, a spark suddenly ignited in their eyes. Could everything really end so simply? Seeing that spark, not only Class 5, but even Celia Jinger realized something, and said it seemed he had finally made up his mind. Before them, Leo radiated a powerful aura in a prepared stance. He focused his strength into the blazing ball, preparing to throw. Everyone hurriedly shouted, watch out, it is coming. Immediately, Leo launched a powerful throw, sending the ball straight toward the opponent goal. Chloe quickly raised a wall of ice before the goal to block the attack. The flames faded, but left a hole along with cracks across the ice wall. After blocking the strike, Chloe confidently declared that Leo, as long as she remained there, he could not score. At some point, Leo had already appeared beside her, and coldly said, was that what she meant? After saying that, Leo leaped up to the level of the ball trapped in the ice. He threw a powerful punch into the ball without hesitation. Punch drove the ball through the ice and straight into the goal, leaving Chloe shocked. Seeing that, Sejan silently exclaimed that his battle sense was remarkable. Harith merely curled his lips into a satisfied smile. After that goal, the morale of Class 5 erupted as everyone cheered Leo move forward Class 5. During the cheers, Sejan seemed to understand something and sighed softly. So this was when the real match truly began. Immediately afterwards, Celia Jinger counterattacked, quickly raising the score to 2-1. To prevent the opponent from scoring again, Ka hurriedly raised a wall of earth behind. A few minutes later, the score had risen to 5-4, but Class 5 scored again thanks to Chelsea attack. However, not long after, Tai was eliminated, and the score quickly became 7-6 in favor of Class 1. After that, one member of Class 1 was also defeated by Leo and eliminated. Even though Chloe tried to stop him, the score still reversed to 10-9 for Class 5. The next attack came from Duran when he gripped the ball tightly and poured all his strength into it. When he gathered enough power, he threw the ball fiercely toward Ka, who was guarding the goal. Across the wide field, the electrified ball shot forward in an extremely fast zigzag trajectory. Hand, without fear, reached up attempting to catch the incoming ball, seeing that the surrounding people shouted in alarm. After the collision, that person's legs trembled as they touched the ground. Even though his body was full of injuries, he still smiled and said his mana was nearly exhausted. The rest was up to him. After saying that, he pushed the ball forward. Leo spoke in praise as the man was helped off the field. Well done, Tai. The surrounding students looked up at the scoreboard with tense expressions, discussing endlessly. The score was tied 10-10, and only one decisive play remained. Yet on the opposite side stood the three most outstanding students. A hand slowly reached out, gently touching the ball resting quietly on the grass. Amid the students' sighs and complaints, only he remained calm and confident in battle. We only have Leo left. That is truly an enormous disadvantage. On the side of Class 1, Chloe also stepped into a stance ready to unleash her power. Perhaps she had failed the magic theory exam, but this time she would absolutely not lose. The moment the words ended, countless ice clones identical to her immediately appeared across the field. Facing that overwhelming number, Leo slightly lowered his body, preparing to charge straight ahead. Celia Jinger and Duran also activated their power at the same time, shouting loudly, "Here he comes, Leo." At that moment, his legs seemed to be empowered by the wind. A surge of strength gathered at his heels. Just a light step, he leapt into the air and almost vanished from the ground. Faced with that astonishing speed, Celia Jinger widened her eyes in shock. Chloe could not believe it, and Duran clenched his teeth and frowned. Yet all three thought the same thing: he is too fast. Just like Chloe's power, Leo also created countless illusions, all of them rushing forward at once. Several images swept past Celia Jinger, leaving her stunned before heading straight for the goal. He is not planning to attack. His target is to score Chloe. In contrast, Chloe remained highly focused, her gaze filled with disdain. Cheap tricks like this cannot fool her. Where is the real one? But when she realized something completely different from her original thoughts, she suddenly froze in astonishment. This magic. Before Chloe's eyes opened a hazy space where countless illusions intertwined. Behind each shadowy image appeared strange, sparkling stars. Thanks to that, Leo easily passed her, continuing to dash forward at high speed. Witnessing that scene, Chloe nearly collapsed, her fighting spirit completely shattered. Because at that moment she was so confused she could not believe her own eyes. Magic of the stars. How could a human possibly cast magic belonging to the Elvis tribe? After that breakthrough, the score immediately became 11-10. The referee's voice rang out decisively. The winner is Class 5. As soon as the announcement ended, the students of Class 5 erupted in joy, cheering across the field. Some were so emotional they hugged each other and burst into tears. Luckily, we were not eliminated. I thought we would have to leave the school immediately. During that, Sezin turned to ask the person beside him. Expelled? What are they talking about? Harit calmly replied. Perhaps that is the motivation pushing them forward. Ignoring him, Sezin looked toward the outstanding students who were drowning in disappointment. He scratched his head lightly and let out a thoughtful sigh. Then he slowly walked across the grass toward them. Sezin extended a hand toward Chloe and gently asked, "Are you angry about this defeat?" Seeing him, she softly said, "Professor." His words were gentle like birds spreading their wings. When a match has ended, whether victory or defeat, only the lesson remains. Like the gate of heaven opening, an angel descending to the mortal world. Sezin helped Chloe stand up and gently reminded her, "You should also greet your opponent." He was like a kind father comforting children. To win for Class 1, all of you cooperated very well. Hearing that, the students of Class 1 felt proud and encouraged. At least they had learned how to fight together. Sezin spoke passionately, as if delivering a prepared speech. That is exactly why you must keep your faith and pride. After that speech, Class 1 seemed to regain their spirit. They called out together, "Professor Sezin." The joy did not last long before Harit dragged him back to reality. "Hey loser, come here and finish it." Sezin angrily scolded, "Bastard." A moment later, praise echoed across the field. Both classes fought extremely well. Watching the students return to their positions, Sezin praised Class 1 for showing their talent and potential. As for Class 5, they persevered until the final moment, giving all their strength despite difficulties. He praised everyone who participated. They understood their limits and overcame the challenge successfully. He hoped they would compete and cooperate in harmony. Immediately afterward, he loudly gave the command, "Shake hands with each other." Celia Jinger cheerfully said to the person in front of her, "You lasted longer than I expected. I thought you would collapse early." The person opposite was Chelsea, who replied, "I was about to say the same to you. You are truly stubborn. I thought you were like a clinging squid." Not only the two of them, Kai also smiled brightly and said to Duran, "Prince, this time we won." But that carefree remark seemed to irritate the other side, so he only responded with a meaningful look. Chloe alone still lowered her head in silence, her eyes red as if about to cry. Suddenly a hand extended along with praise. "You did very well, Chloe." It was Leo, he sincerely said. With just a little more experience, you will certainly become truly remarkable. Hearing that, Chloe immediately raised her head and asked, "Are you mocking me?" Looking at his face full of goodwill, it was clear he had no intention of sarcasm. Seeing that she lowered her head again, sinking into thought. Finally, Chloe grasped Leo's hand, her eyes filled with determination. "One day I will definitely defeat you." Time passed. 1 month later in the school cafeteria, Thomas chewed non-stop while asking the two in front of him, "By the way, which club do you plan to join?" Leo calmly set down his cup of water and replied. He was thinking about founding a club himself. Hearing that, Thomas jumped in shock and shouted so loudly food scattered out. Founding a club? Chelsea looked at that scene with annoyance. Eat properly. Though she looked disgusted with Thomas, with Leo she was completely different. If Leo founded a club, then I want to join. Kai curiously asked further, "So what club are you planning to create?" Leo frankly revealed, Hero Research Society. Hearing that name, both of them repeated in surprise, Hero Research Society. Leo further explained, he wanted to learn about forgotten heroes and also the origin hero. Kai confidently spoke. Kai objected, "That person is not a forgotten hero, just a fictional character. Probably no one will join your club." Hearing that, Chelsea suddenly thought to herself, then would that not mean she would be alone with Leo? Thinking that, she immediately raised her hand. I want to join." Suddenly at that moment, the entire cafeteria buzzed with commotion. "They have returned." Hearing the commotion outside, Kai turned toward the door and exclaimed, "Oh right, today is that day." Seeing his strange reaction, Chelsea asked in confusion, "What is going on?" 3 of them immediately stood up and joined the stream of students rushing outside into the yard. Watching the approaching figures, Kai excitedly explained that today was the day the 5th-year students returned after conquering the hero dungeon. Fragments of records about ancient heroes had shattered and scattered across the world. Over time, they gathered together and formed special dungeons called hero dungeons. Behind the glass, Leo quietly observed the senior students of Lumen Academy. They usually left the school for at least 2 weeks, sometimes even a whole month, to deal with those dungeons and collect fragments of hero records. Thinking about that, Leo suddenly remembered Jaina and told himself that perhaps his mother had once gone through missions like those. Chelsea looked at them with admiration, while Kai coughed lightly and said, "So those are the strongest people of Lumen." He began introducing them. The muscular man with an Eastern appearance leading the group is Senior Lyra Mura. The girl from the southern lands standing beside him is Senior Toru Yan. The pale man wearing the hooded cloak must be Senior Ulta. While speaking, Kai suddenly stopped, confused as if he could not find the person he intended to mention. While Leo was about to repeat the question, a hand suddenly reached from behind him. While Kai was still explaining, Leo was forcefully pulled away by that hand. The one who appeared was Celia Jinger, the student council president of Lumen. When Kai turned around intending to ask Leo something, he had already disappeared. "Oh, where did Leo go? He was just here." Pulled outside the school, Leo immediately asked, "Celia Jinger, what is going on? Why are you dragging me like this?" She released his hand and said firmly, "There is a place you must come with me." Leo brushed the dust from his clothes and asked where. He turned back and answered directly, "Lumeria City. The student council president wants to meet you." Hearing that, Leo became even more puzzled. Why would the student council president want to meet me? Hearing that question, she sighed tiredly. "You truly pay no attention to anything happening in the school. Just come and you will know." A moment later, the scenery changed. The 2 of them were sitting in a restaurant waiting for someone. Leo looked around and said, "Why meet in a place like this?" Celia replied, "What is wrong with it? The smell is quite pleasant." Suddenly, Celia Jinger's face lit up when she saw someone walking in. She immediately ran over and hugged that person while calling out loudly, "Big brother." The one who had just arrived was Risinger, captain of the Knights and also the 5th-year student council president of Lumen. He patted Celia's head while greeting Leo. "Pleased to meet you, Leo. Jaina Bob. I have heard a lot about you. You are aiming to master all elements, right?" A moment later, the soft sound of cutlery echoed as he skillfully cut a piece of fragrant cake. Watching the 2 of them eat, he asked their opinion. "Does this dish suit your taste?" Leo quickly nodded. "Yes, it is very delicious." Not hearing Celia answer, he asked, "What is wrong, Celia?" She quickly lifted the cake and said, "Ah, this is my first time eating this dish." She carefully brought the cake to her mouth and took a small bite. Immediately, her face turned red and her eyes sparkled as she praised the taste. Seeing that, Rai laughed happily. "I wanted to bring you to this restaurant as soon as you entered Lumen." After that, he turned to Leo. "I did not expect you to be her son," Leo asked in surprise. "You have met my mother before." Rai nodded and said, "I met her several times when I was young. Besides, she was very famous during her school days." Leo was astonished. "My mother, really?" I smiled, remembering the look in Jaina's eyes back then, and said, "That is right. She did many things that became legends. For example, she once complained that the dessert in the dormitory cafeteria was extremely terrible." Several hours later, their meal finally ended. The siblings Celia and Rai turned aside to chat privately. because it had been a long time since they last met. Only Leo sat quietly observing them while thinking to himself, this man truly deserves to be called the strongest of Lumen. Looking at his handsome appearance and aura, Leo judged that it was probably only a matter of time before he became a true hero. After finishing the meal, Rai stood up and said, "Now let us go eat some dessert." Celia immediately agreed happily. Right after that, he put his hand into his coat pocket and told them to go ahead while he paid the bill. When he reached into his pocket to take out money, he suddenly touched something strange. Rai pulled out a box emitting brilliant light and looked at it in astonishment. Looking at the glowing record fragment in his hand, he murmured in disbelief, "Why is this thing?" The scene shifted to the classroom, where the blackboard was filled with writing. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing the legs resting on the desk to stop. "Professor Harrit, I have a question." He immediately called that person to stand up. "Ileana Layden, let us see what foolish question you ask this time." She raised her hand and said, "Why has our class still not chosen a class representative? I heard other classes already have one." Hearing that, everyone suddenly remembered that is right. Harrit waved his hand wearily and said, "All right, class representative, I forgot." Then he looked toward the most outstanding student in the class and said, "Leo, you do it." Hearing that, Ileana immediately objected. "What is that supposed to mean? Should we not choose democratically by voting professor?" Suddenly, a stack of papers as tall as a mountain was slammed onto the desk. When she heard Harrit assign the task, she froze for a few seconds. "The class representative will take this pile back and sort and organize it." Immediately, Ileana obediently fell silent and sat back down. That moment, the speaker on the wall announced, "Soon we will hold a joint hero research lecture." The announcement voice repeated steadily, "All first-year students, please prepare to go to the auditorium right now." Hearing that, Leo said coldly, "Professor, we should prepare to go." Harrit immediately snapped his fingers in praise, truly worthy of the class representative. A while later in the corridor, students moved back and forth everywhere. I walked with Leo and suddenly noticed someone passing by. Kai called out to that person, "Hello, Chloe. Why do you look so exhausted?" Chloe, looking drained like a ghost, asked in return, "Do you still have any recovery potion? Can you sell me some?" Leo immediately took out 2 bottles of potion and handed them to her. He searched through his bag for a while but could not find anything else. There were only these 2 bottles left. After observing Chloe for a moment, Leo asked, "The school year has just begun, so why are you pushing yourself this far?" Chloe did not reply. She immediately opened the bottle and drank the potion she had received. After drinking, she raised her hand and lightly wiped her lips. Then Chloe turned and decisively walked away, her cold voice saying that she was fine. Seeing that, Kai showed admiration, truly impressive. She is the top student in magic theory. At that moment, Chelsea interrupted. I think Chloe cannot help but worry. She recalled the past and said that when Leo learned the newest magical trends, he could even catch up in the theory exam. Kai innocently asked what is so serious about being second place. Hearing that, Chelsea became annoyed. "Do you really have no brain, idiot? She is a mage of the tower." Chelsea continued, explaining more clearly, "I am a battle mage, so being slightly weaker in theory does not affect much. But for tower mages, research and magical scholarship are the core. Chloe's pride is being threatened." After saying that, she looked at Kai suspiciously and asked, "Are you really a mage?" Kai shrugged calmly and replied, "Of course, I live by magic." Chelsea looked at that boastful person and said bluntly, "I guess you are only proud of yourself sustaining magic." That moment, a loud shout rang out, drawing Chloe's slight attention. At the same time, in another room, someone was carefully tending every leaf of a potted plant. Suddenly, that person sensed something unusual and stopped. Alien's eyes flashed with surprise. The damaged page fragment of the hero book had reacted. An aged voice looked at the box containing the page and asked, "Has this hero record fragment truly reacted?" Rai stood opposite and respectfully replied, "Yes, although it is a fragment damaged to the point it should not react. It definitely glowed, and there were no other achievements nearby." He frowned and asked further, "Did it react again afterward?" Rai broke into sweat and answered, "No, afterward it had no further reaction." Hearing that, he picked up the box with a thoughtful expression. Alien covered his mouth while thinking and murmured, "This matter must be investigated carefully." After that, Rai bowed respectfully and left by order. He said, "You have just returned, so you must be tired. You did well." Rai had left. He closed the lid of the box and called someone else in, Ileana. She walked forward with a bright expression and waited for orders. "Yes, headmaster." Alien handed her the box and instructed, "Bring this to the Origin Grand Hall. The first-year joint class is about to begin." Ileana immediately nodded. "Yes, I understand." After she left, he stood before the office window and reflected. Sometimes small fragments like this react, as if it were a signal from the universe. The image of Leo together with the page appeared in his thoughts. If the person recorded in the hero book touches it, then it will react. A while later, the scene shifted to the lecture hall of Lumen Academy, where the first-year joint hero research class was held. On the podium stood Professor Athian, who was responsible for classes 1 to 8, and also the instructor of hero research. She gently spoke to the students below. "Everyone please keep quiet for me." But the students seemed not to hear. They kept chatting noisily throughout the room. That gradually made her expression grow irritated. When they felt the pressure radiating from her, the students immediately fell silent if they did not want trouble. Athian almost revealed the demon inside her, growling threateningly, "Shut up, you bastards. Do you want to die?" Because of that anger, the student in front hurriedly shook his head when she asked, "Or should I deal with you first?" He shouted like a rebellious rock singer, "These bastards never listen." But the very next second, she immediately calmed down. The atmosphere softened as she changed to a gentle tone. Finally, it is quiet. Students witnessing this sudden change were speechless when Athian smiled brightly again. "Thank you, everyone." A trembling student sniffed and said, "So frightening. No matter how many times we see it, our professor is still terrifying." Only Leo calmly observed and judged. "So she is a spirit mage. Even in his previous life, they were rarely encountered." After the class settled, Athian took out a weapon and smiled brightly. "Let us begin the first-year hero research class." She raised the dagger in her hand and began the lecture. After the hero registry book appeared, the hero clans were also born. She gently stroked the sharp blade and explained that to open the world of a hero, one must possess an item deeply connected to them. Therefore, the descendants of heroes usually open their worlds more easily. That is also the reason Lumen Academy became the place preserving the hero registry books. Because of that, many hero families have close ties with the academy, although political elements also exist. It can be considered similar to the relationship between a key and a treasure. Hearing those explanations, unlike Kai, who was dozing beside him, Leo felt extremely interested, truly fascinating. Just as they were listening to the lecture, Ileana entered through the door. Athian asked the class, "Now do you understand why hero research is important?" Yes. Athian had not noticed Ileana yet and continued speaking. "Hero research helps us find clues to explore their worlds. When you approach graduation, you will choose a hero to inherit power and complete their pages." Only after finishing her explanation did she notice Ileana standing beside her holding the box. She stepped forward to take the box and told the class, "Students, this is a fragment of the hero registry book collected by Lumen's fifth-year students." Hearing that, all the students in the hall gasped in amazement, and she gently opened the lid of the box. All the students held their breath watching her slow movements. But suddenly Athian closed the lid again and said, "All right then, before you experience the hero book fragment." The action clearly disappointed the entire class. Immediately afterward, she asked a question. "Each of you say what you want to do when you become a hero." Celia Jinger immediately volunteered and stood up to answer. "I want to become a knight who surpasses even the seniors of my family." Hearing that, Athian praised her. "That is a wonderful goal." Right after Celia Jinger, Chloe stood up and clearly stated her goal. She wanted to write a magic book containing only spells she created herself. After her words, another male student hesitantly stood up and stammered, "I." Then Kai, who had woken up at some point, firmly declared his goal. He wanted to become someone useful to heroes. As soon as he sat down and received the professor's praise, the student beside him also stood up and said that Kai wanted to become someone who supports heroes. Truly a wonderful goal. Leo stood up with overwhelming presence, each word resounding decisively. His goal was to completely destroy Erobos. Hearing that statement, Atian immediately froze in shock. Not only her, Kai was also stunned by Leo's declaration. Even the two homeroom teachers of Class 1 and Class 5 could not hide their astonishment. Sensing the atmosphere becoming tense, Atian quickly spoke to ease it. "That is a very great goal. All right, let us continue." But behind Leo, two students were secretly laughing mockingly. "He is dreaming too much. The dream of the first-year representative is certainly unusual." Azan then turned to ask Harit, "What do you think?" Harit calmly replied, "Quite frightening, because he is not the type who only speaks empty words." Although he said that, deep in his mind he thought further. It has been thousands of years since Erobos was divided into many fragments and sealed. Yet during all that time, he has revived many times. Even a single fragment returning to life is enough to cause disaster. His gaze toward Leo was full of contemplation. Yet his goal is to completely destroy Erobos. After asking the students about their goals, Atian continued the lesson. "Today we will read a page of a hero book collected from a dungeon. After each class guesses which hero it belongs to, we will learn how to handle the world of that hero." As she spoke, the lights shone toward the professors behind. The teachers are also observing, so do not cause trouble. The long-awaited moment finally arrived, making the students cheer excitedly. Nello excitedly spoke non-stop. "This is the first time I get to touch a hero registry book." In contrast, Kai felt nervous. "I feel worried." Atian began guiding according to procedure. "First, please invite the representatives of each class to come forward." The representatives included notable names, such as Celia Jinger from Class 1. Representative of Class 5 was Leo. There was also another familiar face, Abad, an outstanding student from the Eastern District. Atian held the box and waited for Leo to step forward first, then explain. This time we recovered 2 pages of the hero registry book. He presented 2 boxes containing 2 different fragments and said, "The remaining fragment is very small, but we still brought it so you can see that such fragments also exist." After speaking, she held them out in front and called, "Student Leo." Without hesitation, Leo reached out and took the largest page fragment. Immediately it emitted brilliant light. He looked at the light and the ancient characters floating around him with surprise. The light between the two grew stronger and stronger. A mysterious command was activated, and the hero registry book opened. According to the incomprehensible magical notifications, countless magic circles appeared on the ground, releasing enormous power. Azan shouted anxiously, "Is it losing control?" As soon as the words ended, the strange characters, and light wrapped around them, pulling them through space and a mysterious darkness. In the end, the 3 professors, together with Leo, and the class representatives were teleported to a strange place. Foreign world, difficult to recognize. Before the students lay countless corpses, scattered everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. One student screamed in panic, "Corpses!" Harit immediately appeared to calm them. "Stay calm. This is a hero dungeon." Sezin noticed something and pointed. "Harit, look at that wall." Before them stood a solid city wall, though badly damaged. The Age of Calamity. The final defense line was the last city. Leo recalled something and murmured. At that time, his wish was truly foolish. Suddenly, from afar, a woman approached, drawing everyone's attention. It was Lycinas, one of the 4 great heroes. She firmly declared that they would save this world. Leo watched her with empty eyes and remained silent. The 2 stood facing each other amid the chaotic battlefield. Unconsciously, Leo softly called her name, Lycinas. Brilliant golden light covered her body. Lycinas smiled gently. Her body transformed into energy and scattered throughout the room, leaving the students confused. "What in the world is happening?" Zia asked anxiously. "Teacher, what is going on?" Harit raised his hand, signaling, and declared, "The lesson is over. Everyone remain calm and leave the lecture hall." Hearing the order, the students immediately left the room. Only Leo remained standing, holding a small page fragment and staring at it. He lifted it and thought to himself, "Is this Kai's fragment?" Teacher Jayo wondered why Leo had not left, so he approached and crossed his arms while observing. The scene shifted to another lecture hall, where a shout echoed across the room. 4 friends were discussing excitedly. Ileana eagerly asked, "You said you saw the King of Wisdom. That is amazing." So that was the hero record of Lord Lycinas. He regretfully clasped her hands and exclaimed, "If only I had been the class representative." Kai could only sigh teasingly, but immediately afterward, he paid the price when Ileana struck him with a painful blow. At that moment, Harit had been standing outside the door and called inside. "I was going around to see which class was the most orderly, and it turns out it is here." He looked at them with a threatening gaze and said, "Study properly or be expelled. Choose for yourselves." After saying that, he angrily slammed the door shut, leaving the others staring in confusion. Leo crossed his arms in thought, unable to understand why his hero record had become so chaotic. He could not even recognize the world they had just seen. He recalled that moment and realized something was wrong. The phrase, "we must save the world," felt as if someone had deliberately twisted his hero record. Leo's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought deeper. The hero record is meant to pass down the power of heroes. What if someone does not want a new hero to appear? Erobos, he must find out why his hero record became so chaotic. Time passed. A month later at the academy, a magic class was in session. Lenhorst was still devotedly teaching the students about original magic, also called signature magic. "This will be the practical test for your midterm exam." Below, the students listened attentively, but the content was so difficult that everyone began sweating. He continued explaining that original magic is the type of magic that clearly reflects a mage's personality. In the current era, where incantation magic has become widespread, many mages no longer pursue original magic. But original magic can become a life-saving ultimate technique in dangerous situations. The professor continued speaking about the origin of what they were studying. Star magic is a type of magic that most spirits know. Truth, it is only a copy of original magic. The only person who ever used true star magic was Luna, the creator of it, and also the ancestor of Nebula. Suddenly, Chloe turned to look at Leo, while he was focused on listening to the lecture. In her mind, the previous battle with Leo resurfaced, making her gaze filled with unwillingness. Leo was attracted by the book beside her, so he turned to look. He seemed to notice something unusual when he sensed the book emitting a dark aura. Chloe also noticed his gaze and immediately became anxious. She hurriedly stuffed the book into her bag in a flustered state. Leo seemed to understand something, but before he could speak, the professor announced, "I know you are all looking forward to your original magic. Today's lesson ends here." The class ended. Chloe immediately stood up and blended into the stream of students leaving the classroom. Leo quickly grabbed her hand. "Wait, Chloe." Realizing she had been stopped, Chloe turned pale and for a moment could not speak. Leo smiled kindly and said, "Come eat with me." but his real purpose was the book she had just hidden in her bag. It was clearly a forbidden book. Chloe pulled her hand back and coldly said, "I do not have time for that. In this practical exam, I will definitely defeat you." Suddenly, Kai jumped out of nowhere and draped an arm over Leo while laughing loudly. "Leo, do you dare challenge the Ice Queen's top place in magic?" Remembering the previous match, Chloe said, "Although I lost to Leo in combat in magical scholarship, I must be first place." She clenched her fist and stared at her rival with determined eyes. "This time I will definitely." She declared coldly, "I will defeat you." Leo happily accepted. If he avoided it, that would be shameful. He nodded as agreement to the challenge. Leo showed no hostility and even cheerfully extended his hand. "Then prepare well." He also straightforwardly shook his hand in response to that courtesy. Seeing that Kai looked at them with sparkling admiration, they are shaking hands. Outside the academy, the sun slowly set behind the mountains, creating a brilliant sunset. At that moment, Leo had appeared inside the hero tower. He climbed each step while searching and thinking that somewhere in this tower was the forbidden library of Lumerin. Perhaps that place would contain clues about his lost hero record. Two students passing by whispered, "Is that not a first-year student? What is he doing here? He looks quite cute." Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "Leo Brock." Leo looked up. He saw a blue-haired girl named Taru. She blew a bubble of gum while looking at Leo and said, "The professor has mentioned you many times. Hello." Leo immediately bowed politely, "Greetings." But Toru did not let him pass easily. She stretched out her leg, blocking the path, and asked, "What is a first-year student doing in the hero tower?" Leo answered honestly, "He came to meet the student council president." Toru looked at him with interest. She continued speaking, "If you belong to the magic department, then I will let it pass. I heard you enrolled in the magic studies class." After that, she showed a satisfied smile. Leo politely said, "Thank you." As they passed each other, Toru reminded him, "Leo, I hope you choose magic studies as your main department." When Leo turned back, she smiled with expectation and said, "I mean it." Leo did not answer immediately and only smiled as if considering. Then he continued climbing the steps. After walking through a long corridor, he finally approached his destination. The final step was to use the elevator to reach the 9th floor of the tower. But after struggling for a while, Leo still could not operate the elevator and stood awkwardly in the middle. He muttered in confusion, "Why is it not working?" Suddenly, a hand emitting energy touched the control panel and said, "You must channel mana into it for the elevator to move." Leo turned and saw a friendly man smiling. "Pleased to meet you, Leo Brock." Rai smiled and stepped forward to speak. "You are the first-year representative everyone has been talking about." Leo slightly lowered his head in greeting to the person standing before him. Jiamua looked at him and asked with curiosity why he had come to the hero tower. He raised his head, gave a faint smile, then replied that he had a small matter and needed to meet the student council president. Jiamua rested his chin on his hand and laughed with interest. "Look at this hunk, a freshman who shows no fear of me, even bold enough to come straight to the student council president's office alone." Leo calmly explained that he did not think his action counted as barging in. But the man kept smiling and advised him to seriously consider joining the night department. What did he think about it? Leo did not know how to respond for a moment, so he only let out two awkward laughs to brush it aside. Standing before the door of the student council president's office, he sighed inwardly. Could it be that he already felt tired before the real conversation had even begun? Leo raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door before him, then said, "President Chris, I am Leo Brock. May I come in?" From inside came a reply, "Come in." He pushed the door open and stepped into the room. The moment he crossed the threshold, he saw someone already waiting. Ray sat behind the desk, smiling at him before asking, "What is the matter, Leo?" Leo stayed silent for quite a while, not answering the question immediately. After a moment, his gaze changed. He looked straight at the person in front of him and said clearly, "I want to enter the forbidden library." Ray's face immediately turned serious. The smile on his lips disappeared as he looked at Leo and said he knew Leo was not the type to joke. He began explaining that there were two paths for an ordinary student to enter the forbidden library. The first way was to conquer the hero dungeon. According to the rules, the person who cleared the dungeon had to personally hand over the pages they found to the hero records department. Leo looked straight at him with unwavering eyes. Ray slightly lowered his head and spoke slowly. "And the second way?" He rested his chin on his hand and smiled as he stated the condition. "I will tell you if you join the student council." In the clear blue sky, brilliant sunlight slipped through layers of white clouds. The day of the night department's practical exam, the arena was filled with excited chatter from students. The first practical exam had finally arrived. Many people had come to watch. Thomas pointed while talking with several other students. Watching such an exciting match without popcorn would be a real loss. Chelsea looked at his appearance and remarked that Thomas truly had the blood of a businessman. Ileana stood beside her, patted her shoulder and smiled lightly, saying that was exactly Thomas's style. Even after leaving Lumen, he could still earn a fortune. Leo stood among the crowd, turning his head to look around while thinking. It seems Chloe did not come. At that moment, a shout rang beside his ear. The match has begun. A man stood with his arms crossed in front of a line of neatly arranged students. His face carried a stern expression as he announced the start of the first duel. First name called was Ho Nip from Class 1. Immediately afterward, the second name rang out. Leo Brock from Class 5 stepped onto the arena. Standing outside the arena, Thomas suddenly noticed someone who had just appeared. He turned and ran over excitedly, calling out, "Professor Sezin." But the man did not look at him and kept his eyes forward before asking, "What is it?" Both of Thomas's hands were full of snacks. He enthusiastically asked if the professor wanted to buy some popcorn and soda. Sethjan smiled lightly and asked in return, "Do you think I would buy those things?" asked Halandi. Thomas did not give up and turned his head toward someone, then nodded as a signal. On the other side, Celia Jinger seemed to understand the signal and nodded back. She ran to the professor with sparkling eyes. "Professor, please buy popcorn for us. It looks really delicious." Thomas also took the chance to call on the other students to shout a name together. "Sezin, Sezin." A group of students immediately looked toward them and shouted in unison, "Sezin, Sezin." But he only crossed his arms and closed his eyes, remaining silent for quite a long time without replying. Finally, Sezin opened his mouth slightly and said, "Give everyone a portion." Thomas immediately replied happily, "Yes." On the arena, Leo was now standing opposite Halen's. Leo smiled at his opponent and said, "Good luck, the first one." Ho Nip belonged to the night department, born from the hero family Nip. He licked his lips while looking at Leo and said Leo seemed not to care about him. Leo would regret that. The basic rule of Lumen's night department midterm practical exam was to win 5 duels to pass. A female student in the stands asked curiously what kind of skills the class representative had. The male student beside her explained that Leo studied 3 majors, so there would certainly be a gap compared with those who focused on only one. Do not forget Ho Nip was ranked 3rd in Class 1, only behind Celia Jinger and Durin. On the arena, Ho Nip kept spinning the weapon in his hand while thinking. Leo Brock, the arrogant one who always hangs around Celia Jinger. And Landia loudly announced the rules of the exam. The one who makes the opponent unable to continue fighting will be the winner. Treat this duel as a real battle. Suddenly, a strange black energy appeared before Leo's eyes. He widened his eyes at the sensation he had just sensed. Leo tilted his head and looked toward a distant building. That source of energy seemed to be coming from a room inside that building. Inside the dark room, Chloe sat at her desk with her head lowered, continuously writing something. Suddenly, she used force to tear apart all the pages she had just written. Chloe trembled and gritted her teeth as she said, "This is wrong. It cannot be. I cannot create this unique magic by my own ability alone." She swung her arm and knocked the neatly stacked books on the desk to the floor. Sweat covered Chloe's face as the image of someone appeared in her mind. She bit her lip and silently declared that she absolutely could not lose to him in this practical exam. Chloe lowered her head and looked at the floor when she noticed something lying in front of her. She stared at a brown book and thought, "With this I can win." Her eyes gradually changed and flashed with light. "This time I will definitely win." Back at the arena, Leo still raised his head, observing the mysterious streams of power that had just appeared. On the opposite side, Ho Nip smirked and thrust his spear toward him. He smugly thought he had seized the opportunity. Leo reacted extremely quickly, tilting his head to the side and skillfully dodging the. Ho Nip did not slow down and immediately launched another move. The snake spear thrust continued shooting straight toward Leo. Sharp spearhead aimed precisely at his chest and rushed forward at incredible speed. But in an instant, he raised his hand and lightly grabbed the spear tip right in front of him. The people around widened their eyes in shock, each wondering what kind of power that was. Leo suddenly pulled the spear forcefully toward himself. The terrifying pull dragged Ho Nip's body along, his whole figure lurching forward. A fist flashed like lightning and slammed straight into his cheek. Ho Nip was immediately sent flying backward. Leo shook his hand slightly, then smirked and said, "Who said he was careless?" A stream of toxic green aura suddenly burst from Ho Nip's body. Stood up and frowned at Leo. "Do not celebrate too early. The battle has only just begun, Poison Bone." In his mind, he thought that someone like Leo, who could not use aura, would always have weaknesses no matter how strong he was. Leo raised his hand and created a blazing red flame, then observed the poisonous aura before him. Toxic aura was quite interesting. The flame in his hand spread gradually into the air, little by little pushing back the aura surrounding his opponent. Ho Nip sneered, unless it was fire aura at the level of Celia Jinger, otherwise it would be hard to suppress him. In a single moment, Leo appeared right in front of him, his entire body wrapped in red flames. He was the one who was too careless. The red flames erupted fiercely, nearly burning away the aura around Ho Nip completely. In the stands, the students ate buttered popcorn while watching the match with fascination. Duran also sat among the crowd, arms crossed while observing closely. Celia Jinger looked down at the arena with astonishment in her eyes. He wondered when Leo had raised his fire aura strength to this level. Ho Nip also could not believe his eyes. This power was equal to Celia Jinger. This madman who tried to pursue every path was actually this strong. He curled his lips and said that this move had originally been prepared to defeat Celia Jinger. He extended his hand and launched something forward. He did not expect to use it on him, Leo Brock. Gigantic snake opened its mouth and lunged forward. It was the move Serpent Prison. Leo looked at the snake coiling around his body, but calmly remarked that it was not bad. Ho Nip confidently turned his head toward the stands. How did she see it, Celia Jinger? His gaze pointed toward Celia, as if to say this was the technique prepared to counter her flames. Celia exhaled softly, then raised one finger pointing forward. The snake coiling around Leo began to burn little by little under his flames. In the end, the entire snake was completely burned away and vanished. Ho Nip widened his eyes in disbelief. It could not be. He gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the spear, and rushed forward again to attack. On the opposite side, Leo also drew his sword. A single slash, he knocked away the opponent's spear blade. Leo smiled and said, while the fire was still burning, he should not be careless like that. The sword tip stopped right before Ho Nip's throat. The announcement sounded. The winner was Leo Brock. Chelsea in the stands looked down with shining eyes. Wonderful. As expected of Leo, she smiled and said she knew she could trust him. Leaving the arena, Ho Nip walked while thinking Leo truly had formidable combat strength. No wonder he was often beside Celia Jinger. Suddenly a voice sounded beside him. Not bad, Ho. Celia Jinger stood before him and smiled, saying he did well. His face reddened slightly. He turned away with an awkward laugh. Really, she truly thought so. The announcement rang out again. The next match, Ileana Class 5 versus Chenzia Class 5. Ileana stepped forward excitedly. When she heard the opponent's name, Ileana's body suddenly stiffened. Looking at the person entering the arena, she sighed. Why did it have to be one of the three strongest? The two girls stood on the arena, quietly looking at each other for several seconds. Chenzia clasped her hands and bowed politely. Please guide me. Ileana returned the courtesy. Please guide me. The signal sounded. The match began. Chenzia raised her hand and controlled her power. Her hands moved, and streams of water gradually appeared in the air. On Ileana's side, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet, and flames erupted around her body. She pointed her sword forward and rushed quickly to attack. Leo stood behind the crowd with arms crossed watching, quietly noting that Ileana seemed seriously injured. Ileana's sword struck an invisible barrier, and her body felt as if electricity ran through it. Immediately after she was blasted backward, Ileana fell to the ground, while smoke still rose from her body. The result announcement rang out. The winner was Chenzia. She clasped her hands and bowed. Ileana pushed herself up to sit, then smiled lightly and waved her hand. At least she had not backed down before Chenzia. Leo looked at the girl and remarked that although her initial compatibility was not high, if she had remained calm, the result would likely have been much better. Next name was called out, Celia Jinger of Class 1. As soon as the announcement ended, the stands immediately erupted with discussion. Celia Jinger confidently stepped onto the arena. Her opponent was Duran Moira from Class 1. She had just turned her head when she discovered Duran, already standing right behind her. Celia Jinger smiled lightly, then exhaled. It seemed this match would be interesting since her opponent was him. Duran did not reply. He only frowned tightly and looked at her with a stern gaze. In the stands, Thomas held a box of buttered popcorn and even wore 3D glasses, as if watching a blockbuster film. Leo, sitting beside him, said it seemed this would be a match worth watching. Thomas stared at the arena, then pushed the popcorn box toward him and said the match had begun. The other students also fixed their eyes on the match and continuously shouted cheers. The sunlight shone brightly overhead. On the arena, Celia Jinger watched her opponent to see how strong the top Night Division student of Class 1 truly was. Duran remained silent, only staring straight at her without speaking. Slash flashed, carving a streak of golden light across the... Celia and Duran swung their swords at the same time, both immediately rushing into direct combat. A student narrowed his eyes at the power they released. This was the ability of the top students. Thomas watched with his mouth hanging open, then asked Leo that it was incredible. Who did he think would win? Leo placed a piece of popcorn into his mouth, then replied that judging by appearances, Celia Jinger seemed likely to lose. Thomas turned toward him in shock. In Leo's mind, there was something more he did not say aloud. He smiled slightly and thought that Celia's eyes showed she still had a hidden trump card. Duran rushed forward with lightning speed. He swung his sword in a horizontal slash, the blade grazing past Celia's face. A small cut appeared on her cheek with blood slowly seeping out. Celia reacted immediately, swinging her sword to deflect his attack. She raised her sword toward the sky. Flames immediately ignited and coiled around the blade. A barrier appeared enclosing the two of them. The students outside immediately cheered as they realized the match had become serious. Leo continued watching closely and praised that Celia Jinger was using a very clever tactic. Thomas beside him looked confused and asked what was happening. Leo explained that the first-year training arena was quite small, so Celia had turned this place into a battlefield, favorable to herself. He pointed at the ring of fire surrounding them and said that from now on Duran's movement would be restricted, and the heat would also affect his vision. Leo observed Celia's state and remarked that she was already excellent but now even stronger than before. Surrounded by a sea of flames, Duran wiped sweat from the heat and did not notice that Celia had appeared behind him. Only when she leaped up preparing to strike did he lift his head and discover her. Duran gathered strength into his hand, then swung his sword preparing to counterattack. Celia was one step faster. She calmly caught the blade aimed toward her. She smiled and raised her head saying briefly, "It is over." Immediately after, Celia used her head and slammed it hard into Duran's forehead. His eyes rolled white and a large swelling rose on his forehead. Duran collapsed motionless on the ground. The announcement sounded that the winner was Celia Jinger. The stands immediately exploded with cheers. Celia rotated her wrist and said to him that he should try training his physical strength more. She extended her hand before him. Duran rubbed his red forehead and looked at her without speaking. Finally, he stood up and shook her hand to end the match. The students in the stands had shining eyes like devoted fans. Celia Jinger looked incredibly cool while fighting, and they had to record it. Leo looked at her below and remarked that training had clearly produced results. Thomas beside him was loudly cheering for Celia. Harit had appeared behind them without anyone noticing when. He chewed popcorn while saying that Celia Jinger had truly won. After saying that, he turned and left as if nothing had happened. Thomas stared blankly and asked when the teacher had been listening. At the end of the day, the Night Division practical examination officially ended. Combined results were announced. First place Celia Jinger with 4 wins and 1 loss. Second place belonged to Duran Mora, also with 4 wins and 1 loss. Next was Chen Zia with 4 wins and 1 loss. Finally, Leo Brock with 5 wins and 1 loss. 1 week later, the written language exam took place. Harit held a stack of papers and said they had worked hard, carried the papers to the door, then turned back and waved his hand. No one should fail and get expelled. The students in the class could only look at each other anxiously. The white classroom door closed with a loud sound. Liana, sitting in class, angrily shouted that the teacher kept talking about expulsion all day. 2 students spoke at the same time, asking Chelsea to show them the answer. She closed her eyes, thinking about who to let see them first. Various voices arguing filled the classroom. "Let me see first, let me see first." At that moment, someone asked Leo, who was lying across the desk, how the exam went. Class representative. Leo raised his head and rotated his neck, then said it was probably not bad and laughed twice. Leo asked in confusion if he really looked like that. She smiled and said if he felt pain anywhere he should tell her, and she would heal it with magic. Someone on the other side complained that his shoulders and back were stiff with pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Chelsea punched him hard in the back, then laughed and said now the pain was gone. She happily asked Leo how his summoning training had been recently, since she heard he rarely went to the training room. Leo propped his arm and turned around, replying that he still trained very diligently in places where no one could see. Chelsea's face clearly showed admiration. As expected of Leo, what rank did he think he would achieve in the summoning test? Leo slightly parted his lips but did not answer immediately, instead asking back if she meant him. His eyes were filled with confidence as he declared first place. That was obvious. Early the next morning, as the sun had just risen high, the practical examination of the summoning division officially began. In the arena, the students gathered in large numbers. The announcement voice echoed, welcoming everyone to the biggest event of the first semester for freshmen, the summoning race. Student in the stands introduced himself. He was pleased to accompany everyone. He was Dan Bartz, a third-year student of the summoning division at Lumen Academy. Celia crossed her arms and asked the person beside her if this was truly an exam. Ray explained that the summoning race was a long-standing tradition of the summoning division and always attracted the attention of the entire academy. Thomas still had his usual cheerful appearance, one hand holding buttered popcorn and the other holding a drink as if watching a match. The other students were the same, eating while carefully watching the competition. One student looked around with his head raised and complained why everyone gathered so noisily, making it hard to concentrate. Others also frowned and complained that it was truly troublesome. Leo remained silent, standing still on the competition field without saying a word. Alyssa's gaze was now fixed on him attentively. Wanda and Chen Zia also maintained calm expressions, standing and waiting for the race to begin. Alyssa suddenly said that in the night division test, he had displayed outstanding skill. He looked at Leo and asked whether he had prepared well for the summoning test. Leo stretched his body while replying that of course he had prepared. But Alyssa still doubted it because she had never seen him appear in any training session. Another student who heard this immediately agreed that it was true. The people around quickly became agitated. saying that if he underestimated this exam, he should withdraw, because they had never seen him truly connect with any summoned creature. Seeing the tense situation, Ray hurried over advising everyone to calm down. The blonde student angrily said not to defend him just because they were in the same class. That guy was clearly looking down on them. Zia looked around and said the atmosphere before the exam being this tense was not good. Liu, a summoning student from the Eastern continent, looked at her and said that because he had high scores in the night division, he did not need to care about summoning. He was about to reply when Wanda, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, interrupting that it was too noisy. He placed one hand into his pocket and slowly walked forward toward the group. Gordon of the Summoning Division, the top student of the Southern Continent, frowned and said if they wanted to argue about who rode a summoned beast longer, they should not do it in front of him. Liu glared at him angrily and asked what he had just said. Wanda crossed his arms and replied with contempt that it was annoying when some people rode beasts a little longer, and thought it was a great achievement. Liu pointed at him asking if he felt guilty, because he also rarely appeared in the taming training sessions. Wanda frowned and said those sessions were not worth wasting time on. He was not the kind of person who could not handle a griffin. Liu grew furious and swung his fist toward him while shouting angrily. But the fist had just been thrown when another hand blocked it in midair. Liu looked straight into his eyes and warned that if they fought before the exam, they would not only be warned, but also lose the right to participate. In the end, Liu only snorted and withdrew his fist. Ray scratched his cheek and explained that recently the freshmen of the Summoning Division had not been in a good mood. Liu asked what the reason was. Ray worriedly said that in summoning the gap in skill between the talented and the majority was extremely large. But because Leo and Chelsea were not specialized in summoning, yet still ranked at the top, the second-year Summoning Division had once summoned all of them to give a warning. Leo looked around at the other students and thought perhaps his actions made others think he was arrogant, even though that was not the case. A high corner of the stands, a mysterious figure in a black cloak silently observed them. He only said that it had finally begun, then stepped into a spatial gate and disappeared. On the field, Liu now released a strange aura and muttered, "Enter the exam, you arrogant fools." His eyes turned red, and in his mind, he kept thinking that he would eliminate all of them. And began announcing, before the race started, let him explain the rules. Freshmen of the Summoning Division were only allowed to use summoning skills. Students of dual disciplines could not use aura or other magic. The race began. The first task was to tame the griffin in front of them. After that, everyone would move across Summoning Island. Next, they would take the Silent Lake as a marker, then return. Would become the star of the midterm practical exam of the Summoning Division. They would soon know. Leo and Alyssa stood on the field, carefully listening to the rules. Leo remained calm, standing straight without showing any worry. Participating students quickly gathered into a horizontal line before the starting mark. Teacher Duga Marine gave a final reminder that the freshmen should not be nervous. They should act as during training, because anyone defeated by pressure would be left behind. Hearing that, Liu and two other students began to worry while trying to reassure themselves. Duga Marine smiled, then shouted, "Prepare." Red-haired student with a freckled face glanced at Liu and received a nod from him. The command to start sounded. Immediately, the contestants rushed forward. However, the two standing beside Liu did not run, but began activating their power. They simultaneously attacked toward Leo and Wanda, surprising the audience. It seemed the Summoning Division students had planned to target the two strongest. Leo remained calm, raising his hand to block their fire attack. At that moment, Ray had already climbed onto the back of a griffin and turned back, shouting loudly, "Class representative." Leo shouted toward him not to worry about him. He should go ahead because this was an exam. He turned back to look at Leo one last time, then apologized with a worried expression before pulling the reins and sending the griffin soaring into the sky. In the stands, many students protested loudly, saying that was dirty play. The Summoning Division exam should be fair. Leo looked at the flames surrounding him and thought that, although he knew they did not like him, he did not expect them to unite like this to cause trouble. The commentary echoed through the arena, saying the students were getting too heated, but this was also a strategy. At that moment, Wanda quickly dispelled the elemental magic, escaped from the magic encirclement, then calmly walked toward the pen of a griffin. Gordon mounted its back, then turned to ask Leo if he needed help, because it looked like he was in trouble. Leo raised his hand to shield his face and replied that it was not necessary. He could handle it himself. Gordon said nothing further and guided the griffin straight up into the sky. The field now, only Leo remained trapped within the magic formation, and a single griffin still inside the pen. Chelsea in the stands looked down anxiously. "Oh, Belle." Duga Marine observed the situation and thought the rift among the freshmen of the Summoning Division was more serious than she had expected. Seeing Leo surrounded by red flames made her even more worried, because his specialty was summoning, not spirits. But before she could finish thinking, she suddenly looked down at the field in surprise. Leo closed his eyes and focused while reciting a summoning chant. Spirits, release my shackles and open the path ahead. Spirits, please free him and open the way. Immediately afterward, a small fire spirit and a small wind spirit appeared. Duga Marine was astonished, seeing him recite the spirit language so fluently. Each line of the incantation shocked her. How could this student do such a thing? Leo looked up at her and smiled confidently. Duga Marine widened her eyes and realized something. Beside then calmly said that he had certainly learned how to summon. The scene shifted to a windy hill. In the sky, a flock of monsters flew while the race was underway. Student laughed loudly, saying he deserved it. A class representative who could not even start. Liu mocked Alyssa, asking if she felt satisfied, but she replied that she did not like this. She looked at him with displeasure and asked what he thought others would think of the summoning division after this. Liu still laughed arrogantly, saying who cared? Those people only deserved humiliation. Alyssa only warned him that next time he should think before acting, then accelerated and flew ahead. Liu gritted his teeth angrily, but only dared curse inwardly that she was arrogant because of her family backing. He also sped up to chase after her and thought he would certainly achieve a high ranking. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Aside from Alyssa, he was the best at controlling flying beasts. Suddenly a shout rang out. Liu turned back and saw Chen Zia riding a beast closely behind. He stared at her standing posture on the beast's back and could not help feeling alarmed. He thought, how could she be so fast even without using spirit enhancement? Then immediately ordered his companions to attack together. A girl with orange hair immediately summoned a spirit and shouted, take this. Small spirit rushed forward, attacking Chen Zia, but Chen Zia directed her flying beast upward to dodge the attack. Immediately afterward, she appeared above the opponent's head with a frightening smile. The orange-haired girl cried out in terror. What? Frightened scream echoed. Chen Zia stepped on the beast's back, then leaped down. A kick struck the opponent directly. Orange-haired girl fell straight toward the ground, shouting in fear that it was cheating. Chen Zia replied calmly that she had not even used aura. After that, she accelerated to chase Liu. Chen Zia smiled politely and greeted him. Hello, Liu. Liu angrily threatened that she had made a mistake by turning them into enemies. Chen Zia thought for a moment, then said she was not good at aerial combat, but he did not have only one opponent. She smiled brightly, but her voice was cold. Someone was very angry about his little trick. At that moment, an explosion occurred behind him, making Liu jump in alarm. Chen Zia looked at the series of explosions, then said it seemed Wondon was the type who repaid every grudge. Gordon, riding a beast, looked at Liu, then formed a fireball in his hand and cursed at him. The giant spirit fireball shot straight toward Liu like a counterattack. Liu hurriedly summoned the spirit Sketchter to block in front of him, protecting himself. But the fireball still exploded, repeatedly making Liu's beasts and companions panic. Scene returned to the arena. The announcer said Leo Plot was famous for his ambition to become the best student of Lumen, but today summoning might be his weakness. Tension filled the air as Leo and the griffin stared at each other without either yielding. Leo suddenly noticed a wound on the beast's wing. He said coldly to it that an aspiring hero joining such a game was truly disgraceful. Leo reached out and grabbed the reins on the griffin's neck. Monster screamed miserably in pain. The host immediately spoke up. Leo is trying to tame the griffin. My advice is do not foolishly ride it while it is still in such an alert state. In the stands, Celia Jinger spoke with worry. My goodness, why is Leo being so reckless? Rai, sitting beside her, calmly replied, he must have his own reason. Leo tensed his body and pulled hard on the reins to control the beast that was gradually losing control. He tightened the reins and spoke in a stern voice. I understand your pain, but right now you must obey my command. Leo's eyes became sharp and cold. An oppressive aura spread out as he gave the order. Kneel down. The monster immediately fell silent, its entire body trembling as it stood frozen in fear. After speaking, Leo loosened the reins in his hand. The monster obediently lowered its body and knelt down according to his command. Leo decisively pulled out the stone shard deeply embedded in its wing. After treating the wound, he quickly climbed onto the monster's back in one smooth motion. It roared violently and spread its wings as it shot straight into the sky. On the giant screen, the image of Leo accelerating appeared. The host commented, Leo has entered the flight route. The beginning was extremely difficult. Trouble kept coming one after another. Perhaps the last place position is waiting for him. Sitting on its back, Leo spoke gently. It may have hurt a lot, but you endured it very well. You are truly very brave. Flames ignited within Leo's eyes. He began chanting, in the name of the one who made the contract, I command you, appear before me. Dora was summoned, her figure gradually appearing. Immediately afterward, flames erupted violently and spread outward in all directions. The flames quickly covered the monster's entire body, causing it to release a sky-shaking roar. In the stands, Celia Jinger stared at the screen in confusion and asked what that flame was. I pondered thoughtfully. Zinger's fire, perhaps. No, this is not the flame of radiant energy. Then what kind of fire is it? Somewhere else on the racetrack, two summoning class students who had previously been attacked by Wanda were struggling. The girl said their injuries were too severe. "At this rate, we cannot reach maximum speed," the boy in front replied, "but at least we can still avoid last place. Calm down." Suddenly sensing something unusual, the boy immediately turned his head to look behind him. Leo rode his monster, his entire body covered in a sea of flames as he shot toward them, causing the two to scream in fear. Leo smiled confidently and thought to himself, "All right, let us try increasing the speed a little more." After that, a breathtaking chase officially began. Leo immediately realized something was wrong and quickly raised his guard. A black dragon suddenly appeared ahead, roaring fiercely. Leo widened his eyes in shock as he stared at it, unable to believe what he was seeing. That was Fapnea. The enormous, ferocious black dragon stood arrogantly blocking the flight path of the contestants. Few minutes before this incident happened, Eliza chased closely behind Wondon and shouted loudly, "This will be the end point for you, Wondon. I will not yield the leading position." He remained calm, only lightly snapping his fingers once. A small spark appeared before her. Alyssa panicked and immediately pulled the reins to dodge in another direction. Only 1 second after she changed direction, an explosion erupted immediately. She realized in shock that it was a combination attack between a fire spirit and a wind spirit. Numerous thoughts flashed through Alyssa's mind. This move is not simply the ability to control spirit entities. I have never heard that he studied magic classes. Wanda's cold, sharp gaze turned toward her. Her vigilance made Alyssa silently call his name, Wanda. Alyssa showed a confident smile. But no matter how powerful the attack is, if it does not hit, then it means nothing. With her masterful skill in controlling flying monsters, she easily avoided the explosions created by him. Gordon looked at her and spoke in a low voice. "Then try to see if you can dodge this move." He cast ice magic. Instantly countless sharp ice crystals formed. With only a light wave of his hand, the magically enhanced ice crystals immediately shot straight toward Alyssa, causing her to cry out in shock. She pulled the reins hard to stop and turned around to face the attack directly. Magical power gathered around the monster's body. It raised its head and roared violently. Immediately afterward, it spewed out a fierce stream of fire, shooting straight toward the incoming ice crystals. Liza looked at Wanda with cold eyes, her aura no less imposing. The stream of flames instantly burned his entire attack to ashes. Warden frowned while thinking about strengthening summoned beasts. The host at the starting point also commented in astonishment. Truly an incredible match. Warden uses 3 spirit entities to attack while Eliza responds by strengthening her summoned beast. Taking advantage of that moment, a figure swiftly flashed past the two of them and surged ahead. The host immediately continued, and right now Chen Zia has seized the opportunity to take the lead. Ko Dak Kai looked at the two behind and spoke, "Then thank you very much." Before she could finish speaking, a purple rope tightly wrapped around Chen Zia's neck, pulling her backward in panic. Alyssa used her weapon to bind Chen Zia's legs and shouted loudly, "I will not let that happen, Zia." Chen Zia's attention was distracted when a small flame suddenly appeared right in front of her. Realizing the danger, she immediately pushed hard off the monster's back and leaped away. In the blink of an eye, she escaped the massive explosion created by Walden. Chen Zia used force to violently tear apart the rope tightening around her neck. After that, she gently landed back on the monster's back and continued charging along the race route. An expression of surprise mixed with excitement appeared on her face. The top students of the summoning department are truly not ordinary. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted and cut through everything. All 3 of them simultaneously turned their heads to look forward. That was Lu riding on the back of a black dragon, charging straight toward them while shouting loudly, "Damn it!" The 3 exclaimed in shock at the same time. Black Dragon, whose face was flushed red, veins bulging with anger. That man growled through clenched teeth, "I will kill all of you, you bastards." Chen Zia panicked and quickly warned him. Lu, riding anything other than a Kilin lion, violates the rules. He seemed to have his reason completely clouded by rage and roared, "Shut up. I do not care about that rule at all." That man immediately controlled the black dragon to charge forward and attack, roaring loudly, "You people who only rely on talent, I will wipe all of you out." The group hurriedly scattered to avoid the fierce attack. The scene returned to the present. The enormous black dragon was blocking the path of the 3 ahead, causing Wanda to ask in astonishment, "That idiot really sign a contract with a black dragon?" Chen Zia replied, "No, that thing does not look like a normal black dragon. It looks more like a mutated creature." A sharp gust of wind whistled past. Everyone turned their heads at the same time and saw Leo had already caught up. Seeing Leo rush over, the 3 of them simultaneously called his name in surprise. Lu was also stunned when he saw Leo appear and said, "Why did you follow here?" but it does not matter, I will defeat you as well. Not letting him continue speaking, Leo cut in with a low voice. Hey, all 4 people present were surprised by Leo's sudden attitude. Leo's face darkened. His cold, sharp eyes stared at Lu as he asked, "Where did you get that giant lizard?" Lu still laughed arrogantly and replied, "Jealous. This is my power. I use summoning magic to sign a contract with it. It seems you are jealous of my summoned beast." Leo silently observed and said coldly, "Mistaking that thing for a summoned beast? How ridiculous. That is a mutated monster once controlled by the mages of Tartarus." Memories of fighting them in the past suddenly surfaced in his mind. That was once one of the powerful war beasts of the Tartarus army that we destroyed during the era of the Great Catastrophe. Then, where exactly did he get this monster? Lu shouted loudly with a command, "Attack Black Dragon." Immediately, a massive stream of dark energy shot straight toward Leo. Leo and the other 2 immediately dashed away to evade. All 3 narrowly avoided the fierce attack. When the 3 had moved aside, only Chenzia remained standing in place, watching the incoming energy. Leo shouted a warning, "Move away quickly." Chenzia immediately raised a shield before her, but fear filled her mind as she thought it was already too late. The dark energy slammed straight into her fragile defense. Shield began to crack. Chenzia closed her eyes and screamed in fear. Immediately afterward, both she and the beast she was riding fell freely downward. Leo seized the moment and immediately rushed forward, caught the unconscious Chenzia in his arms in time and thought. She fainted from the fall. First, I must ensure Chenzia is safe. Leo immediately shouted to the other 2, "Everyone get down to the ground now." Alyssa nodded in agreement. 3 quickly landed on a nearby hill. Lu controlled the black dragon to circle above the place where Leo and his group had just landed. That man looked down at them, gloomy energy spreading around his body. Lu laughed with delight and said, "So the feeling of standing above and looking down like this is not bad." After saying that he controlled the black dragon to dive down. Meanwhile, the host was still enthusiastically commenting, "The contestants have left the racetrack and moved outside the broadcast range. Everything is becoming chaotic." He continued speaking. Sen Liu has summoned the black fierce dragon and attacked the leading contestants. But before he could finish speaking, he was kicked away by Duga Marine and scolded. "Hey, idiot, you still care about commentary at a time like this." Duga Marine immediately grabbed the microphone and ordered, "The assistants of the summoning department deploy flying beasts immediately. The match is temporarily suspended." Zezin and Lenhorst quickly arrived after hearing the news. He hurriedly asked, "What is happening, Duga Marine?" She turned off the microphone and replied, "It seems Sen Liu signed a contract with a high-level magical beast instead of a normal summoned beast." Both of them were shocked. Seth Jane cried out in astonishment. "What?" Looked at Lu's abnormal excitement and bloodshot eyes and said, "He will not endure that influence for long. Is Lu truly controlling that high-level magical beast himself?" Harit suddenly appeared behind them and asked, "You mean someone else is controlling it?" Sezin turned back and replied, "I am not sure, but that possibility is very high." Harit immediately ordered everyone in the room, "Dua lead the summoning assistants to intercept Sen Liu. If necessary, restrain and eliminate the magical beast." The other instructors immediately spread out to protect the students. Everyone replied together, "Yes." Harit continued speaking. "Sezin, come with me." Sezin nodded firmly. The 2 immediately left the room with serious expressions. The scene shifted back to the hill where Leo had just landed. Leo gently placed the injured and unconscious Chenzia onto the grass. The other 2 also landed right after that. Wanda looked up at the sky where a massive shadow was descending and said, "It is coming." Who also controlled the black dragon to land on the hill. That man looked at Leo and said with disdain, "If you wanted to run, you should have hidden better." That man looked around and sneered, "All of you gathered again in this empty place." Leo calmly replied, "I was not running away." Lu asked in surprise, "What?" Leo calmly stepped closer and said, "The creature you are riding is not a summoned beast and it is not a black dragon." Lu mocked in reply, "I belong to the summoning department. I say it is a black dragon. Do you understand it better than me?" Leo coldly interrupted, "That is a magical beast." After hearing that, Lu froze for a moment, not knowing how to respond. The 2 standing behind Leo also frowned with tension. Memories from his previous life and the present overlapped in Leo's mind, especially the moment when he once fought and died. The will of 2 lives merged into one. Leo spoke firmly, "I stand here to eliminate this magical beast causing disaster." Those words seemed to echo from deep within the memories when he once confronted this black dragon. Lu, riding on the back of the black dragon, suddenly burst into insane laughter. Alyssa sighed and said, "My goodness, he has gone mad." That man widened his eyes, veins bulging as he stared at Leo and growled, What did you just say? That man roared. Do I look like someone who must listen to you? The black dragon began gathering energy within its body. Lu roared loudly, die. A massive red stream of energy immediately shot forward. At that moment, a gigantic stone hand rose from the ground and blocked the attack. Alyssa looked at the scene and said, he has clearly lost his mind. A golem appeared and stood before Lu's attack, protecting Leo and the others behind. Gordon was the one who summoned it. He said, eliminate that disgusting monster. I completely agree, Leo Brock. Lu gritted his teeth and pulled the reins, sweat running down as he thought in shock. Golem magic. Alyssa stepped forward to stand beside Leo and said, are you two planning to play heroes by yourselves? I will join too. The three stood side by side, their momentum surging. Alyssa spoke. First, we must pull that madman away from the control of the magical beast. Warden maintained the magic while speaking. The golem will not hold much longer. Prepare yourselves. Alyssa replied irritably, you really cannot do anything properly, Warden. Seeing the two people in front of him arguing loudly, he could not help letting out a faint laugh. Under the terrifying pressure of the attack, the golem was gradually overwhelmed and cracks began to appear. Lu laughed arrogantly and said, even a golem is nothing before me. Just as I thought, my monster is the one that is truly powerful. After struggling to hold on for a while, the golem finally shattered. Lu roared madly. Where did you rats run off to? The black dragon under his control also raised its head and roared fiercely. Alyssa angrily lashed the rattan whip toward Lu. He hurriedly stepped back to dodge, his face filled with rage as he shouted, how dare you attack me, you wretch? The familiar snap of Walden's fingers rang out again. Small spark ignited above the head of the black dragon as it prepared to release another stream of energy. In an instant, the flame exploded right above the black dragon's head. Wanda stood there with fire burning in her hand, silently observing. And he spoke in a calm voice now. Leo immediately caught the opening and recognized the signal. Lu stared at them in horror, so shocked that he could not say a word. Before he could finish speaking, Leo had already rushed in front of him as fast as the wind. His cold expression drew close as a direct kick struck Lu's face, making him scream in pain. Leo lightly stepped onto the back of the black dragon. Lu's body suddenly trembled violently, as if controlled by some force. A strange voice spoke, trying to pull this brat away from the enemy, but it stopped there, you little pests. His face twisted from the recent kick as he glared at Leo, making him ask in surprise, you. Below them, Alyssa and Wanda anxiously called out, wait, why are you charging in alone like that, Leo Brock? On the black dragon's back, Lu stood up after the earlier kick. He looked at Leo with mockery, afraid already young hero candidate. Leo stared straight at him with sharp eyes, then said, you are the beast mage of Tartarus. Where is your real body? It cannot be too far away. He laughed with interest. A shadow appeared behind Leo Brock. You have recognized my true identity already. Interesting, truly very interesting. Even in this situation, you remain calm. You truly have the qualities of a perfect hero. He stepped closer and whispered, but unfortunately you will die here. He swung his hand, releasing a blast of wind force that knocked Leo away. Strike made Leo slide toward the edge of the saddle on the black dragon's back. Leo lost his balance and fell from its back, while Lu remained standing there watching with smug satisfaction. Without panic, Leo calmly summoned a fireball. Tiny Fiora appeared, flapping her little wings as she flew up. Leo smiled and said, Fiora, it is time to shine. Recalling his previous life, Leo thought about his own abilities. He could use every element, but had never reached the peak of any single one. He remembered his former teammates. In terms of aura of light, Aaron and Duno were more skilled than him. As for magic, Luna was the one who truly excelled. Final member of the team, and also the summoner, was Lysinus. Returning to the present, Leo continued thinking. Therefore, the path he chose was to fuse different kinds of power. At that moment, Leo's eyes burned with red flames. Waves of powerful energy poured into Fiora's body. Fiora began to evolve. Leo said it was the fusion of aura of light and magic. The next stage was the blending of magic and spirit power. Fiora's enormous wings gradually spread open. Leo continued mentioning the final step, spirit power combined with aura of light. After completing the evolution, Fiora grabbed Leo with her claws and hovered in the air. Leo looked at its new form with delight, then teased, now you really look more like a phoenix. The moment Fiora finished transforming, Lu's black dragon roared violently. Leo thought it was reacting to the phoenix energy, which opposed beasts. Riding the black dragon, Lu asked suspiciously, a contractor of the phoenix, who exactly are you? Leo calmly replied, if you tell me where you captured that magical beast, then I will reveal it. He immediately developed the intention to kill Leo. You even know about the Calamity Era beast. I cannot let you live. Saying that, he commanded the black dragon to gather energy, preparing to attack. Leo drew the sword at his waist and pointed it straight at Lu. A fireball slowly formed, confronting the dark energy of the black dragon. He warned cautiously, Fiora, it is coming. Leo quickly unleashed a skill, secret sword art of Zinger. He chanted, Phoenix breath, secret technique, point of light. The two attacks collided, creating a huge explosion as Leo stared at the black dragon with tension. He poured all his strength into blocking that enormous surge of energy. Seeing Leo struggling, Lu laughed triumphantly and said, "It is over." But before he could celebrate, he suddenly sensed danger and shouted, "Who is there?" Seeing him distracted, Leo suspected his real body was under attack. The spirit power was weakening. Seizing the opportunity, Leo poured all his strength into the final strike and roared. A massive flame shot forward and slammed directly into the black dragon and Lu. He only managed to blurt out, "This guy has not even." Before he could curse, the black dragon had already absorbed Leo's entire attack into its body and began to overload. Immediately after, the overwhelming pressure caused it to explode right before Leo's eyes. Leo looked up at the treetop where his companion was flying and said, "Well done, Fiora. Now let us go back." As soon as he finished speaking, Fiora immediately returned to her original form, and the two of them hovered in the air again. Leo suddenly realized something and froze like a statue. His scream echoed out, causing the entire forest to tremble. Scene shifted to another gloomy forest. A mage sat casting a spell and said, "You can only come this far, hero candidate. Let it end." Suddenly he sensed killing intent, and his eyes darted around Sir. A massive gravitational pressure suddenly appeared, crushing down on his body. He coughed and roared angrily, "Who is it?" Sezin hovered in the air, generating terrifying pressure. Harith stood below and spoke, "This one is specially for you, beast mage of Tartarus." A stream of dark aura escaped from his body. The mage laughed eerily and said, "So it is the two pillars of Lumen." Seeing his strange movement, Harith and Sezin immediately sealed the area. The mage's body continued to distort. The black smoke completely escaped and said, "What a pity, we will have to meet again next time." After saying that, it slammed heavily into the ground, making the surrounding area shake violently. After that, only the black smoke slowly faded away along with fragments of the body left behind. Sezin said, "It seems he has escaped." Harith replied, "It looks like they are starting to move actively again." He quietly gathered the remaining fragments from the body of the mage and softly replied, "That is right." In the forest, the leaves rustled in the wind as they drifted down. Sezin spoke in a deep, thoughtful tone, "Lumen is no longer a safe place now." Turning to Leo, he and Fiora were still falling freely down the hillside below. He held Fiora tightly in his arms and tried to command. Fiora returned to the world of summoned beasts immediately. Suddenly a voice called out, "Leo!" Enormous dragon wings appeared, blocking out the sunlight. Dragon rushed forward and bit onto Leo's collar, holding him in place. Duga Marine let out a relieved breath and asked, "You are not hurt, are you?" Leo was startled. Fiora in his arms was full of gratitude. He spoke, "Professor Duga Marine." He smiled in relief and said, "Luckily we arrived in time." The dragon gently landed on the ground while still holding Leo in its mouth. At this moment, he was completely safe. In a dark cave, a masked man sat there with severe wounds after the fierce battle. A mysterious girl stepped beside him and mocked, "How disgraceful to be defeated by an inexperienced hero candidate." Clutched his bleeding arm and angrily retorted, "He is not an ordinary hero candidate." He continued explaining that Leo had a contract with a phoenix. This information briefly surprised the girl. The man added that Leo also knew the true identity of Fapnea. The statement made the girl widen her eyes in shock. She licked her lips with interest and said, "It seems things are starting to become interesting." Elsewhere, Leo was slowly walking along a quiet corridor. He pondered the notice he had just received that the midterm summoning exam had been canceled. Not long after it was the day of the practical magic exam, Lenhorst stood on the podium. Suddenly, all the students looked toward the classroom door in surprise. Chloe walked in with strikingly different golden hair. Everyone asked in shock, "Chloe, what happened to your hair?" Chloe did not answer and simply walked straight into the classroom. She slowly returned to her seat under the curious gazes of her classmates. Leo also noticed and watched her thoughtfully. Lenhorst glanced around the classroom to check the number of students. Leo noticed the dark circles under Chloe's eyes and asked with concern, "Did you stay up all night studying? You look very tired." On the podium, Lenhorst spoke, "It seems everyone is present. Now focus. I hope you have prepared your original magic bearing your personal mark." The students listened attentively to his explanation. "If I alone reviewed all of your magic, it would be quite a waste, so." Lenhorst paused for a moment, then continued, "I have invited 3 more people to participate. They are waiting outside the door." Lenhorst looked toward the classroom door and introduced them. "They are graduates from the magic department 3 years ago. The first to enter was a proud girl named Rilda Fetney. The second was a gentle-looking young man named Aiden Slack. The last to enter was a petite girl with a confident smile named Sin Ha. Lenhorst announced in a serious tone, "They will be the judges for today's exam." The 3 newcomers greeted the class warmly. "Hello, juniors." Thomas leaned toward Leo and whispered, "Maybe we will get easy scores this time." Leo replied doubtfully, Will it really be that simple? Lenhorst quickly began the exam and called the first student. Ileana Layden stepped forward. Ileana replied cheerfully, "Yes, Professor." The girl quickly stepped onto the podium under the gaze of the judges. Ileana's eyes shone brightly as she bowed to the three judges. "Greetings, seniors." She enthusiastically introduced herself. "I am Ileana Layden from Class 5. It is an honor to meet you all." Her exaggerated tone gave many people below goosebumps. Immediately after that, Ileana cast her magic. A beam of light shot upward like brilliant fireworks inside the classroom. She happily explained, "My main attribute is light." Hearing that, Ryuta praised with interest, quite a rare attribute. Ileana continued the demonstration. She snapped her fingers and summoned a blazing flame. If the fire attribute is combined with light magic, flame quickly flared up, forming a large vortex surrounding her body. From that, a powerful heat ray magic can be created. One judge looked at Ileana's performance with a hint of surprise. Immediately after that, her remark carried a trace of criticism. "It is no different from basic light magic." The statement left Ileana stunned as she blurted out in disbelief. After the first student finished the performance, the judges immediately recorded the scores. Aiden Slack lowered his head and wrote the score without giving any comment about the performance. After a moment, all three judges passed the scoring results to Lenhorst. Lenhorst looked at the sheet and read aloud, "Please record C-. Aiden Slack gives C. Ryuta gives C-. Final result. Ileana Layden receives C-. He sternly called the next student. The students below began murmuring, "Such a low score, this is too difficult. I want to quit the exam." After that, each student stepped forward to demonstrate their magic. The judges continued to give rather low scores. Each name was called along with the low grades recorded. Smith Ruth Beckia, C-. Nick Abel, C. Then Thomas stepped forward. He displayed fairly good water control and received a higher evaluation, Thomas, B+. Chelsea also stepped forward to perform ice magic. A chilling sphere appeared in her hand, Chelsea Lee Wellen. The two of them received fairly high score and jumped in joy to celebrate. At this moment, the judges gradually showed boredom with what they had seen. They exchanged glances as if something was still missing. Ryuta felt the same and coldly remarked, "Professor Lenhorst said this year had many talented students, but so far." In contrast, Aiden Slack still seemed expectant. He wanted to see how the remaining students would perform. Looking at the list on the score sheet, he smiled faintly and thought, "These three names are the ones truly worth watching." Lenhorst continued calling the next student to present their magic. Abad stepped forward with a cold expression. Abad Lee Welling stepped forward with an unusually calm expression. Female students below gasped in admiration at his striking appearance. "So handsome, give his looks an A already." The judges and Abad seemed not to notice the whispers and focused on the exam. Abad turned and wrote several notes on the large board. After a moment, he stopped and calmly said, "I will demonstrate the magic storm tempest." Hearing this skill, the judges widened their eyes in shock. Lenhorst smiled proudly. Abad continued affirming that when perfected it could reach a very high rank. He lightly tapped the chalk on the board, then looked seriously at the whole class. Not long before that, at the ancient castle of the Lee Welling family, in a wide training ground, a gigantic magic box was summoned to protect the area while Abad cast his magic. 4 mages stood at the 4 corners, tensely maintaining the protective barrier. Sweat ran down their foreheads as they witnessed Abad's astonishing magical power. Abad quickly activated the spell. A powerful surge of energy radiated around his body. The wind began to gather, then lifted Abad's entire body into the air. He clenched both fists and shouted as he released all his mana. A violent storm erupted immediately after. The wind force seemed ready to sweep everything away. The gigantic vortex burst from the magic box, then shot straight into the sky. A small deer accidentally wandered close to the area without knowing the danger. Unfortunately, it was caught in Abad's magical wind current. The poor creature was quickly lifted high into the air by the vortex. Abad saw the scene and immediately grew tense. He hurriedly controlled smaller currents of wind to hold it. Abad gently caught it in his arms as it fell down. He held the animal gently and asked, "You are not hurt, are you?" The memory ended. Abad withdrew the magic, then continued explaining that it was a magical system enhancing wind power. It seemed simple on the surface, but in truth it was an advanced technique very difficult to use. After a moment, the judges handed Lenhorst scorecards full of grades. He happily announced, "Abad Lee Welling receives a plus." Chelsea proudly shouted, "My brother really is the best." Lenhorst was also extremely satisfied. His earlier cold demeanor vanished and was replaced by a bright smile as he called the next student. Following the teacher's words, Leo stepped onto the podium. Leo Prop stood before the judges, then calmly introduced, "The advanced spell I have prepared to demonstrate." Leo recalled when he once summoned many kinds of multicolored mana, then continued, "This is an attribute-less spell system." Students immediately murmured in confusion. "What is that? I have never heard of it." Leo began explaining his skill. All magic today requires the manifestation of an attribute right. Please confirm, of course, that is the fundamental requirement to activate any spell. Hearing that, Leo only smiled meaningfully. He said seriously that his special magic formula system could be compatible with all those techniques. The statement made Ryuta pause in shock. Aiden Slack frowned and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" And also showed doubt and asked, "Do you mean you want to create an entirely new magic system?" Leo nodded frankly. "That is right." Lenhorst, standing beside him, looked at him with shining eyes full of pride. Aiden Slack tapped his pen on the table, showing dissatisfaction. "Truly disappointing, Leo. We did not come here to hear fantasies." In contrast, Lenhorst was extremely excited. He urged, "Quickly write that technique on the board." Aiden Slack sighed, still unconvinced. Ryuta rested her chin on her hand and said, "Fine, let us see it." Leo immediately took the chalk and began writing formulas on the board. Each line of writing slowly appeared in the silent atmosphere of the room. Ryuta impatiently spoke. "In history, only one mage ever created a personal magic formula." Leo calmly replied while continuing to write, "That is right. The one who discovered Nebula Luna." His calm attitude made Ryuta even more irritated. Zin frowned and questioned, "Are you saying you stand on the same level as that person? Do you think you can compare with the one who discovered Nebula?" Leo paused his writing for a moment, then looked toward Zin. "Not exactly. Lady Luna cannot compare with me in many aspects." Zin immediately interrupted irritably. "Luna also has limits. What is wrong with children these days?" Leo continued writing on the board and said, "It is true Luna is an extremely outstanding mage, but to create a magic formula it is not necessary to be as talented as she is. There are still other ways." Leo continued explaining what he had written. As everyone can see here, Zin looked up at the board in astonishment. The board that had been empty was now completely filled by Leo with complex formulas. Ryuta could not help exclaiming, "So you are not merely talking." Aiden Slack looked at the structures and said, "It seems every magic can be used without backlash." Students whispered before the board of formulas, "My heavens, it looks so complicated. I cannot even understand it. I give up." Chloe did not join the discussion and quietly thought about what Leo had just presented. Aiden Slack wiped sweat from his forehead, then asked, "Leo Prop, why did you create this system?" Leo calmly replied, "To be able to freely use every kind of magic in the world." The answer stunned Aiden Slack, as he thought, this boy is truly insane. "Now I understand why the higher-ups value you so highly. So what is the name of this magic?" Leo showed a faint, mysterious smile, raised his hand and cast the spell. A brilliant light appeared in his palm. The light spread around his body. Leo smiled and said, "It is called the scripture," and stood still watching the strange light before her. She suddenly remembered records in ancient essays, where only one person had ever been mentioned as using that. Thinking about that special stream of magic power, she confirmed that this magic system had once been created by the hero Kai. Thinking so, Zin smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps Leo would prove that Kai had truly existed. The three judges quickly gave their scores after Leo's performance, which astonished everyone. Lenhorst received the score sheet, then smiled with satisfaction and announced, "Leo Brock, a plus." Hearing the result, he stepped down from the podium. Lenhorst watched him and could not help sighing in admiration. A technique never completed in Kai's era, yet now he seems to have done it. After Leo came Chloe. She stood up preparing to perform. He also waited curiously to see her performance. She stepped onto the podium with a cold expression, saw her stagger slightly and asked with concern, "Chloe, are you all right?" But she remained silent and did not answer. Chloe walked to the podium as Lenhorst introduced the final performer, Chloe Mueller. Hearing her name, the judges immediately paid attention. Ryuta said with interest, "I heard you are the top student of the magic practice class. What have you prepared, Junior?" Chloe frowned and answered seriously, "The special magic I prepared is..." She raised her hand, and a blazing flame appeared in her palm. "Fire magic." The students immediately gasped in surprise. "Fire? Does Chloe not use ice magic?" Chelsea also wondered in confusion why she chose the opposite attribute. She looked at the flame burning fiercely in Chloe's hand and felt briefly confused, but continued watching. The judges were also somewhat disappointed, thinking this display was too ordinary. They had thought she would match the two before her. Ryuta, dissatisfied, spoke directly, "If that is all, then there is no need to continue watching. Your score is..." Chloe calmly continued performing. She created a swirling ice current forming a small sphere, then said, "Now watch the true value of this magic." From the ice sphere, a strong stream of water poured down onto the flame in her hand. Yet the flame still burned fiercely within the water. The whole class was shocked it did not go out. The judges were also stunned. "Did you use an eternal spell on this magic?" The flame in Chloe's hand flared even stronger. "That is right. Unless I destroy it myself, this flame will never go out." She lowered her hand, and the massive flame gradually disappeared. Chloe turned back to the board and wrote the formula she had just used, while everyone stared in amazement. Magic is a rule formed from formulas. Every spell will disappear if it is not supplied with energy. The students sweated as they heard her explanation. While writing on the board, Chloe confidently introduced her technique. She had created permanence within the magic formula. Aiden Slack could no longer remain calm and was secretly shocked. How could this be possible? After finishing writing, Chloe stopped, then said, "The name of this special magic is." He turned and looked across the class, then declared confidently, "Eternal Flame." Chloe's performance left him extremely astonished. Impossible. After a moment, Lenhorst received the score sheet and announced, "Chloe Mueller, a plus." Chloe smiled with satisfaction at the result she achieved. He still pondered in disbelief. Eternal Flame. Even Luna once failed when trying to create it. He thought of his eternal enemy. Only one entity could create a flame that never goes out. Time passed quickly. The red glow of evening covered the sky. He entered the classroom with a thoughtful expression. He slowly walked along the corridor, while his mind still thought about the events that had just happened. When he came to find Chloe, Celia Jinger said, "You want to see Chloe? She is probably sleeping." She said she would sleep early because she had insomnia during the exam preparation. Hearing that, he turned away. "Then I will not disturb her." Suddenly, Celia Jinger called out, making him stop. "Has something happened to Chloe recently?" The question surprised him. "What?" Celia Jinger hesitated and said Chloe had seemed more sensitive these past few days. She told what she had heard. Chloe argued with several classmates. There were rumors she was associating with some suspicious people at the Magic Tower. Those words made him fall into thought. At that moment, a bright flame appeared beside him. Fiora appeared, breaking the silence with a small chirp. Chip. Little bird flew over and rubbed against him, making him snap out of it. Then he happily stroked it. Suddenly, another voice sounded, drawing his attention. "Did you call me?" Farina appeared in a brilliant flame before Leo Prop. Farina asked in confusion, "All right, Leo, why did you call me through Fiora?" Placed Fiora on the table, then replied, "I am curious why you stayed in Lumen." Fiora waddled around the table looking adorable. He watched it and thought that phoenixes and magical beasts were natural enemies. Frowned at Farina. "There must be a reason for you to remain here." Farina pondered his question. After a moment, she explained, 5 years ago an attack occurred at Lumen. He recalled that bloody event. 2 students and 3 teachers died. The culprit was never found. Farina mentioned the headmaster's request. "In the end, Headmaster Caliabedian asked me to investigate Lumen, so I remained here searching for their traces." After hearing that, he asked, "Do you know that during the summoning exam a beast summoner appeared?" Farina nodded. "I heard 1 student die." Continued speculating, "Do you think Tartarus is behind this?" Farina lifted Fiora, then replied, "For now I only suspect it. There is no evidence." He reminded her, "Then inform Headmaster Kalia that Zhen Liu may not be the only student approached by Tartarus." Those words made Farina freeze. She unconsciously tightened her grip, hurting Fiora, making it chirp, chip. The next morning, bright golden sunlight shone across the schoolyard, where the students of Class 5 gathered. Harit calmly announced, "Everyone is present." Class leader explained the exam. Followed the instruction, then clearly read the important information. The joint exam between the Hero Department and the Combat Department requires forming teams to conquer a hero world. The world you will enter is the Chet Mother Incident. The moment they heard that name, the students immediately turned pale. They repeated in shock, "The Chet Mother Incident." Ileana was the only one who did not understand, so she asked, "What is the Chet Mother Incident?" Nella looked at her in disbelief. "You really have never heard of it?" Harris suddenly shouted loudly, making the entire class fall silent. He reminded them sternly, "Listen carefully." Class leader continued. He looked at the paper, then continued reading the details. 30 years ago, a gigantic monster suddenly launched a violent attack on the students. At that time, the elite students of Lumen were carrying out a mission in the Marger Death Forest at the center of the continent. They were ambushed by the Tartarus organization. At that time, Professor Andy, who later became a renowned hero, was only a second-year student and was sent with the rescue team. The young man fought bravely to protect the other students. However, most of the formation was wiped out. Harit added further explanation based on the document information. "Your mission is to rescue the injured and eliminate magical beasts. You will also assist Professor Andy, who at that time was only a second-year student." He warned strictly, "This is not merely an ordinary midterm exam, but a test to train survival awareness. Anyone judged to lack potential will be expelled." Hearing that, the students lowered their heads anxiously. Harris suddenly showed a gentle smile to reassure them. Continued encouraging, "Believe in yourselves. You are already strong enough." Encouragement moved many students. They looked at the teacher with respect. Ileana suddenly raised her hand and said, "Professor." Harit immediately waved his hand in annoyance. Silence. Not long after, Atian stepped onto the platform and announced, "Now we begin team assignments. Start from Class 1. Chelsea immediately complained, "We cannot choose our own teams." Many others also worried, "What if we have to work with strangers?" The students stepped forward one by one to draw spheres to determine their teams. Each person received a number. He also stepped forward to take his sphere. Drew the sphere numbered 11, Team 11. He thought silently, the last team. The assignment finished, a magic circle appeared. The formation was established. Team 1 proceed to the summoning gate. Chelsea happily looked at Celia Jinger. I am on the same team as Princess Zinger. Wonderful. Celia Jinger also said excitedly, we will show them the power of the Lorraine Empire. Andy activated the magic circle. Open record here. He frowned, then continued reading. Andy World, the opening of the Chet Mother incident. A stream of golden magic power enveloped the students, then pulled them into the assigned world. After a moment, a large screen appeared in the air. The professors observed every action of the students. Chelsea and Celia Jinger quickly used their skill. They overcame the obstacles very quickly, making the professors praise them. Descendants of hero families are truly different. Sezin proudly said, the descendants of hero families are indeed outstanding. Harit also admitted, the completion speed of Team 1 is impressive. Hearing that, Sezin frowned at him with dissatisfaction. Suddenly someone approached, making the two surprised. Truly the bright stars of the first year. Kalyan appeared, making the two professors immediately astonished. Headmaster pulled a chair and sat down, then said, I only want to see how much the first-year students have grown. Then he turned to Andy with apology. Professor Andy, I am sorry that every year we use your painful memory as the exam topic. Andy calmly replied, I swore never to forget that incident. Therefore, I should be the one thanking you. Not long after Team 1 successfully defeated the monster in the challenge, Team 1 completed the mission. Lena watched the coordination of Chelsea and Celia Jinger, then praised. The two girls from the Zinger and Lee Welling families are impressive. Although they usually compete, this time they cooperated perfectly. Time passed as the teams continued entering the world. Team 3 completed the challenge. Their strategy of letting the two strongest members charge, while the others supported, pleased Kaylina. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said, that strategy led them to victory. Next, Team 4 completed the mission. Kaylina commented, the healing aura of Nella Carvin is truly special. He paused as he remembered the combat display of Chen Zia. Kaylina secretly praised, strange yet extremely powerful. Team 7 also completed the challenge. Teams continuously entered the world and all showed impressive performance. The professors and the headmaster carefully evaluated each student with pride. Lena thought that among many excellent students, the one with the greatest potential was. Finally, Team 11 was called. Chloe and he calmly stepped into the magic circle. Helena looked at him with anticipation, then thought, Leo Prop. For some reason, looking at him gives me a familiar feeling. When the two final students stepped forward, the professor asked, are you both ready? He nodded to confirm. Chloe also nodded, indicating she was ready. Andy activated the teleportation gate. Open record here. Andy World, the opening of the Chimazar incident. Magic circle rotated. Rays of light covered their bodies. But he felt something unusual in the light. Wait, something is not right. Strange orange-red light suddenly flared up surrounding Chloe and him. All of them suddenly disappeared at the same time, leaving the surrounding people stunned and unable to understand what had just happened. The students looked around in confusion, their expressions tangled with bewilderment, as if asking what exactly was going on. Sezin sprang up from her seat in panic, her eyes scanning everywhere, searching for Leo and Chloe. Helena was also completely unaware of the situation. She turned to Andy and asked with a voice full of suspicion. Andy spoke firmly with an immediate proposal. Headmaster, this examination must be stopped right now. He raised a page of a book. On it, a strange and incomprehensible shape had appeared at some unknown moment. The moment she saw that symbol, Helena's face changed drastically as she recognized it as the sign of a death nightmare incident. She stammered in disbelief. That is the sign of a hero dungeon. At the same time, Leo and Chloe had already been teleported to an unfamiliar place with gloomy echoes surrounding them. The objective. Chloe asked in astonishment, one question after another. Wait, is this really a hero dungeon? This is unreasonable. The hero records never mentioned any page losing control like this. Leo did not answer and instead tried to contact the outside. Professor, we cannot find our teammates. What should we do now? But after waiting for quite a long time, there was still no response. Leo could only sigh and mutter that no one was answering. Chloe's face immediately turned unpleasant. She bit her lip and said the teachers would definitely end the exam soon and bring them out. Leo remained rather calm. He slowly analyzed that if it were possible, the exam would already have been stopped. Since a hero-level dungeon had appeared, they had no choice but to charge in and overcome it. Chloe panicked immediately upon hearing that and cried out, "Are you joking? Even a full team of 10 people would struggle to clear this place. Did you forget the tragedy 30 years ago?" Leo raised his head and looked at the dark sky of the dungeon, then said coldly that if they wanted to leave here, they had no other choice. The death nightmare incident created by Tartarus from the beginning was meant to eliminate the hero cadets still inside the academy like them. Hearing that, Chloe immediately trembled in fear. She collapsed to her knees on the ground, trembling as she muttered that this entire forest was just a gigantic trap. That moment, Chloe's usual arrogant face had turned pale to the point there was not a trace of blood left. Seeing this, Leo sat down in front of her and slowly said that Chloe was the strongest first-year student. Right. If the two of them cooperated, this challenge could still be overcome. As he spoke, Leo extended his hand in front of Chloe as a clear offer of cooperation. Chloe bit her lip in frustration. She could not understand why Leo was still so calm. She once thought this time she could catch up to him. After hesitating for a while, Chloe finally stood up and asked whether he already had a plan. Leo calmly replied that to overcome a death nightmare incident, 2 conditions must be met. First, they must rescue all first-year students. Second, they must ensure all of them remain safe. Leo said that to accomplish that, the first thing they needed was to find additional support. While explaining, Leo used his hand to draw a tactical diagram on the ground so Chloe could easily visualize it. After hearing it, Chloe still asked, with suspicion, how they could do it when they could not even enter the dungeon. Leo immediately pointed to a position just marked on the ground. Then he smiled and said, "Do not forget, they were not the only Lumen students present in this forest." Chloe immediately realized that the people previously thought to be dead might still be alive. At that moment, Leo suddenly turned his back to Chloe, making her ask in surprise what he intended to do. Leo calmly replied, "Climb onto my back." Chloe became even more confused and asked again why they had to do that. Leo spoke frankly that they could not allow those students to enter Tartarus first. Because Chloe was a mage, her movement speed was slow. Chloe snorted coldly but had to accept the truth. Meanwhile, in another deep corner of the forest, the images of Lumen Academy students appeared one after another. Clearly in front of them, they were facing a demon. It was Chubin, a demon belonging to Tartarus. Looking at the scene before him, he curled his lips and said the game had begun. But not long after, Chuban noticed another scene. Leo and Chloe were rushing forward at high speed, which made him frown and mutter a rescue team. However, the Lumen students earlier had already been driven to a desperate situation by Chuban, so he did not care much and only curled his lips in disdain. He said their targets were only the hero cadets who might become threats in the future, the others. But before he could finish speaking, his hand suddenly clenched tightly, because another screen behind Chuban suddenly trembled, making him immediately turn his head to look. He saw Leo and Chloe coordinating their attacks together. The skill they used shocked him so much that he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, because it was all element power. Chuban's eyes in that instant became cold and cruel. Clearly Leo and Chloe had entered his line of attention. Outside, Leo carried Chloe on his back while continuing deeper into the forest. Closer they moved toward the center, the darker the area became. Leo wondered whether he should borrow Aaron's ability. Leo began adjusting and controlling the aura flow within his body in order to push all his senses to maximum sharpness. In just an instant, he activated the state of super senses. Leo's vision immediately expanded. He could clearly observe everything within several dozen meters. Right after that, Leo lifted his foot and dashed forward. Before accelerating, he warned, "Prepare yourselves. There is a pack of Tran Tin ahead." Chloe, though surprised, quickly nodded in agreement. With Leo's astonishing speed, they soon approached the location of the Tran Tin pack. Without hesitation, the two immediately activated their skills. Leo loudly called Chloe. Chloe instantly understood and swung the staff in her hand. A barrage of ice spikes shot forward like a storm of rain. The speed was so fast that the Tran Tin could not dodge at all. The ice spikes pierced their targets, and each monster collapsed one after it. Leo still carried Chloe while pressing forward. Realizing the danger approaching, the Tran Tin began retreating step by step. Shortly after, Chloe's eyes suddenly shrank, as if she had just discovered something. Because a Tran Tin was about to blow a whistle to signal and call more of its companions, Chloe immediately cried out in panic, "This is bad. If it blows the whistle, then all the Tran Tin around here will rush over." At the very moment the situation hung by a thread, a streak of sword light suddenly tore through the whistle in the Tran Tin's hand was instantly knocked to the ground and shattered. The one who made the move was Leo. He had already noticed its intention and acted first. Chloe was stunned by that sight. How could the gap in strength between the two of them be so great? Could it be that she would never surpass Leo? Leo had no idea about those thoughts. After finishing off the remaining Tran Tin, he looked farther ahead and quickly discovered the group of students they were searching for, surrounded by a pack of demons. Leo immediately carried Chloe and ran forward. The moment she saw those creatures, Chloe asked in shock, "Are those demons?" Leo did not reply, and instead set Chloe down on the ground. His figure shot forward like lightning, and he shouted loudly, "Chloe, support me." Chloe instantly understood and quickly activated a magic array. In just a moment, a magic formation was formed. On the other side, the group of first-year students were still struggling to hold on. The leading female student hurriedly ordered everyone prepare. They are coming. That moment, a demon rushed straight toward them in a frenzy. But at that exact moment, Leo appeared. The sword in his hand immediately swung upward, causing the demon to freeze in place. A group of students who witnessed this scene all widened their eyes in shock. Under their stunned gazes, the demon suddenly dropped to its knees. Right after that, it turned into ashes before Leo. The leading girl quickly regained her composure and asked in surprise, "Did you come to rescue us?" Leo simply nodded and replied very plainly that is right. At that moment, another demon immediately cast a summoning spell. Countless demonic leeches appeared and rushed toward Leo, but Leo remained calm. He summoned flames that wrapped around the blade of his sword. Without hesitation, he swung his sword downward. The sword energy merged with blazing fire and erupted, engulfing the swarm of demonic leeches in a sea of flames. Dazzling scene left the students staring with mouths agape in astonishment. Someone could not help but exclaim how powerful. The leading girl remained calmer and immediately ordered everyone to act. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her staff and began chanting. In an instant, her staff shone brilliantly with holy light. Without hesitation, she rushed straight into the demons of Tartarus. The pack of demons was immediately swallowed by the holy light and died on the spot. Chloe saw this scene and widened her eyes in shock. That is star magic. She wondered whether that girl was the very person she was thinking of. After a while, when the demons were destroyed, that corner of the forest gradually became quiet again. The girl spoke with sincere gratitude. "Thank you for helping us. When the demons appeared, we panicked, but fortunately the rescue team arrived." Leo had not yet replied when Chloe interrupted with an apology. "I want to speak privately with my teammate for a moment." The girl immediately nodded in agreement. Chloe pulled Leo aside. The girl stood still waiting and did not interfere. Chloe leaned close to Leo's ear and whispered, "That girl is Zeron." Leo frowned in thought and asked, "You mean?" Chloe nodded in confirmation. "She is Professor Andy's younger sister. Chuban killed her right here in this forest 30 years ago." Chloe said Leo must have noticed it as well, but they could not save Ilya's team in the Death Nightmare incident. The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Out of so many people, they happened to meet Ilya's team. Chuban is a knight-rank demonic knight of Tartarus. Ilya's team became famous for being the first group he attacked. Chloe sighed and muttered that Tartarus had triggered the Death Nightmare event from the very beginning. The main purpose was to eliminate the genius mage Zeron, who was once considered a promising hero candidate. Therefore, after being killed 30 years ago, their names were recorded in the Hero Chronicle. Chloe believed that with their current strength, they should quickly find another team. Leo frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Do you intend to abandon them?" Chloe anxiously raised her voice, saying that was not what she wanted. "But Leo, this is the world of heroes. The truth is they already." At this point, Chloe's eyes were filled with sadness. She softly said they died 30 years ago. Leo understood that as well, so he nodded and said yes, they died. But he still insisted that they could not abandon Ilya's group like that. Those words made Chloe grind her teeth in anger and shout, "Wake up." Her voice was so loud that Ilya's group turned their heads in surprise. Chloe continued to shout loudly, "You are very strong, I admit it, but this is not the time to risk everything. Stop trying to play the hero." Those final words made Leo pause for a moment. Chloe had already burst into tears, her tears falling endlessly. Leo sighed helplessly, then stepped forward and gently patted her head. He spoke softly, acting like a hero. "Chloe, you should not say that." Chloe still snorted coldly, showing unwillingness. Leo calmly explained, because he is a hero candidate. They were not pretending to be heroes, but walking the path to becoming heroes. Hearing this, Chloe was startled and raised her head to look at Leo. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Leo continued, saying that history has already changed. Chloe asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Leo calmly said, "Chloe, look around. Ever since we encountered Ilya's team, the forest has been shrouded in darkness." Only then did Chloe suddenly realize the abnormality. Normally, Ilya's team should have been eliminated by Chuban long ago. Even though everything felt unbelievable, she finally nodded lightly and said, "I will let you decide." Hearing that, Leo smiled in satisfaction and suggested, "All right, for now let us retreat together with Ilya's team." Chloe looked at Leo's back with eyes full of contemplation. She seemed to guess that he intended to act alone again without bringing her along, and she could not help but clench her fists. Meanwhile, Ilya's team was also discussing in low voices. Tayat, a first-year student from the magic department, hesitantly said this seems strange when only 2 people from the rescue team arrived. Dina and Balak from the night department also nodded in agreement. "They look as young as we are. Could this be a trap from Tartarus?" Ilya shook her head in disagreement and said, "What are you saying? If they were enemies, they would not have fought the demons with us. Besides, that person looks quite cool." As she said those words, she revealed a bright smile without even realizing it. But Dina and the others all noticed it and stared in shock. Dina muttered in disbelief, "Ilya, are you serious? Out of all people, you actually praise him like that?" Ilya asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" Dina teased with a laugh. I thought your standards had to be like senior Anbai. Just as they were talking, Leo and Chloe returned, causing the entire group to startle. Leo did not waste time and said directly, everyone listen. We must leave this forest as soon as possible. Ilia's entire group was surprised by those words. After a moment, Tay had hesitantly asked, is it really that urgent? Now that reinforcements have arrived, we could move while eliminating monsters. Leo shook his head and said that will not work because a knight-rank demon is targeting you. Hearing that, Dina immediately broke into a cold sweat. Balak also muttered in shock. A knight-rank demon has power equal to an entire fully formed squad. Even Tay, who had suggested staying, widened his eyes in fear. Seeing they understood, Leo continued speaking. Therefore, we will not confront it directly. The only objective is to retreat safely. Ilia quietly listened to Leo and strangely felt that he resembled her older brother in some way. Leo asked seriously whether everyone was ready. Although still confused, Ilia's group nodded. After that, the entire team immediately set off running. While moving, Ilia noticed that something seemed wrong with Chloe. Throughout the journey, Chloe kept her lips pressed together in silence, her expression as if she was thinking about something. Ilia could not help frowning as she wondered what that expression meant. Same time, outside the dungeon, all the instructors of Lumen Academy had fallen into chaos. Haret and Sezin were urgently searching every record about cases of dungeons turning into hero dungeons, because time was extremely critical. Alien spoke anxiously in the room. The fact that we still cannot enter could be considered a good sign, right? Anbai nodded and explained, yes, because as long as someone remains inside, no one else can enter a hero dungeon. That proves they are still alive. 3 hours had passed since Leo and Chloe entered, and night must have already fallen there. Alien frowned slightly and thought for a moment before asking in a low voice, Andy, when did you defeat Chu Ban 30 years ago? Andy recalled the past and answered it was around midnight. Could it be that everything we can do is simply rely on the past itself? That moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the... Anna pushed the door open and rushed in, reporting, Headmaster, we have found the person who sold the summoning catalyst for magical beasts to that student, regarding the connection with Tartarus. Before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly turned alarmed. Even Alien immediately turned to look. At that moment, Andy was erupting with powerful pressure, his face filled with fury. Seeing this, Alien stepped forward, patted his shoulder to calm him, and told him to stay calm. Andy gritted his teeth, then withdrew his aura. He sighed and said, I will step outside for a moment to calm myself. After saying that, he immediately walked out of the room. Only then did Anna breathe out in relief and think to herself that someone who had once become a hero naturally carried hatred toward the demon race. Alien sighed and said that is understandable. During the event 30 years ago, not even the body of his younger sister could be found. Oh, right, who sold the catalyst to the student. Anna handed him a notebook and explained that it was a black market merchant who had lived in the alleys of Lumeria for many years. He was quite famous among first-year students. Alien accepted the notebook and looked through it, then asked, do you mean a spy of Tartarus has infiltrated Lumeria City? Anna thought for a moment, then said they do not directly work for Tartarus, but clearly Tartarus supplied them with some items. Alien frowned in deep thought upon hearing that. What is their purpose? While thinking, he turned page after page of the documents. Suddenly his hand froze and his eyes widened, because inside was the name Chloe. She had once purchased a book of dark magic. Alien quickly closed the document and said, Anna, call Professor Lenny here. Anna nodded and answered yes. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Alien alone. He lowered his head and looked at his own hand. The instinct forged through countless moments near death was awakening. It was as if it were screaming within Alien's mind and warning that danger was already present inside this academy. Inside the hero dungeon, Leo's group was still running forward at full speed. Leo led the entire team, charging ahead, while darkness had completely covered the forest. Although monsters appeared densely, all of them were cut down by Leo along the way. Thanks to his super senses, Leo could clearly observe everything appearing ahead of him, but he had maintained the super senses state for far too long. Moreover, the others were also close to reaching their limits of endurance. After a moment of silent thought, Leo suggested everyone rest for a while to recover their stamina. During that, Balak's group panted heavily a few times, then complained, how are you not tired at all? We are about to collapse from exhaustion. So the group found a small clearing in the forest and stopped to rest. Chloe sat to one side and opened a book to read. She was still taking the opportunity to strengthen her magical knowledge. Just then a voice suddenly called Chloe, making her startle and turn around. The one who came was Ilia. Chloe asked in surprise, is something wrong? Ilia slowly said, I want to ask something. What is the relationship between you and Leo? Chloe, are you two lovers? The series of questions annoyed Chloe slightly, and she immediately replied, of course not. Ilia laughed and said, seeing your reaction, I understand. Chloe could only sigh helplessly after hearing that. She suddenly felt as if she were witnessing a distant memory. Even for seniors from 30 years ago, first-year students were still just children. Thinking of that, Chloe asked back, then why are you so curious? Do you like Leo? At that moment, Leo was leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, resting, completely unaware the two girls were talking about him. During that question, Ilya froze slightly then. After a moment stammered, "My heart is beating very fast." Chloe frowned and asked, "So it is love at first sight?" Ilya was a genius mage spoken of for 30 years afterward. Chloe could not understand why in her eyes Leo seemed so remarkable. Ilya did not know Chloe's thoughts, so she smiled and said, "I am not sure whether I like him or not. My heart is simply beating fast. That feeling is like when my brother does something mischievous or when I achieve something." Chloe said in surprise, hearing that you are fine with that bad habit like an evil. Ilya asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Realizing she had misspoken, Chloe hurriedly corrected, I mean and by Xeron." Ilya smiled and said he is the kind of person who always dares to challenge what seems impossible. Those words made Chloe fall silent in thought, then slowly say, "Challenge the impossible." Leo is like that too. Leo and I are friends. Right now, she felt a trace of envy toward him. Ilya did not find that strange, so she smiled and said, "Then we are the same, Chloe." Chloe was stunned for a moment after hearing that. Her eyes filled with confusion. In the quiet night of the forest, the conversation between the two girls continued. Ilya sat beside Chloe and smiled, softly saying, "Actually, I am also very jealous of my brother. It sounds foolish, but I always thought no matter how hard he tried, he did not have much talent." Saying that, she chuckled softly and revealed, "This is a secret, but the foundation of my magic was actually created by my brother. I am good at using existing magic, but extremely poor at creating new spells. I even failed the Lumen exam twice. There was a time when I hated my brother very much, but later that jealousy slowly turned into admiration." During that, Chloe suddenly felt as if she were seeing herself in Ilya's story. After that, she quietly placed the book back into her bag. On the other side, Leo was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly opened them with sharp alertness. He immediately shouted, "Everyone prepare. The plan has changed. We cannot escape anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the rustling of leaves sounded from the distant forest, causing Dina and the others to jump to their feet in alarm. Ilya and Chloe also stopped their conversation and turned to stare toward that direction. Leo shouted to reassure them, "Do not panic. Remember that any of you can become a hero." Those words seemed to give courage to the first-year students. They gripped their weapons tightly with determined eyes. Not long after, a pair of heavy footsteps emerged from the darkness of the deep forest. It was Chu Ban. He roared, "I have found you, the hateful descendant of the great hero." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ban swung his weapon in a fierce attack, forcing Leo to dodge immediately. Leo frowned in thought because Chu Ban's mission was to eliminate the seeds of heroes in the past. But now he clearly showed hostility toward him and even mentioned the descendant of the great hero. That made Leo feel something was strange, but there was no time to think. He immediately shouted Chloe at his coming. Chloe immediately summoned a magic formation. Chu Ban did not stop and charged forward, attacking while roaring died. At that moment, a wall of ice appeared, blocking the front of Leo's group. At the same time, Leo poured mana into his sword. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. Leo swung his sword powerfully downward, creating a sharp streak of sword light. Slash cut across Chu Ban's neck, and blood burst out violently. Leo frowned slightly, then quickly retreated backward. Chloe's group behind him cheered excitedly. He hit him. The joy did not last long when Chloe suddenly widened her eyes, because the wound on Chu Ban's neck was slowly closing. Only a moment, his body had completely recovered, as if he had never been injured. Seeing the group begin to lose focus, Leo immediately shouted, "Concentrate. Keep your distance from Chu Ban." That is nullification sorcery, a type of curse that makes an attack as if it never happened. This is Chu Ban's special ability. During that, Tiet cried out in panic, "Then what should we do?" Ilya also said anxiously, "Does that mean there is no way to defeat that monster?" Leo calmly explained that the nullification curse is not absolute. Moreover, he cannot use that ability endlessly because this kind of magic has limits. Even though Leo had seen through his weakness, Chu Ban showed no panic. He snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you have a chance, descendants of the great hero?" Leo coldly replied that the one truly afraid is you, the one worried about the birth of new heroes. After saying that, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Immediately after, Leo charged straight toward Chu Ban. The others rushed forward as well. Behind them, Ilya cast support magic for her allies. A dazzling beam of holy light shot straight toward Chu Ban. This was exactly the type of light magic he hated the most. Remembering the words of Lord Silatuna, Chu Ban decided he must eliminate them here and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. The enormous axe in Chu Ban's hand swung down with terrifying force, causing Leo's expression to change instantly. He hurriedly dodged the attack. Thunderous explosion erupted when the axe struck the ground, shattering earth and stone while dust spread everywhere. Chu Ban continued attacking without pause. This time, Balak and Dina failed to dodge and were struck. Leo immediately rushed to support the heavily injured Balak, while Dina quickly retreated. Seeing the situation worsen, Ilya quickly ran over to check. She asked anxiously, "Is everyone all right?" Dina replied, "I can still recover, but Balak is hard to say." Leo reassured them that his vital organs were not not damaged, so stop the bleeding and treat him quickly. After saying that, Leo turned to Chloe and said, we need a powerful explosive strike. Chloe nodded and replied, give me a little time. As soon as she spoke, she immediately began constructing a magic formation. Leo also rushed back into battle to buy time. Chloe needed to unleash an explosion powerful enough to break Chu Ban's defense. Thinking that, Chloe took the dark magic book from her bag. Immediately, a pitch-black eye appeared from within the book, accompanied by a deep voice like an echo from the abyss. If that is the magic you wish to cast, then I will help you. While Chloe was still thinking, Leo had already rushed forward, attacking fiercely and cracking the ground. T.At and Dina stared in astonishment at the scene. Even Ilya, who was supporting Balak, could not hide her shock. Leo fought with incredible skill. His figure moved continuously with fluid agility. His speed was so fast that even Chu Ban struggled to keep up. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would be struck by Leo's blade. T.At muttered, do you think one day we could fight like that? Dina shook her head lightly and said, I do not know, but perhaps one day. At the same time, Ilya suddenly became serious because she realized that was definitely star magic, but who was casting it? Just as she thought that, she suddenly sensed something, and her eyes immediately narrowed. Ilya turned her head behind and saw Chloe casting magic, but Chloe's eyes were filled with killing intent. She coldly said, I will kill you, filthy bastard. Leo, he is targeting you, so get out of the way. Those words made Leo pause even while fighting. He looked toward Chloe and realized she had lost control. Chloe screamed, if you get caught and die, that is not my fault, die. As soon as she finished speaking, Chloe slammed her staff down and unleashed an extremely powerful. Leo was shocked to realize it was not ice magic, but a fire element attack. Chu Ban was immediately engulfed by raging flames, and a scream of agony echoed out. Hearing that cry, Chloe became even more excited and shouted, this is the flame that cannot be extinguished. Die within the pain of eternal fire. Flames transformed into countless blades of fire, cutting into Chu Ban's flesh. But Leo became extremely worried and immediately shouted, Chloe, cancel the curse. However, Chloe seemed unable to hear him and gripped the staff tightly. She clenched her teeth and muttered, you must suffer even more pain. Seeing the situation turning dangerous, Leo immediately turned and ran toward Chloe. Chloe had already continued pouring mana into her staff. Before Leo could reach her, another fire magic attack had already been released. At the same moment, Leo appeared and swung his sword, knocking the book from Chloe's hand. The moment the book fell, Chloe regained her senses. Leo quickly caught her before she collapsed to the ground. Chloe raised her hand and rubbed her head, then looked at Leo in confusion. Leo narrowed his eyes and asked Chloe, tell me the truth. That inextinguishable flame, was it your personal magic? Chloe hesitated for a moment, then replied, no. It was a ritual summoned from the magic book. Hearing that, Leo immediately understood the flames burning Chu Ban were the flames of Erebos. And at this moment, Chu Ban was suffering intense agony within those flames. Leo spoke sternly, Chloe, listen carefully. What you just used was dark magic. Chloe immediately froze in shock and cried out, what dark magic? Leo nodded lightly and explained that it was indeed so. Those grimoires were actually created by the demon race. Only then did Chloe truly realize what she had just done. She trembled slightly and murmured, what have I done, Leo? I am not worthy of becoming a hero. As she spoke those words, her eyes were filled with despair. Seeing that, Leo placed his hand on Chloe Tran's shoulder and gently told her to calm down. No one says that warriors are not allowed to make mistakes. What matters is knowing how to correct them and stand up to fight again. You understand what I mean? He also said that 30 years ago, Ilya's team had once been afraid of the demon race, yet none of them gave up. They still fought to the very end, in that battle that seemed impossible to win. Therefore, Leo advised Chloe to surpass her own limits, to do what Ilya's group had done 30 years ago. After saying that, Leo looked straight at Chloe. His gaze seemed to tell her to believe in him and also believe in herself. Chloe hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, showing that she understood what Leo had said. All this time, she had always been captivated by Leo's figure when looking at him from behind. He was so cool that she could not even feel jealous. While Chloe was still thinking, a staff suddenly appeared near her shoulders, startling her. It was Ilya. She handed her magic staff to Chloe and said firmly, please use it, Chloe. On the other side, Leo walked toward Chu Ban. Thanks to Chloe's magic, the poisonous curse had disappeared. Now it was time for him to finish this. But before Leo could act, he heard Chloe chanting behind him. He had regained her composure. Holding Ilya's staff in her hand, Chloe began casting magic. She was determined to surpass her limits and not disappoint those who believed in her. Realizing that Chloe had regained her confidence, Leo smiled with satisfaction. Although the feeling was somewhat strange, he still moved forward, letting Chloe support him from behind. This scene was exactly like the memory of his previous life, when Chloe used the remnants of pure magic. That made Leo remember his old companions. Whenever he thought of them, courage surged within his heart, and this time was the same. Leo did not hesitate and charged straight ahead. At the same moment, Chu Ban also broke free from the flames. He roared and rushed forward like a madman. The skull sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. Leo did not dare to be careless and immediately raised his sword to block. But Chuban kept pressing forward step by step, grinding his teeth as he roared, "Die." After saying that, he poured his strength into another powerful slash. The terrifying amount of mana made Leo's arms go numb as he struggled to resist. Before he could steady himself, Chuban's punch came rushing in. Leo could not dodge in time and had to take the full force of the blow. His body was thrown far away and slammed heavily into the trunk of an ancient tree. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Leo's mouth, yet he still did not give up and used his sword to push himself back to his feet. Chuban walked closer and coldly declared, "This will be the end of you, seeds of heroes." But at that moment, Leo seemed to sense something. Not far behind him, small snowflakes were floating in the air. He curled his lips slightly and said, "Whether before or now, you demons are still not our opponents." Hearing that, Chuban was confused. He ground his teeth and asked harshly, "What did you say?" Leo smiled and replied, "This is your end, Chuban." At the same moment, Chloe behind him had already completed her magic. This was Chloe's special magic. Moreover, it had been perfected with Leo's support, which made her extremely happy. Immediately after that, Chloe swung the staff. Bone-like pillars of ice instantly appeared across the clearing. In just a moment, the ground was completely frozen by her ice magic. Even Chloe herself was caught within that layer of ice. Seeing that scene, Leo slowly walked forward. He reached out and touched the block of ice. At that moment, the icy surface began to crack, and the entire layer of ice gradually vanished before Leo's astonished eyes. Just then, he noticed something else. It was the grimoire that he had dropped on the ground earlier. Leo thought in a flash and immediately swung his sword. His sword pierced straight through that grimoire. That moment, the system voice sounded with a notification. Achievement unlocked. Rescued first-year students from danger. Maximum reward. At the same time, he also received the achievement for defeating Chuban. Everything had finally ended. Chloe quickly let out a sigh of relief. Seeing her like that, Leo could not help praising her. "Your unique magic is truly impressive. I have never seen anyone cast such magic before." However, Chloe seemed a little embarrassed. She spoke softly. "Leo, I plan to confess everything to the academy. Perhaps I will be expelled." Leo shook his head to reassure her. "How could a hero candidate like you be expelled? I am certain that one day you will become a true hero." At that moment, Ilia's group also ran over. They said excitedly, "You two were amazing. Just now you really looked like true heroes." Leo sheathed his sword and nodded lightly. "Everyone has worked hard as well." Chloe also returned the staff to Ilia and said, "We used it very well. Thanks to it, we were able to defeat the enemy." Ilia did not take it back and pushed Chloe's hand away. She smiled brightly and said, "Chloe, you should keep it." Dina also nodded in agreement. "That is right. You saved us. Leo, you should accept it as well." After saying that, Dina also handed the sword she was holding to Leo. He did not stand on ceremony and immediately accepted it, then smiled and thanked her. Not long after, a cry full of astonishment suddenly echoed through the forest. "There are still people alive here." Before long, a young man hurriedly ran over. If one looked carefully, his appearance somewhat resembled Andy. Sure enough, when she saw him, Ilia happily called out, "Brother Andy." Chloe could not help being surprised. Professor Anbisau looks so young, almost like he is the same age as us. Leo clicked his tongue softly in admiration. After all, it has already been 30 years. At that moment, a scene that had never happened 30 years ago appeared. Andy had finally met his sister again. She was still there and was happily talking with him. Because of that, the story of the hero Anbai finally became complete. Chloe truly felt relieved and happy at that moment. "Thank you everyone for still being alive." Ilia was speaking with Andy when she turned her head, seemingly wanting to introduce Leo and Chloe to her brother. Before her eyes, there was only endless darkness. Both Leo and Chloe sensed that something was wrong. Chloe frowned and murmured, "Perhaps the world of the hero is beginning to collapse." In contrast, Leo remained calm, as if he had already guessed something. Reward in this hero dungeon was an artifact. A few hours later, at the medical wing of Lumen Academy. After a long sleep, Leo slowly woke up in a daze. He looked around the room and murmured softly, "Where is this place?" At that moment, a deep voice sounded, "You are awake." The words made Leo start and turn around. He saw Andy standing not far away. After a moment of hesitation, Andy finally spoke to thank Leo for saving them. Anbai also asked Leo to pass his thanks to Chloe, since she was still resting at the moment. After saying that, he turned and left with a cold expression. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Andy ran into Alien, who was walking into the room. Seeing him, Leo hurriedly greeted him. "Principal Alien." Seeing that he wanted to sit up, the man reminded him, "No need to get up, just lie down and rest. How is your body now?" Leo shook his head and answered, "I am fine, everything is all right." Alien sat down on the chair beside him and asked slowly, "What happened inside? Does this have anything to do with Chloe's black book?" Leo asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Alien calmly explained, "Before you arrived, we discovered that the place where the summoning catalyst was purchased was also where Chloe bought the black book. You already know that the book is actually a demonic artifact. Demonic artifact is a fragment of Erebos. In other words, it is a tangible fragment of Erebos existing in this world. Leo clearly understood that when demons used it, it would become an extremely powerful weapon. But if an ordinary person used it, they would gradually lose their sanity. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "The story began like this." Leo began recounting everything that had happened in the dungeon with Elia's group to the principal, including how Chloe had used the magic in the Black Book to fight Chu Ban. After listening, Alien nodded slightly in understanding. If what you said is true, then the demonic artifact has affected the hero world. Leo thought for a moment and replied, "After we destroyed the demonic artifact, the hero dungeon immediately returned to normal. So that is very likely the case." At that moment, Chloe suddenly sat up from the bed and shouted. Principal Alien saw that and waved his hand with a gentle smile. "Calm down." Just then, the door of the room opened once again. Anna walked in and said, "Since you two have just woken up, I have something I want to ask. Please explain this matter." After saying that, she opened the object in her hand, revealing a staff. Chloe saw it and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "That is Alia's staff." The principal frowned, his voice turning serious. "This is a reward that should not exist. Why has it fallen into your hands?" Leo remained seated in silence. Judging by this reaction, it seemed Chloe had not received any reward. Similar to the entrance exam and the nightmare incident before, the hero world of a living person originally had no clear reward. But this time, both the reward rule and the rule of the owner of the hero world seemed to have been broken. Leo could not understand why this had happened. The reward was originally the oath of the Heavenly King. Why had it fallen into his hands? After a rather long silence, Leo finally spoke calmly. "That is a strategic reward." Hearing that, Alien was immediately astonished. So the reward was granted within Anbisau's hero world. Leo nodded slightly. "Yes, perhaps so. I think something unusual happened during the restoration of the hero world." After hearing that, Alien frowned and thought, "Miss Miller seems completely unaware of this. But why was the recipient you, Leo?" Before Leo could answer, Chloe hurriedly spoke. "Perhaps because Leo contributed the most to the strategy. I heard that rewards often depend on the level of contribution." Alien was still doubtful, but after thinking for a while, he also nodded. "I understand." Then he stood up from the chair and said, "All right, we will secretly investigate this phenomenon. The artifact will be returned to the family after the examination is complete." Alien also instructed everyone that they must absolutely not reveal anything related to the demonic artifact. Hearing that, Chloe exclaimed in surprise, Why are we not allowed to say it?" But before she could finish speaking, Alien coldly interrupted. "The enemy does not exist only outside." Then he added with a smile, "You two have worked hard, rest well." After saying that, he quickly left the room, leaving Leo and Chloe behind. Only then did Chloe hesitate and speak. "Leo, I have something I want to say." After saying that, she clasped her hands tightly together, clearly very nervous. Leo did not pay much attention. He simply nodded slightly in response. Chloe sat quietly for a long time, but still could not say anything. Just as Chloe was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chelsea and the others hurried in with panicked expressions. Even Alien returned to the room abruptly. He smiled and said, "All right, hero candidates. Tomorrow night there will be a banquet. If you have not prepared formal attire yet, visit the city of Lumeria first." During that announcement, both Leo and Chloe could not help being surprised. The banquet Alien mentioned was the celebration for the freshmen who had survived the midterm examination of Lerman Academy, and it was held at an extremely luxurious venue. At that moment, a man stepped onto the stage. Today, that young man was the host of the program. He shouted excitedly, "First, the heroes who fought in our examination are entering. Tonight, who will shine the brightest?" Thomas and Ty immediately walked in excitedly with confident expressions. Thomas even said loudly, "So this is the reward after passing that harsh exam. It seems Lerman Academy is a bit easy for us." After a while, the banquet officially began. The students also began dining one after another. While eating, Thomas said excitedly, "Why do I feel like our class is still missing someone?" At that moment, the host announced again, and at this moment another group of heroes is entering. Hearing that, Thomas turned his head to look and saw Nella and Ileana entering the hall. Today, their appearance was completely different from usual. They looked extremely beautiful and dazzling. That sight made Thomas and Ty spit out the food they were eating. But not long after, Ileana walked over teasingly. "Are you two wearing your father's suits?" Hearing that, Thomas could only sigh helplessly. "Why was I so excited earlier?" While they were chatting, the host continued speaking. "Next, the pride of the Rodran Empire, the Lee Welling siblings." As soon as the words ended, the siblings Abad and Chelsea immediately entered the hall. Seeing that scene, Thomas shouted excitedly, "She looks like a real princess." Right after that, Chelsea made a funny face at them that made everyone want to laugh. Ileana also sighed with admiration. Surrounded by so many elites of Rodran like this, that man truly is not ordinary. The host continued speaking, And finally, a true pair enters. Celia Jinger of the Jinger family and Leo Jaina Bob are entering the hall. Right after the introduction, Leo walked in side by side with Celia Jinger. Today, Celia Jinger wore a magnificent outfit highlighting her noble elegance, while Leo was also dressed neatly and gracefully. The moment she saw them, Nella excitedly stood up. That is the representative of our class. Hearing that, Leo waved back at her. Thomas and Ileana also shouted loudly in support. The pride of Class 5. Our representative Leo is the best. That moment, a cough echoed through the hall, and another person stepped onto the platform. It was Instructor Atian. She smiled and asked, "Is everyone enjoying the banquet?" The moment they heard that, all the students below immediately froze stiff. They realized Atian seemed to be in another personality, so they could only raise their hands and cheer half-heartedly. Seeing that, Atian nodded with satisfaction. She was very happy to see that everyone was still enjoying the banquet. She spoke, she waved her hand. Fireworks of flame shot across the ceiling. Atian said excitedly, "Then enjoy the banquet while listening to the midterm results." Hearing that, the students immediately pulled bitter expressions. Thomas pouted and complained, "How can anyone enjoy it now?" Only Leo remained calm. Seeing that reaction, Atian laughed. She had already expected this. Therefore, we will only announce the top 3 of each department. The other scores will be announced by your homeroom teachers tomorrow, so you do not need to worry too much. Hearing that, the students below finally breathed a sigh of relief and began clapping and cheering again. The first to step forward was Enlandia. Seeing him, Ileana immediately shouted in support, "Amazing, Frost Knight Enlandia." After the expectant gazes of everyone, Enlandia began speaking. "You all performed very well in the midterm examination. Now I will announce the top 3 of the night department in order." Immediately, the ranking board appeared. The first place was Celia Jinger, second place Duran, and third place Ja. Looking at the ranking board, Celia Jinger frowned slightly. Leo is not on the list. In contrast, Leo remained completely calm, as if he did not care at all. After that, Lenhorst stepped onto the platform. He said cheerfully, "Now I will announce the top 3 of the magic department. Abad Lee Wellen, Chenxi Lee Wellen, and Emil Luchin." The moment she saw the ranking board, Chelsea became confused. "Why is Leo not there?" But Leo calmly interrupted, "That can happen." Thomas said awkwardly, "It is understandable for Leo, but why does even Chloe not have her name?" Celia Jinger thought the same and glanced at Chloe sitting beside her. However, Chloe remained very calm, as if she already knew the reason. Lenhorst also clearly knew the reason. Because Chloe had used the black magic book, her exam score had to be cancelled. Even so, the passion for magic she displayed was still extremely admirable. Even Sejin had once affirmed, "In my heart, the most outstanding magic student has always been Chloe." Therefore, Lenhorst did not care much whether Chloe appeared on the ranking board or not. After all, the champion in the hearts of the people is still the most wonderful. Chloe at that moment also did not appear overly sad. After the magic department came the summoning department. Duga Marine said excitedly, "All right, kids, work harder in the next semester." Immediately after that, the ranking board appeared. First place Wandon, second Alyssa, and third Juden. Looking at the ranking board, Celia Jinger frowned again. Leo still did not appear. Even Abad began to feel doubtful when he did not see Leo's name on the list. That moment, Atian spoke again. "Is everyone happy? Finally, we will announce the student with the highest score of all departments." Hearing that, Celia Jinger immediately became expectant. Abad also raised his head to look at the stage to see who was first. Gordon also waited attentively to see who would become the representative. Without making everyone wait long, Atian announced, "As expected, the student with the highest score and the one who will become the representative next year is Leo." Immediately, the entire hall erupted. The name everyone had been waiting for was finally called. However, among the crowd, there was still one person who stood out. A strong arm was raised high along with a resounding voice, "I object." The one who spoke was Emil, the student ranked third in the magic department. He loudly questioned, "Why can Leo, who is not even in the top 3 of any department, become the highest scoring student and the representative for next year?" Hearing that, Leo was also quite surprised. Even he did not understand why the result was him. Asked so suddenly, Atian stammered in response, "Well, actually, there is a reason for this." But in just a moment, the expression on her face changed. Another personality of Atian appeared. Her eyes immediately filled with anger. Atian shouted angrily, "Listen carefully, kid. I will explain it once so you carve it into your head. Understood?" Seeing this, Harit sighed helplessly. The exclusive grandmother personality again. It seems she is very enthusiastic today. Because that personality had taken control, Atian's words became sharp. First, dual-class students are not evaluated by the scores of individual departments because they cannot compete fairly with ordinary statistics. For example, a magic swordsman will be weaker than a pure knight in swordsmanship, and his magical ability cannot match that of a pure mage. Second, Leo achieved the highest score among all first-year students in spiritual power and combat ability. After hearing that Emil was still unconvinced and muttered quietly, "But the combat test scores of other students are also very high." Etienne immediately shouted, "Ignorant kid." Leo surpassed the mission objective in his hero world. He defeated Chu Ban. As soon as those words ended, all the students in the hall widened their eyes in shock. Liana and Thomas looked at Leo in disbelief. The two shouted together, "You defeated Chu Ban, just you and Chloe." Leo remained seated calmly and gently nodded in confirmation. At that moment, Etienne suddenly returned to her normal state, her expression confused as if she remembered nothing. She awkwardly explained, "Everyone, the reason Leo Brock ranked first in the midterm examination is because..." But before she could finish, Cezanne interrupted. "All right, Professor Etienne. It seems all the students have accepted the result." Thus the score announcement ended. Everyone began enjoying the banquet and celebrating. In another corner at Duga Marine's table, she cut a piece of steak while asking, if dual-class students were included in the ranking of each department, what would happen? Hearing that, Lenhorst calmly replied, "The magic department would certainly be greatly shaken." He said everyone's rankings would change completely. Duga Marine asked in surprise, "Do not tell me the one ranked first in magic is..." But before she finished, Lenhorst nodded. "That is right. Leo ranks first in the magic department." Duga Marine looked at him in astonishment. After a moment, Loco also joined in. "The summoning department is the same." Another person continued, "The night department as well. Leo Jaina Bob ranks first in all of them." Hearing that, Duga Marine could not help exclaiming, "My heavens, is he planning to rank first in every department?" Inlandia curled his lips. Is that not just a crazy dream? Right after saying that, Lenhorst slammed the table forcefully. "No matter what, Leo must be trained as a mage." Duga Marine immediately retorted, "Do you think a summoning genius like that is easy to find?" Landia also refused to back down. "Hey, you two. Leo suits the sword best. Understand?" The three of them argued loudly to compete for Leo, while the two associate professors, Carlo and Anna, could only stand beside them shaking their heads helplessly. Next day in Class 5 of the first year, Thomas lay sprawled on the desk complaining, "I drank a bit too much yesterday." Hearing that, Chelsea snorted, "You are the first person I have seen drink 2 liters of orange juice." At that moment, the professor entered the classroom, holding a large rolled map in his hand. Harit hung it on the board and said, "Quiet down. This is an announcement about the Academy excursion. You all know that this time we will go to the territory of the elf race." Liana nodded. "Yes, I heard that each class can choose a location." Thomas also added, "We propose the Duin Forest, also called the Warm Forest." But Harit pointed to another location on the map. He said coldly, "We will go to El Selbekia." Hearing that, the entire class immediately fell into despair. Thomas shouted in panic, "El Selbekia is a small nation in the far north, frozen all year round within the elf territory." Liana immediately protested, "What can we even do in such a freezing place?" Thomas also complained, "Just hearing it sounds terrible." Seeing them making noise, Harit shrugged, "Blame your class leader. He chose that place." As soon as the words ended, all eyes turned toward Leo. Ileana and Thomas shouted in shock, "But the class leader chose it." "Leo, why did you do that?" Leo smiled and replied, "It is best that we prepare and buy everything necessary in Lumen before leaving." Although dissatisfied they could not change the decision, Ileana muttered, "I will have to bring extra gloves." Chelsea laughed with excitement. "Finally, I have a chance to wear all my coats." Leo remained very calm. For humans, El Selbekia is merely a small, unremarkable nation, but for the elf race, it is a sacred holy land. It is the place where the sacred land of the elves is preserved. He wondered whether Sinrod there was doing well now. After class, Leo arranged to meet Nella at the academy courtyard. Leo said slowly, "I will handle the food and equipment. You take care of the medicine." Nella nodded in agreement. After assigning the tasks, Leo immediately went down to the city to buy supplies. Thanks to his bargaining ability, he quickly bought many items at very cheap prices. After a busy afternoon, Leo finally let out a sigh of relief. But on the way back, his gaze suddenly noticed a place. Leo stopped walking and stared ahead. In front of him was alley number 13 of the Kyorazu district. After hesitating for a moment, Leo still decided to walk inside. After a while, he saw a signboard bearing the name Ludex. Leo stood silently before the door for a long time. This was probably where Selil and Chloe had bought the demonic artifact. After thinking for a moment, he removed his backpack and placed it outside. Leo's gaze immediately became cold and sharp. Without any hesitation, he quickly pushed the door open and walked straight inside. Lumen's investigation team had already searched this place earlier, so there was probably nothing valuable left. The only thing remaining was a stuffed bear lying in the corner of the room. But in just an instant, Leo realized that the stuffed bear was very unusual. Logically, everything suspicious should have been taken by Lumen for investigation. Moreover, the door had been locked when he entered. Could it be a curse that weakens perception? Thinking of that possibility, Leo immediately drew his sword and slashed straight down. As expected, the stuffed bear instantly transformed, its eyes glowing red while releasing streams of black energy toward Leo. Leo hurriedly dodged, but still felt malicious gazes watching him from all around. He was certain the thing before him was not an ordinary demon. Not only weakened his perception, but also continuously cast different curses upon the target. Just as Leo was thinking, the demon suddenly burst into laughter. Leo's eyes suddenly trembled because he recognized that familiar voice. The demon said coldly, "Kid, you are quite sharp. You recognized my curse." Leo realized it was Silituna, the monster queen who had once been a demon commander 500 years ago. But what stood before him was only a clone formed by cursed magic. Seeing Leo silent, Silituna laughed coldly. "Aura and magic, a rare magic swordsman. I must admit your talent." But as she said that, she suddenly stopped, making Leo immediately alert. Right after that, Silituna rushed forward and shouted, "But curse that useless sharp sense of yours." Leo quickly raised his sword to block, but was still struck by the black energy. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Right now I cannot win. I must find a way to retreat first." Silituna gave Leo no chance. She rushed forward, laughing proudly. "Thank you for the delicious meal, seed of hero." Right after that, Silituna opened her mouth wide, preparing to devour Leo. But at that moment, Leo curled his lips into a smile, because he knew the person who could appear here had arrived. Andy had just arrived and immediately acted. A powerful spear of light immediately descended. Silituna's body was pressed firmly to the ground. Looking at Andy, she hissed, "Mage with those hateful eyes." Andy remained standing in place, controlling the spear of light to suppress Silituna. But Silituna laughed coldly. Thinking about it, having another spectator is more interesting. As soon as she finished speaking, the lower half of her body began to move. While Leo was not paying attention, Silituna suddenly counterattacked. But Andy had already seen through the trick and snorted with disdain. That made Silituna somewhat uneasy. At that moment, strange, magic arrays appeared all around. Andy said coldly, "Cheap demon." Realizing something, Silituna shouted with hatred, "Detestable fairies, sooner or later I will rip out their guts and eat them alive." After saying that, she controlled black tentacles that rushed toward Andy. Andy still stood still and said disdainfully, "I have no interest in your crude clone. Disappear." Right after that, a gigantic spear of light descended again. In just an instant, Silituna was shattered into countless fragments. Andy Zeron is a famous ocular mage, and is also known by the title Destroyer of Tartarus. It is rumored that he became a professor at Lumen, only to gain the freedom to cross borders in his demon hunting campaigns. Leo was now standing before a hero of the era and could not help sighing in admiration. Andy asked in a deep voice, "Leo, Jaina Bob, what is going on here?" Leo bent down to pick up the fragment of the stuffed bear and replied, "It appeared when I was investigating this place." He explained that the stuffed bear carried a curse that disrupted perception. Andy understood and nodded, then picked up the bear's head. He said, "Lumen's investigation team will take responsibility for this matter. I will also overlook the fact that you investigated Ludek on your own." After saying that, Andy turned and left, but after taking a few steps, he stopped. He added, "If you need help in the future, come to me. Thank you for what happened earlier." Hearing that, Leo widened his eyes in surprise. He quickly walked outside and picked up his bag. Andy is one of the three figures belonging to the three great families that manage Lumen Academy. With his help, Leo might have the chance to access the Forbidden Library. Not long after, Leo met Nella again. Seeing him, she happily said, "So you are here, class leader. I finished buying the supplies." When she came closer, she saw the wound on Leo's hand and asked worriedly, "Class leader, why are you injured?" Leo only shook his head and said it was nothing. After that, he fell into thought again. This way he had confirmed one thing. Silituna stood behind the one controlling the magic beasts and the black grimoire, but their true purpose was still unclear. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a week had arrived. In front of the teleportation gate, the first-year students had already gathered. Leo looked at Nella and asked, "Have you prepared enough warm clothing?" Nella nodded and said, "Everything is ready." A moment later, Celia Jinger walked over and asked, "Why did your class choose Elselbekia?" Leo calmly replied, "Recently the weather has been hot, so that trip is like a summer vacation." Hearing that, Celia Jinger smiled lightly and said, "I hate the cold. I wish you a smooth journey." Leo also replied calmly, "Yes, you stay safe as well." After that, the first-year students began entering the teleportation gate to reach their class destinations. Leo turned back and said to the class, "Class 5, prepare as well." Hearing that, Chelsea excitedly stepped forward, the scent of perfume spreading. She said she had been looking forward to this trip for a long time. Meanwhile, that friend complained miserably because he absolutely hated cold weather. Even so, no one paid attention to the complaint. The group continued moving toward the teleportation gate. Leo led the class, bringing everyone to El Selbekia, the territory of the elf race. In another place, at Saran, the famous military academy of the elves, 3 students were gathered together in front of the gate. One male and one female stood blocking another person, their attitude arrogant as they spoke in a provoking tone. "What is with that disrespectful outfit? Someone with elf blood like you actually thinks he deserves to become a student of the great Saran Academy." Facing those insults, the other person only lowered his head in silence, offering no response at all. At that moment, footsteps sounded from behind, accompanied by a displeased voice. "Stop bullying your classmate. Behave in a way worthy of the descendants of Serenity." The one who had just spoken was Lunia Luna, the young lady of the prestigious Luna family, and also one of the most outstanding students at Saran. Those two stubbornly argued back. "Can you not feel disgusted when someone with mixed blood enters Saran? His existence is truly a disgrace." The moment she heard that, Lunia immediately strode forward in front of them, startling the two into stepping back. Without warning, she spoke angrily. "How troublesome. If you dislike his clothes, then take off your own and give them to him. If you cannot help, then the best thing is to keep your mouths shut." The two immediately trembled in fear, stammering that Lady Luna should maintain the image of a daughter from a noble family. Lunia coldly shouted back, "You gather to bully others and feel no shame. Why should I feel embarrassed? If you are dissatisfied, then step forward and try." Her burst of anger frightened the bullies, and they hurriedly turned around and ran away. After that, Lunia walked to the student, removed her own coat and placed it over him, then asked with concern why he was dressed so lightly. The one who had just been bullied was Luca Enners, ranked 3rd among the first-year students of Saran. Carrying mixed blood, he sighed helplessly and said someone had mixed up his other set of clothes. Hearing that, Lunia became even more furious, curses slipping from her mouth about those bastards. But right after that, she sneezed once, which made Luca hurriedly say she should put her coat back on. The weather was very cold. Lunia only smiled slightly and shook her head, saying it was fine and he should not worry about her. Luca seemed to realize something and hesitantly asked if she seemed very happy today. Lunia nodded and said her contractor had finally hatched. Hearing the news, Luca was also happy for her and sincerely congratulated her. Lunia smiled in response and said she had to leave immediately. Right away, she ran to her father's office, happily calling out, "Father, my contractor has hatched right." Her father was Ellen Luna, the head of the Luna family and also a professor at Saran Academy. He was handling documents, and upon hearing his daughter's voice, he raised his head and reminded her that at school she should call him professor. Lunia seemed unconcerned, pulling a chair to sit opposite him. Ellen sighed and replied that Farina's child had indeed hatched. Hearing that, Lunia excitedly murmured that she knew it, then asked when she could meet it. Ellen suddenly looked troubled and said there was a problem. It seemed her contractor had already formed a contract with someone else. He would continue investigating the details according to Farina's words. Those words made Lunia feel as if she had fallen straight into an icy abyss. She angrily slammed the table and suddenly stood up. Then she asked through clenched teeth who that person was who dared to steal her contractor. In another place, at Velkia, the capital of El Sebikia, Leo's group had been teleported to this location. Freezing air here made everyone shiver. Some even complained that being killed would be better than enduring this cold. Harris wrapped a cute pink scarf around his neck, but his words were as cold as ice. "Stop making noise and line up quickly." The students immediately obeyed. Then he slowly said that this was Velkia, the capital of El Sebikia. Did anyone know the history of this place? Elsie quickly raised her hand and said that Velkia was founded and named after the knight Valkia Ursa, one of the disciples of Luna, the star poet. More precisely, he was a student of both Luna and Aaron. Leo remembered that person and smiled faintly. Valkia, that arrogant name, is now mentioned as a great knight. Harris nodded and added that the Ursa family, descendants of the elf knights, currently held leadership here. While everyone was talking, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind them. Harris immediately turned his head to look. The whole class curiously looked as well. From within the white curtain of snow, a group of people was slowly approaching them. Someone said fearfully that even the territory of the elves had thieves. Harris shrugged and replied that bad people existed everywhere. Before long, a voice sounded, "How have you been lately, Professor Harris?" The greeting made Harris slightly surprised. The footsteps of that group grew closer, and their figures gradually became clear. The one leading them was a white-haired man with an extremely handsome appearance, making several female students exclaim that these must be the elves. That man was Run Ursa, the spokesperson of El Sebikia and also the head of the Ursa family. Harris recognized him and smiled, saying that he had not changed at all. At this moment, Ileana whispered excitedly that she thought she had found her future partner. Hearing that, Leo asked suspiciously if the age difference was not a problem for her. The question made Ileana slightly stunned, but she quickly winked and smiled, asking whether the class leader was jealous. Leo only snorted in disdain. Who would be jealous? You know, elves live very long and hardly age. Guess how old he is now. Hearing that, Ileana immediately froze, not knowing how to answer. At that moment, Run also heard their noisy voices from afar. He smiled and remarked that the students were truly full of vitality. The students led by Professor Harris were indeed very disciplined. Hearing that, Harris awkwardly explained that they were only freshmen and still inexperienced. At that moment, Ileana stepped closer to the two and directly asked, "Excuse me, may I know your name and age?" Run was briefly surprised, but quickly realized he had not introduced himself yet, so he hurriedly apologized for the delay. "My name is Run Ursa, and I am 97 years old this year." Upon hearing that, Ileana instantly froze like a statue. Seeing that, Thomas happily ran over and asked if he would be their guide. Run smiled and replied that he was the head of the Ursa family and also a member of the Presidential Council of El Sabikia. This time Leo froze completely. He stiffly shook the man's hand, his smile rigid like a statue as he said it was an honor to meet him. Seeing that scene, Harris subtly reminded them that conversation could wait for later. Thomas. A while later, the group arrived at the lodging area for the field trip. It was a rather small building. The place looked as if it had been abandoned for a very long time, to the point that even mice had built nests everywhere. Looking at the surroundings, Thomas muttered in confusion that they would really stay here. Chelsea also shook her head and complained that she could not endure a place like this. Hearing that, Leo curled his lips and said if that was the case, then he would have to find somewhere else to sleep. Ileana immediately said excitedly that she knew the class leader had prepared a plan beforehand. Leo shrugged indifferently, pointed at the snowy sky outside, and said he had also prepared a resting place out there, asking if they wanted to sleep there. No one was crazy enough to agree to sleep outside in falling snow. Thomas immediately urged everyone to hurry inside and unpack their luggage. Before long, the house became noisy and lively. Everyone cleaned while choosing rooms and arranging their belongings. During that time, a figure quietly crept up the stairs. It turned out to be Thomas and Thay. The two were plotting something. Thomas whispered excitedly that did he know the most attractive part of this trip. It was sneaking into the girls' rooms. But after crawling up only a few steps, they saw a pair of legs standing right in front of them. Chelsea, wearing sleepwear, stood there with her arms crossed, her sharp gaze fixed on the two. Immediately after that, a powerful gust of wind burst out and blasted the two down to the lower floor, making the entire first floor shake and startling everyone. Seeing that scene, Leo laughed and said it seemed everyone was enjoying this trip. Perhaps he should go outside for a walk. After saying that, he opened the door and prepared to step outside. But after only 2 steps, a voice called from behind, Lord Leo Prop, making him stop. The one calling was an elf girl with golden hair. She bowed respectfully and said the family head wished to meet him, Lord Leo. Not long after, Leo arrived at the castle of the Ursa family. Guided by that girl, he walked inside the castle. As soon as Run saw him, he immediately stood up to welcome him. Leo entered. Run apologetically said sorry for calling him here yet making him wait. He was busy with something and hoped Leo could wait a little longer. Leo shook his head and replied it was fine. There were many interesting things here, so he wondered if he could take a look around. Run readily agreed and told him to freely explore. With permission, Leo began walking around observing. Inside the room were quite a few ancient objects already stained by time. Among those items, there was one thing that caught his attention in particular. It was a dagger placed in the corner of the wall. Leo recognized it immediately and exclaimed in surprise that it was Erwin. Hearing that, Run was stunned and asked how he knew about Erwin, because its history was only passed down to the head of the Ursa family. Leo suddenly realized he had spoken carelessly and quickly explained that he had once read about Erwin in an ancient document at the Grand Library of Lumen. Run simply nodded in trust after hearing that. Leo fell silent, then reached out to touch the dagger. Star Mana still remained inside, but clearly this was not the original. In a distant memory, when he was still Kale, when he rested after a battle, a voice sounded asking that Luna had made a dagger for his self-defense. How did he feel about it? That sound startled Leo in the memory, and he woke up. As soon as he raised his head, he saw an elf running toward him holding a dagger. Leo sat up and sighed, saying that he looked like a goblin going on a robbery. The dagger carried by that elf was Erwin. Originally it belonged to Luna, but later she gave it to her student Valkia. Then before the final battle with Tartarus, Valkia had dropped it. Turning to the present, Run had finished his work and walked over, saying that Erwin was a trophy their ancestor obtained after conquering the hero world of Lady Valkia. But he also said regretfully that weapons from a hero world could only be used by the conqueror. Leo understood clearly, so he knew this dagger was in fact only an empty shell. After that, the two sat down on chairs. Run slowly said he had heard from Harris that Leo was an all-element mage and also the male representative of Lumen. Leo nodded, confirming that was correct. Run hesitated for a moment, then said he knew the request might be abrupt since they had just met, but asked if Leo could meet his granddaughter. From Run's words, Leo learned that his granddaughter was a first-year student at Saren Academy, a talented girl who had entered the school with outstanding results. But when she stepped into the vast world outside, she quickly reached her limit and gradually lost motivation. Run hoped that someone of the same age, yet from another race like Leo, could give her some inspiration. Leo agreed, and now he was standing before a wide corridor inside the castle. Even so, he still looked at the key in his hand with confusion, muttering that handing the key to a granddaughter's room to a stranger like this might not be appropriate. After thinking for a moment, Leo decided to walk over and knock on the last room in the corridor. Hearing no response, he used the key to open the door and stepped inside. First thing that entered Leo's sight was a messy, chaotic scene. The air in the room was filled with dust, making him cough a few times. Leo looked around and saw the walls covered with paintings of famous heroes. He sighed and said although he knew some people liked collecting such things, this was a bit excessive. Walking deeper inside, Leo saw a uniform hanging in the corner of the room and muttered that it was the uniform of Saren Academy. That moment, the person lying on the bed finally woke up. She said irritably that grandfather barging straight into his grown granddaughter's room like this was too much. She was Iran Ursa, Run's granddaughter. When Leo heard her voice, he turned around and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Only a moment after realizing the person standing before her was Leo, panic instantly appeared on Iran's face. Seeing her reaction, Leo was completely confused and did not understand what was happening. What surprised him even more was that Iran immediately crawled straight under the blanket to hide. Leo took a deep breath and calmly said, "Hello, I am Leo Brock. I came here at your grandfather's request." However, the person on the bed still did not respond, which made Leo awkward. While searching for a topic, he saw a book and said in surprise that she had collected books about Ko almost as much as he had. He wanted to see how he was described from the perspective of the elves. But Iran still kept the blanket over herself, completely silent without answering. Leo did not hurry. He continued murmuring that the achievement of slaying monsters in the northern mountains was also recorded as Ko's accomplishment. She had arranged the documents quite neatly. At that moment, Iran suddenly poked her head out from the blanket and cautiously asked if he also liked those stories. In the corner of the room, her voice continued. The Danos battle he mentioned was the battle where Tiberca, the supreme commander of the Tartarus army, was defeated, the first battle where the great heroes cooperated as comrades. Iran continued asking that he also knew the place where Commander Zerga's army was destroyed. Leo immediately replied that it was at Velik, the place where Luna first experimented with star magic. Iran's eyes instantly lit up. She opened her mouth in excitement and said that was correct. Those were records about the great heroes that very few people knew. In Iran's eyes, Leo seemed to shine with a warm, gentle smile. Iran lowered her head awkwardly and said sorry for not introducing herself earlier. "I am Iran Ursa. We just met, yet I have already talked so much." Leo gently reassured her that it was fine. The great heroes would surely be happy knowing there were still people who cherished their stories. Iran looked straight at him, then said this was only her personal thought. But although history only recorded 4 great heroes, there might once have existed a 5th. Leo continued, which made her even more interested. That person was Ko. I believe he truly existed, so when I return I plan to join the club that researches traces of him. Iran widened her eyes with delight and exclaimed that sounded wonderful, but her voice gradually softened with hesitation when mentioning school. Her attitude made Leo think that this girl was rather shy and cautious. He then asked Iran why she did not go to school. Iran avoided his gaze, then said vaguely that she did not think Saren was a place suitable for her. Everyone there diligently and seriously pursued the path of becoming heroes. She hugged herself, her eyes drifting aside with deep insecurity, saying that someone as vague as herself was not worthy to dream of becoming a hero. Leo remembered the uniform preserved carefully like a treasure. He thought that if she had taken such care of it, then she had certainly not truly given up. Thinking that, he stood up and said, "Iran, right now not only he was in Berkia, his whole class was participating in an internship here." His words made Iran lift her head. Leo continued saying that if his classmates heard the stories she told, they would definitely want to meet her. Iran suddenly asked again, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Leo closed his eyes, then added that in the human world there were also academies that trained heroes such as Salem. Leo turned around preparing to leave, but his gaze seemed to encourage Iran. If she was curious about the students of Lumen, she should come and take a look. After trying his best to persuade her, Leo stepped out of Iran's room. Suddenly Run appeared from somewhere, his hands clasped together as if praying and his eyes filled with emotion which startled Leo. He leaned close and whispered, asking if Leo had really been talking with Iran all that time. Leo replied that yes, he had spoken with her. Run was so moved that tears fell. While wiping his face with a cloth, he said it had been months since the girl had talked that long with anyone. Run smiled kindly and placed a hand on Leo's shoulder, saying it seemed the girl had opened her heart to him. As her grandfather, he wanted to give Leo a magical item as a gift of gratitude. Leo replied that refusing a gift would be very impolite. A room filled with dazzling gold and jewels casually said Leo could freely choose whatever he liked. Leo showed no surprise. He simply calmly looked over the pile of treasures. His gaze moved around as he silently thought that this was. Leo spoke, saying he wanted to choose this item. Run looked at the object he held and said that was a pearl containing the power of the elves obtained by a previous family head 1,000 years ago. It was exquisitely carved, but its function. Leo smiled and replied that it was fine. Run also said that as long as he liked it, that was enough. Leo stared attentively at the gem in his hand and thought that this thing was certainly not merely decoration. He lifted the gem with both hands. Inside the golden crystal was a tiny figure as if sleeping deeply. Leo thought that it was truly a real fairy. Students quickly gathered together. Harris loudly demanded silence because he was about to announce the schedule. He looked at the sheet of paper, then said starting tomorrow everyone would wake up at 6 in the morning. In the morning they would train by themselves in the elf forest near the city, and in the afternoon they would practice missions. Ileana raised her hand to interrupt, asking, had they not already trained individually at school? Even the field trip required training as well. Harris replied that this internship was meant to focus on each person's weaknesses. Surely no one thought they had come here just to have fun. Harris shook the schedule sheet and added that this plan had been prepared by their class leader. Chelsea immediately turned and asked Leo if that was true. Thomas complained, asking why he had done that. Facing those accusing looks, Leo simply smiled and said the elf forest had monsters, so it was very suitable for real combat training. They would train until exhaustion, and whoever collapsed first would have to act like a dog. Liana felt sad, but still said she believed the class leader must have good intentions. Harris ended the meeting, then told everyone to return to their rooms because it was already dark. They should enjoy this last bit of free time. Leo sat on the bed, his gaze fixed on the gem in his hand. He thought about the seal created by the magic of the Elf King. Casting magic on the gem, Leo thought no wonder Luna Ursa believed it was only a statue. After the Age of Calamity, the contractor of the Elf King had disappeared, so no elf recognized this kind of magic anymore. But for him, it was too familiar because it was the magic of Sinra. Golden light from Leo's magic gradually surrounded the gem. He took out a ring to release the golden light, then thought that it was finally time to use the oath of the Elf King that he had once received. Leo let out a soft laugh while continuing to channel mana into the gem before him. Gemstones suddenly shone with a blinding light, then cracks gradually appeared across its surface. The light in the room streamed through the window, causing his room to suddenly glow with an unusual brilliance. But only a few seconds later, everything quietly returned to normal as if nothing had ever happened. A tiny figure appeared in Leo's palm. The creature stretched its body, then spoke. At last, Father has lifted the seal for me. It turned to look at Leo with a frown. Huh, why is there a strange human standing before me? How rude. Leo leaned closer and calmly asked, who are you? The little fairy immediately replied irritably, how dare you address me like that? Then it raised its head proudly and introduced itself. I am the eldest son of the great fairy king of gold, Sinrod, the heir to the throne of the fairy king. Curran kept rambling without knowing what Leo was about to do. The one standing before you is the silver fairy Curran. Leo flicked Curran hard on the forehead, sending him rolling across the ground. Curran's eyes filled with tears from the pain, yet he still shouted, how dare you do that? What kind of nonsense is this? Leo spoke coldly, his crimson eyes appearing even more terrifying. Even your father treats me with respect. Who do you think you are, brat? Hearing that, Curran jumped up and argued back. You insolent human, how dare you insult the great fairy king Sinrod? Another painful flick struck his forehead, making Curran scream loudly. He muttered resentfully, annoying brat. Before he could finish speaking, Leo flicked him again, making Curran clutch his head and cry out, you. Leo kept teasing Curran like that. After a while, Curran sat properly with a swollen bump on his head, then asked, could it be that you are truly the one who signed the contract Father once mentioned? Leo replied casually, perhaps so. Your seal has already broken anyway. Is there a problem? Curran continued, thinking about it carefully. Forming a contract with a human may not be as bad as I thought. Leo gently pressed a finger on Curran's head, then said, with Sinrod's personality, if he stripped away your 6 wings and sealed you, it seems you must have caused quite a lot of trouble, Prince Curran. Curran pretended to cough, then said, you even know about that. It seems you really are the contractor. Leo interrupted, whatever. Once we reach the fairy realm, just call Sinrod for me. Curran shook his head firmly. That is impossible. You can only return to the fairy realm when you collect all 6 of my wings. Curran crossed his arms and lifted his chin confidently. If you want to meet my father, then help me find those 6 wings. I remember the first wing is in the fairy forest, the place that was once our homeland. Leo curled his lips into a faint smile and thought, Sinrod, perhaps this truly is fate when your son has fallen into my hands. Another painful flick echoed sharply. Next morning, the entire group arrived at a frozen land where snow fell heavily. Leo's class also arrived, and the one leading them was Harith. The freezing scenery carried howling snow winds, sweeping through white-covered dry branches. Everyone in the class wore warm clothing, yet their eyes widened in amazement at the scene before them. Only Harith wore a warm cloak and stood with folded arms observing. Chelsea dropped onto the thick snow and sighed. I cannot believe it. They won using only wind magic. That moment, a hand extended before her. It was Leo. He smiled gently amid the snowy landscape, appearing even more captivating, then said, it seems you still need more training. A few minutes earlier, Ileana had shouted at Leo. Class leader, are you saying my swordsmanship and magic cannot coordinate? She closed her eyes tightly and continued speaking. So that is why today you asked for personal training, right? Leo merely turned his head slightly and glanced toward another direction. Tai and Ka both looked annoyed. Tai said with irritation, are you saying I lack skill in summoning creatures? Ka placed her hands on her hips and added, listen here, alchemy is the only thing I am confident in. Two were still speaking when someone's footsteps sounded. I already said it very clearly during the test, did I not, Leo? Leo shifted his gaze toward Chelsea as she spoke. I still do not fully understand wind magic. She confidently carried her staff and challenged him. Then show me what ability you truly have. Leo put his hands into his pockets and replied calmly, fine. Chelsea continued staring at Leo. In her mind, she thought, everything Leo has shown so far has far exceeded imagination. I wonder what else he is hiding. Her gaze became more serious. I cannot hesitate any longer. I have to attack immediately. Chelsea immediately launched the first move, wind break. Sharp currents of wind rushed straight toward Leo. Leo's face remained calm. He gently responded with the same move, wind break. Leo's attack easily shattered Chelsea's spell, leaving her extremely shocked. The one even more surprised was probably Ileana. She remarked, is rapid casting not Chelsea's strength? Leo just countered with the same speed as her. But Chelsea did not stop, and instead summoned green chains to attack again. Wind chains. Powerful chains shot toward Leo. He still remained calm and called her name, Chelsea. Leo launched an attack that shattered the wind chains, then said, the moment we first met I already told you, that is not how wind magic is used. Chains instantly shattered into fragments. Leo opened his eyes wide as magic began activating at his fingertips. A massive red beam shot straight toward Chelsea at extreme speed, leaving her no time to react. Battle caused the surrounding snowstorm to grow even more violent. A chunk of snow from a tree branch fell straight onto Chelsea's. She opened her eyes. The tip of a sword was already pressed against her throat. From above, Leo pointed the sword downward and curled his lips into a smile. The wind lifted his cloak, giving him the appearance of a victor. Chelsea widened her eyes in thought. Could it be that wind magic truly has to be used in such a way? Cam and the rest of the class could not help but stand stunned by that sight. When Leo reached out and pulled Chelsea to her feet, Cam exclaimed, wow, I never thought Chelsea would lose in a wind magic battle. Ileana sighed helplessly. This is truly unreasonable. Our class leader is truly a monster. Harris seriously commented on the previous match. As a pure mage, Chelsea is not weaker than Leo, but the gap lies in understanding and applying wind magic, and that determined the outcome. While he spoke, Leo rubbed the head of Chelsea, who was pouting unwillingly, then gently reminded her, when you advance to the next class, you will learn new techniques, so mastering what you have already learned is still the most important. Harith continued, all right, now review the basic knowledge under the guidance of the class leader and prepare yourselves for the training mission this afternoon. The entire class replied in unison, yes, but we are both hungry and cold. Amid the magnificent white snowy landscape, only Leo stood there silently. He carefully picked each type of herb and placed them into a pouch. This was the training mission to gather medicinal materials. Calling the moment in the room earlier, everyone had been exhausted while only Leo still stood straight, as Ka complained that she would still have to train later. Leo smiled helplessly, then said, in the end they have finally begun to act. Curran flew over holding a pile of herbs and proudly showed them to Leo with excitement. Look at this. I have already gathered this many. See. Leo smiled and praised him. Quite impressive. Truly the ability of the fairy race. Curran immediately lifted his chin and replied, I am not some ordinary fairy. Leo placed Curran's pouch of herbs into storage space, then said, then it seems we already have enough medicinal materials. Leo looked toward the forest while Curran hovered beside him. Leo said, now we begin investigating the entire fairy forest. Curran replied excitedly, at last the journey to reclaim my 6 wings begins. Leo stepped deeper into the forest while Curran sat neatly on his shoulder. Suddenly Leo stopped. Curran asked in confusion why stop. Leo asked sternly, when did you leave the fairyland? Curran thought for a moment, then replied, about 100 years ago. Leo spoke while reaching out to touch the magical wall before him and observing carefully. This is illusion magic. Curran said in shock, this is not the magic of a fairy king, but it does not resemble my father's magic. Leo began to reason carefully. and said this is the magic of Jason Ross, Royne, the fairy king of the era of calamity. But it seems this spell was only activated around 100 years ago. Curran also began thinking while Leo continued analyzing. Based on the time and the power source amplified by Curran's wings, this barrier was created from an ancient incantation and the wings of his son. Something extremely important must be sealed here. Suddenly, footsteps appeared accompanied by a terrifying aura, causing Leo and Curran to immediately frown with vigilance. Stranger approached and asked coldly, "Why does a human appear in the territory of the elves?" Leo replied immediately, "It is still better than an undead like you wandering." The walking skeleton named Kago with blazing red eye sockets said this land has long belonged to the rule of us, Tartaros. Curran immediately shouted in protest, "This is the sacred land of our fairy race. What nonsense are you talking about?" Kago placed his hands on his hips and laughed scornfully. "Fairies? A weak creature like you dares call itself a fairy." Curran burned with anger and shouted loudly, "What did you just say?" A streak of green light immediately shot off from Leo's shoulder. Curran unleashed his full speed and rushed forward to attack. While striking, he kept cursing that stinking skeleton. Kago's red eye sockets suddenly widened. In an instant, Curran's punch pierced straight through Kago's body, causing each of his bones to scatter across the ground. Curran stopped, then said arrogantly, "Truly an empty barrel making loud noise." Leo mocked from behind, "Calling yourself a fairy yet attacking so fiercely." Curran stretched his body but still frowned and replied, "As long as it works, that is enough. Who cares? The power of fairies and undead naturally oppose each other." Suddenly, the green light of the undead appeared again, leaving Curran stunned. He said slowly, "I understand now. No matter how weak you are, a fairy is still a fairy." Curran covered his nose with disgust, both stinking and stubborn like a leech. Kago drew out a holy sword wrapped in a dark aura of power. Curran rushed forward again, while Kago raised the sword with both hands and roared, "I will crush you into dust." Leo noticed something unusual and immediately shouted a warning. "Curran, move away now." Kago's sword slammed fiercely into the ground. His power surged, and a strange sealing circle appeared beneath his feet. Curran was only a few centimeters away from Kago's terrifying power. He quickly changed direction and darted away. He crashed straight into Leo. Leo stared at Kago seriously while supporting Curran. He exclaimed in shock, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Leo placed Curran back on his shoulder, then said that is a monster of Tartarus that has existed for a very long time. When the cloak fell away, the skull of Kago revealed a pair of terrifying horns. He roared powerfully, "I am Kago, the barrier knight of the Lich King." After saying that, he swung his sword and charged forward. Leo immediately drew his sword to counterattack, but the slash failed to strike Kago. Suddenly, Kago appeared behind Leo and roared, "The one who will finish you is me." Leo quickly realized that Kago's technique was linked soul physique. He was slightly startled when he saw Curran clinging to his shoulder with difficulty. From above, Kago swung his sword, creating a powerful slash that shot straight toward Leo. Leo immediately raised a magic shield, just in time to block Kago's attack. His dark red feet stepped forward heavily, widened his eyes in shock, and said, "He can actually deploy heaven-opening aura in such a short time." Kago spoke while gripping his sword and charging forward again. "It seems you are not bad at all." In an instant, Kago closed the distance with Leo. He immediately rotated his sword and blocked Kago's blade. Kago pressed forward with force to gain the advantage, then said coldly, "All your resistance is meaningless, human." Curran jumped off Leo's shoulder and shouted loudly, "Leo, let me help you." But right after that, he was repelled by the barrier and fell headfirst onto the ground. Kago's sturdy cloak fluttered upward, causing both him and Leo to pause for a moment. Curran sat up, rubbing his forehead, and complained, "Have I already run out of strength? If only I still had my wings." Flame ignited as Leo's voice echoed, "In the name of the contract bearer, answer my summoning." From Leo's side, a violent wind rose like a storm, causing Kago to freeze in shock. A pair of blazing wings appeared behind Leo, while a strange seal formed beneath his feet. Kago exclaimed in terror, "This is..." Curran cried out excitedly, "What is this? Besides me, there is another contracted being." Leo swung his sword, creating a slash shaped like a stream of fire. Leo shouted loudly, "Phoenix." The flaming slash shot straight toward Kago. Fiery wings gradually disappeared. Fiora returned to her original form and obediently perched on Leo's shoulder. Curran immediately jumped onto Leo's shoulder beside Fiora and said in shock, "A phoenix." Curran burst into laughter, then patted Fiora's head, making it show annoyance. Kago's voice rang out again as he stabbed his sword into the ground once more. "A phoenix and a fairy. I absolutely cannot let you live." This time the sword plunged deeper than before, and red liquid flowed from the blade, spreading forward. He roared, "Army of death, crush these living beings." Numerous skeletons holding swords rose from the ground. Leo looked at the undead and thought, this is a curse of endless summoning. Seeing Leo preparing to sheath his sword, Curran asked in surprise, "How are you planning to give up?" Leo only smiled faintly when he heard that. Leo placed one hand on the ground to gather momentum, then said, as if that would happen. Surge of power surrounded Leo. He thought, this is Kaio's mana. It has been a long time since I used it. The energy exploded so violently that the ground cracked apart like an earthquake. The undead immediately rushed forward, while Keigo stood behind astonished by Leo's power. Leo's eyes burned crimson, and he dashed forward. Whirlwind erupted as Leo swiftly cut down each undead, then rushed straight ahead. Leo passed right by Keigo, making him roar behind, "Stop! If you are a knight, then face me with honor." Leo did not turn back and only replied, "Someone who summons a group of minions like you dares speak of honor." Leo shifted all his weight onto the tips of his feet. Then he launched himself into the air. Keigo roared he is running away. Leo moved to an area where there was no trace of Keigo. Leo folded his arms and exhaled, then thought this place should be temporarily safe. A death knight appearing in the fairy forest. Could it be that Tartarus is searching for something here? An undead slowly approached, drawing Leo's attention. Leo took a defensive stance and thought an undead separated from the group. Suddenly, several swift slashes appeared from nowhere and eliminated that undead. A blade was instantly pressed against Leo's throat. Strange young man asked, "Are you the one who summoned it?" Leo replied immediately, "No, I am a student of Lumen. I have nothing to do with that undead." Leo noticed the other person's clothing. That uniform clearly belonged to a Saren student. The man angrily swung his sword from above and shouted, "This foolish joke ends now, die necromancer." Leo quickly tilted his body and avoided the slash. He drove the hilt of his sword hard into the opponent's ribs, causing him to collapse while clutching his body. A female voice sounded, "That is enough." From a distance, a girl walked forward saying sorry for the rudeness earlier, then began introducing herself. "I am Lunia El Luna, a first-year student of Saren. Please do not think all Saren students are like him." Leo turned back and replied, "Apology accepted. So what brings you to Berkia?" Lunia stepped closer and extended her hand for a handshake. "I am in Berkia for field training for a while. And you?" Leo replied, "I am here on an internship mission." Leo turned to leave, but still spoke over his shoulder, "Then I must return to report to my professor." Lunia placed her hand on her chest and said, "May the Berkia forest protect you." Leo softly spoke her name, Lunia El Luna. "It seems I have heard this name somewhere before." Meanwhile, Lunia immediately changed her expression, then began beating that man while scolding him. "The worst student of advanced class 1, and you still ruin the plan just to show off. Truly an idiot, making me lose face." In another place, Rune spoke in a low voice. A death knight appeared in the sacred land. He frowned and said, "Unfortunately, monsters began appearing from some point, but the level of contamination is still not severe." Arith continued, "Rune, he is not the kind of student who would lie." Strange voice sounded, drawing Leo's attention. "Misunderstandings born from ignorance are sometimes no different from lies." Herdium appeared and continued, "A male hero candidate who has only just stepped onto this path claims that he encountered a death knight." He introduced himself, "I am Professor Herdium Winter, the homeroom teacher of Saren, first year advanced class 1. Please continue." Under his gaze, Leo looked up. Herdium continued, "Surely you only saw a skeleton knight and misunderstood. I do not believe you could escape a death knight by yourself." He narrowed his eyes with displeasure at Leo, then asked Harith, "He is only a first-year student, right?" He turned and asked further, "Professor Holland, do you truly believe this student's story?" He replied immediately, "Of course." Harith calmly added, "Although he is only a first-year student, he is the representative of the entire department." Herdium narrowed his eyes at Leo with dissatisfaction and thought if what he said is true, then Saren students may broaden their perspective. He looked at Leo's calm face, then said, "If you are the representative of the entire department, you must be quite confident in your magic." Herdium spoke seriously and proposed, "Then, I suggest organizing a joint class between Saren Advanced Class 1 and Lumen Academy." The luxurious banquet, everyone gathered and chatted lively. Thomas looked around in amazement and said they hold such a lavish exchange event. Saren truly is a wealthy academy. Chelsea, walking beside him, added, "This banquet is no different from one hosted by the Emperor himself." Liana said excitedly, "I heard that tomorrow we will experience Saren's teaching method." Nene smiled and replied, "I am truly looking forward to it." Liam and Harith were standing near the food table talking. At another table, Leo sat alone, glancing toward the two professors, then thought proposing a joint class so suddenly means that man must be the type who only believes after seeing with his own eyes. A voice sounded, drawing Leo's attention. "We have met before, right?" It was Lunia. She extended her hand, inviting him. "Would you like to dance with me?" Above the chandeliers radiated sparkling, luxurious light. Below was the image of Leo and Lunia dancing together. Lunia asked with interest, "You know this dance?" Leo answered briefly, "I learned it long ago." Lunia's face flushed slightly, then asked, thinking about it, "I still do not know your name. How should I call you?" When Leo was about to answer, Lunia suddenly paused, then asked Leo, "Right, just call me Leo." Suddenly she grabbed his collar and pulled him up, then shouted, "So you are the one who stole someone else's contract." Her face became fierce, completely different from the gentle look earlier. "I will kill you." Leo suddenly recalled the woman's words that Jaina Bob is my contractor and the savior of Ellen Lander. "I am sorry, child who should have become Fiora's contractor." Leo suddenly realized then this girl is the true contractor of Fiora. Leo gave a faint smile, then sighed softly, making Lunia even more irritated. Shameless thief. Leo smiled and said to her, Fiora is still well. Lunia immediately shouted angrily at him. She rushed forward, forcing Leo to step back while the people around them were stunned. She shouted, "Da." Scene shifted as Herdium stood beside Lunia and said, I apologize, Leo. Jaina Bob, although still unwilling, Lunia also said, please forgive my rudeness. Leo smiled and replied, it is fine, then thought she must be forcing herself to hold back her anger. Harith and Leo walked up the stairs, then said, since the misunderstanding has been explained, we will take our leave. Herdium turned and called student Lunia. He adjusted his glasses, then reminded, do not repeat that mistake again, as the first-year representative of Saren. She lowered her head and replied, yes, I understand. Herdium continued, in tomorrow's joint class, we must prove. He grabbed her shoulder, then said loudly, our Saren is better than Lumen. He even declared enthusiastically, we are the greatest academy among the hero academies. After that, he calmed down and thought he had spoken a little excessively. Lunia became even more spirited. She shouted loudly, I will never forget that bastard's name. I will definitely crush him to protect Saren's honor. Herdium was slightly startled by her momentum, then called student Lunia. The lecture hall, where the joint class between Lumen and Saren took place. Harith spoke in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet the first-year students of Saren Academy. I am Professor Holland, currently teaching at Lumen Academy. The Saren students listened attentively as he said, today you will experience a class following Lumen's method. He called 3 Lumen students, surprising them, Tai and Ileana. The 2 of you come up here and lead the class. Harith continued, you are outstanding students of Lumen. Show what you have learned. Liana, Tai, and Ka all exclaimed in surprise, Professor. Chelsea said excitedly, so that is why each department sent a representative. Leo, sitting beside them, thought silently. He seemed not to care at all. First, Ileana stepped forward to present her abilities. Then Ka came up with a confident demeanor. Though slightly timid, Tai still tried his best to present. The Saren students appeared very interested and took careful notes. Herdium smiled, thinking, whenever we observe the perspective of another academy, we can discover new methods. Then his expression turned serious, as he thought strange their class leader has still not appeared. Leo did not notice his gaze, and only listened attentively to his friends, presenting while Lunia on the other side trembled with anger. Only Chelsea continued cheering happily, amazing. Liana, Tai, and Ka each bowed in thanks. The sound of footsteps echoed along with praise. That presentation just now was truly impressive, Lumen students. It was Herdium. He said, we can feel that each of you has developed your abilities deeply in your own field. He walked to the board, then picked up a piece of white chalk. Herdium pointed at the board and said, Saren pursues a method different from Lumen. While writing on the board, he said, Saren students take magic as the foundation, but we pursue a balanced training method, so we do not focus solely on magic. Leo showed interest and listened attentively. Yet in his mind, he thought the idea of pursuing what they called balance was rather ironic. They taught broadly, but every theory still revolved around magic. He thought to himself, it is obvious. The elves still keep the same habit of showing off as before. While Herdium continued explaining on the podium, Leo let out a long yawn. And that is how we discover the final answer. Herdium frowned and thought they spread stories about encountering a death knight. Even the attitude of this class is rather rude. Then he continued speaking, that is enough theory for now. Suddenly Herdium cast a spell, causing a many-sided stone with sharp edges glowing golden. That made Leo pay more attention. As he continued speaking, let me show you the essence of Saren. The stone gradually swelled larger. As he continued speaking, we are a race born with a deep connection to magic. Suddenly the stone shot into the air, leaving behind a brilliant golden trail. Immediately afterward, the large stone shattered into many smaller pieces, making the students so fascinated that they wanted to reach out and touch them. Especially Chelsea, her eyes shone brightly as she exclaimed, that is spirit magic. It is the incantation of the ancient fairy race. The other students also marveled at the beauty of spirit magic. This is our essence, spirit magic. Herdium wrote on the board while speaking, the formula I am writing is the great legacy of our ancestor, Lord Luna. It is the foundation of all spirit magic. What you just saw is only a small branch separated from this formula. He raised his head, then asked, it looks beautiful, right? A student's hand was raised. It was Leo. Herdium said, ask your question, class leader. Herdium appeared quite confident and thought that boy surely could not understand spirit magic. But Leo's words struck like thunder. That explanation is wrong, making Lunia and Harith both shocked. Herdium was no exception. He widened his eyes, then asked, what did you just say? Leo calmly repeated, I said that incantation cannot be activated. The Saren students were all surprised by those words. Herdium frowned and said, of course, it is an incomplete incantation, so it cannot be activated yet. He pointed to the leaf symbol on the board, then said our ancestors deciphered that legacy and restored it into its current form. Leo thought to himself, is this a lost incantation? Perhaps he does not know this spell was created by Luna when building the spirit magic system with the sole purpose of passing it to me. Herdium stared straight at Leo with a serious gaze, then said it seems you understand spirit magic quite well. If we elves are wrong, then explain it. Harith noticed the atmosphere growing tense and prepared to speak, but he suddenly revealed a look of surprise, mixed with slight concern. Before he could react, Leo had already stepped onto the podium and thought modern magic is only a copy of the original. He stepped closer to the board. I am the one who received the complete essence from Luna, but I died before I could pass it to the other elves. He looked at Herdium's leaf symbol and thought perhaps this meeting is destiny. Harith held his forehead in worry. Leo thought spirit magic is the pride of the elves and the legacy of their ancestors. If he went too far, it might create conflict between the two academies. Leo began using magic to draw on them. His fingers moved skillfully across the blackboard. A Saren student exclaimed, "What kind of explanation is this? It looks like spirit magic, but I have never seen this formula." Not long after Leo said it is finished, the symbol he drew was different from Herdium's, and the light shining on it made it even more brilliant. Suddenly Herdium began to cry, as if overwhelmed with emotion. He blinked, then asked, "What magic is this? Have you ever used it before?" Memories surfaced of the cliff from the past. Leo said at that time this magic was truly strange. The other person replied, "Look, I have already completed it." A golden point of light appeared, then transformed into a strange, beautiful flower. That was the incantation that made flowers bloom. All the students widened their eyes in astonishment. Liana said blankly, "The class leader just did something incredible right." Nene nodded in agreement. Lunia thought in disbelief, what is happening? Why is the professor reacting like that? Did that man truly solve the ancestral legacy? Herdium still shed tears while looking at the strange flower in Leo's hand, then said, "Wonderful. Many elemental spells were born from it. Do not say this is merely a flower blooming spell." Leo smiled and added, "This flower is not simple. During the Age of Calamity, it almost became extinct." In memory, a voice sounded for the founder of Nebula, "Are flowers not something special?" Leo at that time looked at the flower, then wondered, what is this magic used for? It has no combat function. That voice spoke again, "Do you know how beautiful flowers are? One day I want to see the world filled with flowers." Herdium clasped his hands, as if praying, then said, "Indeed the founder entrusted the truth within it." Leo withdrew the spell while Herdium asked, "Who is this student? How does he know these things?" Leo leaned close to his ear and said, "My name is Leo Block. I learned spirit magic through ancient texts. I study multiple elements, and I am a mage with talent." The answer stunned him so much that he stammered, "Perhaps your family has connections with elves." Leo calmly replied, "Not at all." Harith stepped forward and said, "My student may have been somewhat rude. I apologize, and we will end the joint class here." He added, "For now it is best not to state an official position regarding this matter." Herdium replied, "Professor Harith, perhaps I spoke too hastily." Herdium grasped both of Harith's hands, said sincerely, "Then could you allow student Leo Block to transfer to study at our academy?" Harith asked in confusion, "What?" All the students in the lecture hall were stunned by that proposal. The scene shifted to Chelsea, carrying out a bowl of soup that looked rather unappealing. And just like that, the special soup prepared by Lee Wallen was finally finished. And it was Ileana's turn. Her dish looked no less impressive than Chelsea's. She smiled and introduced it. "This is death risotto, so delicious that only one person survives to tell the tale." Kai looked at the two dishes with a dissatisfied face and said to Tai, "Joining Lumen really is the greatest crisis of my life." Tai asked again, "Is there truly no other choice?" He forced a smile and added, "I still have the elf bread I received from the quest." Liana immediately took action. She scooped up a full spoon and shoved it straight toward him. "Come on, try it, hurry and try it." He tried to swallow it with great difficulty, sweat pouring out as if he had just bathed. Hearing him vomit, Ileana immediately exploded in anger and shouted, "What are you doing, you idiot?" Run watched the scene and laughed cheerfully. Seeing the students this lively was truly nice. Meanwhile, Harris held his head and groaned, "Class president." As he was about to leave, Jun suddenly called out to stop him. "Wait." He continued speaking. "There is something you need to know. The El Sabikia Grand Council has made a decision regarding the undead knights." Ella happened to notice Run and Leo talking and asked, "What is that about?" He explained briefly, "We have confirmed many undead and even undead knights appearing in the fairy forest. The image of corpses like cargo appeared again, making everyone shudder. Therefore, we have requested both Lumen and Saren to investigate the abnormality within the fairy forest." Ileana, Nella, and even Chelsea looked quite excited by the information Jun shared. But for the still inexperienced male students, this mission was extremely dangerous. Jun and Leo were still unaware of anything. He continued, "Therefore, we have requested Saren to participate. When the mission begins, they will investigate together with the male students of Saren." Leo asked again, "So the leader of the council personally came here just for that?" Jun shook his head in denial. "No, actually I came here because of you, Leo." A young female student from Saren timidly peeked her head out from the door. Run said, "My granddaughter wants to meet you, Iran." Girl walked forward shyly and spoke first, "Leo, Have you been well lately? Father said I could come, so I was given special permission. Leo replied warmly, thank you for coming. I will introduce you to my class. Chelsea saw her and exclaimed softly, so cute. Chelsea immediately rushed forward and bombarded Iran with questions. What is your name? Why did you not join the exchange event? Ileana also curiously asked more, which made Iran freeze. How does the class president know her? From afar, someone even exclaimed, so cute. Iran seemed far too shy, her mind in complete chaos. She had no idea what to say. Suddenly, she dashed upstairs and called back behind her. Sorry, everyone. Chelsea and Ileana looked at each other in confusion. Chelsea whispered, did we do something wrong? Ileana added, or maybe she is naturally very shy. Seeing this, Run slightly frowned and said, Leo, I'm counting on you. Leo immediately went upstairs to where Iran had just run. On the balcony, Iran sat curled up, hugging her knees, her face clearly showing sadness. Suddenly, a coat was draped over her shoulders, startling her. Iran realized it was Leo's coat and softly asked, but if you give it to me, then Leo will be cold. He only smiled gently to reassure her. Do not worry about me. Leo continued asking, then why did you run out of the class? Iran remained silent for quite a long time. Iran turned her face away to avoid his gaze and whispered, because I am not suited to become a hero. Leo slipped his hands into his pockets and replied, that again. Iran slowly opened up more as she explained that life at Saren overwhelmed her. I met someone like the sun. Leo asked curiously, who is that? Face suddenly brightened with admiration. Miss Lunia. Lunia truly is an amazing person. She can do everything, always confident and kind to everyone. In my eyes, she is a true hero. The image at the academy appeared. Everyone surrounded Lunia while Iran only watched from afar. She continued, because of that I began to admire Lunia. Iran continued speaking. She is extraordinary, not like me. I wanted to walk the same path as her. She recalled, I tried on my own to climb into the advanced first-year class, always imagining Lunia fighting. Iran continued, but during that evaluation battle that day, perhaps I made a very big mistake. At this point, Iran's eyes turned red as if about to cry. I think after that she began to hate me. Leo only quietly thought. Leo thought to himself, Lunia is not the type of person who hates someone over something so trivial. Perhaps someday I should ask her. He looked at Iran. He suddenly remembered another person for some reason. He felt that within her, there was a faint resemblance to Berkia. Leo spoke up and asked, do you like the story of Berkia? Iran immediately nodded, of course. That is the story of our ancestor. Leo stepped closer toward the balcony and said, then you must know Berkia once admired great heroes and decided to follow their path. Because of that, she became a hero, right? Leo's next words seemed to awaken Iran. Do not worry too much about the gaze of others. Walk the path you want. He extended his hand toward her. Come down with me. My class is very lively and wonderful. The snowy mountain, everyone had already gathered. Lunia softly asked Leo, how did you persuade Iran? Leo calmly replied, I just told her she does not need to be afraid of you. Hearing that, Lunia immediately turned around. Iran is afraid of me. Why? Leo explained. She said during the evaluation battle, you looked very frightening, so she thought you hated her. Lunia said in surprise, oh no, it was only because Iran was too strong, so I had to focus completely. Leo replied, pay more attention to her, perhaps she needs you. Suddenly a strange voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. I have arrived. The one who appeared was an elf with light purple hair cut short. That was Rada Angra, the third-year representative of Saren Academy. That man smiled and shook hands with Herdium and said, Professor Herdium. Herdium replied, Rada, your recent thesis was quite interesting. Leo noticed the ring on Rada's hand, turned and asked Lunia, who is that? She answered, Senior Rada. He is the third-year representative. Lunia continued explaining. Before second year, he was not very outstanding, but afterward he suddenly improved greatly and became the topic of discussion throughout the semester. Leo thought to himself, sudden improvement. Hera stood beside Herdium and said, if everyone is present, then we will begin the group mission. Each group consists of 2 or 3 first-year students and 1 third-year student. Herdium picked up the paper and loudly announced, Group 1 consists of Leo Brock and Lunia El Luna. Rada Angra appeared with an extremely confident demeanor, his posture straight and his bearing filled with pride. A thought flashed through his mind, that cannot possibly be the case. Irritation rose within her and Lunia let out an annoyed sigh. This is truly troublesome. Her expression did not hide her displeasure at all. She bluntly said to Leo, why do I have to be in the same group as a thief? Are you still bothered about that contract? Lunia answered her own question and raised her fist angrily, of course. I still have not accepted you as Fiora's fake contractor. Leo only shrugged indifferently. Think whatever you want. This time, the Fairy Forest survey team was divided into 3 separate groups. Different areas, Lunia and Rada advanced deeper into the forest to gather information. The other members spread out around the boxwood trees and the herb fields. One group was responsible for recording the conifer forest and the area near the entrance. After walking a little farther, Lunia spoke again in confusion. Hey, Where did Senior Rada go? We were supposed to go together. She asked that because earlier Rada had said he would act separately and meet again at the center of the forest. Leo slightly lowered his gaze and guessed. Perhaps he has something he needs to handle on his own. He placed his hand on the ground, faint purple smoke slowly spreading around. Lunia looked around suspiciously. But we have already gone this deep and still have not encountered a single undead. Leo's expression gradually became serious. He told himself everything looked like last time, yet something was different. Leo recalled the previous trip and noticed the strange details. Looking closely, this is part of an illusion spell. Could it be the magic of the Spirit King? But it is not the same as his father's magic. Moreover, a curse had appeared on the island that had never existed before. It was the curse of death. Only those who had lived through the age of calamity would recognize it. At this point, Leo was almost certain. Its master was a loyal subordinate of Erebos. A familiar name appeared in his mind, the Tartarus commander, the one who survived the age of calamity. Leo also knew him by another title, the infernal Death King Kairos. Thinking over the knowledge, he knew Leo guessed that the Death King would not act personally. Perhaps Cargo the Undead Knight was that man's representative. While thinking, Leo continued to probe the surroundings. After a while, he slowly knelt down to feel the ground. He looked up at the white sky and slightly moved 2 fingers. There is something within the spirit land that Sinrod wants to protect. Seeing Leo's strange actions, Lunia began to worry. What is it? Did you discover something? Footsteps echoed from afar. A bad premonition suddenly passed through Leo's mind. He stared at the path hidden by bushes ahead and quietly said, "Something is approaching." Lunia stood frozen without daring to look away. Leo had already drawn his sword in readiness. The person approached and greeted them. How is the investigation progressing? Being a familiar person in this situation, Lunia was extremely surprised. Senior Rada. Rada smiled and asked, "Did you two encounter any undead?" Lunia shook her head in disappointment. "No, I did not see a single one." After that, Rada narrowed his eyes at Leo and extended his hand. "You are the one who first discovered the undead knight, correct?" Leo politely shook his hand in response. "That is right." But in his mind he thought differently. "That black ring is exactly as I suspected." Rada spoke with a hint of mockery. "That is truly unfortunate. Perhaps you were mistaken. That man insisted there were no undead in this forest, let alone undead knights. But first years being overly enthusiastic is understandable." Rada continued guiding the conversation. "Do you know that high-level undead like undead knights will disappear if the necromancer stops supplying mana? Therefore, those who summon demons always stay near them." Lunia immediately reasoned. "Then that means there is a demon inside this forest." She immediately denied the thought herself. "But this is Berkia, the capital of El Sabikia." Rada stepped in front of her and gently guided the conversation. "If you are a student of Saren, you must know about the great constellation magic covering Berkia." Lunia continued at once. "That is the spell created by the great founder, Lady Luna. No demon can invade, that is true, but..." She hesitated. Leo cut in. "There is no rule saying a necromancer must be a demon. Other entities can also wield dark power. For example, even the fairy race." His words made Rada laugh with interest. Quite an interesting hypothesis. His gaze fixed tightly on Leo with calculation. "It seems you do not fully understand the pride of the fairy race." He said only that before turning away. "Finish the investigation and meet again at the forest entrance." Leo became increasingly certain that Rada was searching for something. Lunia stared at Leo. She also believed that man was definitely hiding something. That night in the wooden house where the whole team gathered, the discussion began. Kai asked, "Did your group also fail to find the undead knight?" Thomas sat with his legs on the table and his hands clasped behind his head and said, "Forget the undead knight. We did not even see a single undead." Those words only made Chelsea even more excited. That makes it even more suspicious. The principal clearly said undead had been discovered here. So why did they disappear when we arrived? Seeing her enthusiastic determination, Kai could only force a smile without knowing what to say. He tried to find an excuse to end the conversation. "I am going to sleep." But Chelsea grabbed his sleeve. "Wait, we are not finished." Meanwhile, Leo had just jumped down on his knees after leaping from the upper floor of the house. Leo stood in front of the dormitory of Saren Academy. He quietly stepped into a room, every step extremely light, even opening the door with great care. After entering, Leo quickly scanned the entire room with his eyes. Seeing the notebook bearing Rada's name on the table, he thought to himself, as expected, he has already left the dormitory. Leo then noticed the map placed nearby with a large red X mark. He moved closer to look more carefully and realized it marked the entrance to the spirit land. Leo thought he was acting secretly, but Lunia had followed him at some point. She suddenly appeared at the window and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Leo immediately reached out and covered her mouth. Lunia understood and lowered her voice to whisper, "Earlier you acted very strangely. What are you doing here now?" Leo answered frankly, "I am looking for Rada, but he's secretly left already. Perhaps he has entered the spirit forest." Leo's sharp ears suddenly caught a strange signal. His eyelids slightly lifted in caution. Someone outside the door was pressing an ear against it to eavesdrop. "Did you not say Rada was sleeping? I hear voices talking." Lunia stammered in shock. Why would Senior Rada? In that tense moment, Leo suddenly grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. The movement was decisive and swift. He lifted Lunia into a princess carry. Two escaped through the window. Leo used his long legs to leap outward in a single powerful jump. In another room, someone seemed to notice that hurried movement. It was Iran. She had not slept yet and was sitting on the bed reading a book. The sound made her immediately leave the bed and hurry to the window. Iran carefully observed and listened to see what was happening. When she saw Leo carrying Lunia beneath the dormitory, Iran froze and cried out, "Leo, you and Lady Lunia." The book in her hand fell to the floor. Iran's lips trembled in shock. This scene clearly means. She held her burning cheeks and imagined a romantic scene between Leo and Lunia. Could it be a secret date? The sky was still pitch dark. Only white light reflected from the snow-covered branches. Leo spoke in irritation. "How long do you two plan to keep following me? Go back to the dormitory." Lunia immediately objected. "You think Senior Rada is connected to this? He only arrived this morning, while you already encountered the undead knight several days ago." While speaking, she suddenly remembered Leo's earlier question and paused. "But you two." Turned out Iran had been running behind them for some time. She called out while panting, "You two stop. Going that far is enough." Lunia startled and turned around. "Iran, when did you get here?" Leo calmly said, "She has been following us from the beginning." Iran suddenly shouted in panic, "Oh no, students should not have unhealthy romantic relationships." Lunia's face stiffened at once. "What?" Leo was also bewildered. "What are you talking about, Iran?" Iran burst out emotionally. "I saw everything, even when you two secretly left the dormitory together." She firmly believed her guess was correct and continued rapidly. "After all, Lady Lunia is very beautiful. And Leo is very handsome too." Leo raised a hand and rubbed his hair in frustration. "Iran, you misunderstood." Leo called for help. "Lunia, say something too." Lunia trembled and stammered, "What?" He turned toward Iran with obvious confusion. "It is not like what you think, I mean." At the same time, Leo's red eyes widened. He was just as startled as Lunia. From the ground, a horrifying arm with dark red sinews suddenly emerged. Uninvited guests appeared before them. Without saying, it was obvious they were undead. The air around them became cold and gloomy. A ghastly voice echoed, "Welcome to the spirit forest." Leo immediately recognized the dangerous enemies. They were all high-level undead, bone soldiers. Lunia was still confused. Where did they come from? Leo turned to look at her and asked directly, "Lunia, are you ready?" Lunia was never the weak type. Her fear instantly turned into fighting spirit, of course. Beneath Lunia's feet, a fire formation activated. The corner of her lips curved with confidence. A whirlwind of flames swept through the undead, burning them in fierce fire. Lunia laughed proudly and turned to ask, "How was that?" At that moment, an urgent voice called out, "Lunia." It was not Leo, because he was also looking toward the source of the sound. Iran had just saved Lunia from a sneak attack. She used her shield to block the undead strike from behind. Transparent ice armor Iran wore could clearly be recognized as equipment from Berkia. When combined with the Animus shield, its defensive power increased even more. The ground slightly sank as Iran bent her legs and launched upward. Iran widened her eyes and shouted loudly to raise her spirit before striking. A sharp horizontal slash severed the head of a bone soldier. When its weakness was destroyed, its body immediately dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Lunia looked at Iran with admiration. "You are really impressive." Iran only scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. Leo also praised her. "I did not expect you had that move," Iran replied modestly. "It is nothing special." Iran returned to the earlier matter. "Then why were you two outside so late at night?" Leo emphasized. "Lunia and I are not that kind of relationship like you think, Iran." Lunia also spoke to explain, "That is right. We only went to the third-year seniors' dormitory to investigate." Iran still looked doubtful, really. Lunia placed her hands on her hips and said loudly, "That is right. It is even better for you. If I were busy with romance, I would focus less on studying. Then you would have fewer rivals." Iran calmly shook her head. "It is not like that." She placed a hand on her chest and spoke sincerely. "Lunia is the best student. I want you to always remain that way because you will become a hero." Lunia, standing opposite, was momentarily stunned. So that is what she had always thought. She suddenly recalled the evaluation battle of the advanced combat class at Saren Academy, when Iran and Lunia faced each other. At that time, Iran had been pushed to the edge of a cliff and was breathing heavily. Lunia, on the other hand, was extremely excited, just as I thought. Among the new students, only Iran can fight me evenly. That made her even more thrilled. After a few minutes recovering, Iran smiled. "All right, I will also fight with everything I have. At that moment, Lunia summoned an attack powerful like a cannon, leaving Iran only able to stand frozen watching it rush toward her. Even Lunia at that time did not expect the power she unleashed to be so terrifying. For Iran at that moment, there was only a blazing sea of red fire. Only then did Lunia realize she had struck far too hard. She finally understood the meaning behind the expression on Iran's face back then, and the reason why after that battle Iran did not return to the academy. Lunia decided to speak directly about what she wanted. Lunia stepped forward and took Iran's hand with gentle eyes. I want you to return to the academy because you are my friend. Iran became flustered. Wait, I and Lady Lunia are friends. I thought you hated me. Lunia narrowed her eyes and smiled brightly. We are friends. Did you really not realize it? Iran listened attentively. As both a friend and a rival, I want you to continue fighting me. Those sincere words made Iran happy as well, friend and rival. But then Iran suddenly fell silent again, her voice full of hesitation, but leaned close to Lunia and whispered while glancing toward Leo. You two really are not. Lunia immediately reacted loudly. We already said we are not. Iran sighed, thinking that children who grow up through battles are truly strange. In another corner of the forest, the sky here was far darker than the surrounding areas. Thomas Go spoke in a hoarse voice. You must already be surrounded, mate. Killing intent radiated from his deep black eyes. We have uninvited guests. Familiar figure in a black cloak stepped forward and replied, What is it? Is that not the duty of a warrior like you? When the hood was lowered, Radha's cold face appeared. He hissed softly, Death Warrior Cargo. Thomas Go looked straight at his face and spoke 2 words, Bastard. He stomped his foot heavily, as if activating a command meant for the Death King's warrior. Cargo clearly showed displeasure at Radha's arrogant attitude. Are you treating me as a subordinate? Radha did not need to raise his voice. He merely lifted the ring on his index finger and reminded him, It seems you forgot that the Death King chose me. After saying that, Radha turned his back and walked away arrogantly while deliberately provoking him. When the summoning circle is complete, I will no longer need Tartarus. Even as his figure disappeared, his mocking voice echoed back. Until then, I will still make use of you. Cargo seemed to have his own calculations, so he immediately changed his tone. Ha ha, of course. Returning to Leo's side, after hearing his deduction, Lunia still looked unconvinced. You say Senior Radha is connected to what is happening in the spirit forest. That is only Leo's speculation. Iran, do not take it too seriously. Iran quietly said, But is it not colder now than before? Leo nodded. That is right. This place was already cold, but the feeling this time was different. Lunia frowned. Thinking about it, there really is something faint yet strange. Leo silently thought he could feel a curse. Leo spoke to remind them, Everyone prepare yourselves before we go deeper. When he activated the Curran core formation, Curran and Fiora immediately appeared with cheerful laughter. Look, this is my entrance. Lunia's eyes shone brightly as she rushed forward, as if wanting to hug the creature before her. She cried out excitedly, Fiora, how can there be such a beautiful creature? It is me. Sister Lunia still remembers, right? Iran asked curiously, Leo, what is this summoned creature? Leo took a moment to explain. This is the little phoenix Fiora. Lunia almost went wild with delight. She praised while her eyes became teary. Fiora is so adorable. Leo continued. And this is the spirit Prince Curran. Forming a fake contract with both a phoenix and a spirit is truly rare. After that, Leo pulled everyone back to the main matter. Stop talking, prepare yourselves. We are approaching the forest center. Even before arriving, Leo warned them. From here onward, things will become far more dangerous. Just as he said, after moving a little farther, they encountered bone soldiers rising up. Lunia cooperated in battle fiercely, unleashing a series of powerful attacks. Those horrifying red arms, like before, once again emerged from the ground. Bone soldiers all stood up at once, as if newly awakened. Iran opened her mouth in horror. Undead. Lunia tried to remain calm and guessed. There must be a necromancer nearby. Leo did not waste time speculating. He rushed forward and slashed through each bone soldier. The undead were cut down one after another with ghastly screams. After finishing them, Leo breathed heavily and said, There is no necromancer here. Lunia objected, but I just saw a snail transform into a bone soldier. Leo explained, They are not undead created by a necromancer. Lunia asked again, Then what are they? Leo lowered his voice. It is the curse of death. Lunia froze, both frightened and shocked. I have never heard of it. Bran realized and continued. It will continuously summon undead around the area and turn this place into a realm of death. Leo cut in and continued, and the one who created it is. His eyes turned cold. The commander of Tartarus, the infernal Death King Kaiser. Lunia immediately realized the danger. This is bad. Is Tartarus planning to attack El Sabikia? We must inform the professor immediately. But just as she finished speaking, a cold wind swept past. The wind carried snow, forcing the 2 girls to raise their hands to cover their faces. What is happening? A hoarse voice sounded, Hero candidates, greetings. Cargo burst out from the swirling snow with his sword ready. Welcome to the domain of death. Sword struck down and clashed against Leo's blade. He laughed coldly. Today you cannot escape. Cargo radiated terrifying power and continued threatening. Tremble in despair. You will regret daring to enter this forest. Leo stared directly at him and spoke to the two girls. I will deal with this dark night. He immediately assigned roles. Iran, clear the undead. Lunia, prepare your strongest magic. The two girls answered together, understood. Cargo closed in on Leo and laughed with contempt. This time you choose to fight, Leo replied firmly. I will face you. Laughed scornfully, foolish boy. Do you think I will let everything proceed as you wish? Listen to the breath of darkness. The two blades collided with a harsh clang. Sparks from the friction scattered in every direction. To face this stubborn and arrogant man, Leo immediately used Zinger's secret sword technique. Fencing blade. Cargo's weapon was knocked aside by Leo, seemingly ordinary steel blade. Shock flashed across that man's face. Is that the fire phoenix? Leo's toes pivoted slightly and shifted the direction of his attack. Though his body was much smaller than Leo's, he still rushed forward fiercely. His voice overwhelmed Cargo. It is not only the fire phoenix. Zinger's flame aura has also fused with it. Cargo froze for a moment, then looked down at the sword in his hand that was slowly melting. Without hesitation, Leo continued charging forward and thrust straight ahead. Even someone as arrogant as Cargo had to falter. He realized he was being overwhelmed by Leo's battle experience. His eyes filled with disbelief. How can a first-year student do something like this? What exactly is that gaze? Dazzling light suddenly surged forward, blocking Cargo's vision. When he could see clearly again, a raging vortex of fire stood before him. One who unleashed the strike this time was Lunia. A mischievous smile appeared as she summoned flames. A torrent of fire crashed down, engulfing Cargo and his minions. Within the flames, Lunia shouted, "Disappear, you bastard." The scene became quiet again. Lunia proudly twisted her wrist and said with satisfaction, "That is the fate of anyone who dares touch me." How refreshing. Behind her, Iran shouted in. Iran, who had been hiding behind Leo's hair, finally peeked out. Is she really a spirit? Why is she so violent? He muttered softly, what a nuisance. Leo did not relax at all. He reminded them, it is not over yet, chase them quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, black smoke spread across the area again. A piercing voice echoed, what is this madness? The two girls grew anxious. Is this the curse of the dead? Such terrifying power. Strange voice sounded nearby. First years. Rada glared at them. Who allowed you to investigate the forest at night? Even the first-year representative of Lumen acts like this. Truly disgraceful. Lunia was surprised. Senior Rada, why are you here? He replied calmly, undead have been appearing in this forest, so I came to investigate the cause. Lunia quickly shared the clue. The cause is an extremely powerful ancient curse. Rada immediately turned to look. A curse? You mean there is a curse here right now? Lunia suddenly grew suspicious. If it is that serious, why can you not sense it? Rada's face tightened as he spoke. Several first-year students of Lumen accidentally touched items left behind by Tartarus. Leo calmly added, and they accidentally used the power of darkness. The curtain behind Rada was pulled aside. Lunia and Iran froze in shock. Bones lay scattered everywhere in pools of dark red blood. The sight made Lunia begin to doubt the man she once trusted. She spoke coldly. It looks like you are willingly cooperating with Tartarus. Only dark magic or necromancy uses monster flesh and blood as catalysts. Rada's hand was stained with black blood. He laughed, revealing his true nature. Cooperation, you are both troublesome and foolish. He brushed back his hair with a mocking yet sinister tone. Those first years died right here. His next words left everyone stunned. This place is where the achievement of Lady Luna sleeps. Rada spoke as if it were obvious. The El Sabikia Council is so incompetent that they do not even know that legacy exists. What is wrong with using Tartarus to reclaim it? Bran angrily retorted, that is an insult to a great hero. You only want to seize the legacy for yourself. Lunia no longer showed him any respect either. She said coldly, Leo, deal with him. Knock him down and bring him back to the professor. Leo placed his hand on the sword hilt. His voice icy, Lunia, Iran. From now on, fight with the resolve to kill your senior. The two girls had not yet understood when Rada unleashed a lightning strike straight toward them. Leo immediately stepped in front and took the first hit. His body staggered. Immediately afterward, a blinding light covered the entire area. Fortunately, Leo was still fine. He quickly raised a barrier to protect his allies. Stay calm. Facing Tartarus is always like this. Rada saw how smoothly Leo cast the spell and became intrigued. A human using primal constellation magic. What exactly are you? Outwardly he laughed, but inwardly he grew cautious. Did he really cast a barrier in such a brief moment? His ability to recognize enemies and his battle instinct are terrifying. Rada calculated as he glanced at Lunia and Iran. If those two also join the battle, it will become troublesome. He waved his hand. Purple smoke spread from the ring as he murmured, in that case. A bolt of lightning tore through the distance between Leo and the two girls. He laughed wickedly. Get down. Another spell echoed, causing the air to tremble. Iran immediately raised her shield and armor to block the attack while protecting Lunia. Lunia coughed violently after barely escaping danger. Did he just say that was Ira Tiagaso? Iran said in shock. It is only a basic spell, yet its power is terrifying. Suddenly, Lunia's eyes widened. He saw that Rada had already moved very close to Leo. He shouted in alarm, "Damn it, Iran, we must help them." With Rada's support, cargo could now freely rush forward to block their path. He looked at the two girls and laughed mockingly. "This is the end of the road for you, so-called heroes." Lunia replied coldly, "Keep dreaming." She seemed to have prepared a plan in advance, so she quickly told her teammate Iran to buy her some time. Iran understood immediately and coordinated smoothly, replying that he would handle it. On Leo's side, Rhoda looked at him with empty and icy eyes and asked whether he had any last words before dying. Leo showed no fear at all. He even responded arrogantly by asking if that man was really that confident. At that moment, a small yet powerful savior was summoned and appeared. It was Curran. Because no one saw which direction he had moved from, everything happened far too suddenly. Rhoda was instantly ambushed from behind, struck by the sneak attack and knocked to the ground. His legs went numb as if locked in place. He no longer dared to shout arrogantly and could only grit his teeth and groan, "Damn it, my legs." Leo then widened his cold and murderous eyes and stared straight at Rhoda. That man still could not believe what he saw when looking at Leo's face. This bastard, could it really be? Rhoda suddenly softened his voice, "Wait." But Leo did not stop. He struck decisively, the blade sweeping across and severing the enemy's head from his neck. Curran shouted excitedly in celebration, "Good job. That crazy spirit is finally down. Now it is time to crush that disgusting pile of bones." Just as the joy rose, the familiar incantation echoed once again, and he froze instantly. Curran's small body was suddenly swallowed by a black hole in an instant, causing Leo to shout in alarm, "Curran." Rhoda no longer seemed human. That man calmly reattached his own head and clearly stated that a half-blood elf like him could even summon a magical beast. "Quite interesting. You are Leoprop, right?" His face was now half human and half demon, one side covered with tangled scars, while the mouth still held an arrogant smile. "How fortunate that the one sending you to hell will be me." Rhoda had completely transformed thanks to the bizarre power he had just absorbed. The authority of the Death King was indeed not bad. If I can seize the power of the founder Luna as well, I will easily trample arrogant people like you who only rely on talent. Leo placed the injured Curran on his shoulder and carefully observed the enemy in front of him. "That eye shows the mechanical demon is beginning to devour you," roared madly while raising his hand and gathering a mass of dark energy. "Die." Leo remained calm and raised his sword high, preparing to face the attack. His blazing red eyes locked onto Rhoda, the man who had failed to fully control the power of the mechanical demon. In an instant, he rushed forward like lightning and severed that man's arm. Leo's objective was very clear: to cut the connection between Rhoda and that ring. Not stopping there, Leo thrust his blade straight into Rhoda's shoulder. Like a hunter in the night who had gained the advantage, those who obtain power through shortcuts often lack real combat experience. With a face full of contempt, he pressed forward. "Go on, regenerate again. I will keep cutting you down until your mana runs dry." Rhoda could only tremble as he raised his head and endured the bone-piercing pain. Suddenly, a whispering voice sounded, "Are you in trouble, mage?" Death King continuously whispered beside his ear like temptation. "The human before you is your target, correct? Complete the summoning circle and seek the sealed power on this land." Therefore, the Death King directly controlled the severed arm and moved it. "Yes, if I can absorb that power." Leo quickly glanced toward the situation of his two teammates in the distance. Although they looked exhausted and miserable, they were still standing. It seemed they could still hold on, so he had to finish this man first. Rhoda clutched the bleeding wound and exclaimed in surprise, "Why has my arm not regenerated yet?" Curran immediately noticed something unusual and shouted, "Leo." Rhoda's arm had already completed several blood lines of the formation. "Look." After that, his body also began showing strange abnormalities. He laughed wildly, opening his mouth wide and releasing a surge of power. "Everything is already too late." That terrifying force trembled and spread throughout the surrounding area. Red magic circle immediately emitted an eerie glow once it was completed. Kago also stopped fighting as he was drawn by the disturbance and turned to look over. The surge of demonic energy exploded violently, forcing Leo to retreat backward. It seemed the entire ground also began to shake because of what was about to appear. The earth suddenly cracked open and shattered into pieces. Beneath the ground, a gigantic hand rose upward in a terrifying manner. Curran's face turned pale when he saw that scene. "My God, what is that?" Leo immediately recognized the enormous skeleton before him. It was the Skeleton King. He frowned slightly as he recalled that this creature had once been called one of the most powerful undead still in existence. Bones and energy gathered together and gradually formed a complete shape. Rhoda also restored his body to its original state. I can feel this power. This is the power of the founder. Leo understood that it could no longer be stopped. When the summoning circle was completed, he had fully accepted dark magic. He had no choice but to charge forward and fight the Skeleton King directly. Leo tightened his grip on the sword and rejected Rhoda's claim. That filthy power could never belong to Lunia. Hearing this, that man only sneered mockingly. Is that so? The gigantic hand of the Skeleton King swung down under his control. Leo immediately leaped and kicked off that hand to evade the strike. He landed firmly on the ground, the shockwave sending dust flying everywhere. Rhoda laughed loudly with pride. I do not care whether it is the power of the Skeleton King or something else. From now on it is my power. Seeing the surge of energy rushing forward, Curran warned Leo to retreat because that skeleton was too powerful. But Leo calmly replied, no, look closely. That Skeleton King was not summoned in the normal way. Dodging the attack, Leo continued speaking. It seems he hastily summoned the Skeleton King through a contract with the Hell's Skull Tree. He barely met the conditions for summoning, so he cannot maintain it for long. A thought flashed through his mind that the most basic condition of summoning is possessing enough mental strength to maintain the existence of the summoned creature. Leo slipped aside to dodge the strike and quickly explained his plan. We only need to stall until the mana he uses to maintain the Skeleton King runs dry. All right, let us begin. He turned and shouted, Curran, hurry and support me. Curran immediately activated a buffing ability on Leo's body and said, leave it to me. A magic array appeared in Leo's palm. He fired a beam of light that created a violent explosion. The attack caused the head of the Skeleton King to smoke heavily. Its two eye sockets blazed with crimson light like a sign of death. Skeleton King raised its enormous sword and pointed it directly at Leo. Leo quickly leaped aside to avoid the slash and thought. As expected, the difference in power is enormous, but as long as we stall for time, if it works then. At that moment, Rhoda revealed a cold, calculating smile. He immediately used the remaining energy the moment Leo landed to launch an attack. At the critical moment, Lunia appeared and stood before him, raising Phoenix Shield to block Rhoda's power. She turned her head and said to Leo, focus on the Skeleton King, leave that man to me. Leo immediately replied, then the undead knight over there will only have Iran to face him. Lunia smiled and said, do not tell me you do not trust Iran. She added that Iran was one of the few who dared volunteer to duel the undead knight. On the other side, Kago unleashed a powerful slash. The force of the strike was immense, but it was blocked by Iran's shield. Although she was pushed back, sliding across the ground for a distance, she was not injured at all. His voice rang out with contempt. How arrogant, do you think you can face me alone, the great Kago? After speaking, he swung his sword horizontally toward Iran. She did not lower her head. Her hand tightened on the shield, and she wondered whether she could do it. Iran shouted and prepared to counterattack. She thought if she did not hold him back, the others would be in danger. She rushed forward and thrust her sword at Kago, but in response, there was only his scornful smile. Kago immediately threw a punch straight into Iran's chest, causing intense pain. Iran was blasted away and slid across the ground, her shield falling from her hand. She thought she had never wanted to become a hero, but at least she could not become their burden. Kago stepped forward and stabbed his sword into the shield to shatter it, then spoke with disdain. Compared to those two, you are merely immature. Iran replied frankly, that is right, those two will walk the path of great heroes, I firmly believe that. Kago said coldly, I should cut off your head and go help that mage, you have no chance of winning. As he tightened his grip on the sword, Iran spoke, but do you know that great heroes always have people who follow them? Her eyes were full of confidence. My ancestor, Lord Berkia, once followed great heroes and never doubted them no matter what. Iran slowly raised her sword and continued, they never doubted them, so I will also believe. Kago looked at the spreading light and asked, is this the power of the elf race? A deadly red light flashed in his eye sockets. He rushed forward shouting, arrogant brat. Iran radiated a powerful presence and said, this is a technique passed down through many generations of elf knights. Kago leaped high, preparing to strike downward, and shouted, die. Iran stood firm, preparing to use the infinite power of light to erase death. Iran unleashed a decisive finishing strike. One slash split Kago in half, leaving him shocked. An undead knight lost to this girl. Exhausted, she leaned on her sword planted into the ground. After the battle with Kago, her strength was nearly depleted. I must quickly go help the others. Her eyes blurred as she looked toward her two teammates. I must help them. Rhoda still arrogantly displayed the power of dark magic. He laughed coldly. There is still time, first-year representative. He stretched out his hand to summon a gigantic energy claw and said, let it end. Lunia quickly raised her shield to block the attack. Fire turtle. Rhoda's face showed shock at the scene before him. It rebounded. His attack was reflected and struck directly into his own body. Lunia smiled faintly. Did you think I would only stand there and block? She stepped forward and called forth magic beneath her feet and said, "Take this attack." A flame erupted right in front of Rhoda. Immediately afterward, the flame exploded with tremendous destructive force. Lunia stood beside the red turtle watching Rhoda ride within the sea of fire. Turned to leave when she saw that he was no longer moving. Nothing worth mentioning. But everything was not over yet. The corner of his mouth curled upward. He raised his hand, preparing to counterattack. Dark magic flashed with a violet glow and released a barrage of energy claws. Leo, standing far away, shouted in worry. Lunia, before he could rush over, a gigantic hand suddenly descended and covered everything. The heavy blow sent him flying far away. In that moment, Leo held his severely injured body while sitting among the shattered trees. The small Luca flew to him in panic and asked, "Leo, are you all right?" He was shocked to see the wounds covering Leo's body, but Leo's expression remained calm. "I am fine. I am not dead yet, do not exaggerate." The Skeleton King continued to radiate heavy killing intent as it advanced toward the battlefield. His violent roar forced both of them to clutch their heads in dizziness. In this situation, it was truly the worst possible omen. Even so, Leo's mind remained clear enough to give an order. "Fiora, it is time to use the Firebird's special ultimate technique. Let out your cry." The song rang out, spreading healing energy to everyone around. "My body is gradually recovering." Leo spoke softly again. "One more time, Fiora." Just as his body recovered, the Skeleton King raised its sword high. Leo instantly leaped aside to dodge the heavy strike that crashed down. At this moment, Leo's entire body was covered in blazing flames. Lunia could not take her eyes off his back. Is Leo truly not afraid of death, just like the heroes? She slowly stood up, brushing the dust from her dress, and called, "Fire Turtle." After that, she recalled the Fire Turtle and said softly, "Well done, rest now." Lunia created a brilliant flame in her palm. She controlled that flame and sent it flying straight toward Rhoda. That man did not even bother looking at the flame burning on his hand. "Your proud flame has weakened as well, Lunia. What do you intend to do with such a feeble fire? You say it is weak. This is the flame of the Lunda family." Lunia slowly stepped forward. "Our family has always formed contracts with the Phoenix. Our first ancestor once swore to burn himself if necessary to incinerate all of Tartarus." That man sneered in contempt at her origin. "Have you started spouting nonsense?" Yet inwardly he grew uneasy. Why has this flame not gone out? Suddenly a hand reached out and tightly grasped his burning hand. Lunia's voice was gentle yet full of warning. "As long as the will of our ancestors still burns, we remain contractors of the Phoenix. This flame will not go out until every demon is reduced to ashes." Lunia's eyes shone brightly as she moved closer. "By the way, your left eye completely belongs to a demon." A sea of fire erupted, engulfing both of them. This spell is called Purification, a forbidden technique of the Lunda family that can burn even the caster. His face changed color at that reckless act. "You have gone mad." Her gaze remained resolute without a trace of regret. "I will not let you escape." Suddenly, the flames burning both of them abruptly went out. Rhoda immediately returned to his usual arrogant expression. "Out of mana already." He intended to use the ring to cast dark magic. "Then now it is my turn." The power did not emerge as he expected. What the hell is this? Dark magic suddenly spiraled violently from Rhoda's arm. "Stop." His entire body was pulled into the tiny ring. "No, stop." Lunia stepped back in shock and fell to the ground. He was absorbed by the ring. What in the world is happening? She was confused, seeing the Skeleton King still attacking Leo. If the necromancer is dead, the energy source should have been cut. Why does the Skeleton King still exist? The crimson ring began releasing a strange black aura. Suddenly, Leo's movement briefly faltered. The calm on his face wavered slightly as he sensed that energy. In another place, deep in the darkness beneath the earth, a mysterious figure leaned his head on his hand while sitting upon his throne. A single red eye trembled slightly as he gave the order to advance. Immediately, a change appeared on the blade of the Skeleton King. Its body moved like a puppet being controlled. "Complete the mission you were given," Leo observed while tightening his grip on the flaming sword. As expected, this is the power of the Hell Kaiser. He transmits power through the demon machine, still as cunning as before. He was forced to guess that man's next move. It is heading toward the main gate of the fairy land. The scene shifted to the fairy land. Everything here was ruined and desolate. In the silent landscape, a voice sounded, "Leo." Leo lay motionless on the ground. Fiora, an array of light, flew toward him like a signal, awakening him. Hearing the call, he suddenly woke with a start. Looking at his dirt-covered hand, Leo muttered, "Damn it." He clenched his fist, thinking, "My mana and stamina are completely exhausted." Leo stood up, looked around, and said, "Fairy land." As he walked, he murmured in astonishment, "I never expected this place to become so desolate." Suddenly, Leo turned his head toward a direction, as if he had just seen something, froze in place, and murmured, "This is." Memories suddenly flooded back, along with a voice echoing, "Are you planning to throw it away?" At that time, Kao simply said softly, "Yes, Bukia, you take it." Bukia held the item in her hand and asked, "Why does it not suit you?" Miss Fuang Fiu replied, No, it looks both silly and useless. Hearing that, he quickly waved his hand and explained, what do you know how many life and death battles it has gone through with me? At that moment, Keio's teammates also arrived, calling him. Seeing Bukia sadly holding the sword, Keio said, it is time to go. Then he gently placed his hand on her head. Bukia watched his tall figure walk away while he said farewell. I am leaving now, kid. Stood silently watching his entire team fade beneath the sunset. Returning to the present, Leo picked up the dagger and murmured, that arrogant brat. He looked at the dagger and let out a soft breath, continuing that in the past he himself had said he did not need this thing. Suddenly the blade burst with a powerful surge of magical power. The surging streams of energy made Leo recoil in astonishment. Immediately afterward, all of that magic power began to be absorbed little by little into his body. The source of power erupted violently, as if making the entire space tremble. Leo thought the magic sealed within this dagger had existed for thousands of years. From beneath his feet, waves of spiritual energy continuously surged upward without end. Leo's body seemed to embrace all that magic power. He was certain that this weapon had recognized its true master as him. Leo opened his cold eyes and wondered with such an enormous amount of magic. And he looked toward the skeletal monster and considered which spell he should use. Suddenly a surge of power struck the monster's head directly, making its skull nearly crack apart. Leo closed his eyes and calmly calculated, those kids, if that is the case then. On this side, Lunia raised a magic formation and shouted loudly, stop right there, you rotten skeleton. Iran struggled to support her and cried out, Miss Lunia, look over there. Iran suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed that magic power is terrifying. From afar, a brilliant pillar of magical power shot straight into the sky. Lunia saw that scene and said with satisfaction, if he is the one contracted with the phoenix, then this level is only the minimum. At this moment, Leo walked within the surging current of spiritual energy and murmured, even if it is still not equal to the true form. Countless stars and planets appeared in the sky, shining brightly, causing the two girls to stare in shock with open mouths. Leo affirmed, but for those kids, this will be an extremely precious gift. As Lunia and Iran silently gazed up at the sky, Leo's voice echoed, I once read in an ancient book about a stellar spell that illuminates the world with the stars of daytime. In Iran's eyes, countless stars were reflected. She said in astonishment, that is the most powerful spell. A multitude of stars rushed downward, straight toward the gigantic skeleton. Leo shouted loudly the finale. A colossal force descended upon the Skeleton King, making it vanish completely. The entire space trembled violently because of it. The scene shifted back to the fairyland where Leo was standing. He raised his hand to summon a magic formation, and from it, a beam of light burst out, accompanied by the call Current. Current shot forward and shouted loudly, the one who will finish you will be me, Skeleton King. Seeing him waving his arms and legs, Leo said in a deep voice, everything is already over. Curran asked in surprise, when did that happen, how? Leo did not answer and calmly said, first retrieve your wings. Hearing that, Curran immediately flew off. That is right. Suddenly a voice sounded Leo. He turned back and asked, is everyone all right? At that moment, Lunia was supported by Iran as they approached. She said, you still worry about us, look at yourself, you are the most miserable one. Iran gently added, I believe the two of you will definitely overcome this. Lunia asked curiously, but honestly, what kind of magic did you use just now? It was like something from legend. Leo held the dagger in his hand and said it felt like the power came from the magic sealed inside it. It must be related to the great hero. Iran exclaimed in shock, a creation of the great hero. Lunia pondered, could it be that Tartarus targeted this place because of that item? Suddenly a voice called, hey Leo, look at this. Curran brought a cocoon and said, I have found the wings my father hid for me. Fumbling to open it, he said, help me remove this thing. Leo nodded all right, but Lunia immediately stopped him. Wait. She said, is that not a fragment of the hero record? At that moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst from the cocoon. The light spread violently, covering the entire space, brought everyone to a radiant forest full of colors. Lunia asked in astonishment, where is this place? While everyone still did not understand what was happening, a voice sounded, do you intend to defeat Erebos? Hearing that, Leo thought inwardly this voice. A figure slowly stepped forward and said, have you gone mad? But whatever, I like that. Hunting Erebos is truly the perfect objective for me. Lunia and Iran both widened their eyes in shock. That person continued speaking, I already said that, did I not? Leo suddenly understood that now he knew the thing Tartarus was searching for, named Luna. So the true objective of Tartarus was this. The white-haired girl calmly introduced herself, I am Luna. Then she gave a bright smile and said, I will shine like the stars in the night sky, so feel honored to have me in your group. Leo stood stunned as the image of Kaio overlapped with his memory and thought, that is right. This is a fragment of Kaio's hero record. That moment, Harith and Herdium hurried over, calling Leo. Student Lunia, Student Iran. Rune also ran after them in haste. Seeing them, Lunia spoke, Professor, everything is all right. She took out a fragment and said, please take a look at this. This is the hero record of the founder. Perdium looked at it and stammered, this is. He turned to Leo, placed his hand on his shoulder, praised him for doing well, and asked if everyone who left the dormitory was present. Leo replied in a deep voice, one person is still missing. Iran awkwardly said to Jun, her elder brother Lao is still. Before she could finish, he interrupted, we will talk later. Then he left with the others, leaving only Leo standing behind. He murmured softly, Luna. The scene shifted to another moment. It was the final day of the excursion. Woody happily shook Harris's hand and said gently that thanks to this trip the students had learned a great deal. I am truly grateful. Lunia said confidently, next time we meet I will be stronger than you. Just wait and see Leo. Leo smiled and replied, I will wait for that day. Suddenly Iran ran over and called out loudly, Leo. She panted and said, I will return to Saren Academy. Leo looked at her and gave a gentle smile. Leo gently patted her head and replied, all right, see you again. The others also happily waved goodbye before leaving. Next scene shifted to a vast castle. An excited voice rang out, at last I have regained my wings. Inside, Curran flew excitedly everywhere and shouted, take my punch, red monster. Fiora calmly avoided Curran's punch with ease. He said in annoyance, oh, you dodged it. Fiora ignored him and flapped her wings to fly away. Curran immediately flew over to block her and said, then what if I do not let you fly? Making Fiora cry out in surprise. He laughed proudly and said, I will show you the magic of the elf race. Suddenly a hand grabbed Curran's wings. Leo scolded in a deep voice, do you always cause trouble whenever I am away? Do you want me to confiscate those wings? Curran struggled and cried, no, these are the only ones I have left. Do you not feel sorry for me? Suddenly a voice called Leo. Jaina Bob. Fiora transformed into the form of a little girl and politely said, now we meet properly. I am Phoenix Fiora. Leo asked in surprise, Curran turns out to be human. Curran replied proudly, how about it? Now you see my power. Flew out with his injured wings and said to Fiora, no need to introduce yourself. Fiora calmly replied, my mother told me to behave politely with the contract bearer. As soon as she finished speaking, Curran flew over and grabbed the girl's hair and shouted, how will you dodge this time? Fiora said nothing and simply raised her hand and held him in her palm, making Curran shout in shock. Fiora calmly said, Leo, open a gate to where my mother is. I want her to see this form. Leo opened the space and replied, all right, remember to bring that thing as well. The girl carried Curran and stepped through the space gate. He struggled and shouted, hey, wait. Leo stood watching the space gate slowly close and disappear. Sat down and sighed with relief, thinking at last it is quiet again. Leo dried his hair and murmured, the hero record and the dagger found at Berkia have already been handed to the registry for safekeeping. Thinking about the monsters, he continued reflecting in Lumen. The water monster Silituna once appeared. Meanwhile in Saren, it was the Death King Kaiser behind everything. With a thoughtful expression, Leo realized that Tartarus had clearly erased all records about the great heroes. Images of enemies appeared in his mind, making Leo think deeply. Planting spies inside is truly a dirty trick. In Lumen, there must still be Tartarus agents who have not been eliminated. Then the strange image of Lauder appeared. Leo guessed that in Saren there had been a traitor like Lauder. Then Lumen must also have one like that. He told himself he must find that man as soon as possible. The traitor is hiding here. Scene shifted to Lumen Academy at the main lecture hall, where many students had gathered. En stood on the platform and said loudly, as announced, first-year students line up by department. The headmaster will arrive shortly. Liza and Wanda stood still with cold expressions, wondering why they were assembled by department instead of by class. Dulan also listened quietly as Alien's voice sounded. Did you all find the recent excursion interesting? He continued cheerfully, saying the reason for gathering all first-year students today is to prepare for an important event of the departments. Alien slammed the table and announced it is the inter-department tournament. During that, Chloe asked, an inter-department tournament. Ja continued, so that is why we gathered by department. He continued to prepare for the tournament. The professors will guide you. In addition, we have invited special instructors for training. Hearing that, Chelsea's eyes lit up, and she said, special instructors. Another person muttered, am I the only one who feels tired? Suddenly a voice sounded, I have read your report on alchemy using qualitative magic. Ka Thomas. It was Giant. She said coldly, that report is complete garbage. Ka was startled and shouted, Senior Giant. Giant continued saying, greetings first-year students. I will speak frankly. As mages, you are truly pitiful. To the confused gazes of the students, she said, I have read all your midterm essays. Most of them follow templates and show no creativity. At that moment, a student stepped forward and said, you claim to have read every paper we submitted. He asked then, do you remember the research about converting fire magic efficiency into light attribute? That paper was mine. Ryan arrogantly replied yes, the 17-page paper. The content was mediocre, only discussing using thermal energy to increase output. Hearing that, the student stood frozen in shock. Other students also whispered in confusion about the nature of magic. Another young man stepped forward and introduced himself. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Lisa Mua. Mua flexed his muscles and said a knight is one who overcomes all hardships with physical strength. Training the body is the foundation of a knight. He raised a name board and said loudly, I will train you until the inter-department tournament begins. I look forward to it. Everyone responded in unison, yes, senior. At that moment, Ulta stepped forward and asked, juniors, in your opinion, what is the most important ability of a summoner? Elissa answered uncertainly, perhaps the power to control spirit beasts. Ulta said wrong. London also replied, overwhelming power. She said that is also incorrect. Ulta lightly touched two fingers together and said the most important ability of a summoner. She smiled and continued, it is love. The answer left Elissa and Wanda stunned. Looking toward Ulta, Jamua and Jayan, the headmaster's voice rang out, the three most outstanding students of the past 5 years at Lumen Academy will guide you first years. While speaking halfway, Alien suddenly paused as if he had just noticed something unusual. He turned to Leo and asked, Leo, Jaina, Bob, why are you standing in that position? That place does not belong to any zone. Under the surprised gazes of all the surrounding students, he calmly spoke, this is. Leo showed a confident smile and continued, the all-faculty zone. As soon as the words ended, the entire lecture hall seemed to sink into complete silence. Ryan exhaled sharply and shouted, what, the all-faculty zone really? Alien immediately spoke, Leo, are you joking? Yet his gaze remained steady and unmoved. He glanced at the other students and continued, do you not see how many people are here? This is a competition between faculties. Eliza and Walden were also stunned when they heard those words. Anna quickly spoke, hurry back to the night faculty zone. Chelsea also interrupted, Brother Leo belongs to the magic faculty. Did you forget? Alien chuckled softly and said, the all-faculty zone. What you say is not wrong, Leo. Brock continued asking, being directly guided by a fifth-year student of Lumen is a rare opportunity. Do you not plan to take advantage of this precious chance? Leo calmly replied. He never refused the guidance of a senior. He only wants to attend classes normally. Alien burst into hearty laughter. The space seemed to tremble under his imposing presence. Then he said, very good. Then I have one more question. If you still keep this decision, you understand that you will have to face all of them alone, right? He answered firmly, of course. Leo and Alien stared directly into each other's eyes with unwavering determination. Then he said, give me a little time to think. At this moment, Lenhorst was silently recalling Leo's words when Jayan irritably spoke. We should focus on researching magic instead. Did he not analyze a spell left behind by the founder during the field trip? He nodded and replied, I agree. Clearly that belongs to the magic faculty. On the other side, Jiamua was quietly observing Leo from afar. Looking at the aura radiating around him, he silently thought while standing straight. Ra-Mua raised the scoreboard showing 100 and inwardly admired, you truly carry the bearing of a genuine knight. Meanwhile, Duga Marine grabbed Ulta by the neck, making her tremble, almost foaming at the mouth, and angrily said, as a fifth-year student, I must train the juniors even harder. Alien continued speaking. I have made my decision. Hearing that, Duga Marine finally released all. He declared loudly, this year's inter-faculty event for freshmen will be a survival battle. After that, everyone gradually left the lecture hall when a voice sounded from the room. Headmaster, I do not understand this. I thought the competition was meant to strengthen the bond between faculties and help development through matches. Inside Alien's office, everyone was still full of doubt. A survival battle means individual competition. This has never had a precedent. While flipping through documents, he spoke in a deep voice. As everyone knows, this year we have an extremely special student, correct? Someone asked, you mean Leo Brock? Recalling Leo's aura, Alien nodded. That is right, Leo, Jaina, Bob. At first, everyone was only surprised because he belonged to the all-faculty zone. We once thought he would soon reach his limit. He added, yet he still maintains rankings nearly at the top in every field. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Alien affirmed that because of this the Academy Council has been paying more and more attention to him. And Landia asked again, the council is truly watching him. He replied, exactly. Duga Marine broke into cold sweat when thinking about the families that founded Lumen Academy. Emblems of each power gradually appeared in his mind. Veyron, Rahet Toja were the ones standing behind and supporting Leo. Hearing that, Len blushed and said, if that happens, then it is not impossible. The next generation could inherit Leo's abilities and create another all-faculty student. Alien smiled lightly and replied, in the end he will still have to choose one faculty. Hearing that, everyone did not know what more to say. The scene shifts to the next day. Students stood in line before a freezing ice wall. Murmurs spread everywhere. Why is it suddenly so cold? It feels like stepping into a freezer. What is that thing? He snapped his fingers and said, "All right, listen carefully." He explained, this ice wall was created to teach you aura skills, serving the inter-faculty tournament, as well as the journey to conquer the hero world. He looked toward Celia Jinger and said, "Celia Jinger, draw your sword," hearing that she startled and cried out. He asked, "Do you think your flame can break that wall?" Celia Jinger immediately drew her sword, and flames began to surge fiercely. She slashed out a stream of fire and confidently said, "It is nothing." Celia Jinger swung her sword forcefully, and the flames rode the wind straight forward. The ice wall was immediately struck, causing a massive explosion. Shards of ice scattered everywhere. He stood far away, quietly observing her. But surprisingly, the ice wall did not collapse at all. It was solid like stone. He spoke, "The technique we will teach today is hero breath." Andrew raised his sword. His reflection appeared on the blade. Then he continued explaining, "This technique originates from the distinctive breathing style of the beastmen and has been adjusted to suit human life force." Celia Jinger was surprised when she saw Inlandia step forward, did not hesitate, and immediately slashed out a stream of flame carrying terrifying pressure. The violent flames shot straight into the ice wall, causing it to explode and leaving a long scorch mark across the ground. Durin witnessed the scene and could not help exclaiming, "The destructive power is astonishing." Looking at Inlandia standing there with spiritual power swirling around his body, he silently thought, "The destructive power is astonishing." Students said in shock, how could such flames be created? But Professor Inlandia is of the ice element. Durin explained the professor once conquered dungeons, so it is not strange if one of the hero abilities he inherited is the fire element. Hearing that he spoke in a deep voice, Durin is not wrong. His eyes lit up. Each breath seemed to merge with the ice. Then he continued speaking. "Because it is different from my innate aura, it should actually be weaker than Celia Jinger." Landia crossed his arms and explained further. "But thanks to hero breath, the power can be amplified." He turned back and shouted loudly, "Begin training." After witnessing the entire scene just now, Leo suddenly remembered the image of Arian and inwardly wondered in surprise. Is that not exactly Arian's technique? After a while, everyone began to separate and train on their own. Ileana was trying to circulate aura, her entire body trembling in waves. Meanwhile, Ho practiced aura while tiredly glancing at Ileana. On the other side, Durin and Zia practiced in a rather relaxed state. Celia Jinger closed her eyes tightly, focusing all her spirit on cultivation. He observed that scene and thought with satisfaction, "Well done." After a while, Ileana gasped for breath, then dropped to the ground and complained, "So tiring, but finally finished." Suddenly a hand offered her a handkerchief here. Ileana joked lightly and replied, "Thank you." She happily thought inwardly, "Even the eastern zone of the academy acknowledges my ability." Ileana said, "You are really impressive." But at that moment, Zia suddenly turned her head toward a direction. On the other side, Leo was soaked in sweat. Seeing him breathing heavily with sweat covering his body, Zia shouted, "Leo." Ileana asked again, "Leo, why are you still standing there?" Landia stood far away observing and inwardly admired. Truly unexpected. Watching Leo breathe in heavy rhythms, he realized Leo was the only one who had not yet manifested aura. Perhaps this was another chance for him to focus more on practicing swordsmanship. Suddenly his eyes widened and he thought in shock, "Wait, that breathing method." He immediately spoke and asked, "Hey, who taught you that technique?" Standing opposite Leo, he continued speaking. "Hero breath originally comes from the beastmen of Adnir Academy." Celia Jinger also listened attentively as he further explained, "I modified that technique so humans could use it, but the way you are breathing." His expression became serious and he said in a low voice, "It is exactly like a beastman's breathing." Leo remembered the image of Arian, then spoke, "That is right. That is not the breathing method of humans." At that moment he placed a hand on Leo's shoulder and said, "Then try changing the starting point of your aura. Ignite mana directly from the source of your breath." He was still speaking about using the technique I taught and imagining yourself as a true beastman. The flames suddenly erupted violently as if it wanted to burn everything away. That scene left Durin stunned. Watching the flames gradually fade, he could not help wondering what exactly just happened. At this moment, embers still swirled around Leo's body. Durin remained shocked, unable to understand how he had done it. He wiped his sweat, then said, "Leo Brock, you truly are a special person." Leo held the flame in his hand, exhaling long breaths, then said, "Thank you, senior." He succeeded. Inside the corridor, Chloe was walking while carrying a stack of documents. Suddenly a voice called out, making her startled. "Carrying that much, is it not heavy?" It was Leo. He walked over to help Chloe, then asked, "Are you heading to the magic faculty practice class?" "Let us go together," she replied. "Yes, thank you, Leo." Chloe awkwardly turned her face away, her cheeks reddening as she wondered why she could not look directly into Leo's eyes. Right then a voice sounded. "The atmosphere feels pleasant between you two." The owner of the voice was Giant. She crossed her arms, then continued speaking. "Hello, Chloe Muller." Chloe asked in surprise, "You know me?" Giant smiled and replied, "Of course. I really like the way you explained northern magic." Hearing that, Chloe shyly replied, I am truly honored. Jian turned to Leo and asked Leo, when do you plan to transfer to the magic faculty? Leo answered firmly, Senior, forcing a faculty transfer violates academy regulations. Leo muttered that she did not have the slightest charm, until reaching the courtyard and seeing Andy's back. Jian lightly snorted. She stopped, then quickly walked over and called out, Professor Andy, why are you here at the first-year lecture area? Andy turned back and replied at Professor Zen's request, from today I will deliver a special lecture for the first-year magic faculty students. Jian immediately reacted, what, Professor Andy? This is truly unfair. We have asked many times to attend your special lectures, but were never accepted even as fifth-year students. But Andy calmly said, I am very busy. Hearing that, Chelsea and Thomas both froze. Leo thought inwardly that he would attend Professor Andy's class again. He was one of the rare mages capable of controlling fairy magic within the human body. Jian trembled in anger while Leo smiled inwardly, thinking that any magic student dreamed of hearing his lecture. At that moment, Lenhorst approached Andy, then said, Senior, you finally arrived. He clearly announced, everyone pay attention. This is Professor Andy, the one I personally invited to lecture for the first-year students. You should consider this a great honor. Hearing that, the students' eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Jian stood there clapping, then coldly laughed and said, a piece of impurity has slipped in. Seeing that, Lenhorst quickly pulled her away, saying, come on, we still have to prepare materials for the inter-faculty tournament. She struggled unhappily while the students excitedly exclaimed, wow, I am a first-year student. I want to attend Professor Ann Beaker's special lecture. Andy crossed his arms, then said in a deep voice, all right, we will begin the special lecture. A cold face radiating strong presence, he continued speaking. As you all know, my nickname is the Evil May. The students listened attentively as Andy continued. But many also call me the Destroyer of Tartarus. That proves I have gone through countless battles. He asked, according to you, what factor is most important in a magical battle? Emil answered, it is mana quantity. Andy said, wrong, next. Chelsea spoke, spell casting speed. He still coldly said, next. Thomas asked, the type of magic you can use. Andy did not answer and only said, next. That moment, Leo raised his hand and he called out, answer me, Leo Brock. What is most important in a magical battle? Leo answered clearly, it is mobility. Andy nodded and said, correct. Behind them, Jian muttered jealously that she knew that too. Lenhorst nodded, saying, yes, yes, hurry and start casting. Emil spoke, Professor, I still do not understand. Mobility is important, but I do not think it is the most important factor in modern magical combat. Besides, has magic not already surpassed the limits of mobility? Andy asked again, when you say mobility has been surpassed, you mean wing magic, right? He replied, yes, that is correct. Thomas turned to Chelsea and asked, so if we already have wing magic, then everything is fine, right? She hesitated slightly and replied, that makes sense. An illustration appeared explaining wing magic. This is a levitation flight spell invented about 10 years ago. It is far easier to learn than the ancient flight spell, and also allows the user to move significantly faster. Its greatest feature is that it allows objects to fly in the air. Andy called out, Emil Luchin and Leo Brock, come forward. The two immediately stepped out. Emil angrily thought to himself, even someone who does not belong to the magic faculty is participating, while Leo wondered in confusion if he had done something wrong at the academy. Andy asked in a deep voice, Leo, Jaina Bob, do you accept Emil's challenge? Leo calmly replied, no. Emil immediately shouted in shock, what? Hearing that, Andy drew a line and said, then the two of you will test your mobility. We will see who is correct. Andy continued asking, you both have your own wing magic devices, right? Emil answered yes, while Leo said no. He said gently, then use whatever method you can. Leo calmly nodded and replied, he agrees. Andy announced the rules. The turning point will be Beast Island. Whoever reaches it first will win this debate. Emil excitedly took out a magic board. He shouted, really? Then watch this. Then stepped onto the board and commanded, become my wings. As soon as he finished speaking, Emil shot forward at astonishing speed. Here I go. He glanced back behind him and mocked, hey, someone without a magic device also dares to compete. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot forward and destroyed Emil's device in an instant. Seeing that, Thomas shouted in shock, Leo, what are you doing? Leo did not answer but turned to ask Andy, if this match is meant to prove the importance of mobility, then reducing the opponent's mobility is reasonable, right? He replied, that is correct. Beneath Leo's feet, a surge of spiritual power rose violently, causing Thomas to exclaim in shock, this is impossible. Leo leapt high into the air using the Phoenix Step skill. Each of his steps made the ground tremble. Thomas cried out in alarm, is that aura? Is that allowed in a magic class? Andy turned and asked, Thomas, who do you think you will face in the inter-faculty tournament? Thinking of the powerful opponents in the class, Thomas began to feel afraid. Meanwhile, Emil was still gliding forward with the broken device. He angrily cursed, Leo, you madman. You dare launch a sneak attack. I will not spare you. Emil suddenly stopped when he saw Leo appear ahead. He cried out in shock, already here. Leo rushed forward, coldly carrying immense magical pressure. Emil shouted in panic, "Ice crystal." But before he finished speaking, he was struck by Leo's attack without time to defend. Emil fell straight downward in panic. Leo immediately rushed down after him at extreme speed. He quickly grabbed Emil's arm. In the end, Emil was caught by Leo before he could fall. His face turned pale with fear while Andy's voice sounded. As you can see, Emil Luchin, who depended on wing magic, failed the moment his device was destroyed. Emil gasped as if he had just survived a nightmare while Andy continued explaining. Meanwhile, Leo, Jaina, Bob crossed the lake using only basic flight. Recalling the moment Emil fell, Andy added wing magic was developed from flight magic, but because it focuses too much on convenience, it lacks refined control. He reminded them in a deep voice, "Therefore, from now on you must train your flight magic well, understood?" The students replied in unison, "Yes." After that, everyone began practicing flight. Thomas hung upside down in the air and shouted that he was floating. Andy's voice sounded with a first-year student flying this well. "I do not know what more to teach. Any questions?" Leo raised his hand and said he has a question. Andy asked what it is. He replied, "Can he enter Lumen's forbidden library?" Andy explained that entering the forbidden library exceeded a teacher's authority. Leo calmly replied he was not asking the professor, but asking a member of the Geron family. While Chelsea was rejoicing after practicing successfully, the conversation continued. Andy asked, "Why do you want to enter the forbidden library?" Leo replied he is searching for a document about the unpublished history of heroes. Hearing that, Andy took out a sheet of paper and said, "I will write you a letter of recommendation." While writing, he added, "To enter the forbidden library, you need permission from the head of the Geron family, who is my older brother." Leo murmured, "Antic Geron." The image of Antic appeared in memory. Antic Geron is called the Infinite Mage because he can unleash countless spells. After finishing writing, Andy said, "However, the head of the family is currently on the southern front of Tartarus, so you will have to meet his representative." Leo wondered his representative. Andy replied, "You will meet her in the academy." "She is your senior?" Leo asked. "Who is she?" A vague image of Eliana appeared. "She is a third-year student." Thinking of that, Andy sighed and continued speaking, "She is my niece." The scene shifted to a cool blue coast with waves crashing softly. Murmurs spread that the night faculty and the magic faculty had begun training. Leo stood still listening, as others said Professor Andy had come to teach the magic faculty. He quietly looked toward the other side. Leo recalled the conversation at the cafe when Chelsea asked, "Was it not strange that you did not know her?" Leo asked, "Why is that? Is she very famous?" Chelsea smiled brightly and replied, "Famous is not enough to describe her because she is the third-year class leader." Thomas said Eliana Geron, 18 years old, currently ranks first in skill in the magic faculty despite only being a third year and only behind Tario. He said that his eyes lit up with heart shapes, and he added that she is extremely beautiful. Thinking of Eliana's beauty, Thomas continued saying her nickname is the Queen. Hearing that, Leo could not help exclaiming in surprise. "The Queen," he said proudly. "You know, she has countless admirers. She is even considered a strong candidate for student council president when she reaches third year." Turning to the present, Leo thought deeply. With so many admirers, how should he approach her? On the other side, Duga Marine turned to Kahlo and asked, "Where did that guy go? He should have arrived earlier." Many murmurs echoed across the field. "Who is the professor waiting for?" "Ulta. So in the end, we will receive special training before the inter-faculty tournament under Senior Ulta." The sound of footsteps echoed. Someone spoke and asked, "But who is that senior?" Newcomer said sorry for being late. Professor Duga Marine saw her and stammered in shock. "You?" The person who appeared was Ulta with a butterfly net slung behind her back. She calmly greeted them, "Greetings, freshmen." The other students seeing that scene were all surprised and thought she was truly a strange person. Ulta stood there holding the butterfly net, which made Duga Marine angrily question her. "What is with that outfit?" She replied that she must have already heard. That moment, Ulta's eyes lit up as she said a fairy had appeared on Phantom Beast Island. Hearing that, Yuga shouted in shock, "A fairy." Hearing that, Leo also remembered the image of Curran and thought it could not be. Duga Marine asked again, "So you plan to take the freshmen to catch fairies?" Ulta nodded and said, "Exactly." The last trace of Yuga's calmness seemed to shatter as she shouted angrily, "What do you mean exactly? Giant idiot, we are busy preparing for the inter-faculty tournament, and you come up with such a foolish idea. It was a mistake trusting you to participate in the training." But Ulta did not care. She turned to the students and calmly said, "Juniors, as summoners, you must all dream of powerful phantom beasts." Then she asked excitedly, "Do you not want to see a fairy?" The students immediately shouted that they wanted to go. Yuga Marine was furious and shouted, "Do not confuse them with unverified rumors." After a moment, she calmed down, sighed, then softly asked Ulta, The competition is coming soon. You do not just want to hunt fairies, right? Ulta smiled and replied, of course, not only that. Duga Marine turned to the students and asked, yesterday I told you the core mindset of a summoner. Do you still remember? Alyssa hesitated and answered forgiveness. Duga Marine shook her head and said incorrect. The image of the god of love appeared as she said the answer is love not only toward the monsters bound by contract. The image of the god playing joyfully with countless beasts appeared as Duga Marine explained you must cherish every summoned creature and harmonize with your summoned beasts. The unity between human and spirit blending with nature that is the true love of a summoner. Hearing that, Zia and the others paused for a moment, then could only smile awkwardly. Theo breathed lightly and thought, although she is a bit strange, she understands the essence of summoning. Duga Marine rubbed her forehead, then said, in other words, Ulta means you must build a bond strong enough to communicate even with monsters that have not formed contracts. He smiled, then said in a deep voice, it may be early for freshmen, but you must get used to it. You will stay on Phantom Beast Island for 3 days for special training. Ulta also added she had already submitted permission for you to leave the dormitory, so there is no problem. Hearing that, everyone immediately panicked. What, that cannot be. I was planning to visit Lumeria this weekend. How can we survive 3 days here? Alyssa calmly said, spending 3 days with phantom beasts is not so bad. Suddenly, Ulta handed her the butterfly net, leaving Alyssa confused. The other students also received nets, and Ulta announced that summoning would be forbidden for 3 days. Aura and magic are also forbidden. You must survive in the forest using only your own strength. Everyone hearing that shouted in shock. What? Ulta turned and walked away waving her hand and saying, see you after 3 days, remember to try catching fairies with the nets. Everyone broke into cold sweat thinking about that forest filled with wild beasts and spirits. Tai stammered and asked, Professor, you mean? Duga Marine said, from the beginning we are not like the other faculties. He continued in a deep voice, summoners are people who communicate with entities that carry the power of nature. Therefore we must learn to adapt to and control nature. Seeing everyone's confusion, Duga Marine asked, that is why Ulta spoke of tolerance. How many of you have truly seen the essence of summoning? Tai nodded as she continued explaining, have you ever personally seen their true forms and formed contracts yourselves? Most of you only use methods passed down from your families or spirit beasts provided during class, correct? After saying that, Duga Marine smiled lightly and said, everyone see you again after 3 days. The sky gradually darkened as Tai sat beside the fire deep in thought. Rain began to fall softly, while Alyssa stood beneath the leaves, avoiding them. Early the next morning, Enlandia persistently trained beneath the roaring waterfall pouring down like a torrent. Meanwhile, Siu carefully collected each drop of rain, still clinging to the leaves. Leo walked around picking ripe fruits, carefully choosing which ones could be eaten. As he placed each fruit into his bag, he muttered that the classes of the summoning department were truly harder than he had imagined. Suddenly a strange sound rang out, startling Leo. He quickly stored his things into the item space and turned toward the direction of the noise. Leo calmly walked closer to see what had happened. Before his eyes, a student was being swallowed halfway by a carnivorous plant. The student struggled desperately to escape. Someone questioned why he dared approach it before knowing it was a plant monster. Eliza shook her head in annoyance and said, rushing in like that was truly foolish. Leo stood still and observed the entire situation before him. On a branch above, Curran sat dangling his legs and laughing with great amusement. Seeing that scene, Leo thought irritably that the guy probably needed a punch to wake up. Immediately after, he dashed forward like the wind. Curran narrowed his eyes and grinned brightly, shouting that he wondered who he should tease next. Immediately, a net slammed down and he was caught. Curran shouted in panic. What in the world was this? Impossible. He had actually been caught with a butterfly net. Leo extended his hand, his voice cold as he reminded that he had once told Curran to behave properly. Leo grabbed Curran by the collar and lifted him, asking if he thought Leo had come here to cause trouble. Curran hurriedly explained that it was just a misunderstanding. He was investigating strange phenomena on the island. Leo frowned and asked about strange phenomena. Curran smiled faintly and replied that was correct. Something very unusual was happening here. Sitting beside the crackling campfire with grilled skewers, Leo asked again. He meant the beasts on the island had suddenly become more aggressive. Leo asked while handing a skewer to Curran. He was searching for the cause of that. Curran's eyes lit up and he nodded in confirmation. Continued saying that afterward he ran into several students and casually teased them a little. Unexpectedly, he became famous. Leo looked unconvinced. He said this was Purina's territory. There was no way she would ignore something so serious. Curran quickly explained that Phoenix Purina was currently not on the island. That was completely true. Leo asked in surprise, not on the island. Curran said that when they arrived, the situation had already been like this. Curran recalled the time at Fiora's place. The image of the letter her mother left behind appeared. It only said she had left temporarily to sign a false contract. Fiora had looked around curiously back then. Curran said he really hoped to see a fully grown phoenix with his own eyes. Standing in the gloomy forest, Fiora quietly thought the monster forest had been very unusual lately. She placed Curran down on the ground and said something was definitely happening. They should go check it out. Curran hurriedly ran after her while calling out for her to wait. Turning to the present, Leo stared into the distance in thought. Fiora was Purina's daughter and ranked second on the monster island. Perhaps she had already noticed something suspicious. Leo closed his eyes and pondered. The abnormality appeared exactly when Purina was absent. Perhaps it was not just coincidence. Sitting beside the stream, Fiora whispered that if he could hear her then please respond. Yet only silence answered, making her think perhaps he was busy and could not hear. On this side, Leo suddenly squeezed Curran tightly, startling him. Leo hoisted Curran over his shoulder and said firmly they would go find Fiora. He could sense an aura on the western side of the island. Curran immediately complained about why he had to follow. In the forest where Fiora was, a clear stream flowed quietly. Crystals glittered everywhere. Fiora sat alone by the stream. She picked up a crystal and looked at her reflection in it, admiring that it was truly beautiful. Fiora picked up another mana stone from the ground and opened her mouth to eat it. She covered her mouth while chewing happily. Suddenly a shout rang out asking what she was doing. Fiora was startled by the voice and turned toward the direction of the sound. Still chewing, she said blankly, "Ah, Leo, this is some kind of village ground." Leo frowned at her and asked if she had been eating mana stones here all this time. Leo looked down at the water before him and thought, this place was the habitat of spirit beasts and elemental beings. The natural mana stones were absorbing energy. He continued analyzing. Young spirit beasts and minor elementals usually absorb mana stones to grow. Therefore, this area was forbidden to prevent excessive exploitation. Fiora lowered her head, her hands twisting together as she softly said she had once been taught that children who ate more would grow faster. Curran immediately remembered and exclaimed that high-level spirit beasts like them did not need mana stones to develop at all. Leo glanced around and said the matter could be understood, but Fiora should not tell him that she had chased away all the other spirit beasts and elementals just to keep these stones for herself. Fiora quickly lowered her head and said it was not that extreme. She only intended to share them later. Seeing that, Curran covered his mouth and mocked her. "Were you a phoenix or a pig, chasing everyone away and eating everything alone?" Fiora angrily shouted, asking who he was calling a pig. Leo immediately stopped them and said enough from both of them. After that, Leo slipped one hand into his pocket and asked Fiora if she had said something strange was happening in the forest. Fiora nodded and said she sensed a very unpleasant source of energy on the island. Suddenly, a white gust of wind swept across, causing both of them to turn their heads in shock. Leo immediately widened his eyes and thought of a possibility. This energy perhaps belonged to a beast-tamer sorcerer. He quickly summoned his sword and said vigilantly, "Curran, Fiora, prepare." Leo bent low and stood still, sensing the energy surging closer. Warning sound rang out. Leo instantly leapt backward to dodge. It was coming. Leo lowered his stance, gripping the sword hilt tightly as he raised his head and stared straight ahead. Figure in a black cloak appeared. The lower half of his body was enormous tentacles. That man looked over and said he had been wondering why the number of mana stones had sharply decreased. So it was because of this little phoenix. That man curled his lips into a malicious smile and said it seemed fate had forced them to meet again. Leo brought. Leo heard that and chuckled softly, raising his hand to gather energy as he said the grudge from their previous life was truly not small. Immediately, the black-cloaked man controlled the tentacles to shoot straight toward where Leo was standing. However, Leo merely stepped back lightly to dodge the strike, thinking that perhaps it was time to end this. Leo tilted his body to one side. The tentacle brushed past and slammed hard into the tree trunk behind him. The black-cloaked man used the tentacle to lift the entire tree into the air and growled that he would crush Leo right here. Suddenly, Leo paused when he heard a rustling sound beneath his feet. He looked down and discovered both legs had been tightly bound by tentacles. A magical beast. That man had hidden it beneath the ground beforehand. Leo frowned at the defensive barrier he had erected and realized he had not detected the slightest trace of that monster. He stood still watching the tentacle transform into a giant claw lunging toward him. The excited roar of the black-cloaked man echoed. Die. Leo lowered his head, his eyes tightly closed, his brows drawn together. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Flames erupted around him and burned away all the attacking tentacles. Seeing the flames spread along the tentacle toward him, the black-cloaked man quickly severed that part. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles that had just been cut immediately regrew, as if they had never been destroyed. Leo raised his head to watch this, and silently remarked that that man's regenerative ability was truly impressive. He stood up gripping his sword tightly and said loudly that he wanted to ask one thing. Leo frowned seriously and said the tentacles binding him felt exactly like the Gagan snakes capable of concealing their aura. Do not tell him it was a chimera beast. Corner of the black-cloaked man's lips curled with mockery. He asked whether all first-year students liked pretending to be knowledgeable like this. Who exactly was Leo Brock? Hearing that Leo raised one hand and summoned Fiora, had already answered his own question. He was merely a first-year candidate. Fiora spread her wings wide, and enormous flames immediately erupted around her. Leo shouted loudly and watched her shoot toward the enemy. Fiora rushed forward at extreme speed following Leo's command. Violent explosion rang out. Flames surged high, and rocks and soil were blasted everywhere. Curran crossed his arms watching the scene and said it was not bad for a chicken. Fiora shrank and flew back to perch on Leo's shoulder and cried in response. Leo saw a purple flash appear on the opposite side and said it was not over yet. The black-cloaked man stood up grinding his teeth as he felt magic power rising and shouted that all his magical beasts had become enraged. He raised his hand, gathering energy, and sneered that Leo would pay the price. His palm poured a strange yellow liquid. He shouted, "Come here, death slime." Leo immediately erected a wind shield around the three of them. Curran hurriedly covered his nose and mouth, saying, "What was that smell?" Leo raised his head, looking at the tentacle being corroded by the liquid, and realized in shock that it was a high-level slime monster. The black-cloaked man curled his lips proudly and said this time they could no longer avoid it. Suddenly, a dazzling golden ray tore through the night sky and descended along with a loud shout, asking what he thought he was doing to her beloved juniors. Hearing that voice, Leo startled and looked up. Within that brilliant golden light, the silhouette of a person gradually appeared. Ulta rode upon the back of a winged horse hovering in the air, looking down at Iri below, a beast-tamer sorcerer. Iri crossed his arms and laughed loudly, saying his beast armor had been shattered like that again. Truly worthy of being one of the strongest in Lumen's summoning department. Iri looked at her calm face and shouted her name, Ulta Redison. Below, Curran looked at the golden-winged horse and exclaimed, "What was that horse saying? Lie down first." Leo frowned and explained that it was Pegasus, a spirit beast with a rank equal to theirs. Sitting on the horse, Ulta calmly said those ugly monsters were unpleasant no matter how many times she saw them. Iri should destroy that pitiful combination. Black-cloaked man gritted his teeth and muttered that he needed to stall until those tentacles fully regenerated. He immediately raised his hand and hurled the yellow liquid toward Ulta and shouted, "Death slime." Instantly, a golden beam from above descended and blasted all that slime apart. Curran exclaimed in shock that thing was not equal to them. Leo glanced over and explained a Pegasus alone was not overly powerful. The real strength came from the summoner's magic power. In the sky, Ulta still calmly looked downward without the slightest change in expression. Leo watched the golden light fade, leaving only black smoke rising. The black-cloaked man laughed loudly, saying he had wanted to ask earlier. The timing of her appearance was perfect. This battle would be very interesting. Around him appeared a blood-red magic circle. He said, "Then try this move." Suddenly, Juger appeared before Leo and coldly said when he died would he still feel amused. She frowned at him and demanded whether he dared create a chimera using spirit beasts. The light from the magic circle grew brighter and spread outward. The black-cloaked man looked at the enormous creature being summoned from the circle and shouted, "Come forth." He swung his arm fiercely and shouted the name of the spirit beast, One-Eyed Giant. He stared ahead arrogantly, saying whatever spirit beast she summoned would be useless. His one-eyed giant would not fall easily. Professor Duga Marine. Curran looked at the spirit beast summoned by Duga Marine and shouted in astonishment that it was only a mouse. Was she joking? Leo lowered his head and quietly explained it was a carnivorous mouse. Outwardly it looked adorable, but he looked at the swarm of mice and made a doubtful sound, but Duga Marine placed both hands on her hips and stood upright facing the giant. She smiled brightly and waved her hand, ordering them not to leave even a single bone fragment. Devour them completely. Leo watched the swarm of mice rush toward the giant and thought they were the most terrifying tiny creatures. The black-cloaked man watched the battle before him and gritted his teeth as he took out a scroll from his space. If this continued, none of his magical beasts would survive. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flared in the night along with a cold call. Brat. The dazzling beam from above descended straight toward that man's position. The black-cloaked man clenched the scroll in his hand. The blow made him cough violently. He gritted his teeth, enduring the light piercing into his body, and used all his strength to tear the scroll apart. Immediately afterward, his body dissolved into black smoke and vanished from space. Ulta hovered high above looking down, then withdrew her magic power and muttered that this time he had escaped again. In the quiet air, Leo stood facing Ulta and Duga Marine. Suddenly, Ulta turned with an angry expression and loudly scolded, "Brat, why did he dare enter the restricted area on his own?" Leo immediately looked innocent and explained that because Fiora was eating mana stones at the lake he had entered. Hearing that, Duga Marine immediately changed expression and smiled brightly, saying, "Our Fiora, how adorable." Ulta beside her was even moved to the point of tears by his affection for his summoned beast. After a while, Duga Marine grasped the reins and thoughtfully said that Beast Tamer Man was likely trying to contaminate the mana stone. Sitting on the horse, she calmly said she would report this matter to Principal Kalian immediately. Leo and Ulta raised their heads watching Duga Marine leave. Before departing, she told Ulta to continue the special training session. Ulta immediately replied yes. Immediately afterward, Ulta bent down looking at Leo with excitement and asked whether he was the one who had signed a contract with the Phoenix. Ulta's gaze also noticed Curran hiding on Leo's shoulder. Leo also noticed the tiny spirit beast rubbing against Ulta's hand and confirmed that was correct. He looked at the creature and asked whether it was Senior's Pegasus. Ulta happily said, "Era, please introduce yourself to Leo." Pegasus stepped forward a few steps, closed its eyes, and said it was Era, and was very pleased to meet the owner of the Phoenix contract. Leo raised his hand to stroke Era's head and smiled, saying he was Leo Brock and was also very glad to meet her. Hearing that, Era gently rubbed her head into his palm. Ulta exclaimed in surprise that Pegasus usually disliked strangers touching them. She asked whether Leo had ever met Pegasus before. Leo calmly replied that he had not. In Leo's mind suddenly appeared memories of his previous life when he had been Kyle. At that time, the mythical beast contracted with him had been Pegasus Lay, so the old memories unconsciously resurfaced. After a while, Ulta said he was not seriously injured, so he should continue the special training. Because he had used supernatural power in the battle, she would temporarily overlook it this time. Leo seriously answered yes. Leo looked at the butterfly caught in the spider web and thought about the strength of Beast Tamer Man earlier. He watched the spider rush out and bite apart the butterfly's wings and thought the enemy hiding within Lumen Academy was certainly not an ordinary student and very likely a master. Several days later at the training ground, Eric, someone said this was the first time all students had gathered fully since the entrance ceremony. Leo sighed, saying there was truly not a single peaceful day. Thomas looked at Leo and asked how the special training of the summoning department was going. Leo tiredly replied that he had not even had time to bathe. Ileana looked around and asked where their class representative was. Thomas sighed, saying the representatives of each grade had been summoned separately. She became angry and delivered a heavy strike onto his head. When Leo lifted the curtain and stepped into the room, a voice sounded asking whether he had arrived. Rai clasped his hands on the table and said now the class representatives had gathered fully. Lynn blushed, covering her mouth, thinking that the all-capable junior from the rumors was even more impressive in person. In another corner, Hack lay sprawled on the table, sleeping soundly. Leo glanced around and wondered where that person was. Suddenly, a finger poked his cheek, accompanied by a cheerful voice saying how cute. Leo looked at Ileana in front of him and wondered whether it was her. Ileana asked whether he was the famous top male representative. Leo remembered she was the one who had opened Lumen's forbidden library. Ileana played with a strand of hair and smiled, asking whether Leo wanted to be her boyfriend. Leo closed his eyes and frankly replied that he respectfully declined. He bent down, asking for the reason, because she would pamper him completely. Ileana immediately widened her eyes when she heard Leo say it was because she was too old. After that, she covered her mouth, laughing loudly, and remarked that this boy was truly interesting. He sitting beside them blushed, thinking that Leo, daring to respond to Ileana, truly deserved his title as top male representative. Rice smiled, greeting Ileana, and asked how her missions had been lately. She closed her eyes and sighed, saying there were only 2 words: terribly boring. Rai laughed, replying that he knew it. Afterward, Rai walked to the bed in the corner and called Hack to wake up. Hearing the call, Hack immediately opened his eyes and woke. Hack excitedly shouted for Senior to fight him immediately. Rai gently refused and said another time. Hearing that, Ileana sighed, saying he had just woken up and already wanted to fight. Truly too aggressive. Hack glanced over mockingly, saying someone who relied on so many forces like her would never understand a real battle. Ileana narrowed her eyes dangerously and asked whether he was saying she was not a master. Hack immediately replied whether there was any other Ileana here. Seeing that, Lynn panicked and cried out that if the 2 seniors fought here, someone would die. In another corner, Rai smiled, saying everyone seemed very close. Leo also remarked that it was rare to see everyone gathered like this. After a while, Alien stepped onto the platform, looking down, and said he would briefly explain the reason for gathering everyone. He slightly narrowed his eyes and seriously declared that from today onward, all students and teachers of Lumen Academy. Barrett and Seth Jen stood beside, quietly listening as Alien said that until the interdepartmental first-year combat tournament ended. All contact with the outside world would be cut off, and the academy would be officially sealed. In another place, Andy frowned, silently listening to this announcement. The crowd saw the phantom image of a gigantic chain appear behind Alien and cried out in astonishment. Leo raised his head, looking forward, and thoughtfully guessed that its purpose was to capture the traitor. He lowered his head, thinking about all the people currently inside the academy. Whatever interdepartmental competition it was did not matter. He only hoped the lockdown order would end soon. In the classroom, Ileana leaned back against her chair, complaining that, like this, how could she go to Lumeria City to buy sweets? Others echoed that studying without food made studying pointless. Chelsea immediately scolded the nobles. At that moment, Ka shouted breaking news, drawing everyone's attention. The location of the interdepartmental competition had been decided. Chelsea immediately grabbed Ka by the collar and urgently asked where it was. Ka placed the book on the table, pulled a chair, and sat down, then answered Negam. Hearing that she asked in shock, was that not a forbidden area? Thomas also raised his hand, touching his neck, and murmured the name Negam. In his mind appeared memories of the famous ruined city, destroyed within a single morning, when the hero dungeon erupted before it was conquered. Everyone looked at the painting depicting the desolate scene of that place, but because of the aftermath of the dungeon, after a hero appeared, that land was cursed, and humans could no longer live there. Nella worriedly asked whether going to such a place was really fine. Chelsea smiled reassuringly, saying, although it was forbidden, she had heard it was not too dangerous. She added that only low and mid-level monsters appeared, along with a curse spreading everywhere. Ty frowned, saying that already sounded dangerous. Leo looked at that book and suddenly felt it was familiar. He startled, remembering that in his previous life, this was exactly the place where he and Lysanas first defeated the Dark Legion. In the library, Leo sat alone at the table, constantly flipping through documents, frowned reading the information that Negam City had a total of 5 large lakes. Leo focused on the regional map and wondered among them where Odiana Lake was located. In his mind, past memories surfaced. At one of those lakes was where the Great Light Spirit had forgotten the oath with Lysanas. In the silent space, Leo thought perhaps Luminous was sleeping somewhere. Sunlight shone brightly everywhere as a voice announced that today was the opening day of the interdepartmental competition. The audience would witness the first steps of future hero, and this year's class had many promising candidates. A woman anxiously clasped her hands, looking down, asking why the competition had not begun yet. Her husband beside her reassured that their daughter would do well. On the high platform, Duga Marine stood beside Alien, looking down at the square, saying that allowing so many outsiders made it easy for strangers to infiltrate. She calmly suggested extending the lockdown for a while longer. Alien closed his eyes, replying that a deterrent power had returned. Alien looked at the Phoenix, whose entire body burned with crimson flames, and said something like last time would not happen again. Duga Marine broke into cold sweat when she sensed the Phoenix behind her causing tremendous pressure. At the square, Sezin raised his hand, high, welcoming everyone to the interdepartmental competition, and introduced himself as the host. All the surrounding students looked toward him when Sezin said this year's competition would be a survival battle. Abad crossed his arms, listening, as Sezin said contestants must demonstrate tactical strength and survival ability. The last survivor would gain glory. Eliza and Wanda frowned, looking around when they heard whichever department still had someone remaining last would win. Everyone looked at the silver bracelet on their wrist. As Sezin explained, it was an artifact used to monitor physical condition. He continued, saying if the bracelet detected life-threatening danger, the wearer would immediately be teleported back through an emergency mechanism. Sezin smiled and added that this interdepartmental competition also served as the final practical exam. Chelsea and Ka instantly turned pale and shouted in shock. Sezin continued, saying that in the competition the goal was survival, but for the final exam it was different. If someone only hid, their score would be very low. He looked at the bracelet, saying every action would be recorded. Even someone eliminated early could still gain a higher score if they performed well. Leo crossed his arms, sighing, and thought the rule was clever. Sacrificing for the department could cause personal points to drop sharply. Immediately afterward, a golden light burst forth as Sezin declared the interdepartmental competition officially began. Thomas and the others looked in surprise at the light beneath their feet. Sezin's figure was immediately enveloped in light and gradually vanished. After a while, Cam opened his eyes, squinting around, then exclaimed in shock. He realized he was falling freely and shouted in panic what was happening. In the air, numerous shouts echoed, telling everyone to quickly use magic. Leo looked down, seeing the entire city covered by countless curses, and understood why this place was called the Wasteland. He observed the scattered energy currents, realizing the curses constantly activated then dissolved themselves irregularly. Leo slowly descended and noticed that only the ancient city ruins were unaffected by the curse. He frowned, thinking everyone would surely gather there. Therefore, he should search for Odiana Lake first. Elsewhere, Durin released a stream of yellow energy. He dodged the pursuing attack from Alyssa. Leo stood at a distance, silently observing the battle between the two. Both belonged to the renowned Knight Department. Durin raised his hand, concentrating magic power into his palm. Alyssa tightened the reins, holding her spirit beast ready to attack. Leo watched the tense confrontation between the two and thought this was the perfect moment. Flames from his hand quickly ignited, aiming straight toward them. A wave of fire swept between them, forcing both to retreat. Alyssa trembled with anger, tightening the reins, and shouted it was him again. Struck by the sweeping flame, Durin gritted his teeth to endure it, then trembled with rage and shouted loudly. Both were furious beyond measure, roaring together the name Leo Brock. Elsewhere, Leo descended from the air onto the field and thought that walking west for about 10 minutes would reach the place where Lysanas had once sealed himself before being destroyed. He wondered whether it was still effective now. He immediately took out the map and quickly checked the location. Suddenly, Leo flinched and turned to the side, suspecting the curse was disturbing his senses. He was already used to it, but others would surely suffer. At that moment, Chenzia landed from above and called out loudly, "Young Master Leo." He looked up and answered Chenzia. Leo put away the map and glanced toward the ancient city ruins in the opposite direction, looked straight at her, and asked whether she had been following him. Chenzia closed her eyes, saying she had a personal matter she must do. Leo looked at her outstretched hand and asked what matter. Blue light flashed around her as Chenzia shouted for him to fight her. Flames also erupted around Leo as he asked why so suddenly. Chenzia stared at him, saying from the first time they met she had wanted to confirm something. The figure flickered and vanished before Leo's eyes to verify how large the gap in strength between them was. Immediately afterward, in Leo's sight, appeared her fist, enlarging rapidly. Chenzia carried powerful water light energy and charged straight toward Leo's position. When the dust settled, Leo merely brushed the dust off his clothes. Seeing that Chenzia formed a seal and a magic circle appeared beneath the ground, she said, as expected of young Master Leo. In an instant, he had used fire power to dissolve her water magic. He pushed off the ground and leaped high, preparing to launch the next strike. Leo narrowed his eyes, looking ahead, but remained standing without moving. His gaze noticed the spirit perched on Chenzia's shoulder. It was a high-level water spirit. Immediately afterward, Chenzia raised her hand, releasing a series of water element magic. Leo also raised his hand, and flames erupted instantly. A towering wall of fire rose, blocking all her attacks. Leo sensed the energy fluctuation and guessed that strike was only bait. The real attack was. Instantly, Leo turned his head and saw Chenzia and her spirit appearing from another direction. A massive flame explosion spread across the surrounding area. Chenzia pressed her hand against the ground to keep balance, thinking that within that small opening, there was still a chance to counterattack. She clawed the ground hard and calculated that sudden attacks would probably no longer be effective. On the opposite side, Leo drew his sword and noticed her fighting style was not like the usual Chenzia. Red glint flashed in his eyes. Water was an element of flexible transformation. Leo rushed forward with his sword and remarked that at this moment, she was attacking too rigidly. Chenzia gritted her teeth, watching Leo charge forward, and knew blocking directly would be dangerous. She immediately raised her hand to block Leo's powerful strike. Leo looked at the sword halted before him and thought that with only this she could not defeat him. Suddenly, Chenzia's eyes widened when she saw a leaf falling down. Leo had appeared behind her and gathered fire power in his hands, saying he had already said it. She fought too rigidly. A loud explosion sounded and dust rose high. Leo pointed his sword at Chenzia's neck and declared she had lost. Chenzia lowered her head, sighing, saying young Master Leo was truly only 16 years old. He fought like a seasoned warrior. Leo lowered his sword and told her to return to the ancient city ruins. Chenzia was startled, asking whether he did not intend to eliminate her from the competition. Leo placed his hand behind his neck and turned away, saying this was a survival battle. Dealing with the defeated was his decision. She should help him handle those following behind. Chenzia widened her eyes in surprise, asking again. Before she could understand, 2 streams of golden and purple energy rushed toward them. Durin and Eliza arrived with dark expressions. Durin shouted that was his prey and told her not to block the way. Eliza also said Leo Brock was her target. Chenzia looked at the 2 energy streams rushing over and called out loudly Durin and Eliza, forced a smile, asking why the 2 had come around to this ruin area. Durin landed on the ground, asking it seemed she was also chasing Leo Brock. Had she failed? Which direction had he gone? Chenzia looked to the opposite side, saying she had lost. Durin, she was injured. Could he take her to Villa? Durin frowned, asking why he should do that. Chenzia smiled, saying it was currently the interdepartmental exam, and they were from the same department. Would he abandon a teammate for a personal duel? Duran immediately darkened his face and gritted his teeth, unable to speak. Chenzia turned to Eliza and smiled, saying she was injured, so moving was difficult. Could Eliza carry her? Eliza crossed her arms and snorted, saying if Chenzia belonged to the support department, she might consider it. But now they were opponents. Chenzia covered her mouth and exclaimed softly. She reminded Eliza that before she had even lectured her. She also said Eliza borrowed her notebook every day and promised to repay the favor. Eliza was startled, clenching her fists, and shouted that debts would be repaid, but not now. Chenzia blinked her bright eyes, looking at the two of them. Voice spoke, saying as long as they went together, that was enough. Then let them go. Eliza let Chenzia sit on the back of her spirit beast and snorted, saying they would only travel together to the central ruins area. Afterward, they would be enemies. Chenzia turned her head, looking behind, thinking she did not know why he had not yet reached the central ruins, but he should hurry their young master Leo. In another direction, Djuredin and the two people following behind him rushed quickly toward the gate of the ancient city. He breathed heavily in ragged gasps and shouted, "Once we step inside the city, the curse can be broken." Suddenly, a blazing red flame flashed and blocked Djuredin right in front. Seeing the massive flame crashing down, he cried out in panic. At that moment, a figure behind stepped forward and loudly asked, "What are you looking at?" Djuredin turned his gaze toward the northern gate and exclaimed in shock, "Celia Jinger Jordan." Tried to accelerate forward while cursing under his breath. Damn it, just a little more. Then he gritted his teeth and changed direction to run. There is no other choice, we must switch to another gate. On the other side, Chloe raised her staff and condensed frost crystals before launching an attack at the group. Seeing this, he shouted angrily, "Damn it." Looking at the gate she guarded, he yelled, "Chloe Mueller." Aiden quickly calculated in his mind. At this moment, only the south gate and the east gate remain. Alyssa has already caught up with Leopold. He felt the ground trembling and thought to himself, he only hopes Warren can seize at least one gate. They must enter the inner city quickly before the curse erupts. Suddenly, everyone froze as the ground shook violently. The whole group widened their eyes in panic and shouted, "Black Dragon." No, that is the creature that appeared during the summoning exam. Raiden raised his head and looked over there before saying loudly, "That is the variant Sen Liu rode during the battle." His gaze turned toward the distant sunset as he wondered why that creature suddenly appeared in this place. Inside the central plaza, the giant screen was replaying that battle live. In the stands, Ziz crossed his arms and pondered. Celia Jinger is handling the situation very well. Leo still has not infiltrated the ancient ruins area. When her image appeared on the screen, the stands immediately erupted in excited cheers. "Ah, there it is, Chelsea has appeared." Rosie saw this and raised her hand with a delighted expression. It seems the girl has truly become a proper battle mage of the Legoland family. Ziz kept his arms folded and smiled lightly before saying, "King Rodrin will certainly be very pleased." He suddenly remembered Chelsea crying when she was 1 year old. He never expected the girl to grow up so quickly. Suddenly, Ziz jolted and turned his head to the other side before saying, "What is that?" He saw the monstrous figure opening its mouth and roaring before blurting out, "Is that not a demon beast?" On the screen, that monster turned toward the surrounding students and released a terrifying roar. Seven and Harris immediately ran into the control room and questioned urgently, "What is happening? Why can demon beasts appear inside the academy grounds?" Anbai turned back in panic and said, "A serious accident has occurred. We have lost connection with the central control room." Harit glanced to the side and ordered, "Sezin, immediately lead the students to retreat to a safe area." The other person frowned and replied, "Understood." Sezin raised both hands and immediately cast spatial teleportation magic. Dazzling blue light burst from the stone and spread out, illuminating the entire surrounding area. Right after that, the stone dropped heavily to the ground with a dull impact. Sezin frowned in horror at the scene before him and cried out, "The teleportation magic is not responding. What on earth is happening?" Seeing this, Harit immediately turned and left while saying, "Sezin, keep trying to reconnect and find a way to get the children out of here. I will go report to the principal." Inside the trial area, the students were still fiercely battling each other. They must quickly deal with the students from the magic department. Wanan stood on the southern gate wall with both hands in his pockets and muttered, "These people are truly not easy to handle. This must end before that monster discovers this place." While he was breathing heavily, he suddenly heard a loud shout, "Move aside." He raised his head and saw the black dragon opening its huge mouth while gathering terrifying energy. He hurriedly raised his hand to cover his eyes in fear as the opponent prepared to unleash an attack. At that moment, a phantom flame rushed from afar and quickly appeared. Gordon raised one hand and used the power of the fire spirit to block that attack. A voice filled with doubt sounded out, "Hey Warren, why are you helping us?" Turned his head to the back and ordered, "Open the city gate so everyone can enter." Another voice protested excitedly, "What nonsense are you talking about? They are students from another department. Besides, why should we obey your orders? Wanda immediately grabbed the collar of the speaker and lifted him up. I do not have time to give you a long explanation. Then he threw the man to the ground and said coldly, sleep for a while. From now on, I will take command here. Gordon's face immediately darkened before he raised his head and ordered sternly, open the city gate. Somewhere else, Leo held the map in his hand and observed before saying, there is nothing special about this place. He looked at the reflection of his face on the water and said, so the lake inside the ancient city ruins is the final point. Leo walked leisurely with both hands in his pockets and muttered, by now everyone is probably fighting fiercely. Let us slowly head over there. Suddenly he stopped mid-step with his eyes wide in shock. Leo let out a doubtful sound when he saw a purple flash appear in the sky. He looked at the blood-red moon above and thought, a wide area curse. This is not the remnant curse at Negam, but a completely new curse. It is the isolation curse. Leo raised his head and saw the monsters constantly closing in. He narrowed his eyes angrily and shouted, the kind of curse Tartarus often uses in full-scale battles. Immediately Leo's entire body erupted in flames as he rushed straight forward. Damn it, this curse itself does not directly harm humans. He gritted his teeth in anger and thought, its true effect is to sever all communication with the outside world. Leo looked at the purple barrier covering the entire ancient city and speculated. This is an extremely powerful cursed barrier used to completely seal the area. He ran across the field and thought, has the traitor within Lumen begun to act? He must quickly regroup with the others. The center of the ancient city ruins, Nella raised her hand to heal him and said, hold on, endure just a little longer, father. Ty trembled all over with cold sweat covering his face as he muttered, why can it not be activated? Why is this happening? At the eastern gate, Chelsea raised her staff high and launched an attack toward the bull-headed monster. Seeing the massive surge of energy rushing toward her, she shouted loudly, break the barrier. Immediately a stream of blue energy suddenly appeared in front of her and a voice sounded. The barrier has been dispelled. Abad lowered his voice and asked Chelsea standing before him, have you forgotten the multi-layer incantation used to break the restriction, Chelsea? She raised her head to look at him and called out loudly, second brother, what exactly is happening? She reached out and grabbed his hand while asking, is this not a competition between the departments? Abad raised his head and looked at the sky with a shocked expression. He tightened his grip on the staff. Blue energy gathered as he said, the interdepartment competition has been canceled. An abnormal incident has appeared in this area, so now everyone must cooperate with each other. A sphere of blue energy shot outward. Abad watched the streak of light and said, in this situation, those who remain calm will find their way to a safe area inside the city. Our mission now is to fight and hold the fortress. Elsewhere, Alyssa looked up and saw a blue flash streak across the sky. Chenzia sitting behind pointed toward it and said loudly, look, that seems to be a gathering signal. She frowned and said seriously, I do not know what happened, but it must be a very major incident. Durin frowned and raised his weapon as he said, let me open the path first. Everyone follow behind and support. Golden light from his attack flashed and slashed straight at the two giants ahead. In the central area of the ancient city, the people on the wall saw the three of Durin approaching and shouted loudly, the last team has entered the city gate. Open the gate quickly. Immediately after that, the massive gate slowly closed with a heavy thud. Chelsea, sitting behind Alyssa, let out a sigh of relief and said, we finally survived. Celia Jinger jumped down from above and asked with confusion, wait, where is Leo? Chenzia glanced over and replied, young Master Leo has already left here and ran toward the outer area. Bad also stepped forward and asked, why did he go in that direction? Alyssa raised her head and said, he must have his own calculations. Even if we do not understand, Leo will certainly not be eliminated. Chelsea also spoke in agreement. That is right, brother, Leo will definitely be fine. Celia Jinger said seriously, first we should exchange information to clearly understand the current situation. She raised the glowing bracelet and said, first, this artifact does not activate. Therefore, those seriously injured cannot teleport elsewhere. Bad frowned and looked toward the city gate as he added, not only outside, but even inside the city, demon beasts have appeared. Chenzia looked around and said, this is only my guess, but besides the basic curse in Negam, there may have been many other curses added, such as a curse that cuts off communication with the outside. Chelsea folded her arms behind her back and said loudly, that sounds reasonable. Alyssa said with a serious expression, in other words, we are now completely isolated inside the city of Negam because of this incident. Not only that, we are also surrounded by demon beasts and monsters. The best method is to use the city walls for defense. Suddenly a voice from behind sounded, causing everyone to turn around. No, I think this is the time to counterattack. It is possible this is a special event arranged by the Academy. Emil raised his hand and loudly objected. If we perform excellently, we will be highly evaluated by the observers outside. If we only defend, we will miss the chance to score big points. Celia Jinger frowned and opposed. This cannot be treated as a normal event. Many people have been seriously injured. If Bella had not treated them, someone might have died already. Jack, lying in a corner receiving treatment, shouted loudly, "You would only wake up if your stomach was pierced like mine." Nella quickly advised, "Stop talking, Gak." Emil gritted his teeth and glanced over here with a cold snort. He looked at everyone and said excitedly, "Maybe this is part of the professor's plan. If I fail the exam because of you, who will take responsibility? Compared to defense, wiping them all out will help us score higher." Aaron stood with both hands in his pockets and calmly said, "Abandoning the defensive advantage of the city walls without understanding the situation outside may not be beneficial." Emil pushed him aside and walked toward the gate while saying loudly, "Then I will go outside and kill the demon beasts alone. Do not regret it when you see me score higher." Wait. At that moment a head fell before him, making him jump in shock. Seeing clearly that it was the head of a demon beast, Emil screamed in terror, "Minotokia." Immediately after that, Wanda also landed and stood beside the fallen head, frowned with blood still on his face, and shouted loudly, "Be silent and focus on protecting the inner city." Celia Jinger raised her hand and pointed straight ahead as she said, "Good, then we switch to full defense. Divide into 5 teams to guard the city gates and walls." Outside the city gate, the people saw the gate shattered by the bull-headed monster and shouted, "The gate has been broken." Durin dashed forward and lightly released golden energy, striking directly into its body. Juraden and Mia simultaneously raised their hands and cast purple magic, attacking forward. On the city wall, the students saw the monsters approaching and shouted loudly, "Take down that snail first, do not let it reach the gate." A girl raised her staff high and shouted loudly, "Ice spear." Blue ice spear pierced straight through the monster chest. Everyone looked in panic at the giants carrying stones approaching and cursed loudly, "Damn it." Immediately after that, from the city wall, a blazing red pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. Celia Jinger raised her sword and pointed it at the monster charging forward with its mouth open. Outside, Lin Dan clasped his hands together while watching and said, "The juniors are doing quite well. At first I was worried to death, but fortunately they held the line." Ileana, standing beside him, darkened her face and asked, "Fortunately?" He frowned and said seriously, "Do you think it will stop here? If the one behind this dares to cause such a major incident during Lumen's official event, then it will not simply isolate everyone inside the city." The relatives in the stands heard Ileana and revealed worried expressions as she continued, "In the worst case, all of us could die." Then she saw a gigantic hand grab the monster ahead and said, "See, it has begun." That gigantic hand casually tore the giant body into 2 pieces. Inside, Ileana raised her head and widened her eyes at the sight and exclaimed, "That thing is." In her mind, she suddenly recalled the lesson about heroic records, which emphasized that among countless valuable experiences, the professor voice on the podium once said the most important thing is real combat experience with demon beasts. That is also the main content of today's Hero Studies lesson. Liana looked at the figure stepping out from the blazing red magic circle in the sky and recalled the lesson. During the Battle of the Bayorin Field in Hermaland, a type of demon beast nearly 15 meters tall once appeared called the Giant. A student cried out in panic, "Impossible if we have to face that thing." The person beside trembled and said, "Do not look this way." Immediately after that, the giant stepped out of the summoning magic circle and stomped heavily on the ground. It stretched its hand toward the city gate and grabbed forward, causing panic screams to erupt everywhere. A stream of icy light suddenly appeared and shot straight toward the giant. The strikes quickly pierced straight through its gigantic body. Chloe gripped the staff tightly in her hand, breathing heavily before shouting, "Why are you all still standing there? Prepare to fight." Her voice rang out to calm the crowd. "Everyone is terrified because it is a giant, but look carefully, it has not fully matured yet." A male student turned and shouted loudly, "How can we possibly fight that thing? Running away is better." The person beside him immediately echoed, "That is right, scatter and find a safe place, then wait for the rescue team." Chloe trembled all over yet still held the staff tightly and shouted, "Do you think running away means you can survive? I am afraid too." The giant eyes slowly opened and looked toward them, inside glowing with a blood-red color. Immediately afterward, it gathered strength and swung its arms, smashing toward the section of the wall where the 3 of them stood. Everyone saw its wounds rapidly closing and cried out in panic, "The wounds are regenerating too quickly. Our attacks are completely useless." Male student turned and fled in panic, shouting, "Run quickly." Chloe watched the 2 leave and said, "Someone once taught me that a hero is the one who dares stand at the front and face danger." She tightened her grip on the staff as the magic circle beneath her feet flared brightly. "So no matter how desperate the situation is, I will still fight." Sharp, solid pillars of ice rose from the ground, blocking the giant advance. Sweat covered Chloe's forehead as she gasped and shouted, no matter how desperate the situation becomes. Everyone saw the giant arm rising and shouted in alarm, Chloe. She stood motionless watching the giant claw rushing straight toward her. Celia Jinger frowned and shouted a warning, move aside. Chloe frowned and replied, I am not afraid. Immediately blazing red sword streaks flashed and slashed fiercely across the giant body. Seeing the giant fall, Celia Jinger rushed forward and supported Chloe, asking, are you all right? Chloe leaned against her chest and asked softly, was that sword strike yours? Celia nodded slightly in confirmation. She held the sword and landed on the wall before calling out, Leo has arrived. Kieran appeared with anger and shouted, what foolish stunt are you trying to pull? He continued agitatedly, Leo, the healing ability of fairy magic is not limitless. When you are exhausted, it will become useless. Leo raised his hand and returned Kieran to the space, saying, stop nagging, it is dangerous. Step back. Then he lightly jumped up and stood on the city wall. Leo lowered his head and smiled as he praised, you did well just now, Chloe. You looked like a true hero. Chloe looked up blushing and stammered, I only learned a little from someone. The three entered the city. Voices continuously called out, Brother Leo, young Master Leo. Leo looked straight ahead and asked Han, how is the situation? Thomas held his stomach and replied, since entering the city no one has been seriously injured. Glanced at the giant outside and said, it is just that monster frightening everyone. Celia Jinger spoke sternly, but it has already taken a heavy strike from Leo, so for now it does not dare to attack again. Hearing that, Leo placed his hands in his pockets and looked up, saying, then the next step is simple. We join forces and defeat it. Thomas asked in shock, what, how is that possible? Leo smiled and tilted his head, asking, why are you all so surprised? If you want to become heroes, then is that not natural? Ileana raised her hand and shouted loudly, fighting that thing is impossible. Immediately the others also lowered their heads and fell into deep thought when they heard Leo declare, I will take command because I believe I can defeat that monster. Alyssa closed her eyes and raised her hand, saying loudly, acting like the center again, Leo, Jaina Ba, who said we must listen to you. Wanda folded his arms and said, I will trust your command ability, Leo, Jaina Ba. Hearing that, she opened her mouth in shock. Alyssa could not believe it and shouted, someone as arrogant as you would obey another. He sighed and replied, because eliminating that monster is something everyone knows must be done. Gordon also added, then listening to the one confident in defeating it is a reasonable choice. Chenzier stepped forward and hugged Alyssa, advising, trying once to listen to young Master Leo would be interesting. Alyssa blushed and held her chest, replying, yes, I was planning that too. Abad smiled and thought, you are still exactly the same as during the entrance exam, Leo. Back then you also rushed into an impossible battle without hesitation. He turned and asked, I thought I had narrowed the gap, but it seems it is still very far, right, Celia Jinger. Hearing that, she frowned and shouted, shut up, you chatterbox. Then Leo extended his hand toward Durin and asked, will you help? Durin turned and bumped his shoulder, saying, the one who lands the decisive strike on that monster will be me. Leo smiled lightly and replied. In the plaza, the audience looked at the giant screen and shouted excitedly, these freshmen are truly formidable. With this lineup, they might actually defeat it. Lynn saw Ileana's expression darken and asked, Senior, are you all right? Her sharp gaze fixed on the screen as she said, since that boy appeared, the atmosphere has changed. Ileana pondered that this world has many great heroes, but that boy is completely different. He turns despair into hope. She froze slightly as she thought, like a guiding light in the darkness. Ileana stared at Leo and murmured, yes, a great hero. Inside the ruins, the giant held its injured shoulder. It saw Alyssa, and a bad riding spirit beasts approaching it released a low roar. The giant swung its claw to strike, but Alyssa skillfully guided the spirit beast to dodge aside. Abad smiled and praised, excellent. Alyssa replied seriously, it is not over yet. Elsewhere, the monster opened its mouth and spewed a stream of purple energy forward. Chloe, riding another spirit beast, swung her staff, attacking the giant from the flank. A storm of energy shot straight toward its body. The giant opened its mouth wide, while its body rapidly regenerated. Seeing this, Alyssa frowned and said anxiously, impossible. How can we possibly destroy this monster? In the sky, golden energy gathered. Durin's voice sounded in warning, move aside. Abad smiled and landed, extending his hand toward her, saying, come here. Celia Jinger closed her eyes and shook her head, refusing. No need. Flames burst around her body as she rushed forward and embraced Alyssa, saying, sorry, but I cannot let that Leo Quelland embrace if there are more than 3 people. Face darkened, and she hurriedly cried out, wait. If we do that, the mobility of the wind element will be reduced. Celia Jinger widened her eyes and shouted loudly. Leo said, everyone gather here. She closed her eyes briefly and sighed before saying, before the magic is completed, give that big brute a heavy blow. Abad immediately leaned out and laughed, saying, so that is it. Fire combined with wind works very well together. Liza's face darkened as she shouted, I do not understand the plan, but once you are ready, report immediately. Down below, Chloe stepped forward several paces and stood facing the giant. She gripped the staff tightly in her hand, then closed her eyes and began chanting. The giant body glowed red as it threw its head back and released a furious roar. Shards of ice gradually formed around Chloe, and all aimed directly at the giant. Duran frowned and asked seriously, "Are you ready?" Chenzia smiled brightly and replied loudly, "Of course." She swung her arm and slashed out rings of energy, shouting, "I will open the path first." The blue stream of energy immediately shot straight toward the giant, quickly wrapped tightly around the giant ankle, slowing its advance. Duran erupted with dazzling golden light, gathering all his strength, and shouted, "Go." Immediately afterward, he swung his arm, unleashing a strike carrying Zia water energy. The two streams of power twisted together and shot straight forward. The phantom of a water dragon appeared carrying violent power, crashing directly into the giant. Giant slammed its claw down onto the ground, causing the earth to split apart. 4 chains from 4 directions immediately tightened around the giant neck. Gordon gritted his teeth and held the chain firmly with an extremely serious expression. 3 from Syria atop spirit beasts simultaneously looked toward the giant, preparing to strike. Leo gripped his sword and raised his head, asking, "Our turn now, Chelsea. Are you ready?" She tightened her grip on the staff and replied, "Yes." The giant threw its head back and opened its mouth, gathering a massive purple energy sphere. Immediately afterward, fired that energy straight forward. Chelsea raised her staff, gathering swirling blue energy around it. She looked at the red energy rushing toward them and shouted loudly, "Brother Leo." Leo immediately jumped from the city wall, rushing toward the giant, and raised his sword high. Leo's eyes flashed red as he unleashed Luru Tree Vortex and Phoenix Breath, then slashed down. The immense power instantly split the giant body into 2 halves. Chloe stepped forward another small step. She lowered her head and exhaled a faint white breath of cold. A massive block of ice formed through her frost magic. The entire giant body was quickly covered by layers of ice and snow. Soon cracks spread across the ice block before it shattered apart, and the giant body disappeared with it. Chloe let out a breath of relief, hearing cheers around her. "We won. We truly defeated the giant." Ka raised a bottle of potion and lightly tapped her cheek, calling, "Chloe." He shouted excitedly, "You are truly a hero straight out of a novel. That was amazing." Chloe replied shyly, "Thank you." He gripped the potion bottle and looked around, searching. "Where is Leo?" In another place, the calm lake surface was covered with lotus flowers. Leo appeared alone in the middle of the lake, then lowered his hand into the water, searching. Suddenly the water rippled, and the elements quickly gathered around his hand. Leo raised his head and looked at the blue light before him, greeting. "It has been a long time, Luminous." She lowered her gaze and looked at the person before her. A look of doubt appeared on Luminous' face when she saw Leo's current appearance. She looked at him and asked, "Who are you? How can you awaken me?" Leo lowered his head seriously and said, "I was the one who awakened you." Luminous murmured softly, "So that is it. The aura around this place truly belongs to you. I do not know whether she is here, but where is Lycina's?" Leo looked up at the sky and slowly said, "Lycina's has already passed away." Hearing that, she looked at the clear sky and sighed with emotion. "This sky is so clear compared with the age of calamity before." Luminous asked softly, "How long have I slept?" Leo replied, "About 5,000 years." She lifted her head and whispered, 5,000 years. Fortunately, I did not awaken during that endless span of time. Corner of her lips curved slightly as she recalled a familiar face, thinking, "The wish of the child Lycina's has finally been fulfilled. Thank you for bringing light back to the world." Luminous eyes shimmered as she looked at Leo and asked, "But I can still sense darkness remaining upon this land. This time will you also join the battle?" Leo smiled happily and replied, "Of course. I cannot allow the hard One Piece to disappear again." Then Leo looked at the golden phantom before him and asked, "What is this?" Luminous explained, "This is the gem passed down through generations by the great light spirits. It does not possess special power, but..." Leo raised both hands to receive it as she continued, "If you carry it, the light spirits will treat you as a great spirit." Leo looked at the gem in his hand and said, "I will treasure and protect it." Luminous suddenly looked up at the sky and spoke. Her figure gradually faded into the wind, leaving her final words, "Today the sky is truly beautiful." Outside, the Academy Tower rose high and imposing, as if touching the clouds. Alien looked at the stack of documents on the table and asked suspiciously, "The list of suspected individuals is only this much?" Jen clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "For now this is all we have collected." He flipped through the documents and said, "It seems quite a few were recommended by the board of directors." Alien rested his chin on his hand, thinking before adding, "Starting from the 2nd semester, perhaps, we should call the vice principal back to work." Two Zetgen were startled upon hearing that and exclaimed, "The vice principal." Inside the academy, a loud cheer suddenly erupted everywhere. "Wonderful." Thomas, with tears streaming down his face, held the paper, trembling, and shouted, "We survived." I, with reddened eyes, also shouted loudly, "Me too." Harriet frowned and sighed, saying, "The way you almost got expelled is truly unique." Gak Thomas immediately lowered his face onto the desk and begged, "Please forgive me this time." Everyone had just looked up when they heard Harris remind them, "During the break, do not cause more trouble." See you all in the second semester. Dismissed. As soon as he left, Ileana excitedly cheered. The first semester ends like this. Wow, truly Professor Halen style. Ella turned to Leo and asked, Class leader, are you staying in the Rodran Empire for the entire break? Chelsea placed her hands on her hips and immediately replied, Brother Leo is from the kingdom of Delan. I heard that and curiously asked, where is Delan? I have never heard that name. Leo calmly explained, it is a kingdom located on the western border. Chelsea happily exclaimed, this vacation I must visit Brother Leo house. Leo turned his head to look out the window thinking, it has been a long time since I had the chance to return home. The moment he arrived, a paper firecracker exploded and a banner dropped down. Leo tightened the strap of his backpack and looked blankly at the scene before him. Such a strange welcome home. Jaina Bob stood before the banner with hands on her hips and shouted, Welcome back, my son. Leo could only sigh inwardly thinking, this feeling truly is. At the dining table, his father looked at Leo and said with emotion, I never expected you to have talent in so many disciplines. Leo calmly replied, I only discovered it after enrolling father. He frowned with a smile and continued, even though you are my son, it is hard to understand how someone so outstanding was born. Jaina Bob turned and asked, Professor Halen is still well right. Leo closed his eyes and replied, Teacher is still teaching normally. She smiled brightly and asked further. Mother heard that the homeroom professors of Lumen will visit students' homes during the break. Professor Halen so Mother can meet him as a parent. Meanwhile, somewhere else he raised his hand and scratched his ear. Just then a servant entered and reported, Madam, there is a guest looking for Madam and the young master. Gina crossed her arms and frowned, saying, Those troublesome nobles again. He coldly ordered, Send them away. The servant hesitated and said softly, They claim to be from Azonia Academy. Leo, who was eating, suddenly turned in surprise. Azonia. Cloaked person appeared behind the servant smiling and said, Mrs. Jaina Jardinger, correct. Hello, I am the spirit messenger of Azonia. Leo suspiciously looked at the letter before him while hearing his mother murmur, This is trouble. Jaina Bob looked at Leo, then handed him the letter, saying, It is addressed to you. Take it. Leo immediately opened the letter to read. Leo widened his eyes reading the next line, Congratulations. You have been selected as a candidate for admission by recommendation from Azonia. He asked in shock, Selected. In the city of Astrid of the Beast Folk, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Beast person softly called the name, Azonia. Riene explained, It is the military academy that trains heroes of the Beast Folk. Azonia is completely different from other academies. Their entrance ceremony is held in summer, and it is famous for being the most brutal recruitment examination. She rubbed her forehead and said, When I was young, Mother once helped Azonia, so they sent a recommendation letter for you. Leo sighed and said, Mother should not sign agreements like that. Jaina frowned and shouted, How could Mother know things would turn out like this? She placed her hands on her hips and said, Anyway, you are studying at Lumen, so you cannot enroll there. Treat it as a visit. During the break, do whatever you want, Leo. When he arrived, Leo stepped forward observing and thought, I heard the entrance test here is a marathon across the desert, an academy of beastmen that worship strength and instinct. He looked around and muttered, I wonder what the hero candidates of the beast folk are like. Kirin proudly shouted, Thanks to my support, you now have a half-beast form. Leo stared at the letter and said, The examination location is the Colosseum Arena of Astrid. Then he turned his head to the side with a surprised expression. On the relief carving were the words commemorating Aaron the warrior with unyielding courage. Leo saw this and thought in surprise, could it be Aaron? He raised his head and looked at the statue before him, muttering, Unyielding courage, what nonsense. Leo laughed and said, Trembling in every battle, yet getting a statue like this is quite impressive. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the structure before him, saying, We have arrived. Leo's gaze noticed the small, sharp claws of someone. Then he looked more closely at the fangs of that beast person. Leo observed the surroundings and guessed, they must all be candidates for the entrance test. At that moment, a figure approached from behind and shouted loudly, Hey, you mongrel. 3 beastmen surrounded Leo, mocking, Do not tell us someone like you is also an Azonia candidate. At least hide that mixed blood smell. Leo pointed at himself and asked, Are you talking about me? The red-haired one shouted angrily, Who else here is a mongrel besides you? A rabbit hybrid daring to act proud. Leo walked past the 3 with both hands in his pockets and said coldly that they were not even official students of Aronia yet and already acting arrogant and stirring up trouble. They had only come to attend the entrance ceremony, yet were already showing off as if they were impressive. Beastman immediately flew into a rage, grabbing his shoulder and shaking him hard while growling that he dared to look down on the candidate's status of Azonia. He hated weaklings who liked to put on airs the most. Leo immediately turned his head his gaze quickly sweeping behind him. Right after that, he calmly threw that man to the ground in a clean motion. He only took a few small steps forward and then leisurely walked away. The other two beastmen hurried over and surrounded him with rapid questions. What happened? Were you planning to yield to him? But the one lying on the ground immediately shook his head and denied it completely. Leo raised a hand and waved lightly, smiling as he said they would meet again at the entrance ceremony. Boken's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly that guy is really cool, unbelievably strong. Leo glanced back over his shoulder, slightly surprised when he heard that, and thinking that among the Beastman tribe, the strong were always absolutely revered. Leo quickly stepped through the gate and silently marveled that this place was truly unusual. In the distance, a figure appeared, making him think that fortunately it was not all boring people he would encounter. Atun sat casually on the rooftop and laughed, while saying to Hung that finally an interesting one had appeared. Beneath the city wall, 3 beastmen stood around the corpse of a magical beast. He looked down below and shouted that the hunt was completed in 36 minutes, and everyone reached a fairly excellent level. But Instructor Bo Guy replied coldly that such a result still did not satisfy him. The young man holding a stack of documents startled and asked again that this achievement was already very good. He then asked back had he not heard the news about the leading group from Lumen. Boga crossed his arms before his chest with an irritated expression and said that our new students also needed to produce more outstanding talents, and broke into a cold sweat when hearing that, saying that indeed this generation of Lumens seemed to be ahead, but our candidates were not inferior either. Lowered his gaze below and loudly added that this recruitment in particular. He turned toward Atun below and said that Instructor Berga's daughter was also participating. The corner of his lips lifted into a proud smile as he said that my daughter, Atun, was completely capable of becoming the representative of the class. Suddenly Berga's eyes widened as he looked in another direction and made a doubtful sound, stared intently at Leo, and thought to himself that kid looked strangely familiar. Berga crossed his arms and asked the deputy instructor whether he knew anything about the rabbit beastman standing at the end of the line. The other immediately flipped through the files and said it was the first time seeing him, and he was not on the watch list. He continued asking whether that was a candidate recommended for admission. Just then the man flipped to the page of the file and confirmed that it was indeed a recommended student. Berga crossed his arms in thought. That gaze was strangely similar to Jenna. The face of that woman immediately appeared in his mind. At the plaza below, the announcement speaker sounded that Group D of the first part of the Magical Beast Festival had entered the field, and within this group there was a noteworthy candidate. Immediately afterward, the introduction voice rang out, the secretary of the Tun family, Atoni. Leo watched that girl attentively and wondered if she was the hope of the Tun Beastman clan in terms of strength. Could she inherit Aaron's technique? He glanced around and wondered that the Azonia entrance ceremony was supposed to be a marathon across the desert. Then what exactly was this magical beast festival? Leo looked toward Atun and asked whether this was also part of the entrance ceremony. She stretched her body and asked back whether he knew nothing about the magical beast festival. Leo smiled lightly and replied that he was a mixed blood, so he did not understand this festival very well. Atun's eyes suddenly lit up. She loudly said that the entrance ceremony of Azonia was not only a school admission ritual, but also one of the largest festivals. She looked toward the stand and explained that the Magical Beast Festival was also meant to entertain the visiting audience. Then Atun bent down, both hands touching the ground as she added that it was also a ritual for us, making Leo ask in surprise, a ritual. She smiled brightly with excitement and said that while the threat from Tartarus still existed, this was a declaration to the entire tribe that we had appeared. At that moment, a heavy footstep sounded from the distance. Otto looked at him and shouted, "Then fight like before, Black Rabbit." Leo closed his eyes and murmured that we had finally arrived. A gigantic one-eyed monster was released. It raised its head to the sky and roared violently. Immediately the monster swung its arm and rushed forward. The giant opened its mouth wide, saliva dripping down without stopping. The other beastmen immediately leapt out from behind its back and scattered as they ran. After being stepped on the ground, the monster immediately sprang up and charged straight forward. It accelerated and ran directly toward the place where Leo stood motionless. Blazing red flash streaked out like it was tearing apart the night. Atun leapt high into the air and brought down a strike onto the giant's head. Her claws swept across, creating dozens of intersecting slashes across its body. After that, Atun landed lightly, turned her head and saw Leo still standing still, so she shouted loudly, "What are you doing, Black Rabbit?" Leo calmly raised his fist high. He threw a powerful punch into the hand that the giant in front of him had swung out. Tiny streaks of blood instantly appeared within the monster's eyes. A massive surge of energy from Leo's punch spread throughout its entire body. The giant's body immediately exploded into pieces that scattered everywhere. The entire audience stand erupted into excited cheers. Black Rabbit is amazing. You are #1 in my heart. Aton stared at Leo and firmly concluded that Black Rabbit had just used beast transformation. Gaze continued following his figure without leaving. In her mind, she suddenly remembered the legend that when the moon rose high, the power that awakened the beast instinct within us would awaken. The ancestors had researched the power of beast transformation for a long time, but no one had ever been able to control it at will. Aton remembered that man and thought that except for a single person, the brave hero Aaron. After some time, the announcement voice resounded across the entire area, declaring that the Magical Beast Festival officially concluded here. From afar, Aton ran over and shouted, "Hey, Black Rabbit, I want to ask you something." But another voice suddenly cut in, "Hey, it seems quite lively here." Placed his hands on his hips and stood before Leo as he introduced himself. "My name is Dion, and you?" Leo calmly replied, "Kyle." Dion smiled brightly and said loudly, "I thought this place was full of weaklings. Fortunately, there is still someone strong like you, which reassures me." Aton angrily raised her fist and shouted, "This muscle-headed guy has started talking nonsense again." She leaned close to Leo's face and shouted, "Black Rabbit, talk with me for a moment. I have something to ask." Leo pointed at himself in surprise and asked me. Dion frowned in annoyance and reminded them, "Hey, keep it down a little." Suddenly, a loud noise sounded, and all three of them turned their heads at the same time to look. Burga stepped closer step by step and shouted loudly, "It is too noisy." He crossed his arms and stood above looking down, as he said that everyone had worked hard participating in today's Magical Beast Festival. Immediately excited cheers erupted below. Hero Burga looks even cooler up close than imagined. Then he raised his voice and announced that tomorrow's test was to cross the Great Asterix Desert. The rule was very simple. Start from Asterix, cross the desert, and the destination was Azonia. Burga added in a deep voice that however the Asterix Desert was one of the harshest places on the continent. Sharp gaze swept across all the students, so I have a piece of advice for you all. Burga looked at everyone and reminded them not to confuse foolish recklessness with true courage. Ben, standing beside them, hugged a stack of files and said with a smile that the recommended students had not joined the free classes for half a year because they did not know anyone yet, so step forward and introduce yourselves first. Leo rested his hands on his knees and asked Aton why she did not participate in the free classes. Aton raised her head and smiled as she replied that she did not need those things to still be strong enough. Crossed her arms, then glanced over and introduced herself. "I am T. Lura, specializing in magic. Very pleased to meet everyone." The young man calmly said, "Red Vega, I am a spirit master." She placed her hands on her hips and spoke, "I am Aton. I hope everyone will work hard together." Leo looked over and said, "Kyle, pleased to meet you." Burga frowned slightly, then stared intently at Leo. Immediately after that, Dion cheerfully spoke loudly, "Dioran." Dion's next words made everyone turn to look. "Anyone weak should not block my path. It is best to give up early." Seeing that, Ben immediately reminded them that everyone should go outside to check the dormitory room assignment board and then return. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Leo's shoulder from behind. Burga looked straight at him and said loudly, "Kyle, stay behind and see me for a moment." Inside a private room, Burga asked to confirm, "Kyle, let me ask you something." Leo immediately replied, "Yes." Burga placed his hand on Leo's shoulder and asked if he was the son of Jaina Bob. Hearing that, Leo was immediately startled and thought that this man knew his mother. Leo raised his head and asked, "Yes, that is right. Do you know my mother?" Burga threw his head back and laughed loudly, as expected the son of Jenna. He recalled the past and said that he was an old friend of his mother. He and she once represented Lumen and Azonia competing against each other. Surely his mother had told him a lot about him already. Leo seriously shook his head and said, "No, my mother has never mentioned you." Burga said in shock that it was impossible he and Jenna were once very close. Leo said that his mother rarely spoke about her school days. Burga closed his eyes, slightly embarrassed, and replied that perhaps that was true. Burga's hand hanging loosely suddenly clenched tightly. In his mind appeared the image of that man, Ellen. If not for him, then Jenna now would have. Leo smiled faintly and said that although his mother never spoke about the past, she had never regretted her choice. Hearing that, Burga opened his eyes wide in astonishment. After that, he lowered his head and chuckled softly. In his mind appeared the image of Riene shining like a blooming flower, a woman both beautiful and strong. Leo thought to himself with doubt that his mother being a flower sounded strange. This man seemed a little odd. Burga smiled and looked directly at Leo, saying he had watched his performance at the Magical Beast Festival. He looked forward to the entrance day tomorrow. Leo raised his head and replied yes. After finishing his bath, Leo wrapped a towel around himself and walked out thinking that this dormitory area was even better than in El Sil. He turned his head toward the door and made a soft, doubtful sound. Suddenly, Atan smashed through the window and jumped in, shouting loudly, "Black Rabbit, I came to expose your secret." Immediately after that, her face turned red as she hurriedly covered her eyes, saying, "Why are you changing clothes?" Leo calmly replied, "This is my private room." After a moment, Leo sat down on the bed and said, "I am dressed, now you can open your eyes. You said you wanted to clarify some secret." Atan frowned and shouted, "Earlier at the Magical Beast Festival, I clearly saw it." He recalled the scene earlier and said, "You can freely transform into a beastman, right?" Atan's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the scene before her. The claws on Leo's hand gradually lengthened, and he asked like this. Atan shouted excitedly, "My heavens, it is really true." Leo looked down at his furry hand and thought it was strange. When in beastman form, if he used the hero breath, the beast transformation process would activate. A blue flash appeared as Leo returned to his normal form, then thought that if it was maintained too long it would leave serious aftereffects. Atan stared excitedly and said, "How could that be? In history, only Aaron could do this." Leo spoke and asked, "Do you want me to teach you?" Atan asked in a daze, "Really?" In Leo's mind appeared the image of that person, and he thought he needed someone to inherit and continue Aaron's path. Because in the coming battle with Tartarus, he needed more companions. Perhaps that was the reason he was reborn in this era. Leo lowered his voice and said, "Then you only need to prove it." Atan looked straight at him and asked, "Prove what?" Leo replied seriously, "Whether you possess the qualities to become a hero." Atan looked into his red eyes and thought to herself that this guy was looking down on her. Atan stood frozen in place in shock, her body almost unable to move. She silently watched Leo's back as he left, thinking in her heart about the high place he was aiming for. Leo turned back and smiled, saying that he would wait until that moment. Atan. The next morning, the lively atmosphere echoed everywhere as the second day of the Azonia opening ceremony began, and the new students lined up preparing for the test of crossing the Aztexy desert. Duga Marine tightened the list in his hand and loudly read each name from Toon, Den, Lua, and even Vega. She raised her hand and laughed, saying that our children were truly talented. But the recommended candidates of Azonia this year were not ordinary either. It was a pity that I missed the Magical Beast Festival yesterday. Suddenly, Duga Marine widened her eyes and asked, "Hey, Kaiho, there is a student with a very strange name." He leaned his head back and laughed, saying it sounded like the name of a great hero, not sure whether it was a self-proclaimed one or a true genius. Suddenly, the teacher looked down and said that reminded him of the boy Leo. Their gaze noticed a girl angrily walking into the field. Was that not Atan? Duga Marine stared at the file and said it seemed the competitive spirit of the beastmen was rising. Atan seemed to be challenging someone. Below, Atan approached Leo and excitedly said, "Black Rabbit, you still remember yesterday's promise. I will definitely make you acknowledge my strength." She clenched her fist and shouted that because she was so eager she could not sleep all night. "So today do not miss my performance even for a second." Leo sighed and replied, "All right." Enlandia crossed her arms and looked down, saying, "Truly interesting." Atan's opponent was actually a student named Kaiho. Duga Marine smiled, saying it was indeed intriguing. Suddenly she narrowed her eyes suspiciously as she looked down below. Her face also tightened with confusion. Two of them carefully looked at his face and cried out in shock, "Leo, why were you standing in that position?" On the stands, Berga crossed his arms and said, "Recommended candidates, pay attention. Before the opening ceremony begins, you will perform the oath." Duga Marine and Enlandia widened their eyes in surprise, thinking what that guy was doing in that position. Berga's voice continued to echo the 5 recommended candidates. "Place your hands upon the hero record of Lord Aaron." Leo looked down at the paper before him and thought he never expected to see Aaron's hero record in this way. Berga sternly requested each person to read the oath aloud. Atan placed her hand upon the stone tablet and loudly read that with the honor of the great hero, I will not act cowardly. Leo kept his hands in his pockets and silently observed her. After that, he placed his hand upon the stone tablet and silently called Aaron in his heart. The oath echoed across the entire plaza with the honor of the great hero. Suddenly, the stone tablet emitted a brilliant golden light. A golden beam shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire plaza. Duga Marine cried out in shock, "Senior, could it be?" Enlandia beside her also frowned, saying that was indeed. Berga widened his eyes in shock as he looked at the dazzling beam of light. The enormous golden ray shot up into the sky right before everyone's eyes. The stone tablet engraved with 4 words hero record floated up before Leo and Atan. A line of words appeared, "Welcome to the world of Aaron. opening the beginning of the origin. The dazzling golden light immediately enveloped the two of them, and ran over holding the files and anxiously asked Instructor Burga what was happening. Could it be that the hero world had? Burga crossed his arms and looked upward, saying yes, the hero world of Lord Aaron had opened. Ben asked worriedly whether it was overloaded. His expression darkened as he thought that whatever the cause, a page of Aaron that had never been opened had appeared. Even if it turned into a dungeon due to overload, if it could be conquered, then this was the chance to inherit Aaron's power. Burga worriedly wondered whether these children had enough ability to conquer Aaron's world. Inside the dungeon, Atun opened her blue eyes and looked around. In the darkness, a line of words appeared long ago, when darkness covered the world, making her astonished. Atun saw deer moving within that gloomy world. She reached out and touched the mural, asking Black Rabbit what just happened. Clearly, the hero record had just opened. Above the mural, another line appeared. A hero had appeared. Leo spoke, reminding her to look at the sky. Atun followed his words and raised her head. She saw the herd of deer running quickly. A white line of words appeared. A hero brings light. Atun asked in surprise what was that. Why was everything around them gray? Another line appeared. A hero brings the future. Leo's eyes flashed red as he said perhaps this was the time 5,000 years ago when Aaron was still alive, an age of despair. Within the red light appeared the words, please save us and be careful, or you will be devoured by Jabberwock. Atun looked at the dark scenery and asked whether this was the land where the hero Aaron once lived. Leo looked around and replied, yes, perhaps. We were in the refuge city Rorixa. She asked suspiciously, but why did the hero world activate like this? For thousands of years, no record had ever said that Aaron's record page had opened. During that, Leo recalled the memories in his mind. Even when studying hero studies, or when at Berkia, when he touched his own record page, the hero world only appeared then. Lowered his head thinking, but those times were all related to his page, while this time it was clearly Aaron's page. The two of them raised their heads when they saw a glowing screen appear above. Notification appeared. Main mission tracked the whereabouts of Aaron in Rorixa. Leo raised 2 fingers to his temple, wondering main mission. Could it be that this was not an ordinary hero dungeon? Leo looked straight ahead and thought if this was truly a fully activated world, then why all contact with the outside had been completely cut off. Leo turned back and saw Atun trembling slightly, so he asked, are you all right, Atun? She softly replied, yes. Atun turned her head, her face flushed red, and said excitedly, look, the mission asks us to find Lord Aaron. That means we have a chance to meet him in real life. Voice filled with excitement said that searching should not be difficult because Aaron's fame was so great. Leo was stunned and replied, perhaps so. Atun clenched her fist, happily saying, then let us start asking people around here. Leo placed his hands in his pockets and followed while thinking that people living in this era would surely think that way because recorded history was far from reality. He recalled the figure of that person and thought that for Aaron of this period everything was very different. After a while, a man impatiently shouted, how many times have I said it already, that name Aaron? I have never heard of him. Atun watched the man leave and said in disbelief, how could that be? Does no one know about Aaron? She turned and asked someone nearby, have you ever heard the name Aaron? The other shook his head and replied, never. After a moment, loud laughter echoed along the road. Ha ha, such naive beastmen. Drunken goblin swayed and said, if you cannot find a place to sleep, you can come to my room. Atun covered her mouth and whispered the atmosphere here was becoming stranger and stranger. Leo looked ahead and said, we must find a place to stay before night fully falls. Leo gazed into the distance, thinking perhaps it was now the year 1462, according to the Antigra calendar, 20 years after the Age of Calamity began. Leo walked quickly and thought that at this stage, there was no need to blindly search for Aaron, because there was another person he must meet. On the wall hung a wooden sign that had rotted with time. Leo observed the surroundings and thought that person should be nearby. Behind him, Atun shouted, wait, Black Rabbit. She placed her hands on her hips and said, where were you running off to? Even if you lead the way, but... Leo continued walking without turning back, saying, in this place, you could not even find a decent inn. Behind him, Atun lifted her leg and kicked the cloaked figure behind her. She gritted her teeth and looked at the other with vigilance. Her fist tightened when she heard Leo shout, stop, do not start a fight. Immediately, Argon raised his hand, grabbed her throat, and lifted her into the air. Atun turned and shouted, Black Rabbit, run quickly. Argon looked at her coldly and asked, why have you come here? If you do not tell the truth, I will kill this beastman immediately. Lines of introduction appeared in the air. Legendary hero, once an elemental student, world belonging to Aaron. Then a voice sounded, who are you, little rabbit? Be careful, Jabberwock is lurking. Leo raised his head and said, we came here because we received guidance to reach this place. Argon's eyes flashed gold as he asked, who guided you? This place has always been forbidden. Leo calmly replied that coward Aaron sent us here. Hearing that, Argon released his hand and dropped Aton down. Leo quickly helped her up as Argon said, "Follow me." He led them into a room, then turned and left. "Tonight you can rest here. Tomorrow morning return to see me." Leo walked up the stairs, looked at the dark sky, and thought that this strange sight never became familiar no matter how many times he saw it. Sat on the rooftop looking into the distance and felt irritated as usual. Leo looked far away, thinking that outside the boundary of Rasa there was nothing but dense fog. That meant the range of movement within this world was limited to here. In the sky appeared the image of a herd of deer, with the words, "The two of us with clumsy skills, trying to steer the boat with our small hands." Other lines appeared, "Main mission reveal, until Chubin is destroyed," if that was correct. And this was not an uncontrolled malfunction. But why could the outside world not interfere with this hero world? A screen appeared with the words, "Main mission, track the whereabouts of Aaron at Rorixa." The image of a star-filled sky suddenly flashed. Then the image of a sword appeared with the words, "The key to opening the hero world." Was the master of that world, or an object closely connected to them? More words appeared, "If another key existed, such as someone deeply connected to them, then what? Little rabbit, do you want to find another companion to row the boat with?" Leo jumped down to the ground and thought that although it was only a hypothesis, he looked at the distant sky and thought if Aaron's world opened because of his presence, then the outside world being unable to interfere also made sense. Leo looked at a butterfly flying and raised his hand, thinking perhaps his reincarnation, while keeping his memories, was not a coincidence. Thought about the heroes, that if the hero record pages were preparation for successors in the future, and if he had the chance to inherit their power again, then a voice sounded, "Little rabbit, that was only a fairy tale." Leo looked at the blazing sky, thinking, if so, then wiping out Erebos would no longer be impossible. Suddenly a call startled him, and he opened his eyes. "Wake up, Black Rabbit." Leo sat up and stretched, asking, "Are you fully awake? That man yesterday was so strong, did you get hurt?" Aton raised her fist, saying, "My body is naturally very tough." He asked suspiciously, "What exactly happened yesterday?" Leo stood up and packed his things, saying perhaps he misunderstood us as intruders. "I already explained everything clearly." Aton thought he was very polite. Leo recalled the clash and thought that beastman descendants like her were indeed tough. At that moment, Argon's voice sounded, making them turn. "You woke up early." He frowned and asked, "Have you completely recovered?" Argon stepped before Aton, saying, "I know beastmen possess great physical strength, but you still surprised me." Aton awkwardly asked, "Surprised you in what way?" Rubbed his forehead and sighed, saying, "You two were more childish than I thought. I apologize for what happened yesterday." Argon continued, "Follow me to make up for it. I will treat you to breakfast." Aton quietly asked Leo, perhaps he is not a bad person. Leo smiled and replied that was right, he was even treating us to breakfast. Leo and Aton quickly followed behind Argon as he led them up the street ahead. After walking for quite a while, she whispered, asking whether he was pretending to be friendly to lower our guard before striking. "I wonder where he is taking us." Hearing that, Leo reassured her, saying, "I do not know either, but his demeanor does not resemble that of a bad person." Leo looked at Argon's back and recalled the Sky Guardian Argon, a renowned hero of the Age of Calamity, who almost played the role of a father to Aaron. He lowered his head, remembering the look on that man's face. "At first, my team once planned to invite him to join, but during the first meeting, his will to fight had completely faded." Leo stared closely at Argon's back and wondered that compared to his memories, Argon now was still very clear-minded. What exactly had happened over the past month? Suddenly, Aton glanced to the side and exclaimed in shock what was happening. A group of children surrounded Argon, noisily calling, "Uncle Argon, is it already time for breakfast?" The blonde girl turned and asked who those brother and sister were. Argon rubbed her head, saying they were guests visiting. "There was no need to prepare my portion, just serve food for them." Immediately, Aton stepped forward and loudly called "Uncle." Her eyes filled with tears as she said, "I misunderstood you. You are truly a very kind person." Meanwhile, Leo suddenly looked toward a nearby corner. His eyes widened in shock. Leo stared and thought it had been a long time since we last met. In his mind, the memories of his previous life, together with Elsie, immediately surfaced. Leo looked at the girl before him and thought, "Dark Great Spirit Elsie." In the darkness, a voice sounded, asking, "Little rabbit, what would happen if you traveled with that shadow?" Memories returned to the time 5,000 years ago when a voice sounded. "I heard the plague was spreading everywhere. It was truly heartbreaking." Woman asked, "Were you the Sky Guardian? Who are you?" Argon heard that and raised his head, looking toward them. Lysina said, "I came to invite you to join the expeditionary force." Luna added, "The strength of a hero like you was greatly needed by us." Argon lowered his head and refused, "Please return. I have no intention of joining that army." Luna continued persuading, "With the title of Sky Guardian you bear." Before she could finish, Leo interrupted. "Enough, Luna. Was his will not completely broken already?" Luna replied, "But the will of a person could still be reignited." Leaving such a figure here was truly wasteful. Lycaenas softly said, Luna, you are right, the will could recover, but one who nurtured hatred could not be saved. He turned her back, saying we should find someone else. Argon quietly said, I have someone I can recommend. He told them to try finding a person named Aaron. Luna asked in surprise, Aaron, but in such a vast world, where could we find him? Lycaenas pleaded, since you have given guidance, please point out where to search. But Argon coldly replied, there was still time, just search slowly. Leo sighed, thinking that someone recommended by the Sky Guardian would certainly not be ordinary. Suddenly, a voice sounded abandoned, that impatient temper Luna making her stop abruptly. Luna flushed red and shouted, what are you saying? Are you tired of living? In the distance, a figure gradually appeared within the mist. Is that a dark spirit? A glowing girl appeared, then laughed loudly, greeting them, saying, hello, I never expected to meet a dark spirit here. Stream of memory flowed past, and Leo thought it was surprising to meet LC in this place. Leo looked toward LC and thought, in the past we met while assembling the expeditionary force. That meant now was not the time to speak with LC. Leo quietly said thank you, then continued, thinking that it would be another year before he or KO would meet Elsie again. Elsewhere, Aton held a bowl of hot soup and happily said, Uncle, please eat with us. Argon did not refuse and replied, all right. You said Aaron told you to come here, correct? Leo asked, even you did not know Aaron's current whereabouts. Argon replied, I do not know where that fool is. He has been missing for half a year. Aton excitedly stood up, saying, then, you were Lord Aaron's teacher. Argon sighed, saying, yes, I am the master of that incompetent brat. Continued, saying, teaching someone like that, and you still think he was noble. Aton smiled awkwardly, saying, you are too modest. Argon sighed, it seemed the girl had misunderstood. My disciple was not noble or brave as you imagine. Aton heard that and was shocked. Argon said, of course, he possessed strength far beyond his age, but he was a coward unworthy of that power. Aaron left Rorixa only because he feared war. Aton held her head and shouted, no, that cannot be. My lord Aaron is not like that. Argon asked in surprise, what happened to your friend? She ran away crying, saying Aaron was absolutely not a coward. Leo was also puzzled, because Aton had always treated Aaron as her idol. Argon turned his back, saying, idolizing Aaron, how unbelievable. Leo stood up, saying, because she was once saved by your own disciple. Argon asked in surprise, really? Leo said, yes, Aaron might be cowardly, but in places you did not know he saved many people. I was one of them. Leo smiled, saying, therefore, you could be completely proud of your disciple. Argon froze, thinking that child had grown so much within only half a year. He stood up, then reached out and gently rubbed Leo's head with deep emotion. In another corner, Aton sat curled up, her whole body trembling in waves as she burst into sobs. Leo could not hide his surprise when he learned that Lord Aaron had once been a coward. He stepped closer and asked why that fact shook Aton so deeply. She replied that it was the hero Aaron who had once given her courage. Aton slowly recounted that, when she was little, she had been weak and afraid of everything. Every time she trained, she wanted to give up, but her father always reminded her that her name had been given after the great hero named Aaron. Because of that, she promised herself she would become as brave as Aaron, the man who had never stepped back before any adversity. Voice lowered, but now she heard that he had once been timid. Even so, it was that once fearful person who saved the entire world. The one once considered a coward became braver than anyone when everyone else fell into despair. Perhaps that was why the gods granted him the title of hero. Did that not make people respect him even more? Aton hugged her own arm tightly. She suddenly jumped up, raised both hands high, and spoke loudly. After hearing your explanation, I admire Lord Aaron even more. Leo sighed helplessly because her attitude changed far too quickly. Leo turned his head away, then suddenly thought of something. These children were originally destined to die, were they not? According to his memories, when their team arrived here, the people of this place had already died from disease. Only Arganza survived. Wait a moment, that meant everyone here would die within another month. Even if it was a disease, this still sounded unbelievable. Suddenly a voice rang out. This place is still filthy as always. Those words pulled Leo out of his thoughts. Who was that man? The one who had just arrived was Levich, the trusted guard of the Lord. He curled his lips in contempt and called everyone filthy trash. A thought briefly flashed through Argon's mind. In the era of calamity, not everyone rose to fight the darkness. The world fell into division, and the most dangerous enemies sometimes came from within. Levich looked over with calculating eyes. Greetings, guardian of the sky, Lord Argon. Argon secretly despised the kind of man who chased fame and profit within the expeditionary army just to cloak himself in the image of a hero. He coldly asked why he had come here. Levich bent forward and laughed loudly. A legendary hero like Lord Argon forced to rot in this remote land during such chaotic times is truly regrettable. Even the gods would surely not accept such a thing. Would you like to end this hidden life and join the Legion of Heroes? Argon firmly replied that he had said it before. Only when the Lord guaranteed the safety of these children would he consider the offer. Hearing that, Levitch showed clear dissatisfaction. He lowered his head and said he would report that the Guardian of the Sky still had no desire to serve the Lord. Children standing behind trembled in fear. Levitch added that he had also received a strict order to retrieve the dark sword Satan and bring it back. Leo thought, was Satan not one of the most powerful swords of the Calamity era? Could it be that Argon was keeping it? But Aaron had never mentioned such a thing. If Argon truly possessed such a powerful sword, then he should have given it to Aaron before he began his journey across the continent. Argon calmly stated that he had confirmed it many times already. The sword Satan had been destroyed in the battle 10 years ago. Levitch rested his chin on his hand and gave a faint smile as he asked whether Argon was lying because he defied the Lord for personal ambition. Argon's gaze turned icy. He asked why he would need to lie, and even if he did, people like them could do nothing to him. Chilling intent surged from Argon. He asked whether they intended to attack him. Levitch clenched his teeth tightly. He turned his back and left. Today I will withdraw for now, but the Lord will soon come here personally. Before leaving, he added a threat that as long as they remained on this land, that day would eventually arrive. After he left, Argon sat down and apologized for letting the children witness such an unpleasant scene. Leo said it was fine because he was used to people like that. Aton also angrily cursed them as cowardly. Leo curiously asked what joining the Legion of Heroes meant. Argon placed his bowl down and said it was exactly as Levitch had mentioned. He explained that it meant joining the army to fight against the forces of Erebos. Aton asked that if so, joining the Legion of Heroes should be a good thing. Argon shook his head and said he could not do that. Once he stepped into that legion, he looked toward the children. There would be no one left to take care of them. Aton said that orphaned children would surely be helped by the kingdom or the Lord. Argon interrupted. Rizal would never care about them. They were willing to abandon a few people to serve what they called the greater good. Aton jumped up in protest. They would truly abandon them. She could not understand why those who called themselves heroes would think that way. Argon smiled gently and said how strange it was. He wondered whether they had truly grown up in this era of calamity. He was surprised that there were still people who held ideals as beautiful as dreams. The children always laughed and joked happily whenever they were beside Argon. He said that ideals like dreams were not wrong at all. He patted the children's heads and said that if something was right, then following the path of justice was only natural. Was that not why Lord Argon devoted himself to caring for them? Argon looked straight at Leo and thought, this boy was only about 15 years old, perhaps only 16, yet the maturity in his thinking seemed far beyond his age. Argon asked their names. Aton quickly replied that her name was Aton and the black rabbit beside her was Kaio. Argon stroked his chin thoughtfully and said that name might bring him quite a few troubles. Aton shyly looked up and murmured that it happened to be the same name as the hero of the kingdom. He wondered inside whether Kai-Ho was truly a real person. Aton stammered as she asked whether that hero was still alive. Suddenly a hand pulled her tail hard, causing Aton to fall flat onto the ground. Argon asked in surprise what had happened. Leo only gave an awkward smile. Quickly said that nothing had happened. Leo whispered to her that if she kept saying such nonsense, their plan would fail. But grabbing a lady by the tail was indeed a bit excessive. Argon sighed and said that if something was truly right, then walking the path of justice was only natural. He realized he had forgotten that simple truth for a very long time. Argon asked what purpose had brought them to this land. Leo answered firmly that they wanted to meet Aaron. Argon pushed himself up with one hand and told them to stay here until he returned. Even though there had been no news for half a year, this place was still Aaron's home. Argon turned his back and walked away, saying that sooner or later he would return. Suddenly, the system interface appeared before his eyes. A new quest was displayed. Reunite with Aaron when he returns home in 3 days. Aton's eyes immediately lit up. The final objective progress had finally changed. In just 3 more days, they could meet Lord Aaron. Leo also smiled faintly as he realized that seeking out Argon had truly been the right choice. She hurriedly ran off. Black Rabbit, I will go ask Uncle Argon a few more things about Lord Aaron. Leo immediately reminded her to watch her mouth and not let anything slip. At that moment, the system interface appeared again, causing Leo to flinch slightly. A new quest notification appeared. Rescue the Guardian of the Sky, Argon. Leo wondered in surprise, rescue. Or was he the only one who could see this notification? He recalled the past when he had still been Kaio. When they had come here before, Argon's spirit had already completely collapsed. If he had to rescue him, then perhaps it meant he must keep Argon's will from wavering. That meant something would certainly happen within the next 3 days before Aaron returned. Leo wondered whether he had missed any important detail. Just then a voice called out to him, "Hey, you there." Leo snapped back to his senses. The other person's eyes gleamed. You know clearly that I am not an ordinary human, do you not? Leo quickly realized it was Elsie and replied that she was a magical spirit. Elsie immediately praised him, saying he truly deserved the title of Spirit Master. Leo was slightly surprised because he rarely saw Elsie smile like that, but her gaze quickly sharpened as she added that he was also a man of many talents. She stared closely at Leo and concluded that he must be the surviving hero, KO. Leo awkwardly wanted to explain, but Elsie immediately cut him off and told him not to try hiding things in front of her. He continued that someone who possessed heroic power and held the Jewel of Light could only be the companion of Lee Sina's besides that fool. Leo could not help being surprised that this jewel had caused Elsie to mistake him for KO. She said that she had heard news that Lee Sina's had led his companions away from Gastron to set out on a campaign against Erebos. Because of that, she also decided to set out to find them. Leo curiously asked why she wanted to do that. Elsie smiled very kindly and said it was only natural. She wanted to contribute to saving the world. Leo wondered whether the child before him was truly the great dark spirit Elsie, who had once formed a contract with him. Her current personality was completely different from before. Could not help asking why she wanted to save the world. Elsie replied that she had been born during an era of war. Because of that, she had always longed for the day she could see a night sky filled with sparkling stars. She opened her palm toward the beam of light ahead. Elsie gently said that she had heard those stars were dazzling and beautiful enough to make anyone enchanted. She turned and asked where Lee Sina's was now. Leo replied that he was on his way to Radra and it would take some more time before he arrived. Elsie laughed softly and said how fortunate it was because she had thought she would have to search on her own. Luckily, she had not chosen the wrong direction. Leo continued asking what had made her decide to form a contract with Lee Sina's. Elsie replied that she had long heard of their reputation. They were the ones who had defeated the Legion commander I.O. Manga. She stood up with her hands on her hips and said that in these times, how many people dared to claim they had defeated a Legion commander and still marched to attack Erebos. Someone like that was more than worthy to become my contract master. Leo secretly thought this difference was strange, because the one Elsie had actually chosen to form a contract with was himself. His eyes suddenly darkened, because until now he had never known that true reason. Suddenly Elsie turned back and whispered that this must be kept absolutely secret from Aaron. The dark sword Satan was actually her. Scene shifted to the Lord's mansion of Radra. A voice sounded asking whether Argon had already refused my proposal. The subordinate replied that it was so. The speaker was Lord Rodian Joysa. He gazed into the distance and murmured that to protect the Joysa region clearly required Argon's strength. He did not understand what in that place made him insist on staying. Levitch lowered his head and reported that perhaps Argon was still concerned about the orphaned children in that cursed land. Rodian slammed his hand on the table, furious. He shouted that just to shelter those useless brats, he dared refuse the greater cause. Levitch added that according to rumors among the people, a dangerous disease was appearing in the cursed land. Rodian asked again with concern, a disease. If it spread among the refugees, then the entire city would face disaster. Levitch slowly stepped closer. That man leaned close to Rodian's anxious face and said the root must be torn out before the infection spread outward, though he himself felt great sorrow at having to deal with those pitiful children. Rodian hesitated and said Argon would certainly not stand by and watch. Levitch smiled and said that rumors of the disease had already spread throughout the city, and stopping it was the wish of most citizens. That man continued persuading that no matter how stubborn Argon was, he would not foolishly push this crowded city into disaster. Rodian let out a soft sigh. Having Lord Levitt present here truly was a rare stroke of fortune. He loudly declared that from this moment onward all authority to maintain order in Roy Za would officially be entrusted to him. That man revealed a calculating smile. I will certainly devote all my strength to not disappoint the Lord's trust, and will surely bring the sword of Satan back. On the other side, whispers began spreading everywhere. Accursed land. This is madness, and now there is also a plague. What exactly is the Lord planning? What if the plague spreads here? Something must be done immediately. It is best to stay away first to avoid inviting disaster. Leo glanced toward Elsie, who was playing with the children, and quietly fell into thought. Ever since Levitt visited Argon's settlement, rumors about a plague suddenly began spreading wildly. At that time, she said Lysanas was an exceptionally rare master of healing. Moreover, he carried the bloodline of the Black Dragon, so he was especially suitable for a dark spirit like me. He replied that everyone already knew that, so there was no need to repeat it. All right then, hurry and find Lysanas to form the contract. Elsie raised her head to look at the sky and asked whether this world was still worth saving. Leo asked in confusion what she meant. Elsie spoke softly, saying, "What I mean is whether there is still any reason for this world to continue existing." Leo let out a quiet laugh. "That question can wait until after we save it. Thinking about it later will not be too late." Hearing that answer, she simply fell silent and said nothing more. In Leo's mind, a thought surfaced that Elsie 1 year later had completely lost faith in this world. At that time, she no longer carried the hopeful expression she had now. Even Argon, which was once filled with hope, had vanished. These children did not die because of a plague. Just then, Aton walked over and interrupted his thoughts. "Black Rabbit, where did you go? I searched everywhere and could not find you." Leo asked, "But wait, where is Uncle Argon?" He asked in surprise. "Uncle Argon?" Aton said that someone claiming to be a subordinate of the Lord came to invite him away. By order of the Lord of Roy Za, the campaign to eradicate the plague nest is officially launched from this moment. Among the children, a little girl tremblingly said, "But Uncle Argon just went up to the Lord's castle earlier." The soldier raised his sword high and shouted, "You filthy disease-carrying brat, get out of my sight." Just as his blade came slashing down, fortunately, the little girl was saved when Aton rushed forward and leaped away with her. Aton angrily shouted that man had gone insane. Leo called softly, "Aton, first make sure the children are safe. Are you people planning to oppose us?" That man stepped forward, introducing himself as Jelin of the Hero Knight Legion of Roy Za. "Interfering with us means opposing the Lord's military order." Leo drew his sword and smiled. He guessed this order was issued by Levitt and not the Lord, correct? The man standing there heard Leo speak. Using the excuse of a non-existent plague to kill children and then plotting to seize the city of Satan, correct? Leo's gaze turned cold and murderous. "If you want to carry the title of hero, at least maintain a little honor. Otherwise, it is nothing but an insult to those who truly risk their lives to save the world." Jelin immediately charged forward. "An unknown nobody dares to dream of becoming a hero." Leo dodged the attack and mocked him. "With such mediocre ability, you still dare claim to belong to the Hero Legion." They were not true members of the Hero Legion, only knights still undergoing training. That man admitted the aura sound attribute conversion ability was indeed special. At this moment, fierce flames surged around Leo's body. Leo swung his sword and the flames tore through the air. A direct slash aimed straight at Jelin. But that man still arrogantly declared that such trivial flames could not harm him. His aura. Two swords clashed fiercely, producing a piercing sound. Jelin strained his body and poured all his strength into resisting. Immediately after, a violent explosion erupted. Smoke and dust surged upward, and a huge crater appeared in the ground. His body trembled. Leo coldly said that both his skill and weapon were far too crude. At that moment, Aton had already rushed in. With overwhelming force and astonishing speed, the soldier instantly sensed the danger. Without saying another word, Aton launched a direct kick into his face. The powerful kick knocked the soldier flat onto the ground. Aton landed with a sharp gaze, filled with killing intent. Immediately after, she sprang up again, delivering a relentless barrage of attacks. A storm of blows crashed straight into the soldiers' faces. Aton mocked them, saying, "What kind of heroes are this weak?" Leo said that was the resilient aura, correct? She replied, "Yes, and yours is fire aura, correct?" Aton curled her lips into a grin. "If we fought each other, it would certainly be very interesting." Heavy footsteps approached along with a curse. "Idiots." Jelin clutched his face in pain and roared, "You dare cause trouble with the Hero Legion? Lord Leviathan will never let this pass." That man growled that Leo would pay for turning Roy Za into an enemy over those filthy orphan children. Aton replied coldly, "So you enjoy being beaten that much?" Leo said, "Aton, could you step aside and take the children away?" Leo spoke in a low voice, saying he had something to settle with that man. "Please." She immediately nodded. "All right." Aton moved toward the children. A sense of danger surged. She spread her arms, shielding the children. "You all should leave here for now." Jelin arrogantly asked whether they intended to beg for mercy, sending the children away because they did not want them to witness their cowardice. Truly pitiful. Leo revealed a cold smile. That man misunderstood. He told the children to move away because what would happen next was not something they should see. Hearing that, his entire body suddenly trembled in fear and he stepped back. "Heavens, you really are the March Hare." Leo stepped forward, then swung his sword in a decisive horizontal slash. The remaining soldiers collapsed to the ground, in terror, trembling violently. Erupted with fierce killing intent, then swung his sword down toward the people before him. "Black Rabbit, March Hare has just taken down a knight. Well done." The blood-soaked sword was stabbed straight into the ground. Elsie spoke, saying he showed no hesitation when striking. Leo turned around and calmly replied that he was already used to dealing with traitors like these. She looked down at the corpse below and said, "They truly wanted to kill my friend just to seize Satan you." Leo thought to himself that Elsie was still young, even though she was a great spirit. Perhaps this was the first time she had witnessed the cruel face of the world with her own eyes. Old memories suddenly flooded back piece by piece, clearly appearing in his mind. He recalled what Elsie once said, Kyle, even so, I still think finding a reason is better. Leo was startled and asked what reason. He replied that it was a reason to save this world. Returning to the present, LC softly said she only wanted to watch the star-filled sky before the era of catastrophe began. Leo spoke, saying to save this world, LC, he promised her. Stars of the night were even more brilliant than her imagination, and sometimes he had the illusion that the brightest star was lost and moving straight toward him. Leo gently turned her face toward him and said that was the reason this world deserved to be saved, because at this moment it was sleeping peacefully with its head resting on his shoulder. Elsie smiled brightly and replied yes. She suddenly thought that she wanted to become the guiding star for those poor lost souls, and now she bid farewell, wishing a peaceful evening. Sleep well. See you again at tomorrow's dawn. Leo stood before the fiercely blazing flames, yet the mission target still had not appeared. He looked at the mission interface display. The objective was to rescue Argon, the guardian of the Sky Dome. That meant Argon's shelter was still not safe. Argon had gone to the Lord's castle, while Elsie remained here. Elsie alone was already enough to defeat Leviathan's subordinates. That meant the children in the orphanage were facing death, that even a great spirit might not be able to stop. Leo concluded that with their current strength, they still could not ensure the children's safety. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. Black Rabbit. Leo said that someone stronger than those earlier was approaching. Atun ran over in surprise, asking what. Leo calculated that they had already ruined their plan. Atun crossed her arms and said, even so, if Black Rabbit and I fight together, we still have to battle while protecting the children. Holding out will not be easy. Leo softly said that he had a way. Atun curiously asked what way. Leo calmly replied that they would go find Aaron. He hesitated and said but Aaron was supposed to arrive at Roy Za in 3 more days. The system displayed new information. Leo smiled faintly and said Aaron had already arrived at Roy Za. Leo explained that last night he confirmed the activity area of the hero world was limited within Razak. Atun asked in surprise if that was true. If so, Aaron must certainly be in Razak. Leo placed a hand on her shoulder and said but they had already completed the mission, so there was no need to risk more. Hearing that, Atun felt less worried and revealed a gentle smile. He asked again, but if he said that, did it mean he truly planned to retreat? Leo said this matter could be very dangerous. Atun replied that she had always admired hero Aaron. That was the reason she wanted to become a hero. She said excitedly that someone like her would not run away like a coward. Atun added that if he did everything himself later, Lord Aaron would only pay attention to him. Leo asked blankly what. She pointed and said anyway he had already figured out how to meet Lord Aaron. Leo replied that was correct. Atun urged him to hurry and bring him here. In the meantime, she would guard this place. Memories from before surfaced again in his mind. Back then, Leo once asked Aaron that he was so strong, but had he ever thought about fighting Tataros while in Roy Za? Aaron replied that it was because he was afraid of demons. Leo asked doubtfully, but had he at least thought about fighting? Aaron answered that he had. Aaron said that one day he decided to try becoming brave from a place where he could see all of Roy Za. Leo asked in surprise what, but he was afraid of heights. Aaron awkwardly said that city. He truly wanted to protect Roy Za. Leo thought that if there was a place where the entire Roy Za could be seen, it would only be here. When Leo stepped up, a voice rang out asking who was there. Leo looked up at Aaron above, the only great hero born in the era of catastrophe, a man who seemed timid in a rather amusing way, yet carried extraordinary courage within. Leo spoke, saying he came to bring Lord Aaron. Aaron asked if he knew him. Leo replied yes he did. Leo said that his younger siblings at Argon's shelter were in danger. Aaron was instantly startled, asking what. Leo said that tonight they might all lose their lives. They needed his strength. Hearing that, Aaron immediately turned around and clenched his fist. Tremendous aura spread from him down across the city below. The surrounding space was filled with radiant golden light. Aaron's entire body emitted dazzling energy. Turned back and asked if they had met somewhere before. Leo extended his hand and replied in a near future, but now was not the time to talk about that. Immediately, Aaron shot downward at great speed. Leo thought to himself that whether in the past or now, he always rushed forward to protect the people important to him. Leo watched quietly, then spoke softly that he had not changed at all. Therefore, send a message to the lost stars on this land that he would become the morning star guiding the way. Let them illuminate the road ahead together. Immediately afterward, the entire city trembled violently, causing the children to panic and burst into tears. Furious shout rang out. Useless fools. In the end, I still have to act myself. Atun spun aside to evade, then snorted. The attack looks powerful, but in truth, it is utterly mediocre. Blows filled with inner force erupted one after another. A streak of light like lightning crashed straight into the ground. Mana energy exploded outward. She braced one hand on the ground, then mocked him. A mage imitating a warrior's fighting style. Do you feel no shame? Levitt ground his teeth in fury. Could a single person really wipe out my cavalry? I thought restraining Argon would leave no one to stand in the way. Atun leaped into the air, then laughed loudly. Truly pitiful. She drove a powerful kick into his face, then said, "Only relying on magical artifacts while being utterly weak yourself." Kick sent Levitt flying and crashing violently to the ground. Atun exhaled in relief, then said it was not over yet. "Get up quickly." Suddenly another voice rang out. Impressive. Not just impressive, but truly remarkable. One who appeared was Lantunia Tartarus of the demon race, the beloved daughter of the demon queen. She clasped her hands and smiled, saying my mother's words were indeed correct. The heroes of the surface world are truly an unpredictable threat. Atun spoke coldly. "You are still alive."